Chapter 1. Arrival in Dongguan. Dongguan, at the railway station. Cao Yang emerged, burdened with luggage, gazing at the bustling traffic and the incessant flow of people, momentarily lost in thought. He approached a newsstand, retrieved a slip of paper, and dialed the number inscribed upon it. "Hello," a melodious voice resonated from the other end, tinged with a hint of languor, perhaps still awakening. "Sister Yin, it's Cao Yang. I've arrived in Dongguan." I understand. Please wait for me, it'll be there shortly." After hanging up, Cao Yang checked the time. 3 in the afternoon. Why was Sister Yin still asleep? Could it be that she had worked the night shift? Under the sweltering summer sun, Dongguan's heat was oppressive. Cao Yang found a shaded spot to sit, awaiting Li Yan's arrival. Li Yan was the sister of a neighbor from his hometown, a striking beauty and his childhood idol point 2 years prior. She had come to Dongguan to work, managing to send home several thousand yuan each year, earning her a reputation for success in the village. Li Yan's mother shared a close bond with Cao Yang's mother, which prompted the invitation for Cao Yang to seek refuge with Li Yan, where he could earn a modest sum to send home. Initially, Li Yan had declined, stating that their factory didn't employ males. However, her mother insisted, offering to help Cao Yang find a job elsewhere if necessary. Approximately an hour later, Cao Yang spotted a tall, fair-skinned woman approaching, clad in a white dress and elegant crystal heels. "Sister Yin," Cao Yang waved at the stunning woman, marveling at her enhanced beauty. Li Yan reached his side, frowning at his shabby luggage. "You've grown taller over the past 2 years, but you still look rather unsophisticated." She gestured to indicate the height difference, noting he was a head taller than her. "Let's go get in the car." Li Yan ailat a taxi. They settled into the back seat, where Cao Yang was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, unable to resist inhaling more deeply. As he glanced at Li Yan, he noted that her delicate white dress was quite lovely, albeit thin enough to reveal the black lingerie beneath. "I heard you've gotten into trouble back home?" Cao Yang nodded, quietly admitting to it. Li Yan advised, "Now that you're out, focus on earning a living. Avoid getting involved in fights and violence. Making money is what truly matters." Cao Yang nodded in agreement, absorbing her counsel. "Since your mother asked you to find me, I will take responsibility for you. You must heed my words. If you disregard my advice, I shall wash my hands of you." Cao Yang nodded once more. "How much money did your mother give you for your journey?" 200 yuan, all borrowed from others," Cao Yang replied honestly. "And the money? It's in my bag. Hand it over." Li Yan unceremoniously reached into Cao Yang's pocket and extracted 125 yuan. Cao Yang felt a sense of unease. It seemed unusual to take someone's money upon meeting. "Out here, one must be prudent with money. I fear you might squander it, so I'll hold on to it for you. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all." Cao Yang shook his head, though internally he felt a surge of dissent. However, considering he would rely on her for employment, he refrained from voicing his concerns. After all, they were neighbors, and her mother was a close friend of his own mother. Surely she wouldn't wish him harm. That a taxi halted at the entrance of a village in Chang'an, where Li Yan paid the fare and led Cao Yang into the village. Upon reaching a building, she ascended to the 3rd floor and opened the door to a 2-bedroom apartment. The 2-bedroom apartments in Dongguan's urban villages differ significantly from those we are accustomed to here. The living space is exceedingly compact, with the entire area comprising merely 40 square meters, including 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. "Oh, you live here, Sister Yin?" Cao Yang inquired with curiosity, wondering why she rented a place when workers typically reside in dormitories. "Mind your own business," Li Yan retorted without directly answering. She entered the room and retrieved a blanket for Cao Yang, gesturing towards the sofa. "I have a friend whose electronics factory is hiring. He'll take you there tomorrow. For tonight, you'll have to make do on the sofa." Cao Yang nodded, glancing towards the other bedroom. "Isn't there another room? That belongs to someone else." This dreadful weather, 5 minutes outside, and him drenched in sweat for 2 hours. Li Yan complained before heading to the bathroom for a shower. Through the glass door, Cao Yang caught a fleeting glimpse of her silhouette. He swallowed hard, too shy to look further. Moments later, Li Yan emerged, now clad in a sleek black silk nightgown. "Are you going to wash up? The shampoo and other toiletries are inside." Cao Yang nodded, yet his gaze remained fixated on Li Yan's figure. "If you keep staring, it'll gouge your eyes out." Li Yan noticed his wandering eyes and warned him while covering her chest. Caught like a thief, Cao Yang lowered his head, mumbling as he entered the bathroom. As he removed his sweat-soaked clothes, Certain features became noticeably prominent at his youthful age. Even a glimpse of a bikini poster could provoke a reaction, let alone the real thing, especially when it involved his childhood idol. Under the invigorating rush of cold water, his ardor gradually subsided. Just as he began to lather his hair with shampoo, a loud crash startled him as the door swung open. What the hell? Who are you? Cao Yang opened his eyes to find a girl staring at him in shock, her gaze fixated on his lower half. Embarrassed, he instinctively shielded himself with his hands. Hey, this is my younger brother from my hometown, Li Yin exclaimed upon hearing the commotion, rushing out of the room. While pulling the girl away, she cast a quick glance at Cao Yang, but he was covered, so she saw nothing. After the brief chaos, Cao Yang hastily rinsed off the foam, dressed, and stepped out of the bathroom. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Qing, my colleague and roommate. You can call her Sister Qing. This is my younger brother from my hometown. Cao Yang, you can call him Xiao Xiao or Xiao Yang. Following the introductions, Cao Yang immediately smiled. Hello, Sister Qing. Zhou Qing nodded, her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity. Oh dear, stop staring, and let's go eat, we have work to get to. Li Yin tugged Zhou Qing towards the exit. Sister Yin, I haven't eaten yet, Cao Yang reminded her, feeling forgotten. Just go grab some fried rice noodles on your own, she suggested. But I don't have any money, Cao Yang protested. Only then did Li Yin remember that she had taken all his money. Well then, let's go together and eat. The three descended the stairs and arrived at a bustling eatery specializing in claypot congee. The establishment was thriving, nearly filled to capacity with patrons. 2 men, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, clearly the demeanor of ruffian, spotted Li Yin and waved them over. Acknowledging their presence, Li Yin and Zhou Qing strode confidently toward them, indicating a pre-existing acquaintance. Who is this? One of the men inquired, pointing at Cao Yang and addressing Li Yin. This is a younger brother from my hometown. Here to work, I've arranged for him to start at a factory tomorrow, Li Yin replied. With that, the four began to indulge in barbecue, and aside from Li Yin occasionally urging Cao Yang to partake in the food, the others paid him little mind. Chapter 1. Arrival in Dongguan. At the bustling train station of Dongguan, Cao Yang emerged, burdened by his luggage, and gazed upon the incessant flow of vehicles and the throng of people, momentarily lost in thought. He approached a newsstand, extracted a slip of paper, and dialed the number inscribed upon it. Hello, a melodious voice came through the receiver, slightly languid, as if still in the embrace of slumber. Why, it's Cao Yang. I have arrived in Dongguan. I understand. Please wait for me. I will come to fetch you shortly. After disconnecting the call, Cao Yang glanced at his watch. It was 3 in the afternoon. Why was Yin Jie still asleep? Could it be that she had worked the night shift? In the sweltering summer heat, the weather in Dongguan felt oppressive. Cao Yang sought refuge in a shaded spot, patiently awaiting Li Yan's arrival. Li Yan, a stunningly beautiful young woman and his childhood idol, was the sister of a neighbor from his hometown. She had come to Dongguan 2 years prior for work, managing to send home several thousand yuan each year, earning her a reputation for success within the village. Due to the close friendship between their mothers, Li Yin had invited Cao Yang to seek shelter with her, hoping he could earn a few thousand yuan to send home as well. Initially, Li Yin had declined, explaining that her factory did not employ males. However, her mother had assured her that if her factory had no vacancies, she would assist Cao Yang in finding another opportunity. After about an hour, Cao Yang spotted a tall, fair-skinned beauty approaching, clad in a white dress and adorned with crystal high heels. Yan Ye, he called out, waving his hand, marveling at her increased beauty. As Li Yin reached him, she frowned at the unsightly luggage he carried. You've grown taller in these 2 years, but you still look rather shabby, she remarked, gesturing to indicate the height difference between them. Let us get in the car. Li Yin leta taxi. As they settled into the back seat, a delightful fragrance wafted through the air, prompting Cao Yang to inhale deeply. He glanced at Li Yin, noting how lovely her white dress appeared, though it was somewhat sheer, allowing him to discern the black lingerie beneath. I heard you encountered some trouble back home? Cao Yang nodded, quietly affirming. Li Yin admonished him. Now that you are out, focus on earning money. Avoid getting involved in fights. Making a living is what truly matters. Cao Yang nodded, absorbing her counsel. Since your mother sent you to find me, I shall take responsibility for you. You must heed my guidance. Should you disregard my advice, I will cease to concern myself with you. Cao Yang nodded once more. How much money did your mother give you for this journey? 200 yuan, all borrowed from others, he replied honestly. And the money? It's in my bag, he answered. Hand it over. Without hesitation, Li Yin reached into Cao Yang's pocket and extracted 125 yuan. Cao Yang felt a sense of unease. It seemed inappropriate for someone to take his money upon their first meeting. Outside, one must be prudent with money. Standing costs money, sitting costs money. I fear you might squander it, so I shall keep it safe for you. You have no objections, do you? No, Cao Yang shook his head, though internally he felt quite resentful. Yet, considering he would rely on her to find him work, he refrained from expressing his discontent. She and I are neighbors. Her mother and my mother are close friends. Surely, she wouldn't wish me any harm. The taxi halted at the entrance of a village in Chang'an, where Li Yin paid the fare and led Cao Yang into the village. Upon arriving at an apartment building, she ascended to the third floor and unlocked the door to a modest two-bedroom unit. The two-bedroom apartments in Dongguan's urban villages differ vastly from the ones we typically encounter. Here, the space is considerably small, with a combined area of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom merely totaling around 40 square meters. Do you live here, Sister Yin? Cao Yang inquired, curious as to why she would rent an apartment when factory workers usually reside in dormitories. Don't concern yourself with that, Li Yin replied evasively. She entered the room and fetched a blanket for Cao Yang, gesturing toward the sofa. I have a friend who is looking for employees at their electronics factory. I will take you there tomorrow. For tonight, you'll have to make do on the sofa. Cao Yang nodded, then pointed to another bedroom. Isn't there another room? That belongs to someone else, she stated. In this sweltering heat, stepping outside for 5 minutes feels like sweating for 2 hours. Li Yin complained before heading to the bathroom to take a shower. Through the glass door, Cao Yang could vaguely discern her silhouette. He swallowed hard, daring not to look further. After a brief while, Li Yin emerged, now clad in a black silk nightgown. Are you going to wash up? There is shampoo and such inside. Cao Yang nodded, but his gaze was fixated on her bosom. If you keep staring, I might just gouge your eyes out. Li Yin noticed his furtive glances and, covering her chest, issued a playful warning. Embarrassed, Cao Yang lowered his head and silently retreated to the bathroom. As he shed his sweat-soaked shirt, certain features became particularly pronounced. At his age, even a mere poster in a swimsuit could evoke a reaction, let alone a real person, especially one who was a childhood idol. Under the cool cascade of water, the fiery urges gradually subsided. While lathering his hair with shampoo, a sudden crash echoed as the door swung open. Whoa, are you that guy? Cao Yang's eyes widened as he beheld a girl staring at him in shock. Mortified, he instinctively covered himself with his hands. Hey, this is just my younger brother from my hometown. Hearing the commotion, Li Yin hurriedly dashed out of her room. As she pulled the girl away, she inadvertently cast a glance at Cao Yang, but he was well covered, leaving her none the wiser. After the brief chaos, Cao Yang quickly rinsed off the suds, donned his clothes, and exited the bathroom. Let me introduce you. This is Zhou Qing, my colleague and roommate. You can call her Sister Qing. This is my younger brother from my hometown, Cao Yang. You can call him Xiao Chao or Xiao Yang. Upon hearing the introductions, Cao Yang immediately smiled and greeted, Hello, Sister Qing. Zhou Qing nodded, her expression a mix of amusement and curiosity as her gaze wandered. Oh, enough staring. We need to head out for a meal before work, Li Yin urged, pulling Zhou Qing toward the exit. Sister Yin, I haven't eaten yet, Cao Yang reminded her, feeling a bit left out. Just go grab some fried rice noodles. She replied dismissively, but I don't have any money. Li Yin then remembered that she had taken all of Cao Yang's money. Shall we go and dine together? The trio descended the stairs and arrived at a bustling eatery renowned for its clay pot congee. The establishment was thriving, nearly filled to capacity with patrons. 2 men, bare-chested and adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, reminiscent of ruffians, spotted Li Yin and gestured towards them. Li Yin and Zhou Qing, recognizing the duo, strode confidently over. Who is this? One of the men inquired, pointing at Cao Yang and addressing Li Yin. This is a younger brother from my hometown, here to work. I have arranged for him to start at a factory tomorrow, Li Yin replied. Thus, The four began to indulge in barbecued delicacies. Besides Li Yin occasionally urging Cao Yang to partake in the food, the others seemed indifferent to him. Chapter 2. The Stingy Sister. During this meal, Cao Yang's mind was elsewhere. The two men present exuded an air of dubious character. How could Yin Jie possibly know them? Their accents revealed that all three hailed from Sichuan, and Zhou Qing bore tattoos on her arms. Ordinarily, tattoos would preclude entry into the factory. And since Zhou Qing was a colleague of Yin Jie, could it be that Yin Jie truly worked there? A flurry of questions swirled in his mind, yet he hesitated to voice them. I'm off to work. You should head back first, Li Yin said, producing a key and handing it to Cao Yang. All right, he replied, accepting the key with a sense of gloom. Noticing his despondent demeanor, Li Yin inquired, what's wrong? Nothing, Cao Yang replied, discontented as he departed. After taking just a few steps, he heard Li Yin call him back, retrieving 5 yuan from her bag and boldly declaring, take this and spend it. Cao Yang had never felt so bewildered. 5 yuan was given with the gravity of 50,000, and to top it off, it was his own money. After bidding farewell to Li Yin and the others, he chose not to return home, but instead wandered aimlessly outside the village. The area beyond was filled with factories, and it was the peak hour for workers returning home, with throngs of young men and women clad in blue short-sleeved shirts filling the streets. Cao Yang meandered without purpose, glancing at the recruitment notices outside the factories. He then sought out a phone booth to call home, reassuring his family of his safe arrival in Dongguan and that he had found Li Yin. After hanging up the phone, he paid 30 cents for the call. A craving for cigarettes hit him, yet the phone booth had sold out of all brands costing less than 5 yuan. Just as he was about to leave, the owner mentioned they had loose cigarettes for 30 cents each. These were the same as the 5 yuan packs, and by selling them individually, the owner could earn an extra yuan. Many small shops near the factories offered loose cigarettes. Cao Yang purchased 5 and smoked them as he continued to wander until nightfall, at which point he finally returned to the village. Having walked only a short distance, he heard someone whistle. Following the sound, he spotted a woman in a tiny tank top and a short skirt waving at him. Me? Cao Yang questioned, pointing to himself, uncertain if she was indeed beckoning him. The woman smiled and nodded, signaling for him to approach. Confused yet intrigued, he walked over. What is up? Hey there, handsome. Come in and have some fun, she said, pulling his hand and leading him toward a small room. What kind of fun? Cao Yang asked, his curiosity piqued. Was everyone here so friendly? You're quite the charmer. The woman laughed, shoving him onto the sofa and crouching down to unfasten his trousers. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Cao Yang. She was a sex worker. No, I'm not interested, he exclaimed, springing to his feet and dashing outside with astonishing speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to his temporary lodgings, he took a shower, for the heat was oppressive. A single excursion outdoors without cleansing left him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. After bathing, he collapsed onto the sofa, his thoughts drifting back to the woman he had just encountered, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up inside him. She was quite attractive. Why would she choose such a profession? Cao Yang pondered, unable to fathom her choices. Though he had no money, he found himself wishing he could have asked her more about her life. As he mused over the encounter, he couldn't help but think of Li Yin once more. Is Sister Yin truly working at the factory? Could she be engaged in some unsavory activities? Why is it that while others at the factory can only send home 2,000 or 3,000 a year, she manages to send back 7,000 or 8,000? He has a rough idea of the answer, but is uncertain and reluctant to confirm it. An unsettling feeling weighs heavily on his heart, like a stone lodged within. How could his childhood idol have fallen so low? It feels akin to the pangs of heartbreak. Perhaps he is overthinking. After all, she might genuinely be working at the factory and merely acquainted with a few people from the outside world. Cao Yang consoled himself and drifted into a hazy slumber. At around 4 or 5 in the morning, the sound of the door opening roused him. It was Li Yin and Zhou Qing returning. Their arrival at such an hour plunged Cao Yang's heart into despair, as those on a proper night shift typically do not finish until dawn. Li Yin turned on the light, glanced at Cao, and seeing him deeply asleep, chose to ignore him, turning off the light and retreating to her room. Though Cao Yang lay awake, his eyes remained closed. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Qing emerged from her room and dashed to the bathroom, and after a brief rustle, Cao Yang was startled to see her emerge unclothed. His eyes widened in disbelief. Was she so unreserved? Upon further reflection, he realized that perhaps this was simply her usual demeanor. Oblivious to the fact that a man occupied the sofa, Zhou Qing, though not as tall or as attractive as Li Yan, possessed a certain allure that left Cao Yang wide awake, unable to shake the image from his mind. He endured until 8 in the morning, then knocked on Li Yan's door to remind her it was time to take him to work. "What is it?" Li Yan replied, her hair disheveled and her face reflecting the irritation of having just awakened. "It's 8 o'clock. Aren't you supposed to take me to work today?" Cao Yang urged. "Why the rush? We'll go in the afternoon," she responded, slamming the door shut and returning to sleep. With no other option, Cao Yang wandered downstairs, aimlessly passing the time until 1 in the afternoon when he finally returned. Coincidentally, Li Yan had just risen, and after a quick freshen up, she was ready to accompany him to find her friend. "Sister Yin, let us take a taxi," Cao Yang suggested, lugging his luggage and sweating profusely. "It's only 3 kilometers away. We can walk there in a bit," Li Yan replied, equally drenched in sweat, her white dress clinging to her. "But it's far too hot. Are you trying to save money? A taxi costs at least 70 or 80 kwai, and if we encounter a rogue driver, we could be cheated out of more," she countered. "Then let us take the bus," Cao Yang suggested. "There's no bus to where we're going," she replied. Wiping his brow, he noticed a vendor selling chilled watermelon by the roadside and couldn't resist licking his lips. "Sister Yin, let us buy some watermelon." "Why would we buy anything? Are you just being greedy? Are you worried about the cost?" he teased. "Of course not. Do you think earning money is easy?" "Use my money then. I'll treat you," he insisted. "Your money? Where did you get any?" "Didn't I give you 120? He replied. "That 120 was for your accommodation and the placement fee for the job I arranged for you. You have no money left." Cao Yang stood there, stunned, gazing at Li Yan in disbelief. The bond between her mother and grandmother is undeniably strong, as they have been neighbors in their hometown for many years. Surely, she would not treat herself in such a manner. Furthermore, engaging in such actions would not be indicative of extreme poverty. There would be no need to covet a mere 100 yuan from herself. If she were to stoop to such a level, the entire village would surely gossip about her. Why the long face? Does she truly believe I covet this small sum? I was merely jesting. With a cheerful demeanor, she suddenly changed her expression and pulled out a single yuan to purchase 2 pieces of watermelon. The icy treat brought refreshing relief to her body. Soon enough, they arrived at their destination, a modest electronics factory housing around 300 employees. Li Yan's friend, a rather unattractive woman, assisted Cao Yang in obtaining his employee badge, meal card, and accommodation. Once everything was settled, she instructed Cao Yang to commence work that very night before bidding him farewell with a wave. "Work diligently. Should any issues arise, feel free to call me or come find me. I shall take my leave now." Li Yan patted Cao Yang on the shoulder, offering a few words of encouragement before preparing to depart. Just as she took a couple of steps away, Cao Yang pulled her back. He extended his hand toward her. "What is it?" Li Yan inquired, puzzled. "The money. Hand it over. How can I survive without it? But this place provides meals and accommodation. Why do you need money?" "That was my money to begin with. And do I not require funds for cigarettes and daily necessities?" "True," Li Yan conceded, retrieving 30 yuan from her bag and handing it to Cao Yang. "Refrain from smoking. It's detrimental to your health. Use this 30 yuan for now, and let me know if it falls short." "Not enough," Cao Yang retorted immediately. Li Yan was taken aback. "You haven't even spent it yet. Let's discuss it after you've used it." Internally, Cao Yang felt exasperated. He could not comprehend why Li Yan was so intent on withholding that small sum from him. He doubted she truly needed it. Initially, he had aimed to borrow 300 yuan, his own 100 plus an additional 200 from her, with the intention of repaying her once he received his salary. However, witnessing her reluctance to part with his own money made the prospect of borrowing from her seem even more daunting. Chapter 3. Expulsion. Li Yan fled, darting away as if pursued, fearful that Cao Yang would chase her down for money. Cao Yang ventured to the convenience store, procuring a cooling mat, a water bucket, toiletries, and a pack of 2 yuan cigarettes, leaving himself with a mere 2 yuan. That evening, He donned his work attire and reported to the workshop to tighten screws. Lacking any skills, his supervisor assigned him to sit at the assembly line with a toothbrush to clean circuit boards. At first glance, the task seemed effortless. As the boards passed by, he merely had to grasp one and brush it. However, the monotony of this repetitive action grew irksome, compounded by the oppressive heat that threatened to give him a rash from prolonged sitting. Even restroom breaks required a formal request, and he could only leave when his supervisor found a replacement for him. The supervisors exhibited an unpleasant demeanor, as though he owed them a debt. Cao Yang could not fathom how he endured the 4-hour shift. Upon returning to his dormitory, he collapsed into slumber. He awoke the following morning, only to return to work and repeat the 4-hour chore of cleaning circuit boards. At noon, he headed to the cafeteria for a meal. After dining, he noticed a crowd gathered at the back of the convenience store, piquing his curiosity. Approaching, he discovered they were engaged with a slot machine. Cao Yang was well acquainted with such games. Back in his hometown, he had supervised an arcade. Here, the scene was even more extravagant, with 7 or 8 individuals surrounding a single machine, placing bets and playing together. "You bet on the watermelon, I'll bet on the double stars," they exclaimed, each taking turns to wager. It was chaotic, yet they seemed thoroughly engrossed. This method had its advantages, as someone always emerged victorious, preventing the machine from devouring all their funds. Cao Yang was aware that such games could be manipulated, and the players recognized this as well. They were merely seeking entertainment, gambling in hopes of hitting a winning streak. With only 2 coins in his pocket, Cao Yang decided to partake, inserting them into the machine, aiming to win 5 yuan before departing. After a couple of spins, his 2 yuan vanished into nothingness. Damn, he cursed under his breath, returning to his task of cleaning circuit boards. Just as he settled in, yet to commence work, he heard a voice bellow, "All males from Hunan, step forward." Upon glancing up, he recognized the speaker as a supervisor, albeit not his own. "All Hunanese men, come with me," he shouted again, prompting a dozen male employees from Hunan to follow suit. Cao Yang joined them, uncertain of the purpose, but feeling a sense of camaraderie simply because he, too, hailed from Hunan. The group descended the stairs, heading directly towards the dormitory building. The supervisor led the charge, forcefully kicking open a dorm room door, and the group surged inside, erupting into chaos. Listening to the cacophony of thuds and shouts, Cao Yang stood dumbfounded. He had not anticipated being summoned for a brawl. He refrained from entering the fray, not out of fear nor a lack of loyalty, but rather because fighting ought to have a rationale. Why were they fighting? What was the cause? With no understanding, he felt it foolish to charge in simply because he was called out as a Hunanese. The commotion soon attracted the attention of higher-ups, and shortly after, the police arrived, escorting the supervisor and several instigators away. Once the situation had settled, Cao Yang returned to his duties. Just a few minutes after taking a seat, a voice rang out. "All the men from Hunan, step forward." Goodness, here we go again. This time, Cao Yang ignored them and continued to focus on his work. "Xiao, they're calling for you outside." His team leader specifically came to summon him. "They're going to fight." "I'm not going," he maintained a demeanor of innocence. The leader replied, "This time it's not a fight. It's the management looking for you." Upon hearing it was the management, Cao Yang reluctantly set aside his tasks and stepped outside. Upon his arrival, he observed a line of over 20 individuals standing together, and he joined them. "Is everyone from Hunan present?" "Yes, we're all here." "Good." The leader nodded. "You're all dismissed. Go to your dorms, pack your belongings, and leave immediately." "Why?" someone questioned. "You gathered to fight and refused to comply with authority." Cao Yang felt a sense of injustice. He hadn't engaged in any fighting, merely followed along, completely unaware of what had transpired. He wished to argue his case, but soon realized that there were 10 or more fellow villagers who hadn't even participated and were also being dismissed, making their plight even more unjust than his own. There was no recourse. The factory was unforgiving, operating under a one-size-fits-all policy, and during that era, labor was abundant, and employees were hardly regarded. "What about our wages? When will we be paid?" someone inquired. "Your final pay will be available on the 15th of next month," the leader stated before departing. This was unacceptable. He had no money left, and without wages, he couldn't even afford dinner that night. Cao Yang resolved to rally his fellow villagers to demand their wages. Although he had only worked 8 hours, it should suffice for at least 2 meals. He raised his voice in a call to action, but no one responded. Everyone quietly packed their belongings and left, leaving him alone, feeling like a fool. When it came to fighting that didn't concern them, they charged forth eagerly, yet when it involved their own financial interests, they shrank back. No wonder they were oppressed by capital. With everyone gone, Cao Yang found himself powerless to make a stand, and having only worked 8 hours, he had no money to speak of. He returned to the dormitory, packed his belongings, and departed. In one hand, he carried a colorful woven bag, and, in the other, a bucket containing a mat, slippers, towels, toothpaste, toothbrush, and soap, braving the scorching sun as he walked along Chang'an Street in Dongguan. He had nowhere to go but back to find Li Yin, retracing his steps as sweat dripped down. Passing by the watermelon shop and eyeing the chilled watermelons and glass bottles of soda, unable to resist licking his lips. By the time he reached Li Yan's rented room, it was already 7 in the evening. He knocked on the door, but no one answered. He knew Li Yin must be at work, not returning until around 4 or 5 in the morning. He merely wished to enter quickly, wash up, and enjoy a breeze from the fan, not wanting to wait so long. He went to the payphone downstairs and called Li Yin. "Sister Yin, I'm back." "Why are you back?" "I've been dismissed." Before he could explain the reason for his dismissal, Li Yin launched into a scolding. "Did you get into a fight? Why can't you ever be sensible? What did you say when you left? Have you forgotten?" She unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him, igniting Cao Yang's anger. "Sister Yin, it's not quite like that. Enough. Spare me your excuses. This time I shall let it pass. But should there be a next time, I shall no longer concern myself with you. I am currently at work. You may wait by the door until I return at 4:30 to let you in. Are you far away? Can't you make a trip back? Or perhaps provide me with your address, so I may come and retrieve it myself." "No need, just wait there." After Li Yin concluded her statement, she prepared to hang up the phone. Cao Yang suddenly interjected, his tone peculiar. "Is it that the place where you work is not suitable for me to know?" Chapter 4. The break. What nonsense are you spouting? What I have to hide? Then why are you hesitant to share your address? Li Yin inhaled deeply, seemingly infuriated by Cao Yang's words. "I'm at the Crown nightclub. Come here and retrieve it yourself." Upon hearing the busy signal on the line, Cao Yang finally hung up the phone and turned to the phone booth owner, inquiring, "Sir, do you know where the Crown nightclub is? Is it far from here?" "Not far. Just head east for 800 meters after you exit the village," the owner replied lazily, fanning himself with a palm leaf. "Thank you." Cao Yang expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave. "Hey, you haven't paid yet," the owner called after him. Cao Yang, with empty pockets, smiled awkwardly. "I'm afraid I don't have any money on me. I'll go find my sister and pay you once I get the cash." "Don't give me that nonsense. You're not leaving without settling the bill." The owner's demeanor was decidedly unfriendly, as if he would resort to violence if necessary. Cao Yang felt exasperated, thinking to himself how trivial this was. Merely $1 for a phone call. Yet the owner was making it seem monumental. "Yes, you. I want to run off with your $1. I'll pay you as soon as my sister returns," he conceded, attempting to soften his tone. "Get lost. Spare me your excuses. You must pay up immediately." The owner erupted in anger, spitting words that landed on Cao Yang's face. Cao Yang, who was not naturally patient, having previously stirred trouble back home, had already faced an inexplicable dismissal from work that day, and now, being berated by the owner, pushed him over the edge. He dropped the bucket with a thud. "I have no money. What are you going to do about it? If you want to let me leave, then I'll just stay here with you." The owner's fury escalated, but upon glancing at Cao Yang's imposing stature, he reconsidered. After all, it was merely $1. It hardly warranted such a confrontation. With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Cao Yang. "Just go, I don't want it anymore." Cao Yang, carrying the water bucket and dragging the woven bag, questioned several passers-by before finally locating the Crown nightclub. With a name that boasted grandeur, it was, in reality, a modest establishment. "What do you want?" As he attempted to enter, the bouncer, noticing the items in Cao Yang's hands, immediately recognized him as a factory worker and barred his entry. "Brother, I'm looking for someone. My sister works inside." "What is your sister's name?" "My sister's name is Li Yin. Could you please call her for me?" "Just a moment." The bouncer picked up his walkie-talkie and spoke into it. Lian, your brother from the countryside is here looking for you at the entrance. Can you come out for a moment? Shortly after, Lian emerged, dressed in a very short skirt that accentuated her long, fair legs, undeniably captivating to onlookers. Upon seeing Cao Yang's attire, she felt embarrassed and immediately launched into a tirade. Cao Yang, already in a foul mood, found that nothing was going smoothly since his arrival in Dongguan, particularly regarding Lian's profession and her attitude towards him. Once, he had idolized her as a childhood goddess. Yet now he was confronted with the stark reality of her decline and her unkind demeanor, which stood in stark contrast to the expectations he had held before coming. Here, that's your key. Just hurry back. Lian did not hand the key to Cao Yang. Instead, she tossed it to him, but he failed to catch it, and the key fell to the ground. Pick it up. Why are you just standing there? Cao Yang was filled with rage, wishing to strike her. I don't want the key anymore, nor do I wish to visit your home. Return my money, and let us part ways. He suddenly declared such a severing statement. Lian was taken aback, but then scoffed coldly. If you had done this earlier, it would have been better. If it weren't for your mother asking my mother to look after you, do you think I would bother with you? Give me my money. Cao Yang was uninterested in her ramblings. You took 125 yuan from me. You spent 10 yuan on the bus that day. You gave me 5 and 30 yuan back. So you still owe me 80 yuan. Even if I stayed at your place for a day, deduct 20 yuan. Just give me 60 yuan. Cao Yang, with a stern face, began to calculate. You are quite meticulous. At such a young age, you're already so calculating, with a heavy heart. Money, give me. Cao Yang demanded again, refusing to engage in further disputes. Lian, too, was infuriated. She pulled out 200 yuan bills from her bag, crumpled them into a ball, and threw them at Cao Yang. Here, take it. From now on, fend for yourself. Don't come looking for me again. The money struck Cao Yang on the forehead and then bounced off, falling to the ground. He did not pick it up, feeling insulted and preferring not to accept more than he needed. I only want my 60 yuan. I don't need you to give me more. Do you think I want to give you more? It's merely out of pity, considering we are from the same village. To give you a little extra so you could buy a ticket home. Do you understand? Do I need your pity? I, Cao Yang, have hands and feet. I refuse to believe I could starve. Yet you, engaging in such disreputable professions, it's no wonder you earn more than others. You truly bring shame to your parents and to our village. Who is engaging in disreputable professions? Lian was furious, her finger trembling as she pointed at Cao Yang. Whoever is a mistress knows. Who are you calling a mistress? I am a waitress. Huh? Do you take me for a fool? What waitress dresses like you? Exposing your chest and legs, with heavy makeup, utterly shameless. To hell with you. You country bumpkin, you know nothing. This is how it is in big cities. Enough. I don't want to hear your nonsense. I'm leaving and never coming back. Cao Yang turned to leave, ignoring both the key and the money on the ground. Stop right there. Lian called after him. It's fine if you misunderstand me here, but if you dare to go back and spread rumors, I will not let you off easily. What do you do to me? I'll call home right now and tell your mother you're a mistress. You. Not only will I inform your mother, but I will also tell the village head, ensuring you are publicly shamed for bringing disgrace to our village. With that, Cao Yang strode away, believing he was departing with grace and ease. Lian watched his retreating figure, trembling with anger, tears streaming down her face. She bent down to pick up the key and the money from the ground, composed herself, and returned to the nightclub. Cao Yang wandered aimlessly, devoid of any money. In this city, he had but one acquaintance, Lian, who had turned her back on him, leaving him utterly stranded. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself in a park and, feeling disinclined to continue walking, he spread a mat on the grass and took out a blanket to lie down and prepare for sleep. However, slumber eluded him. His eyes widened as he attempted to gaze at the stars above, yet the brilliance of the city lights obscured their presence. Before long, his stomach began to grumble, and he swallowed hard, cursing himself for his pretentiousness. You wouldn't take the money if offered, would you? Now you understand hunger, don't you? Chapter 5. The kind-hearted ant with a loud crash. Lian accidentally shattered a cup, prompting the manager to frown and declare, 20 deducted. What is wrong with you? You seem distracted. Observe her colleague, Zhou Qing. Cao Yang has left, and I am somewhat worried about him. Why are you concerned about him? He is an adult. What is there to worry about? After all, he is from the same village, and he has no money. If something happens, I would have difficulty explaining it to the village. Just then, her phone rang. It was a friend from the electronics factory. The friend informed her that Cao Yang had been dismissed and briefly explained the reason. Upon learning that Cao Yang was indeed an innocent victim of circumstance, a pang of guilt washed over her. She had held biases against him, hastily concluding that he had been involved in a fight. Please ask the manager for a leave of absence. I need to go search for him. Li Yin changed her clothes and returned home, hoping that Cao Yang would be waiting at her doorstep. However, the entrance was empty. She entered the house and sat in the living room, thinking that he might return once he had calmed down. She waited until 1 o'clock in the morning, yet there was no sign of Cao Yang. Contemplating whether to search for him, she hesitated. It was late, and, as a beautiful girl, venturing out alone felt unsafe. She took out her phone and dialed a number. Alu, my brother left in anger. Could you accompany me to look for him? So what if he left? Just let him be. The voice on the other end was chaotic and muddled. Are you gambling again? Oh no, just forget it. Cao Yang had barely slept for half an hour before waking. Stirred by hunger, he felt his stomach and attempted to drift back to sleep. However, within another half hour, he was roused again, this time by the incessant biting of mosquitoes. Thus, he endured a restless night, tossing and turning until dawn without finding solace in sleep. Cao Yang. Cao Yang. Hearing someone call his name, he momentarily thought he was hallucinating from hunger. Cao Yang. Cao Yang. This time, he recognized it was not an illusion. Li Yin appeared in the park, clad in a white dress, scanning the surroundings. Occasionally, she cupped her hands to her mouth and shouted loudly, Cao Yang. Cao Yang. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. She was not entirely heartless. She genuinely cared for him. His heart warmed, and he prepared to call out to her, but then he wondered if she had come to find him out of fear that he would return and speak recklessly. The thought chilled him, and he lay back on the cool mat, pretending not to hear her. As she walked and called out, Li Yin searched from dawn until daylight, exploring nearby underpasses and abandoned buildings, even encountering a homeless man and narrowly escaping a perilous situation. She drew closer and finally spotted Cao Yang lying on the grass. Cao Yang, too, opened his eyes to look at her, remaining silent. They exchanged glances for a few seconds before Li Yin approached and kicked him. Did you not hear me calling? I nearly lost my voice shouting at you. Why do you just stare blankly? Cao Yang received the kick without a word, remaining still. Are you still angry? Come home with me. Cao Yang ignored her. Li Yin kicked him again, yet he still did not respond. Li Yin seized his luggage and, in a single motion, also took the only blanket he possessed, stowing it away in the bag before making her way back. It was then that Cao Yang, realizing he had no choice, rose to gather his mat and trailed after her. He reassured himself that it was not submission, but rather a necessity born from her commandeering his belongings that compelled him to follow. As the two returned to the village, Cao Yang's steps halted before a rice noodle stall, his stomach rumbling with hunger. Li Yin paused as well, having heard the thunderous growl emanating from him. Though he refrained from vocalizing his thoughts, he silently wished for her to treat him to 2 servings of rice noodles in exchange for his forgiveness. Similarly, Li Yin regarded him in silence, contemplating that if he were to plead with her, she would indeed purchase the meal. They exchanged glances in a silent standoff, neither willing to break the silence. After 10 minutes, the stall owner, unable to endure their peculiar standoff any longer, intervened. Young man, young lady, have you encountered a predicament? She inquired, her accent unmistakably Hunanese. Cao Yang felt a sense of familiarity and nodded, his stomach growling once more. Children, take a seat. I'll treat you both to 2 servings, the kind-hearted woman offered. Thank you, Auntie, Cao Yang replied, though his intention was not to take advantage of her generosity. He simply wished to avoid conceding to Li Yin. He was confident she would not let the benevolent woman go unpaid. When the 2 servings of rice noodles arrived, Li Yin savored hers slowly while Cao Yang devoured his in mere bites, his stomach still clamoring for more. The kind woman, noticing his hunger, prepared another serving for him. Even after finishing that, his stomach continued to protest. She, slightly embarrassed, prepared yet another portion. Ultimately, Cao Yang consumed 5 servings before his stomach finally quieted. Thank you, Auntie, he expressed, and Li Yin echoed his gratitude before picking up her luggage to leave. Cao Yang, eyes wide with disbelief, chased after her. Li Yan, are you truly not going to pay? He was the first to speak. Oh, so you're calling me by my name now? And not even addressing me as Sister Yin? She teased. Enough of that. Hurry and pay the kind lady. Why should I pay? He retorted. It is only right to pay for a meal. Annie said she was treating us. That was because she assumed we were in need without money. You cannot exploit her kindness. But I am in need. Are you not? Cao Yang was left speechless, his frustration evident. Lian added, one should do good deeds without questioning the future. The Annie's kindness is a virtue, and we save money. It is a win-win situation. If I pay, it becomes a loss for both of us. Cao Yang was truly a loss for words. He had heard tales of Li Yan's frugality and penchant for small gains back in their hometown, but he never imagined she could stoop to such depths. Upon returning home, Li Yan tossed her luggage aside and headed for a shower, while Cao Yang sulked on the sofa. With a sudden click, Zhou Qing's door swung open, revealing her in a tiny tank top, her prominent features catching the eye, unbeknownst to the reasons behind it. She and Li Yan preferred not to wear undergarments while at home, their youthful charms consistently capturing Cao Yang's attention. When she ventured to the restroom, Li Yan was occupied with a shower, leaving her to languish on the sofa in anticipation of Li Yan's return. Where did you wander off to last night? Do you have any idea that Sister Yin searched for you the entire evening? She began to lecture Cao Yang. He remained silent, turning his head away, unwilling to let Zhou Qing perceive his gaze lingering on her figure. Suddenly, the flick of a lighter broke the silence as Zhou Qing ignited a cigarette, exhaling clouds of smoke. Hand me one, Cao Yang requested, succumbing to his craving. Zhou Qing obliged, then resumed her gentle admonitions, emphasizing the importance of being considerate while out and not causing trouble for Li Yan. Chapter 6. Trouble approaches as Li Yan emerged from her washroom. Zhou Qing had already departed. While she dried her hair, she inquired, what are your thoughts at the moment? Cao Yang remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Unsure of what to say, Li Yan's tone softened as she continued, I present you with two choices. Either seek employment nearby to earn some money before the new year, or I can purchase a train ticket for you to return home. I won't go back. I came out to earn money, he replied resolutely. Precisely. Then why not wander around here? There are numerous job opportunities available, Li Yan suggested, returning to her room to retrieve 200 yuan for him. Cao Yang was taken aback, pondering her intentions. He had only 60 yuan in her possession. Why was she giving him 200? Was it some kind of hush money? Take it. Why are you in a daze? What do you mean by giving me money? Are you afraid I might say something to my family? He questioned, suspicion lacing his words. Li Yan's anger flared instantly. She tossed the money onto the sofa and pointed at him. This is not hush money. My work is entirely legitimate. Nothing to be ashamed of. Working in a nightclub is considered legitimate? You ignorant fool. What is wrong with working in a nightclub? I am merely a waitress, not an escort. Your mind is so depraved. Not everyone is as vile as you think. Cao Yang scoffed, a smirk curling his lips, utterly unconvinced. If working in a nightclub is a respectable profession, then why do you lie to your family and say you work in a garment factory? You don't believe me, do you? Fine. Since you're looking for work, why don't you come to the nightclub and see for yourself what I do every day? I won't go. I refuse to work in such a place. He firmly rejected. Li Yan was infuriated by his stubbornness. Despite being a waitress, he insisted on perceiving her as something else, refusing to believe her, and even when invited to see for himself, he declined, clinging to his misconceptions. You must come. You must. Li Yan grasped his shirt, shaking him with rising agitation. Seeing her intense reaction and her insistence on him witnessing her work, a flicker of doubt crept into Cao Yang's mind. Had he misunderstood her? Under normal circumstances, one would feel a sense of disappointment upon realizing a mistake. Yet Cao Yang felt a strange comfort in the notion that Li Yan was not what he had initially thought. Then who were those two men you had dinner with last time? He inquired, recalling their previous encounter. They clearly didn't seem like decent individuals. They are my and Zhou Qing's boyfriends. What of it? Upon hearing this, Cao Yang's fleeting sense of relief plummeted, his expression darkening once more. What's wrong? Why such a strong reaction upon learning I have a boyfriend? Goodness, you're not harboring feelings for me, are you? Are you jealous because I have a boyfriend? Li Yin exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Who has feelings for you? Stop being so narcissistic, Cao Yang retorted, irritation bubbling within him as he pulled a blanket over himself and reclined on the sofa. I'm going to sleep. Li Yan kudikut hertung, secretly pleased with her own allure, having captivated this boy. Shaking her head, she returned to her room to rest. In the depths of his slumber, Cao Yang found himself lost in a daydream, envisioning a stunning beauty performing a dance for him. Just as the moment reached its crescendo, a forceful knock at the door jolted him awake. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was pounding on the door, more akin to an assault than a mere knock. Cao Yang rose, his senses heightened, observing the commotion outside. It could not possibly be Li Yin or Zhou Qing, for they possessed keys. Even without them, they would never resort to such violent measures. Who could it be? Li Yin emerged from her room, followed closely by Zhou Qing, who peeked out curiously. The noise had startled them both awake. It's me, darling, came a voice that eased Li Yan's tension, her boyfriend alone. As she opened the door, 7 men surged into the room, each adorned with tattoos that spoke of a life steeped in the underbelly of society. What do you want? Li Yan gasped, stepping back in shock. Darling, I need money, Lu pleaded, his voice tinged with desperation. Only then did Li Yan notice the bruises marring his face. Another man, equally battered, entered. He was Zhou Qing's boyfriend, whom Cao Yang had met before. The 2 men, looking utterly defeated, sank to their knees, begging Li Yin for financial assistance. 5 more men loomed behind them, their expressions menacing. Among them, a buzzcut leader regarded Li Yin with a predatory gleam in his eyes. Sister, your boyfriend owes us 10,000 yuan. Will you help him repay it? Li Yin, feeling cornered, retreated a few more steps. I have no money. I want to help him. The buzzcut man chuckled darkly. If you refuse to repay, we might just have to take his life. Do as you wish, she replied, retreating to stand beside Cao Yang. The man turned his gaze to Zhou Qing, posing the same question. Zhou Qing's response mirrored Li Yan's. Li Yan, you ungrateful wretch. I've spent so much on you, and now when I need your help, you turn your back on me. Ali erupted in fury. The buzzcut thug kicked him. Damn you. Don't waste our time. Boss, she has money. She is just stingy. One of the lackeys interjected. If she has the means but refuses to assist, we can't force her. We're not thugs. After all, the leader replied, feigning reason. But if she owes me money, she could simply pay me back, and then I'd have what I need to repay you. His logic appeared oddly persuasive, and he turned back to Li Yin. Sister, repaying debts is a matter of principle. Since you owe, you ought to pay. I do not owe him anything. Li Yin retorted firmly. You must be joking. The clothes you wear, your bag, your gold necklace, didn't I buy all that for you? Even this very house you dwell in is rented by me. Li Yin fell silent, rendered speechless. Since that is the case, we must have a serious discussion. The buzzcut man said with a sinister grin, advancing towards Li Yin as his 4 henchmen secured the entrance, locking the door behind them. Fear gripped Li Yin as she continued to retreat. The buzzcut man approached Cao Yang, casting a glance his way. Move over. Cao Yang complied, shifting to the left. The man smirked, lit a cigarette, and turned his attention back to Li Yin. He owes us money, and you owe her money. So why not simply return the funds to us? Li Yin shook her head once more. I have no money, and I do not owe him anything. You should leave immediately, or I will call the police. She clutched the phone tightly, feigning calmness. And you? The buzzcut man turned to Zhou Qing, who was still wearing a tiny tank top without a bra. I have no money either, nor do I owe them anything. Zhou Qing echoed Li Yan's stance. The buzzcut man scratched his head, perplexed. They claim they owe, yet you insist otherwise. Whom am I to believe? This is quite troublesome. At that moment, both Zhou Qing and Li Yan's boyfriend spoke in unison. They owe. Let them assist us in repaying. Did you hear that, sister? I trust they wouldn't dare deceive me. You should return the money honestly. I have no money. Lack of funds is not an issue. Seeing as you both are rather attractive, why not come work for us starting tonight? The matter of tens of thousands can be settled in no time. Brother, since you plan to take them to sell, why not let the boys enjoy first? One of the younger gang members chimed in, a lewd grin on his face. Chapter 7. The first display of skill. The man with a buzz cut nodded, and 2 of his subordinates approached Zhou Qing. Terrified, Zhou Qing stumbled backward, pleading, "Brothers, I can help you with something, but please don't force me into selling, okay?" Ignoring her, they dragged her into a small room. Meanwhile, the other two subordinates advanced towards Li Yin, who, in her fright, retreated repeatedly and clutched Cao Yang's arm. The buzz-cut man observed Cao Yang with a grin, noting how the young man sat there motionless, seemingly paralyzed by fear. He placed a hand on Cao Yang's shoulder, chuckling, "Don't be afraid, little brother. We won't trouble you. Once we're done, you'll enjoy yourself too." Cao Yang shook his head resolutely. "No, she's my sister. And so what? Isn't that even more thrilling? Have you ever been with your sister?" Cao Yang asked earnestly, leaving the buzz-cut man momentarily taken aback, unsure whether the boy was mocking him or genuinely curious. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Merely for asking that question, he was destined to receive a beating. To hell with you. He swung his hand, aiming for Cao Yang's face. But his strike never connected, as Cao Yang had firmly grasped his wrist, rendering him immobile. "Can I hit him?" Cao Yang turned to Li Yin for confirmation. "Hit him? Why are you hesitating?" Li Yin shouted, exasperated that he was even asking such a foolish question while she was being bullied. Cao Yang, too, wished to avoid conflict. Back home, fighting brought trouble. Before coming to Dongguan, his mother had advised him to heed Li Yan's guidance, and, on the very first day, she had instructed him not to engage in brawls. Upon hearing Li Yan's affirmation, Cao Yang exerted force on his wrist, and the sound of cracking bones resonated, accompanied by a piercing pain that made the buzz-cut man scream uncontrollably. With another forceful twist, Cao Yang completely shattered the man's hand, leaving it hanging at an unnatural angle. "Ah!" His scream echoed through the air, causing the two subordinates who were about to attack Li Yin to halt in their tracks and glance over. The two thugs in Zhou Qing's room hurriedly fled the scene. "Get him! Kill him!" the buzz-cut man commanded, and the four of them lunged at Cao Yang from different directions. One threw a punch aimed at his face. Cao Yang retaliated, his fist meeting the thug's with precision. The thug let out a cry as he was sent flying backward, his arm broken in the process. Cao Yang barely glanced in his direction. Instead, he sidestepped and kicked another thug away. Following that, he lunged forward, dispatching the last two with a combination of punches and kicks. All four men were sent crashing into the wall, collapsing to the ground, groaning in pain, unable to rise. The entire encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. Mere seconds passing, Li Yin stood in stunned silence. She was aware of Cao Yang's penchant for fighting and his considerable skill, but she never anticipated he would be this formidable. For men had been rendered powerless in the blink of an eye. The buzz-cut man was equally astonished. He had never encountered someone so proficient in combat, and for a moment, he struggled to comprehend the situation. It wasn't until Cao Yang approached him that he regained his senses. "My brother, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. As the saying goes, no fight, no acquaintance. Your skills are impressive. You could join us, and together we can prosper." Cao Yang disregarded his incessant rambling, lifting his hand to cradle his face. "Did you just attempt to slap me? Only my mother has the authority to deliver such a blow. Do you understand?" Before the crew-cut man could finish his retort, Cao Yang's palm struck his face, sending him hurtling away. In the midst of his flight, one could witness the scattering of his teeth and the sprouting of blood from his nose. Shaking off his hand, Cao Yang returned to the sofa, noticing the fine cigarettes that the crew-cut man had just set down on the coffee table. He extracted one, lit it, inhaled deeply, and let the smoke billow from his nostrils, coolly addressing Li Yin, all settled. "Stop pretending and let us go." Li Yin dashed back to the room to gather her belongings. Cao Yang, puzzled, looked at her and inquired, "This is our residence. Shouldn't they be the ones leaving? Are you foolish? You struck them. They will undoubtedly seek revenge. They can't possibly contend with me. Cao Yang, I am aware of your prowess. But how many can you defeat? Today, 5 of them came. Tomorrow, there could be 10 or even 100, armed with knives and guns. Can you truly withstand that? Do they really have that many?" Cao Yang was skeptical. "Don't doubt it. The Hunan gang is quite powerful in this area. They could easily summon hundreds." "The Hunan gang? Is it a gang formed by people from Hunan?" "Well, that's rather obvious, isn't it? Otherwise, why would it be called the Hunan gang?" Intrigued by the notion of such gangs, Cao Yang was about to inquire further when Zhou Qing arrived, dragging her luggage. Are you ready? Let us hurry, she urged. Li Yin, the stingy one, had already abandoned many belongings, eager to leave promptly. With no choice, Cao Yang followed suit. But when Li Yin noticed he was still carrying a battered water bucket and a tattered mat, she was infuriated, lamenting that she should have made him gather more items. Just as the trio stepped outside, their boyfriends pursued them. Yanzi, where are you going? Mind your own business. Get out of the way. Imisori, Yanzi. But I have no choice. I still love you. Love you, my foot. Cao Yang delivered a powerful kick to Li's stomach, sending him sprawling to the ground, incapacitated. That kick was more forceful than the ones he had delivered to those ruffians. The thought that Lu was Li Yan's boyfriend, possibly having been intimate with her, ignited a surge of unexplainable rage within him. He shot a fierce glare at Li Yan, reflecting on her poor taste in men, lamenting the rubbish she had chosen. Li Yan, bewildered by his stare, was at a loss for his thought process, but there was no time for contemplation. Meanwhile, Zhou Qing's boyfriend, witnessing Li's fate, no longer dared to approach and quietly retreated, watching them depart. Where do we go now? The three emerged from the village, momentarily lost. I have a cousin in Shenzhen. I wish to seek refuge with her. Zhou Qing spoke up. Li Yan nodded. All right, we'll accompany you. Is that appropriate? My cousin and her husband live together. It might be inconvenient for you. We won't stay at her house. We're merely going with you. Let us refrain for now. I'll go ahead and scout the area. Once I've settled in, I'll call for you. After saying this, Zhou Qing hailed a taxi and departed. The Hunan gang wields considerable influence, and she is unwilling to be ensnared by their machinations. What could have been resolved with a mere word has escalated to violence. Such needless aggression is baffling. How hypocritical to feign sisterhood in times of ease, only to cast one aside when trouble arises. Li Yin vented her frustrations, her tirade soon pivoting to a scolding of Cao Yang. It's all your fault. I warned you not to fight, yet you refused to listen. As she berated him, her small fists pounded against him in indignation. In moments of utter exasperation, one can truly feel a loss for words, much like Cao Yang in this instance, who harbored a desire to retaliate against Li Yan's incessant complaints. The trouble was clearly of their own making. They had instigated this predicament and, having sought his consent before resorting to violence, it was utterly unreasonable to place the blame on him. Where shall we go? He mused, recognizing her lack of reason and choosing not to engage further. After some contemplation, Li Yin suggested, let's head to Hojia, for it is a territory dominated by the Hunan and Sichuan factions, where the Hunan gang seldom treads. Chapter 8. Cao Yang's master, how do you know so much? Isn't that obvious? I work in nightclub and have heard my fair share of tales from the underworld. By the time the two arrived in Hojia, night had fallen. Li Yin found a modest inn and paid 15 yuan for a room. The space was cramped, containing little more than a bed and a bathroom. I'll sleep on the bed, and you can sleep on the floor, Li Yin instructed, gesturing to the mat that Cao Yang could lay down for the night. Why should I sleep on the floor while you take the bed? Cao Yang protested, eager to claim the more comfortable spot. Because I paid for the room, she retorted, standing firm in her reasoning. Cao Yang fell silent for a moment. I'll just book another room for myself, he declared. Wait. Li Yin stopped him as he moved towards the door, rummaging through his bag until she retrieved the 200 yuan she had given him earlier that day. What do you mean by this? Cao Yang's face turned pale. It seemed unreasonable to take back money he had already given. Li Yin explained, I'm unemployed now, which means I have no income. I'll hold on to this money to prevent you from spending it recklessly. As she spoke, she handed him 20 yuan. Take this for now, and if you need more, just let me know. Cao Yang accepted the money with a sigh, suppressing the urge to lash out at her, and flopped down onto the bed. Either way, I'm sleeping on the bed tonight. Go ahead, but you must behave. Li Yin shifted to the side, creating some distance between them. The two lay on the bed, engaging in conversation that began with amusing anecdotes from their childhoods and gradually shifted to their future aspirations. With your fighting skills, you could work as a bodyguard for wealthy individuals, Li Yin suggested earnestly. Cao Yang shook his head. I'm not interested. Why not? I just don't like it. But you could earn money, brother. Don't you like money? Cao Yang pondered for a moment before nodding. I do like it. Then why not pursue it? I don't know any wealthy people. Do you? Can you introduce me? Li Yin fell silent. After a while, she asked, why are you such a skilled fighter? Have you practiced martial arts? Cao Yang shook his head, then nodded. I haven't practiced martial arts, but I have cultivated my spirit. Do you believe me? Lian was taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. I believe you. I heard my mother say that when you were a child, you were tricked by the village idiot next door into bowing and becoming his disciple, helping him wash clothes and do farm work. Her laughter transformed from giggles to hearty guffaws as she recalled the scene. Cao Yang's expression darkened, reminiscent of a soot-covered pan. It was a memory he wished to forget. In his hometown, there was a small, dilapidated temple that seemed on the verge of collapse with the slightest breeze. Inside lived a deranged priest, a haunting figure from Cao Yang's childhood. One day, he and two friends ventured up the mountain to steal fruit. Passing by the temple, they noticed the mad priest was absent, and temptation led them to consider sneaking in to pilfer something to sell for ice pops. However, the ramshackle temple held no valuables, save for two aluminum pots in the kitchen that might fetch a price. As the three of them entered to steal, the mad priest returned, causing the two friends to flee in terror, leaving only Cao Yang behind, caught in the kitchen. In that moment, he was engulfed by fear. Yet the eccentric Taoist did not impose upon him. Instead, he spoke to him with a gentle demeanor, exclaiming, "Extraordinary! Extraordinary! A radiant light emanates from the crown of your head. Do you not realize?" Cao Yang, bewildered, shook his head. "Dear child, you are a rare prodigy in the art of cultivation. If you would take me as your master, I shall guide you in comprehending the profound truths of this universe." Cao Yang nodded, immediately kneeling and bowing his head in homage, calling him master. Influenced by various television dramas, he often envisioned reclusive sages appearing in eccentric forms, such as Hong Qigong or Ouyang Feng, and firmly believed that the mad Taoist was indeed such a sage. After becoming a disciple, the mad Taoist imparted a set of cultivation techniques, the details of which were too fantastical to recount, lest one think I was penning a fantasy novel. Each morning before dawn, Cao Yang ascended the mountain to meditate in lotus position alongside his master, seeking to grasp the essence of the Tao. After school in the afternoon, he would return to assist his master with chopping wood, farming, tending to chickens, and other rural tasks. His mother scolded him several times, chiding him for neglecting his own chores to aid a madman. However, her admonishments proved futile as he persisted in his daily ascents to the mountain. This continued for 3 years until one day, the elderly village head encountered the two meditating and inquired of Cao Yang why he was not studying properly and instead loitering there. Upon learning of Cao Yang's cultivation endeavors, the village head erupted in laughter. He revealed to Cao Yang that his master was, in fact, the village fool from the neighboring hamlet, not a sage at all. The fool, originally named Zhang Qiang, was a normal man, one of the few high school graduates of that era, employed as a teacher in the town's elementary school, and married to a beautiful wife, living a comfortable life. However, tragedy struck when his mother was poisoned, and the culprits were none other than his wife and father. It turned out that his wife and father were engaged in an affair, which was discovered by his mother. To conceal their transgressions, they resorted to murder. Such scandals were monumental in that era, and Zhang Qiang, unable to bear the blow, descended into madness, wandering the village naked and scavenging for food. The village's elderly Taoist, pitying him, took him to a mountain temple, caring for him until the Taoist's death 2 years later, after which Zhang Qiang remained at the temple, leading a solitary existence. Upon learning the truth, Cao Yang was furious, realizing he called a madman master for 3 years. In a fit of rage, he sought to obliterate his master's kitchen, chicken coop, and vegetable garden. Had it not been for the village head's intervention, he might have demolished the temple itself. This incident was spread throughout the village by the village head, and for several years, Cao Yang became the subject of ridicule. It was not until a few years later, when the mad Taoist met his untimely demise, crushed into 2 pieces, that the villagers began to forget the incident. The remains were handled by the village head and Cao Yang, who, despite his anger, felt a lingering attachment after 3 years of calling him master. He buried his master's remains behind the temple, which soon collapsed, leaving nothing but a thicket of weeds, erasing all traces of its existence. Cao Yang returned to his thoughts, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling. When he took his vows, he was convinced that his master was a sage, But at the moment the village head revealed the truth, he realized that his master was a fraud. Yet now he finds himself in a state of confusion. Throughout the years of brawling, he has never tasted defeat. His speed, strength, and reflexes far surpass those of his peers. Is this prowess a result of innate talent or the consequence of 3 years spent honing his skills under the tutelage of his master? Upon further reflection, he realizes that even before apprenticing, he had never faced defeat in combat. Perhaps it is indeed a gift of nature. The late-night hours bring forth a cacophony of combat sounds from this modest inn. Initially, the disturbances were bearable, merely emanating from the adjacent room. However, it soon spiraled out of control, with the clamor echoing from above, below, and all around, a symphony of skirmishes involving the dashing youth from the nearby factories. He gazes at the ceiling, enduring the noise and silence. Lien, too, stares at the ceiling, sharing in the quiet suffering. Suddenly, Cao Yang turns to face Lien, and she, in turn, shifts her gaze towards him. Chapter 9. The Nightingale Club, How About We? Before he could finish his sentence, Lien covered his mouth. You rascal, I am your sister, so do not entertain any inappropriate thoughts. I meant to say that I am hungry. Shall we go downstairs to grab something to eat? Lien's cheeks flushed, realizing her own misinterpretation. Indignant, she exclaimed, Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Starve a little. Tomorrow, I will find a job and get a meal at work. Every meal saved counts. A sigh escaped her lips. The villagers claimed that Lien was thriving outside, earning money, which is why she recommended Cao Yang to join her. Had she known he would turn out like this, she would have never brought him along. In just a few days, how many meals had he missed? Cao Yang, with an empty stomach, fell asleep fully clothed, but the heat was unbearable. As he dozed off, he discarded his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Lien, unable to sleep, lay beside a man overflowing with hormones, and her thoughts began to wander. Seeing Cao Yang undress made her heart race. Don't get carried away. I am your sister, she said, but no one paid her any mind. She soon realized that Cao Yang had already fallen asleep. Propping her chin on her hand, she scrutinized him. The neighbor boy she had watched grow up had indeed matured into quite a handsome young man. Her gaze traveled from his face to his neck, where his prominent Adam's apple showcased his masculinity. Then, her eyes wandered to his chest, which was sturdy and robust. His pectoral muscles were not overly developed, yet exuded strength, perfectly proportioned. Hey, hey, she called out softly, but Cao Yang remained unresponsive, and she eventually succumbed to sleep. When Cao Yang awoke, daylight had already broken. Startled to find Lien in his arms, he quickly and quietly released her. They had agreed to maintain clear boundaries. Yet the thought of her discovering that he had spent the night holding her would surely result in her nagging him for the entire day. With utmost care, he slipped away and headed to the bathroom, reciting Amitabha while showering. Although he had not done anything to Lien, he had dreamt of her, and, in that dream, he had tormented her quite thoroughly. The Nightingale Club stood before them, adorned with an extensive recruitment notice for various positions: male and female attendants, waitstaff, chefs, floor managers, and more, attracting numerous onlookers. Lien observed for a moment before striding confidently inside. Cao Yang grabbed her arm. What are you doing? What do you think? I'm going in to apply for a job. Do you really have to work in a place like this? Don't think so lowly of me. I am merely applying for a waitstaff position. With that, Lien shook off Cao Yang's grip and marched straight in. Reluctantly, he followed her inside. The club was lavishly decorated, dominated by shades of black and red. As it was closed during the day, the entire establishment was shrouded in darkness, creating an atmosphere of intrigue. Hello, we are here to apply for waitstaff positions, Lien announced at the front desk, where a young woman was on duty. The woman glanced at them, spoke into a walkie-talkie, and then said, You two should head to room 202 on the second floor. The manager is conducting interviews there. As they ascended the stairs, they encountered 2 girls who had just exited room 202. Knock, knock. Lien rapped on the door. Come in. A woman's voice beckoned from within. The 2 entered, finding the manager, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a tailored suit and a fitted skirt, seated on the edge of the bed with her legs crossed. Cao Yang surveyed the surroundings, expecting an interview in an office. yet discovered he was in a bedroom adorned with a bed and a bathtub. The ceiling light cast a colorful and somewhat suggestive glow. The wall art consisted of nude portraits, leaving Cao Yang unsure whether they were masterpieces or mere obscenities. "Hello, manager. We are here to apply for the position of waiter," Li Yin announced. "Oh, have you worked in this capacity before?" The female manager inquired, assessing the pair with a nod. Li Yin, tall and slender with an attractive visage, seemed overqualified for the role. As she scrutinized Cao Yang, he too was a striking figure, tall, with prominent brows and eyes, his features well-defined, albeit with a hint of youthful naivety. "I have," Li Yin eagerly confirmed, recounting her work experience. "That's wonderful," the manager replied with a smile. "You can start either tonight or tomorrow. The base salary is 800, and with full attendance bonuses and tips from customers, you could earn at least 2,000 a month." She added, "Given your qualifications, if this isn't sufficient, you can consider a different role." No, I prefer to start as a waiter." Li Yin understood the manager's implication and declined. The manager chuckled, not pressing the matter. She was confident there would be ample opportunity to entice her later. Turning her attention to Cao Yang, she asked, "What position are you interviewing for?" Cao Yang stood there like a statue, not responding as the manager addressed him. "He is my brother, just arrived from the countryside and not very articulate," Li Yin explained, concerned he might offend someone. "He, like me, wishes to apply as a waiter." The manager chuckled. "Dear sister, we do not hire male waiters, but we are in need of male hosts." Cao Yang inquired, "What is a male host? How much does it pay?" "A male host accompanies female clients for meals and drinks, fulfilling their needs. The salary starts at 8,000 a month. If that is insufficient, I can supplement it." 8,000. Cao Yang exclaimed, astonished. That amount for a month was far more than he could earn working in a factory for just a few hundred. "Is it all right if I have no experience?" he asked, scratching his head, the allure of the salary captivating him. Li Yin shot him a glance, but he remained oblivious. The manager smiled. "No experience is no hindrance. As long as you meet the requirements, I can teach you the ropes gradually." Chapter 10. The detestable supervisor sister. "Could you step outside for a moment? I need to examine your brother," the manager insisted. Li Yin hesitated, lingering, glancing between the manager and Cao Yang. What a ridiculous pretext for a checkup. It seemed more like an excuse to gawk at Cao Yang. Perhaps they intended to consume him entirely. She felt conflicted, uncertain whether Cao Yang genuinely did not understand the concept of public relations or was merely feigning ignorance. Any rational person would comprehend that an 8,000 monthly salary was hardly indicative of a mundane job. Cao Yang should certainly be aware of this. Yet, when he mistakenly believed himself to be a lady, his reaction had been so extreme. Was it reasonable for him to pursue a life of debauchery? Was he perhaps a hypocrite? "Come on, sister," the manager urged impatiently. Cao Yang nonchalantly remarked, "It's fine, just wait for me outside for 2 minutes." Li Yin stepped out of the room and sat down, her thoughts in disarray. It felt inappropriate for her to send someone from their village to seek refuge with her only to have him sell himself. The crux of the matter was that if he was indeed aware of what public relations entailed, that would be one thing. But if he were to naively allow himself to be exploited, only to later blame her for not informing him, that would be quite another. Contemplating this, she felt compelled to go back in and retrieve him. Regardless of his awareness, she needed to clarify the situation. Moreover, this manager, whom she was meeting for the first time, had given her no favor and seemed solely intent on devouring Cao Yang's innocence. Why should he be entitled to something she herself had not experienced? As she rose to knock on the door, it swung open before she could reach it. "Quick, let's go." Cao Yang grabbed her hand, and they fled in haste. "Curse you, you little brat. Damn your ancestors," came the manager's furious shouts from behind, his anger palpable as he resorted to Sichuan dialect. The two ran until they could no longer see the Nightingale Club. "What on earth happened? Why was she berating you?" Li Yin asked, clutching her chest and panting. "That woman is a pervert. She wanted me to partake in her. You know," Cao Yang replied, still shaken. "You have no idea how foul it was, both fishy and stinky. I nearly vomited. I merely commented on the smell, and she exploded at me." He wore a pitiful expression as he recounted the encounter. Li Yin punched him lightly. "Do you even know what public relations entails?" "I don't know. You fool. Public relations means Well, being a prostitute. What? Cao Yang erupted in anger. Why didn't you tell me sooner? If I had known, I would have taught that woman a lesson for daring to suggest I sell myself. Calm down. The mere fact that she considered you worthy of such a position is a compliment. Most people are not cut out for that line of work. You really are something. If you don't want to partake, then don't. Why insult her like that? It's quite hurtful. After hearing this, I am uncertain whether I should even return to work tomorrow. I dread the awkwardness of encountering her. What? You still plan to go back to work? What else would I do? If I don't work, how will I eat or drink? Why not find another job? You're not allowed to go to nightclubs. Come work in a factory with me. Are you out of your mind? You know I would be a server. Yet here you are nagging me. If you enjoy suffering so much, go endure it alone. Don't drag me into it. I refuse to relent. You are not permitted to go. You audacious brat. Who do you think you are to dictate my choices? Did your mother not teach you that when you're out in the world, you follow my lead? Not the other way around. I mentioned that my mother advised me to listen to you. So, please refrain from your constant chatter. I must prepare for work tomorrow. It matters not. If you dare to go, I shall. What will you do? I will inform your mother and the villagers that you are employed at a nightclub. Are you out of your mind? What is wrong with nightclubs? I'm merely a waitress, not an escort. Huh. Regardless, if you proceed, I shall tell them, and whether you are a waitress or an escort. You can explain that to the villagers yourself. Cao Yang, I truly regret accepting you initially. Due to Cao Yang's threats, Li Yin reluctantly conceded. Aware of the villagers' propensity to gossip, Cao Yang's words would undoubtedly be believed, and she could only imagine the tales spun about her. She herself was indifferent, yet feared for her parents' reaction. The two sought employment at an electronics factory and commenced work that very evening. In that era, jobs were plentiful. As long as one was unconcerned about conditions, securing employment was remarkably simple. Likewise, factories found it easy to hire. When Li Yin first arrived in Guangdong, she had worked in a factory before, making her somewhat experienced. Coupled with her beauty, the team leader took a liking to her and assigned her a relatively easy position. In contrast, Cao Yang, handsome yet targeted by the team leader, was tasked with scrubbing circuit boards. Li Yin sat at the end of the assembly line, inspecting the boards for quality. Any defective ones were discarded for rework. Though her job was relatively light, she still perspired profusely. This wretched factory was cramped and overcrowded. Outside, the heat was unbearable, with only a few rickety ceiling fans providing minimal relief. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she cast a resentful glance at Cao Yang, who was scrubbing the circuit boards, mentally berating him for being foolish. Why choose to work in a factory when there were easier jobs available? If he insisted on working in a factory, why drag her along? Truly a dimwit. On the third day in the factory, the supervisor conducted a work inspection and took notice of the young and beautiful Li Yin. He informed her that as a skilled worker with experience, she could be promoted to team leader and invited her to dinner that evening to discuss her advancement. Li Yin understood his intentions. He merely sought to seduce her or engage in a romantic relationship, which she ignored. It was not that Li Yin was particularly noble. Rather, she held no interest in the position of team leader, which offered merely a few hundred extra yuan a month. Her aspirations lay elsewhere. The supervisor, feeling slighted by her indifference, contemplated giving Li Yin a lesson, but still harbored fantasies about her. He decided to target her brother instead, who had joined her in the factory. The unfortunate Cao Yang was oblivious to the unfolding situation. He merely noticed that today he was alone in scrubbing the circuit boards that they typically tackled together. He worked feverishly, aware that any delay would disrupt the entire production line. While others worked at a normal pace, he was forced to double his efforts. The supervisor intended to create difficulties for him, but soon realized that Cao Yang was remarkably quick. He managed to complete the work of two people without affecting the overall progress. However, nature calls, and when Cao Yang requested a bathroom break, the team leader, under the supervisor's directive, denied his request. They stated that if he left, the entire line would come to a halt, compelling him to hold it in. Cao Yang endured for 10 minutes, but when he could no longer contain himself, he requested permission to use the restroom, which the team leader denied. Unperturbed, Cao Yang rose and made his way to the facilities. As soon as he left, the team leader ordered the entire line to halt. Upon Cao Yang's return, he was met with the supervisor's irate inquiries about what had transpired. The The team leader shifted the blame onto Cao Yang, claiming that his unauthorized departure had caused the production line to cease operations. The supervisor launched into a tirade against Cao Yang, his voice raised, spittle flying as he berated him. While reprimanding Cao Yang, he kept a watchful eye on Li Yin, hoping she would intervene on Cao Yang's behalf, thus affording her some favor. However, Li Yin remained seated, unyielding, seemingly eager for the supervisor to escalate his criticism, perhaps even wishing for Cao Yang to be dismissed. In a moment of exasperation, Cao Yang could no longer restrain himself and seized the supervisor by the neck, lifting him as one might a chick. Chapter 11. Expulsion. Once again, a multitude of colleagues observed the unfolding scene, yet none stepped forward to offer assistance. In fact, some even harbored a wish for Cao Yang to deliver a severe beating to the supervisor. Cao Yang possessed great strength. A mere exertion of his power could easily result in the supervisor's neck being crushed. Do not act impulsively. Li Yin rushed over, not out of sympathy for the supervisor, but out of fear that Cao Yang might indeed kill him and attract dire consequences. Cao Yang, somewhat heeding her words, forcefully hurled the supervisor to the ground, leaving him dazed and disoriented. As anticipated, he was expelled once more. With his belongings in hand, he sat upon the grassy expanse before the factory, lost in contemplation. Was he truly such an unlikable person? Why did the supervisor feel compelled to bully him? He could not comprehend it. He worked diligently, never resorting to deceit or cunning, yet found himself targeted. Bewilderment washed over him as he reflected on being expelled twice within merely a few days, both times without having instigated any trouble. As the workday concluded, Li Yin emerged from the factory, also carrying her belongings. "Sister Yin, are you also quitting?" Cao Yang inquired regarding her luggage. "Have they expelled you as well?" "Indeed," Li Yin replied tersely. "Why? How can you even ask?" She retorted angrily. "Who doesn't know that we are in this together? You struck the supervisor. How could he possibly tolerate me? It's all your fault, and you still have the audacity to inquire." Although Li Yin had resigned of her own accord, she was acutely aware that her predicament had inadvertently implicated Cao Yang, leading to his persecution. Yet, she would not admit this. She aimed to instill a sense of guilt in him, to make him feel the weight of her threat and control. Naturally, Cao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment, lowering his gaze. "It was primarily because the supervisor was excessively unreasonable that I lost my temper," he mumbled. "You must learn to endure. Is there any job where one does not face adversity?" Li Yin exclaimed, tossing her luggage onto the grass and plopping down in frustration. Cao Yang's head hung even lower, resembling a child who had erred. Li Yin turned her head away, fearing that if she looked at him, she might burst into laughter. After approximately 10 minutes, she felt it was time to speak. "What shall we do now? We are without jobs, have no place to sleep, and our funds are dwindling." Cao Yang replied softly, "I do not know." Li Yin continued, "I now present you with two options. First, I will work at the Nightingale Club. Second, you may provide funding to rent a place and take care of our meals." "I have no money," he protested. "Then I shall work at the Nightingale. But I do not wish for you to go there." "You fool. Do you think I desire this? Who longs to work unless compelled by necessity? And why do you constantly meddle in my affairs? We are merely neighbors. What I choose to do for work is my own prerogative. Your incessant nagging is more bothersome than my own mother." Li Yin paused for a moment, then suddenly gasped. "Wait, you do not harbor feelings for me, do you? Is that why you wish to prevent me from working at the nightclub? Who has feelings for you? Please do not be so vain. I merely worry that you might be mistreated in such an environment. Before you arrived, I worked for years without being bullied. Now that you are here, I am to be mistreated?" Though Li Yin protested, she felt a warmth in her heart at being cared for. "Come on, let us not linger here." She walked ahead, dragging her luggage, while Cao Yang followed closely behind. They arrived at a modest inn, where rental information was affixed to a crimson cloth. The so-called small inn was, in fact, quite large, boasting over 100 rooms. It was deemed small merely due to its affordability, cramped quarters, and lackluster amenities. The typical clientele comprised the handsome young men and women from nearby factories, utilizing such establishments as their rendezvous. Additionally, some rooms were rented out to local barbers, restaurant, and supermarket owners, providing accommodations for their employees. Naturally, A few young couples also took up residence here, as the low prices and simple facilities were appealing. Li Yin rented a room for 200 yuan, previously a dormitory for the inn's waitstaff, which still contained a set of bunk beds, perfect for their use, sparing them the trouble of purchasing one. "You sleep on top, and I'll take the bottom," she declared, placing her luggage down and beginning to organize the beds. "Is it really appropriate for us to share a room?" Cao Yang scratched his head, feeling somewhat awkward. "I'm not embarrassed at all. Why should you be?" Li Yin retorted. "It's not like we Haven Tea slept together before. That was under limited circumstances. Why don't we just rent another room?" he suggested. "Sure. If you have the money, go ahead and rent it yourself. No one is stopping you." At the mention of finances, Cao Yang fell silent, quietly climbing to the top bunk to make his bed. Meanwhile, Li Yin took out her phone and dialed number. "Hello, is this Manager Sue?" "This is Li Yin, the waitress who applied 3 days ago." "Yes, it was my younger brother who offended you. Yes, just a child, new to the world. Please don't hold it against him. I wanted to inquire if you still needed staff, as I'm eager to start working." "What? You want to start tonight?" "All right, I'll be there shortly." Li Yin hung up and rummaged through her bag for clothes. "Are you really going?" Cao Yang asked from the top bunk, his expression a mixture of concern and complexity. "Well, what else would I do? Wait around until I starve," she replied, pulling out a set of undergarments. "Close your eyes." "Why? Don't you think it's inappropriate for you to watch me change?" "Oh." Once Cao Yang closed his eyes, Li Yin swiftly unzipped her dress, revealing her porcelain back to the air, and quickly donned a new outfit. "All right, you can open your eyes now." Just as he did, the discarded undergarments were flung at his face. "What are you doing?" he exclaimed, feeling disgruntled. "Wash these for me," she commanded. "Me, a grown man, wash your lingerie? If you don't, I want to pay you." In the bathroom, Cao Yang first soaked his own clothes before taking Li Yan's dress and undergarments. He examined them closely, noting the lace trim. The recently discarded undergarments still held warmth, and he brought them to his nose for a quick sniff. A hint of a milky scent. He washed them thoroughly and hung them to dry by the window. Li Yin stood before the mirror, unaware of Cao Yang's actions. As she applied her makeup, once finished, she retrieved 10 yuan from her bag, offering it to Cao Yang as a token for his living expenses. She then made her way to the Nightingale Club, seeking out Manager Sue, the same older woman she had encountered previously. Manager Sue smiled at her, indicating that he bore no grudges regarding the previous incident. He arranged for a supervisor to assist her in changing into her work uniform, after which she commenced her duties. A gaunt figure observed Li Yan's silhouette, licking his lips. "Sister, this girl is quite a catch. It's a pity she's working as a waitress." Manager Sue chuckled. "What a pity. It's only a matter of time. Among our 10 ladies, 8 began as waitresses. Over time, witnessing others indulging in the finer things, they will inevitably express their desires. And what if she doesn't tea?" After Li Yin departed, Cao Yang made his way downstairs, indulging in a plate of stir-fried rice noodles before meandering around the vicinity. Passing by a small shop, he noticed a throng of people gathered inside, aware that they were playing slot machines, and he couldn't resist joining the excitement. About 5 or 6 individuals were huddled around a single machine, with bets being placed even on the elusive old ghost apple. Cao Yang observed several rounds where players lost their stakes, and he felt it was time for a significant win. He retrieved a 1 yuan coin and inserted it into the machine. Noticing a newcomer, the group glanced at him but offered no words. Cao Yang intended to bet on the double stars. However, someone had already placed a 50-cent bet. Undeterred, he pressed the double star button 10 times. "I'll wager 10 on the double stars as well." Chapter 12. The Sichuan gang the machine whirred and finally came to a stop on the star symbol. "Yes," shouted the brother who had bet 50 coins, clicking the button to cash out. The sound of coins spilling forth echoed in the air. "I placed a 10-coin bet," Cao Yang reminded him. I know," the man replied, counting out 20 coins and handing them over. Joyfully, Cao Yang accepted them and went to buy a pack of cigarettes from the proprietor. Lighting one up, he leisurely observed the others playing. As he glanced at the clock, it struck 1 in the morning, and only then did he take his leave as the owner prepared to close up. Several individuals gathered around one machine, with 2 or 3 leaving and another 2 or 3 arriving intermittently. In reality, Dozens were playing, with the majority losing more than they won. After watching for an entire night, Cao Yang estimated the owner must have made several hundred yuan. If it were an entire day, perhaps even over 1,000. Cao Yang pondered, is this not better than working a laborious job? Rent a small storefront, feign running a convenience shop. Buy a couple of slot machines to place inside. Earning 1,000 a day, 3,000 a month, 30,000 a year. How many years of labor would it take to earn 300,000 yuan? The more he thought, the more appealing it seemed. He wanted to try it for himself. The only thing lacking was a few thousand yuan in capital. Where could he procure some money? After much contemplation, he concluded that borrowing from Li Yin was his only option. Did Li Yin have money? He was uncertain. Based on his understanding of her, that stingy person would likely refuse to lend even if she had the means. But what if he tried, just in case she had a change of heart? Cao Yang arrived at the Nightingale Club, which was bustling at this peak hour, with a plethora of luxury cars like Mercedes and BMWs parked outside. He found a spot to sit, waiting for Li Yin to finish her shift while envying the patrons. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced through the air, capturing Cao Yang's attention. Turning his head, he saw two individuals on a motorcycle. One of them was tugging at a girl's handbag while she stubbornly held on, screaming that she was being robbed. Enraged, the assailant kicked the girl and snatched the bag away, making his escape. Instinctively, Cao Yang felt compelled to chase after them. But as he stood, he hesitated. What business was it of his? Sister Yin had advised staying out of others' affairs when out and about. The girl crouched on the ground, covering her face with her hands, her shoulders shaking. She was undoubtedly weeping. Cao Yang felt a twinge of regret, thinking he should have helped her. What if she was a young lady from a wealthy family? He could have played the hero, winning her favor, or perhaps she would have introduced him to a lucrative, easygoing job. Such scenarios were often depicted in novels and television dramas. He sighed. It was futile to dwell on regrets now. The opportunity had slipped away, and the two perpetrators had vanished. Soon, the girl ceased her sobbing and stood up. Only then did Cao Yang notice her face. She was rather beautiful. She walked directly into the Nightingale Club and didn't emerge until 2 hours later. Entering alone, she exited with a portly middle-aged man, who wrapped an arm around her waist, occasionally groping her rear, before they both climbed into a BMW and drove off. Damn! So, she was a courtesan after all. Cao Yang waited for over an hour, as the vehicles in the parking lot dwindled and the guests departed. Those who remained would not leave tonight. At 4:30, a group of girls emerged from the club, and Li Yin was among them, dressed in a lovely dress and carrying a small bag. She smiled and waved goodbye to her colleagues. Evidently, her social skills were commendable. She had quickly mingled with her coworkers on her first day. What are you doing here? Upon seeing Cao Yang, she appeared quite surprised. I was worried that woman might give you a hard time, so I came to check on you, Cao Yang said, scratching his head, fabricating an excuse. You're overthinking it. Manager Sue is quite decent. She wouldn't hold it against you, Li Yin replied, though her heart warmed at the concern. Let us go. The two strolled through the streets at 4:30 in the morning. Cao Yang pondered his words, contemplating how to broach the subject of borrowing money. Sister Yin, I noticed there is a slot machine in the convenience store downstairs. The owner must be making quite a bit of money. Knowing Li Yin had a fondness for money, he hoped to pique her interest. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, Li Yin pinched his waist. Did you play? Did you use the money I gave you for dinner to gamble on the slot machine? No. Cao Yang hastily denied it. The point is, did I play or not? Why couldn't she grasp the crux of the matter? Sister Yin, what I meant was that we could rent a small storefront and set up a couple of slot machines. It would be an easy way to make money, at least as much as a year's salary from a job in just 1 month. Li Yin Skufa, if you want to get yourself killed, don't drag me into it. Do you think slot machines belong to just anyone? In reality, those machines are owned by gangs. The owner merely provides a space and pays a meager 200 yuan in rent each month. If you set up 2 machines today, they'll smash them tomorrow, and you might even get stabbed a few times to teach you a lesson. Li Yin continued, in this world, opportunities for easy money are not meant for ordinary people like us. You should find a proper job and stop dreaming about these things. I'm not an ordinary person. Cao Yang insisted. I'm quite adept at fighting. I'm not afraid of them. Li Yin punched him again. I told you last time, no matter how skilled you are, how many can you fight? They come in dozens or even hundreds, armed with knives and guns. How will you contend with that? Just as she finished speaking, shouts erupted ahead. A man, bare-chested, was sprinting for his life, pursued by 6 others wielding machetes. One of the pursuers, running fast, kicked the fleeing man to the ground, and the remaining 5 pounced upon him, hacking away mercilessly. Within mere seconds, he was struck down with numerous blows. Lying motionless on the ground, drenched in blood, his fate uncertain. After the 6 assailants finished their brutal act, they exhibited no signs of panic, cursing and laughing as they leisurely departed. During the commotion, one of them, a blond-haired man, cast a glance at Cao Yang and Li Yan. Noticing Li Yan's beauty, he whistled at her, flashed a smile, stuck out his tongue, and swaggered away, convinced of his own charm. Startled, Li Yan quickly ducked behind Cao Yang, only emerging once the assailants had vanished into the distance. Do you see those individuals? They belong to the Sichuan gang. This territory is dominated by both the Sichuan and Hunan gangs. If you dare to set up a slot machine, that person lying on the ground could very well be your fate. Cao Yang scoffed, asserting that he could run faster than them. They would never catch him. What nonsense! Are you a contrarian? Is my point about your speed? You just keep retorting, are you itching for a fight? As she spoke, she pinched Cao Yang. But it was futile. His flesh was too tough, and despite her efforts, he showed no reaction, feeling no pain whatsoever. How do you know they are from the Sichuan gang and not the Hunan gang? Listen to their words. They curse using phrases like F your mother. Such vulgarities are typically uttered by Sichuan people. Cao Yang tilted his head and looked at her. Are you insulting me? No, I'm merely enlightening you. Cao Yang nodded, then remarked, I still want to set up a slot machine. Li Yan, exasperated, pressed her forehead, having already explained the risks involved. Yet he remained obstinate. If you wish to set it up, go ahead. Just be prepared for your mother to come collect your corpse if you get killed. Li Yan, tired of his stubbornness, strode forward. Cao Yang hurried after her. I have no money to rent a place or buy a machine. I was hoping to borrow some from you. So you were merely seeking a loan. I genuinely thought you were concerned about me coming to pick you up after work. Can you lend me some? Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. I have no money. Chapter 13. Thunder and lightning the following day. Cao Yang returned to the small convenience store downstairs, observing the players engrossed in the slot machines. He spotted the guy who had been pressing the double stars alongside him yesterday. This time, he was pursuing the watermelon, starting from 10 points and escalating to 250. Some machines had a maximum bet of 99 points, while others allowed wagers up to 250. However, luck was not on his side today, as he had been chasing for quite some time without success. In this round, he had wagered 240 points, as that was all he had left. Seeing this, Cao Yang inserted a coin, pressed the watermelon, and filled it to the brim. Perhaps due to his recent streak of misfortune, fate seemed to take pity on him, and he struck gold once more. The man let out a triumphant roar, overflowing with excitement. The sound of coins clattering was incessant as he grabbed a plastic basket and busily filled it with coins. Brother, I still have 20 more, he exclaimed. Understood, he said, glancing back at Cao Yang and recognizing him as the lad from the previous day. Brother, you're my lucky star. It was you yesterday, and again today. As he spoke, he scooped a handful of coins from the basket and thrust them towards Cao Yang without counting. This is too much, Cao Yang protested, noticing that it exceeded 20 coins. Don't worry, just take it. Cao Yang found the man to be quite generous and was left with a favorable impression. Winning did not intoxicate him. After watching for a while longer, he decided to leave. He wandered around the nearby factories, hoping to find suitable employment. Li Yan not only refrained from lending him money, but also urged him to find a job promptly. Otherwise, she would not provide him with living expenses. Cao Yang was reluctant to engage in conversation with her. After all, in the days he had been there, he had spent only a little over 100 of his own money, yet she acted as if he was truly depleting her funds. Nonetheless, she did provide his accommodation, which was undeniable. After surveying the area, he found only factory jobs that offered meager wages of a few hundred per month, requiring 12-hour shifts. Disheartened by the thought of such labor, he decided to return home and enjoy the breeze from a fan. At the stairwell, he encountered the slot machine enthusiast once again. The man was carrying a bag of vegetables and steamed buns, with 2 cases of beer at his feet. He noticed Cao Yang and cheerfully inquired, "Brother, do you live here too?" Cao Yang nodded. "Are you as well?" "Indeed. I reside in 213, he replied with a grin. Cao Yang was taken aback. He lived in 208, and it was the first time he had met a neighbor in the past few days. "Brother, where are you from? And what do they call you?" "I am Cao Yang, from Hunan." The man beamed, extending his hand. "I am Lei Dian, from Sichuan." Cao Yang shook his hand. "Is Lei Dian a nickname?" "No, it's my real name." He produced his ID card for Cao Yang to see, confirming that his surname was indeed Lei and his given name Dian. "Brother, could you lend me a hand to carry these up?" He gestured toward the 2 cases of beer, lifting one himself while leaving the other for Cao Yang to assist with. Such a minor favor was not something Cao Yang would decline, and together they transported the beer to room 213. His room was similar to Cao Yang's, except that he had 2 bunk beds. Inside were 2 other young men, both in their 20s. After placing the beer down, Cao Yang prepared to leave. But Lei Jian called after him. "Where are you off to? Come have a drink with us." "Is that really appropriate?" Cao Yang felt a twinge of shyness, as they were not well acquainted. However, he believed that camaraderie was essential when one was away from home, and he felt a sense of fortune whenever he was with them, as he had won prizes each time they were together. The other 2 joined in, inviting Cao Yang to share a drink. Unable to refuse their warm hospitality without appearing rude, he accepted. The 4 of them settled cross-legged on the ground, with a small table set up in the center. Lei Jian placed the alcohol and dishes before them, consisting of a variety of cooked and marinated delicacies. Upon seeing the spicy pig's head drenched in chili, Cao Yang could not help but swallow hard. After a few days of eating nothing but rice rolls and rice noodles, he was craving meat and spice. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Jiao Wei from Hunan. His full name is Zhang Jiao Wei. And this is Hu Liang from Anhui. We all call him Liang." Cao Yang nodded at the 2, somewhat surprised to learn that they were from different provinces rather than being fellow townsmen. After introducing them, Lei Jian turned to introduce Cao Yang. "This is my newly acquainted brother, Cao Yang, from Hunan." The 2 nodded, and each took out a cigarette to offer him. "Thank you." Cao Yang accepted the cigarette and lit it, and soon they were enveloped in clouds of smoke. As they drank and savored the meat, conversation flowed naturally. When men gather, discussions typically revolve around women or the underworld. Lacking the former, they opted for the latter. Lei Jian recounted a recent brawl where many had been taken down. Jiao Wei mentioned a clash between the Sichuan gang and the Hunan faction that had resulted in fatalities. Liang, upon hearing this, jested. "Lei Jian, you're part of the Sichuan gang, and Cao Yang, you're not with the Hunan gang, are you?" "Not at all," Cao Yang replied bashfully. "I've only just arrived and haven't even familiarized myself with the territory." Lei Jian patted Cao Yang on the shoulder. "He.S. just teasing you. I'm no part of that ridiculous Sichuan gang." His tone suggested a deep-seated grievance against them. "Do you have a vendetta with them?" Cao Yang inquired, skepticism evident in his voice. Jiao Wei chuckled and explained, "It's not a vendetta. He was with the Sichuan gang for 3 days before being expelled, hence his frustration." "You're talking nonsense. I left on my own accord." "Why did you leave?" "I thought joining them would lead to a life of indulgence. But those rascals wanted me to rob from the motorcycle gang and snatch bags for girls. I couldn't bring myself to do it, so I naturally departed. Though I, Lei Jian, may not be a saint, I still adhere to basic principles. Those girls, like us, are here working hard. If you rob them of their bags, you're taking away their wallets, IDs, and phones. How can they survive?" Brother Lei is right. It's not easy for anyone out here. One must have some principles. With that, they all raised their glasses, and the chilled beer flowed down their throats, eliciting satisfied murmurs. At that moment, an older gentleman, broom in hand, was sweeping the entrance. As they had not closed the door, he glanced inside. Cao Yang recognized him. He was one of the management staff responsible for registration and maintenance. The small one had 2 older gentlemen handling the front desk and cleanliness, with no young ladies in sight. "Lao Su, come in for a drink." Lei Dian, having resided here for some time, was quite familiar with the staff. "What are you drinking for?" "I still have to sweep the floor." "Sweep the floor? Come in and have a couple of drinks." Without further ado, Lei Jian pulled Lao Su inside. Unable to refuse such warm hospitality, Lao Su sat cross-legged on the ground and began to drink with the 4 young men. Lei Jian pointed at Lao Su and said to Cao Yang, "Don't be deceived by Lao Su's current status as a floor-sweeping elder. He is, in fact, a true big shot. He was one of the founders of the Sichuan gang we were just discussing, and those people are now his juniors." Really? Cao Yang was somewhat skeptical, as Lao Su appeared quite honest and simple, not like someone who mingled in such circles. "Of course it's false. Don't listen to his nonsense." "No, it's true. He is just modest." Lao Su shook his head helplessly, not bothering to engage. However, after a few glasses of wine, his face flushed and his words began to flow. With a few prompts from Lei Dian, Lao Su started recounting tales from his past to the four younger men. In the early days of the reform and opening up, a multitude of people from various provinces ventured out of their hometowns to work in Guangdong. It was far more chaotic than it is today, with frequent fights, physical altercations, and unscrupulous factories withholding wages. To avoid being bullied, some workers began to band together for support, initially forming associations called hometown alliances. Later, realizing that other provinces had similar names, they simply renamed themselves the Sichuan Gang. This gang originally aimed to provide mutual aid, not to establish a criminal organization. The initial purpose of the Sichuan Gang was merely to protect its members from bullying. If anyone encountered trouble, they would collectively step in to help, for strength lies in numbers, and soon, no one dared to intimidate them. However, as time passed, some prominent members began to harbor different ambitions. Now that they were no longer victims, could they not exploit others? They began collecting protection fees, opening hair salons, running small gambling houses, and establishing KTV venues, all of which proved more lucrative than mere labor. Thus began the transformation, as some honest workers withdrew, leaving behind those who sought easy money and engaged in bravado. This marked the first metamorphosis from mutual assistance to an actual gang. Yet, the situation remained chaotic. As the Sichuan Gang proliferated, whenever a Sichuanese person got into trouble, they would claim affiliation with the gang. In any given village, a group of 7 or 8 would band together and declare themselves part of the Sichuan Gang. At that time, there were no fewer than 100 small groups throughout the city claiming to be the Sichuan Gang. Among them, the largest faction recognized that this was untenable. By committing misdeeds under their own name, they earned blame without any benefit. Thus, they initiated a consolidation process. They offered 2 options, either join us or disband, prohibiting any further claims to being part of the Sichuan Gang. This represented the second metamorphosis. Years later, only a singular Sichuan Gang remained in the city, with branches established in various districts and towns, wielding considerable influence. The Sichuan Gang serves merely as one example. Similar organizations, such as the Hunan Gang, Guangxi Gang, Jiangxi Gang, Anhui Gang, Hubei Gang, Shanxi Gang, Guizhou Gang, Yunnan Gang, Gansu Gang, Fujian Gang, and others followed a similar trajectory of establishment and evolution. Initially, they sought mutual warmth, but eventually descended into lawlessness. In the beginning, there were boundaries such as not bullying people from their own province. Subsequently, the conversation shifted solely to self-interest. It mattered not if one hailed from the province or even the village. All were subject to the same tyranny. What had once been a righteous alliance had irrevocably transformed into a nefarious force. Old Su spoke fervently, captivating his audience, when suddenly a voice from outside called for him. He set down his bottle and returned to his task of sweeping. Once he departed, the 4 continued the discussion, sipping their drinks. After several rounds, Thunder inquired of Cao Yang, "Brother, what do you do for a living now?" "I've just arrived here, looking to find a job in a factory," Cao Yang replied. Upon hearing this, Thunder's face contorted in disdain. "Brother, how much can one earn in a factory? 12-hour shifts, being berated by supervisors like a dog. And at the end of the month, you're left with a paltry few hundred. Is it truly worth it?" His words struck a chord with Cao Yang. His mother often advised him to endure hardships, asserting that only through suffering could one attain greatness. Yet, Cao Yang did not subscribe to this belief. It was not that he could not endure hardship, but rather that the meager returns made the struggle seem futile. "Are you interested in joining us?" Thunder extended an invitation. "What do you do?" Cao Yang asked, intrigued. Thunder chuckled. "We do whatever it takes to make a profit. When business is good, we transport goods to Hong Kong by water, When it's slow, we help the boss move some cables at construction sites. Cao Yang understood then. It was a blend of smuggling and thievery. Chapter 14. The theft of cables at 1 o'clock in the morning. Cao Yang and Lei Dian descended the stairs. He had not committed to joining them. He merely wished to observe. Locked downstairs was a tricycle, with Jiao Wei at the helm, while the three of them settled into the cargo area. After a half-hour journey, they arrived at a rather secluded construction site. This was a newly planned industrial area, currently under development, with an expanse of construction sites stretching as far as the eye could see. They had previously scouted the location and noted that the security personnel were often preoccupied with card games in the evenings, so as long as they were cautious, they would likely remain undetected. Cao Yang, you stay here and watch the vehicle. If anyone approaches, honk the horn, Lei Dian instructed. Cao Yang nodded, watching as the three of them stealthily entered the site. He lit a cigarette, his mood a mixture of apprehension and contemplation. He felt that engaging in theft was somewhat dishonorable. Yet, he pondered, was his own desire to manipulate slot machines any more respectable? Wasn't that illegal as well? In fact, one could argue that it was even less noble than what Li Yan did. Earlier, he had questioned Lei Dian, remarking that if he refrained from being a motorcycle gang member and robbing women's purses, he must be a person of principle, so why resort to thievery? Lei Dian had replied that motorcycle gangs targeted ordinary individuals, robbing them in such a way that they could suffer for months, while he, in contrast, stole from the wealthy, who could easily absorb the loss, essentially a form of robbing the rich to aid the poor. This twisted rationale had indeed captivated Cao Yang, convincing him of its validity, which prompted his decision to accompany them. What Cao Yang envisioned as a simple cable heist, entering, finding the cables, loading them onto the vehicle, and departing, was proving to be more complex. 5 minutes had elapsed, yet there was no sign of activity within, nor had they emerged. The act of stealing cables was akin to what he had imagined, albeit with an additional step, cutting the cables. The cables, thick as a man's arm and wound in large coils, were far too cumbersome for the three of them to carry out as they had hoped. At that moment, the trio was carefully wielding hand saws, meticulously cutting the cables into manageable 2-meter lengths. Before long, Jiao Wei emerged, hoisting a cable and placing it onto the vehicle before returning for more. Shortly thereafter, a Liang followed suit, bringing out another cable to load onto the vehicle. Meanwhile, Lei Dian remained inside, diligently cutting, as they worked like ants transporting their bounty out. In a short span, they had filled the entire vehicle. However, just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The door to the security booth swung open, and 4 guards, armed with flashlights and batons, rushed toward Lei Dian, shouting about catching a thief and calling for backup over the radio. Jiao Wei and a Liang hurriedly fled, jumping into the vehicle and speeding away. Cao Yang glunjed, realizing that Lei Dian had not yet exited. "Where's Lei Dian? He's not in the vehicle yet," he exclaimed. A Liang replied, "He has been apprehended by the guards." "Are we just going to leave him?" Cao Yang questioned, feeling a sense of loyalty. A Liang and Jiao Wei exchanged glances but remained silent. "I'm going back to rescue him," Cao Yang asserted, finding Lei Dian to be a decent person and feeling that abandoning him was somewhat disloyal. A Liang and Jiao Wei regarded him silently, slightly easing the vehicle's speed. "Cao Yang, be careful. Don't let yourself get caught as well. If you truly manage to rescue Thunder, please inform him that we await his return at our usual spot." Cao Yang strode purposefully back to the construction site, where he beheld Thunder being restrained on the ground by 4 security guards, one pressing down on his legs, another holding his hands behind his back, a third binding him with rope, while the 4th brandished a flashlight, cursing and occasionally delivering a kick. "Release him." Cao Yang advanced step by step, confident in his numerical advantage. The 4 guards were taken aback by his audacity to return. They released the already bound Thunder and approached him wielding their clubs. Thunder, astonished, never anticipated that Cao Yang would come back to his aid. Alone against 4 armed men, could he stand a chance? Perhaps if all 4 were present, he might have had a fighting chance. However, as thieves, they were morally compromised and only wished to flee when discovered, lacking the courage to confront. "How dare you come back after running away?" One guard bellowed, swinging his club toward Cao Yang's head. Cao Yang tilted his head, easily evading the blow. and with a swift side kick, he struck the guard in the abdomen, sending him flying 3 meters away. This scene left Thunder in awe. He never expected Cao Yang to possess such formidable skills. Cao Yang had held back his strength, recognizing the guards were merely laborers fulfilling their duty to protect the site, while the thieves were in the wrong. Thus he refrained from inflicting severe harm. The remaining 3 guards, momentarily stunned, exchanged glances and charged at him together. With deft movements, Cao Yang dispatched them to the ground in the blink of an eye. The head of the security team, gripped by fear, stumbled back as he witnessed Cao Yang approaching. After all, for a meager monthly wage, who would risk their life? Moreover, this man was exceptionally strong. It baffled him why someone with such prowess would stoop to petty thievery. Cao Yang did not press the guards further. Instead, he advanced to untie the ropes binding Thunder and led him away. Cao Yang, how did you become so formidable? Thunder, bruised and battered, seemed oblivious to his own condition, instead gazing at Cao Yang with excitement. Have you practiced martial arts? Cao Yang, uncertain how to respond, merely nodded, admitting to having trained for 2 years. Thunder's enthusiasm surged. Reminiscing about his childhood desire to attend a martial arts school, thwarted by his family's opposition, which frustrated him greatly. Otherwise, he believed he would be as skilled as Cao Yang now. Where shall we go now? Home. Cao Yang was not keen on hearing his incessant chatter. We're not going home. First, we must find a Liang and Jiawei. Aren't you angry with them? Cao Yang inquired. You were captured, and they ran off without a thought for you. Thunder paused, then chuckled and shook his head. I'm not angry. If they had been the ones captured, I would have fled as well. Are you all so unprincipled? Cao Yang questioned. What do you mean by principles? Thunder replied. You mustn't let such notions mislead you. Even if one were to uphold principles, it should not be done in this manner. He educated Cao Yang. Principles are not upheld like that. Have you seen Young and Dangerous? Do you think Chan Honam upheld principles? When his brother was killed, did he not flee as well? Cao Yang countered. That was because another brother pulled him away. That's merely a cinematic device to emphasize character. In reality, if no one had dragged him, he would have run faster than anyone else. Can one truly claim that Shin Haonan lacks loyalty? In the face of overwhelming odds, where the adversary boasts superior numbers, fleeing may be justifiable. Yet to remain, only to offer oneself as a mere pawn, is not an act of valor, but rather folly. Cao Yang was displeased. Are you implying that I should not have come to your aid? That I am a fool? Not at all, came a response. Your skills are commendable. You possess considerable strength, and those two cannot compare to you. After a moment's reflection, Cao Yang pondered whether he would have ventured back to rescue Lei Dian had he doubted his ability to triumph over the 4 security guards. The likelihood of such an act was slim. The two arrived at a recycling station, and upon seeing their tricycle parked at the entrance, they inferred that a Liang and Jiawei were still within. Chapter 15. Leah knocks on the door at that moment. The two emerge from the room, taken aback upon seeing Cao Yang and Lei Dian, astonished that Cao Yang had indeed rescued someone. How much did you sell him for? 2,000, a Liang replied, handing the money to Lei Dian. Although there was no explicit hierarchy among them, it was subtly apparent that Lei Dian held a position of leadership. Lei Dian accepted the money, counting out 1,000 for Cao Yang. Isn't this a bit much? Cao Yang understood the nuances of sharing. No, he should only take about 500 at most. What do you mean much? You saved me. Otherwise, I would have had to stay locked up for a while. Just take it. Without further ado, Lei Dian thrust the money into Cao Yang's hands and turned to the other two. You have no objections, right? Thus, the 3 of them divided the 1,000, with Cao Yang receiving the lion's share of 1,000. He felt somewhat embarrassed, insisting on returning a portion. Lei Dian replied, If you're truly embarrassed, treat them to a nice meal. Cao Yang nodded in agreement, but at 4 in the morning, there was hardly anything to eat. The 4 returned to the inn and resumed drinking. The previous drinks and dishes still lay on the table, and they showed no disdain. As they drank, they began planning their next move. Liang and Jiawei inquired how Cao Yang had managed to rescue Lei Dian. Lei Dian began recounting the tale of Cao Yang's remarkable feat of single-handedly taking on 4 adversaries. The two listened, astonished yet somewhat skeptical. Meanwhile, Li Yin returned home from work and, upon opening the door, discovered Cao Yang was absent. Where could that rascal be? She pondered. If it were around 5 in the afternoon, She might have assumed he was out job hunting, but it was morning now. After showering and changing into a dress, she waited for over half an hour, growing increasingly worried about his absence. She approached the front desk and found the duty clerk, old Sue, dozing off, prompting her to wake him. "Mister, have you seen the boy I live with?" Old Sue nodded and gestured towards room 213. "He is inside drinking with them." Li Yin sighed in relief, initially thinking something was amiss, but the realization that he was drinking with others stirred a wave of frustration within her. She asked old Sue, "Who resides in 213? "Three young men," he replied. "What do they do for a living?" Old Sue chuckled and shook his head. "They don't have jobs." Young people without jobs, gathering to drink. Certainly not the most reputable of company. While Li Yin did not oppose Cao Yang making friends, she was concerned about the character of those he associated with, fearing he might be led astray or taken advantage of. Irritated, she marched towards room 213. Unbeknownst to her, in old Sue's eyes, she was also not a particularly respectable figure, being a girl who roamed the night. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the room, the four were engaged in conversation when the sound of knocking startled them. It was unusual for anyone to visit at this hour, and with their recent theft and altercation with security, they felt a pang of guilt. They exchanged wary glances, alert to the door. "Le Dian whispered. It could be the police." He gestured towards the window, signaling for them to follow him. Cautiously, the four stood up, barefoot and silent. They were on the second floor. Not too high, and jumping down wouldn't be too much of a risk. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed outside the door again. Thunder made a gesture and jumped down first. "Cao Yang. Cao Yang. Are you inside?" Li Yin called out for the third time, finally uttering Cao Yang's name. Cao Yang let out a breath, feeling immensely tense, only to realize it was Li Yin. He grabbed Cao Yang, who was about to jump down. "Don't jump, it's my sister." Cao Yang opened the door. Li Yin, crossing her arms, cast a sideways glance at the room, disapprovingly shaking her head at the scattered bottles and cigarette butts. "Come with me." She seized Cao Yang and led him back to her room. On the way, they encountered Thunder, limping and cursing. "Hey, beautiful. Couldn't you just call for your brother instead of just knocking? It's terrifying, you know." He had already suffered a beating, his face bruised, and now, having jumped from the second floor, he had twisted his ankle, looking rather comical. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing by day need not fear the ghosts that knock at night. Li Yin was increasingly convinced that they were not reputable individuals. Pulling Cao Yang into her room and slamming the door shut with a bang. "How do you know those people?" she inquired, sitting at the edge of the bed, arms crossed, legs crossed in a commanding manner. "I met them downstairs. He asked me to help him move some liquor and then invited me to drink." "So, when someone invites you to drink, you just go. Don't you have any sense of caution? Do you even know what they are involved in? You just treat them like brothers?" Cao Yang opened his mouth, but said nothing. Those men were clearly not of good character. They were likely involved in debauchery and deceit. "You are not allowed to associate with them anymore." What I? She retorted. "Do you dare to ignore my words? Fine. I will tell your mother that you refuse to listen to me and are mingling with those unsavory types. I'll one T be able to protect you. And if anything happens, don't come to me." Cao Yang fell silent. Seeing him concede, Li Yin proudly lifted her chin and asked, "How has the job search been these past few days?" "I haven't found anything suitable." "You shouldn't aim too high. Just find any job to start with. A hard-working person like you will surely find work." Cao Yang nodded and went to take a shower. After washing up, he lay on the upper bunk, staring at the ceiling. He had made 1,000 yuan from his outing today. If he continued with him a few more times, he could soon have enough money to buy a slot machine. However, being a thief was a bit beneath him, and he felt conflicted. He considered borrowing some money from Li Yin, which would allow him to avoid thievery and still achieve his goal, but Li Yin always claimed she had no money, though he suspected otherwise. He leaned over to look at Li Yin on the lower bunk, who was also awake, her eyes fixed on him. She had already removed her white dress and was covered only by a thin blanket, leaving him uncertain whether she wore anything beneath. "Yinjia, I want. Do not even think about it. I am your sister. We cannot engage in such things." "I didn't mean that." "What do you mean not that?" "I know what you're thinking. It's not permissible. If you truly wish to indulge, find a girlfriend and do as you please, but it cannot be with me." I can't believe you. Do not entertain any thoughts about me. Hurry and go to sleep. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Lei Jian arrived and knocked on the door, eager to invite Cao Yang out for some leisure. However, Li Yan had yet to leave and unleashed a torrent of scolding upon him. Lei Jian was utterly infuriated. Were it not for her being Cao Yang's sister, he would have retaliated with a punch. Once Li Yan departed, Cao Yang felt emboldened to join them. It was not that he feared Li Yan. Rather, he was concerned about her possibly misrepresenting him to his mother. Furthermore, he understood that Li Yan's intentions were rooted in care, and he did not resent her oversight, as it somewhat resembled his mother's demeanor. Having received an unexpected windfall the previous day, Cao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment and declared his intention to treat everyone to dinner. The four of them ventured to a Hunan restaurant, where they ordered a sumptuous array of dishes. Just as they were about to indulge, a girl arrived and took a seat at their table. Chapter 16. Confrontation. Cao Yang gazed at her with curiosity. She was quite attractive, her skin fair. "This is my girlfriend, Mei," Liang introduced. "And this is my newly acquainted brother, Cao Yang." "Hello, Mei is at Cao Yang." "Hello." Cao Yang returned her smile. This meal marked the finest dining experience Cao Yang had during his visit to Guangdong. The five of them spent over 200 yuan, a considerable expense for that era. After the meal, the group returned to the hotel, where the three of them deliberated on whether to take action that night, and if there were suitable places to go. Cao Yang listened attentively while Mei assisted Liang in tidying the beds. After a while, they reached a conclusion. There would be no action that night. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang felt a twinge of disappointment. At that moment, Liang exchanged glances with the other three, leaving Cao Yang puzzled. But he was pulled out by Lei Jian. "What is going on?" he queried, looking at Lei Jian with confusion. With a mischievous grin, Lei Jian replied, "Someone's about to brawl. We need to clear the way." After saying this, he and Jiao Wei crouched by the door to eavesdrop on the proceedings inside. Intrigued, Cao Yang joined them. Soon, amazed whispers echoed from within, gradually escalating into louder sounds that even those not eavesdropping could hear. Mei was quite vocal as Liang teased her, which made Jiao Wei uncomfortable. He then took the two of them to the village, intending to lend a hand to those fallen women. Cao Yang felt embarrassed to join, and neither did Lei Jian. Thus, Jiao Wei went alone. Lei Jian and Cao Yang made their way to a convenience store, where they acquired tokens to play the slot machines. It seemed that Cao Yang's fortune had run dry. After exchanging for 50 tokens, he lost them all. Gradually, he became overly engrossed and exchanged for another 200. Yet, within an hour, that too vanished. As he contemplated exchanging again, he was jolted back to reality by Lei Dian's furious outburst. "Damn it, that was a close one." Lei Dian had lost everything as well. Cursing profusely, "Let us go, don't get too carried away," Cao Yang urged, pulling the irate Lei Dian away. They returned to buy some prepared food and drinks. Upon their return to the dormitory, Liang and Mei had already concluded their activities, and Jiao Wei was still absent. Mei had just bathed, her hair damp, dressed in a spaghetti-strap dress. Cao Yang beckoned them to join in the meal as he listened to Lei Dian's tirades. After consuming the drinks, Mei stood to fetch more, twisting off a bottle cap and bending to hand it to Cao Yang. After 2 hours had passed with Jiao Wei still not back, Lei Jian declared that he would perish in the embrace of a woman. Liang, having escorted Mei back to the factory, left, leaving only Lei Jian and Cao Yang in the room. Perhaps due to intoxication, Lei Jian lay down and soon fell asleep. Cao Yang ventured downstairs alone and returned to the convenience store to play the slot machines again. His luck had truly vanished. 50 yuan disappeared in no time. He felt a pang of regret, having spent over 200 on food and losing 300 gambling. He was left with just over 400 from the initial 1,000. If Li Yan were to discover this, she would surely flay him alive. He then thought of his mother back home. When he left, the 200 yuan for fare was borrowed from her. If he could send that 300 back home, how delighted she would be. This is the nature of a gambler. After losing, they begin to regret, yet they continue to gamble, only to regret anew. Fortunately, Cao Yang was able to rein himself in. He arrived at the telephone booth and called a small shop back home, requesting them to ask his mother to pick up the phone. Half an hour later, he called again. This time his mother answered. They chatted for a while, during which Cao Yang deceived his mother, claiming he had found employment at a factory and that Li Yan was taking good care of him. His mother urged him to work diligently and then, with a hint of envy, informed Cao Yang that Li Yan had sent 2,000 yuan back home the previous day, advising him to learn well from his sister Yan. After hanging up, Cao Yang found himself at a loss for what to do. He contemplated playing the slot machines again, but stopped at the entrance, giving himself a slap, before turning towards the Nightingale Club. Although Li Yan had encouraged him to seek employment, he spent his days sleeping and his nights awake, leaving little time for job hunting. If nothing else, he was prepared to find work at a nightclub. The exterior of the Nightingale Club was vibrant and bustling, filled with numerous food stalls and stalls selling clothing and accessories. While several youthful and striking young women strolled about, Cao Yang squatted nearby, overwhelmed by the sights. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as a line of Toyota Hiace vans approached, heading directly for the Nightingale Club. With a loud bang, the door of the lead vehicle swung open, and around 10 young men leapt out, wielding long objects wrapped in newspapers, either machetes or steel pipes. The subsequent vehicles followed suit, bringing the total number of individuals close to 100. The food stall owner was taken aback, fearing that these individuals were coming to confront him over an alleged obstruction. He was mistaken. They completely ignored him and dashed straight toward the Nightingale Club. What were these people up to? They were members of the Hunan gang, and judging by their demeanor, they were set to clash with the Sichuan gang tonight. I doubt they are aiming to confront the Sichuan gang. They are likely intending to vandalize the Nightingale Club instead. Is this your first day selling here? The Nightingale Club is a Sichuan gang establishment. TCH, whether Hunan or Sichuan gang, they are all criminals. What is so remarkable about them? Oh dear, better keep my mouth shut lest they hear and bring trouble upon us. We should pack up early to avoid getting caught in the crossfire. Hearing the conversation of the two older gentlemen, Cao Yang grew concerned for Li Yan. Just then, another 7 or 8 vehicles arrived, with another 100 or so individuals emerging, all brandishing weapons. Reinforcement from the Sichuan gang had arrived. Indeed, we must hurry and close up shop. Not only the two older men, but also the nearby vendors began to pack up, fearful of becoming collateral damage. Only one vendor selling fried rice noodles remained leisurely reclined in his chair, unfazed by the chaos. Old Li, hurry and pack up. Pack up? It will be a miracle if they actually fought. Chapter 17. I apologize for the interruption. The exterior of the Nightingale Club was thronged with people. Besides the members of the Sichuan and Hunan gangs, there were numerous other patrons. Realizing something was amiss, these guests began to retreat. Some drove away, while others lingered to observe the unfolding spectacle. Shortly thereafter, a group of elegantly dressed young women, with alluring figures and graceful postures, emerged from within. They were the hostesses of the club, now seeking refuge outside, though they did not stray far and remained to watch the commotion, much to the delight of onlookers. Eventually, the manager and a contingent of waitstaff emerged. The quality of the waitresses was commendable. With a change of attire and some embellishments, they could easily rival the hostesses. Cao Yang's eyes lingered on the group of women until the waitstaff appeared, at which point he redirected his gaze, searching for Li Yan among the crowd. After scanning several times without success, he seized the arm of a waitress and inquired, "Excuse me, have you seen Li Yan? Why didn't she come out with you?" "Who is Li Yan?" the waitress asked, clearly unfamiliar with her. "She is my sister, tall and slender, quite attractive. She just arrived a few days ago." "Ah, you mean the new girl?" the waitress replied, somewhat curtly. "It's her fault. She splashed a drink on one of the Hunan bosses. He's still inside, and tonight, she is likely in for a rough time." Cao Yang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Li Yan had doused a patron with alcohol, and that patron was a Hunan boss? He found it hard to believe. Based on his understanding of Li Yan, she was frugal, timid, and easily intimidated. She would never dare to throw a drink at a customer, even if that customer were unreasonable or made advances. She would endure it rather than resort to such an act. Yet, the waitress had no reason to deceive him. The club had been cleared, with the Hunan gang attempting to take control, but they were thwarted by the Sichuan gang. Both groups stood in 2 lines at the entrance, armed and ready to confront each other. Each side exchanged glances filled with animosity, waiting for their leaders to issue the command to strike. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, Cao Yang boldly strode into the club. The younger members of both gangs observed him, unfamiliar with his identity. They assumed he must be a trusted subordinate of their rival's leader, and thus they did not impede his advance. Inside the club, the crowd was even denser than outside, with nearly 180 people filling the hall to capacity. At the center of this tumult, two men sat across from each other at a private booth. Tai Xiong, what is your intention? Inquired Jim, the leader of the Sichuan gang. The name Jim might evoke thoughts of a foreigner or an ethnic minority, yet in truth, he was a genuine Sichuanese. His real name was Xia Fei, nicknamed Flying Chicken in his youth. Over time, his friends shortened it to simply Chicken. As he gained prominence, few dared to call him Chicken, and many began referring to him as Jim, a name he adopted for external introductions, claiming it as his English name. What do you mean by that? I should be the one asking you. Tai Xiong, whose real name was Yitai, a man in his early 30s and the leader of the Hunan gang in that area, retorted. His imposing physique earned him the moniker Iron Hero. Tai Xiong seems to possess a theatrical personality, his speech and gestures animated and vivid. Jim, upon hearing Tai Xiong's words, glanced at the trembling Li Yin beside him. As the actual head of the Nightingale Club, he found this girl somewhat unfamiliar. Are you new here? He inquired coldly, his expression sour. Yes, boss, Li Yin quavered, nodding nervously. Why did you spill the drink on the guest? Li Yin cautiously glanced at Tai Xiong and replied in a whisper, I didn't tea. He grabbed my hand and spilled it on himself while I was pouring. Damn bitch, are you saying I'm framing you on purpose? Tai Xiong shouted in anger, hurling insults at Li Yin. Had Jim not intervened with a gesture, he might have resorted to violence. Jim believed Li Yin's words, aware that Tai Xiong was deliberately seeking trouble today. A couple of days earlier, their subordinates had seized protection money from a venue, and Tai Xiong's men had lost. Hence his need to stir conflict today. Understanding the situation was one thing, but what could be done? Fight? He was not afraid of the Hunan gang. But there was little to gain, especially in his own territory. If a real fight broke out, the Nightingale Club would require at least 3 months for renovations. Enough. Tai Xiong, why trouble this young girl? She spilled a drink on you. Just let her clean it up. If that doesn't suffice, I'll buy you a new suit. Get lost. This garment was sewn stitch by my mother. Can you afford to compensate me? Jim found himself at a loss for words. After all, the logo on his own shirt was also sewn on by his mother. What do you want then? If you truly intend to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Worst case, you destroy the Nightingale, and I'll just take care of your venue afterward. Ha, are you trying to intimidate me? You think you can scare me in front of so many brothers? Do you take me for a fool? If you don't believe me, try it. Tai Xiong fixed an unwavering gaze on Jim, then suddenly burst into laughter. Brother Jim, just kidding. But truly, this shirt was made by my mother. It is priceless to me. Yet out of respect for you, I'll offer a friendly price. Compensate me with $1 million. Jim rolled his eyes. $1 million? You're quite audacious. Maternal love is priceless, indeed. I won't give you a single cent. You can either strike me now or leave with your men. Come on, Brother Jim, don't be angry. I'm just making an offer. You can negotiate. If $1 million is too much, I can settle for 500,000. I have stated, I won't give you a single cent. I'm even considering seeking compensation for my losses tonight. So, no negotiation then? None. Tai Xiong turned to the quaking Li Yin. Little sister, you're quite lovely. Li Yin lowered her head, too frightened to respond. You've soaked your brother's shirt, and your boss isn't helping you compensate. What do you think should be done? Li Yin was too scared to utter a word. Let us do this. Kneel and apologize to your brother. Then work at my venue until you've sold enough to pay me $1 million. How does that sound? Please no. Whether or not to proceed with this can be discussed later. For now, kneel down and apologize to me. Li Yin cast a hopeful glance at Jim, yearning for his assistance in extricating her from this predicament. However, Jim turned his head away, deliberately ignoring her plight. In his mind, she was merely a waitress. A newcomer at that. He had no intention of falling into Tai Xiong's trap, who sought to torment her solely to humiliate him. Kneel before me. Tai Xiong suddenly bellowed, his countenance transforming into a menacing visage. His intent was to make things difficult for Li Yin, primarily to strike a blow to Jim's pride. Relishing the humiliation of his employee and watching how the boss would react. Unbeknownst to him, Jim was equally shameless. He would not rise to the bait, dismissing the incident as inconsequential since she was just a waitress, unworthy of his concern. Trembling with fear and tears streaming down her face, Li Yin prepared to kneel. Just then, a voice she recognized all too well resonated through the air. "Excuse me, may I interrupt? Have you seen my sister?" Chapter 18. "I will take you away." Cao Yang maneuvered through the throng to the center, only to find all eyes fixed upon him. Embarrassed, he offered a sheepish smile to the crowd, scanning for familiar faces. Upon spotting the trembling Li Yin, he seized her hand, ready to impart some wisdom. "What are you still doing here? Can't you see they're about to fight?" He began to lead her away, but noticed her hand shaking violently, prompting a puzzled glance in her direction. Li Yin's expression was peculiar, her voice quivering as she urged him softly, "Hurry, you must go. Cao Yang no dead. I'm here to take you with me." With that, he grasped her hand and moved toward the exit, while the surrounding gang members watched intently. Tai Xiong, observing the pair, turned to Jim as they made their exit. "Your little brother?" Jim lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before reclining against the sofa, nonchalantly replying, "I don't know him." "Stop them," he commanded, and dozens of underlings blocked the exit, sealing off the path for Cao Yang and Li Yin. "You little brat, think you can take someone away in front of me? What do you think you are? Do I not exist?" Upon hearing his tirade and seeing the path further obstructed, Cao Yang forced a smile. "Big brother, I've only just arrived and am not accustomed to this life. I could tell from your accent that you're from Hunan. And so are we. We're fellow townsfolk. Could you let us go?" "Oh, you too hail from Hunan?" Tai Xiong regarded them with mockery. They say fellow villagers shed tears upon meeting, but that was in the past. Now, it's more about betrayal. However, such betrayal typically occurs under circumstances of profit. Generally, one wouldn't bully their own, especially within a gang named after their region. Tai Xiong, however, was no ordinary individual. He cared little for such trivialities. Although Li Yin had not wronged him, her unfortunate encounter with him while working for Jim sealed her fate. "Yes, big brother," Cao Yang affirmed, attempting to step outside once more. Tai Xiong sneered and gestured to his subordinates. Two of them comprehended the cue and charged at Cao Yang with a punch aimed at his forehead. Anticipating the attack, Cao Yang pulled Li Yin behind him and retaliated with a swift kick to the attacker's calf, causing the punch to halt midair before the assailant collapsed in agony, seemingly with a broken leg. The second attacker, still reeling, had his wrist seized by Cao Yang, who twisted it forcefully, eliciting a sickening crack as the man fell to the ground, clutching his wrist in pain. Cao Yang dispatched both assailants with remarkable efficiency, astonishing the onlookers who had expected him to be the victim of a beating, only to witness him turn the tables. "Ah, we have a fighter here," Tai Xiong chuckled, signaling to four more subordinates who advanced toward Cao Yang. Jim, intrigued, observed closely. This display had clearly revealed that the young man possessed some combat skills. As the four lunged at him simultaneously, one of them threw a punch that was swiftly caught by Cao Yang, who twisted the wrist with force, spinning the assailant a full 180 degrees. Cao Yang then drove his knee into the man's back, using him as a shield against the three incoming punches from the others. The man endured 3 blows, yet his cry had not yet escaped his lips when Cao Yang intensified the pressure of his knee, forcefully thrusting him forward, causing him to collide with 3 individuals ahead. In their attempt to evade, 2 of them were seized by Cao Yang, and with a powerful tug, their arms dislocated, sending them staggering forward. Cao Yang then employed his shoulder, akin to a Tai Chi master, pressing against the chests of the 2 men. They appeared as though struck by a colossal boulder, releasing a muffled groan, overwhelmed by discomfort. The last individual was met with a kick from Cao Yang, landing painfully on his groin, collapsing to the ground in agony. All of this transpired simultaneously. To the outside observer, it was merely an instant before all 4 lay incapacitated on the ground. Tai Xiong's eyes widened in astonishment, while Jim extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Observing their comrades felled, the younger members of the Hunan gang felt a pang of embarrassment, and without awaiting their leader's command, dozens drew their machetes, advancing menacingly towards Cao Yang. Panic surged within Cao Yang. Despite his combat prowess, facing such a multitude armed with blades was daunting. If he were outside, perhaps he could flee, but in this confined space, he would be reduced to mere pulp. His gaze turned icy, locking on Tai Xiong. He realized that overcoming so many was impossible. His only recourse was to subdue Tai Xiong first, instilling caution in the others. Just as he prepared to act, Tai Xiong preemptively shouted, "Stop!" The members of the Hunan gang immediately halted. "Kid, you're quite impressive," Tai Xiong genuinely praised. They were individuals accustomed to the underworld, feared by many, yet few truly possessed martial skills. They merely exuded a ferocity. "Not bad," Cao Yang replied, his demeanor returning to normal, bashfully scratching his head. Tai Xiong, noticing his endearing awkwardness, felt a fondness for this capable yet simple-minded youth. Retaining such a fighter by his side would not only ensure his own safety, but also provide a shield in times of peril. "Where are you from, little brother? Are you interested in joining me?" "Brother, I'm from Hunan, as I mentioned earlier." "What? You're from Hunan? Then we are fellow townsmen," Tai Xiong exclaimed with excitement. "As fellow townsmen, we must unite and support one another." Jim, standing nearby, found this nauseating and scoffed. "Didn't you just say otherwise? Now that you see he is skilled, you're suddenly embracing your roots." Tai Xiong cast an irritated glance at him, then explained to Cao Yang, "I have difficulty hearing. I thought you said Hunan. You wouldn't hold that against me, would you?" "Not at all." Cao Yang waved dismissively, indicating his indifference. "Little brother, would you like to follow me? I'll ensure you enjoy the finer things in life." I would. Cao Yang nodded vigorously. Delighted, Tai Xiong pondered whether this young man was too eager to agree. Did he truly harbor no resentment? "Very well, you are now my brother." Tai Xiong patted Cao Yang on the shoulder, pointing at Jim. "Help me take him down." As these words left his lips, the members of the Sichuan gang drew their machetes, coldly fixing their gazes upon them. The Hunan gang mirrored this action, and tension began to mount once more. Feeling awkward, Cao Yang scratched his head. "Brother, my sister was frightened by you all. I wish to escort her home first." "Oh, is that so?" Tai Xiong grinned, glancing at Li Yan. "My dear little sister, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness, as I was unaware that you hailed from the same hometown as I. Please, do not take it to heart." Li Yan trembled with anxiety, utterly unable to voice a single objection. "Brother, I shall escort my sister home first. May I return tomorrow to assist you in dealing with him?" "Very well. Please provide me with your phone number, and I shall treat you to a meal tomorrow." Tai Xiong readily acquiesced. In truth, he had no intention of confronting Jim, yet he relished the thrill of cultivating an atmosphere thick with tension, leaving others perplexed by his demeanor. 138. Cao Yang declared, boldly striding out of the Nightingale Club with Li Yan, exuding an air of confidence and nonchalance. Once they reached a secluded area, he could no longer maintain his composure and dramatically thumped his chest. "That truly frightened me. I almost thought I would be reduced to a mere pulp." Chapter 19. Return the money to me. Oh, how could you? I have cautioned you innumerable times against working in nightclubs, yet you persist in ignoring my advice. And now, look where it has led you, entangled with the underworld. Had I not arrived just in time today, I shudder to think of your fate. Cao Yang began to lecture Li Yan incessantly. Li Yan, with her head bowed, remained silent, presenting a pitiful countenance. Cao Yang was determined not to let this opportunity to admonish her slip away. He continued his tirade, and throughout, Li Yan offered no retort. Just as Cao Yang began to suspect her mental state, Li Yan suddenly threw herself into his arms, clutching him tightly. "Oh, Cao Yang, I almost thought I would die today. It terrified me." Seeing her in such distress, Cao Yang's heart softened, and he gently patted her back. "Do not cry. It is all over now. You are safe." Once they returned home, Li Yan's sobs gradually subsided. "Do you truly intend to associate with that scoundrel?" she inquired, her concern palpable as she wished for Cao Yang to steer clear of such company. "I have no intention of doing so. I hold him in disdain," Cao Yang replied dismissively. "Yet you left him your phone number at this." Li Yan realized that Cao Yang did not possess a phone, and that number was not hers. "Whose number did you leave?" "I do not know. I was just rambling," she said, her lips twitching. "Perhaps we ought to change locations. Encountering them again would be troublesome." Cao Yang lit a cigarette and settled beside her. "Last time, we offended the Hunan gang and fled. Now we have angered the Hunan gang, and again we escape. What will happen next time?" Li Yan fell silent. After a moment, she finally asked, "How did you know I was in trouble?" "I had no idea. I was initially on my way to find you, but upon my arrival, I encountered a large crowd. It was only after inquiring with the staff that I learned of your predicament. Thank goodness I was there. Otherwise, I would not have known how to help. That bastard made me kneel and apologize to him, and even tried to drag me into selling myself. And he claims to be a fellow villager. What a farce. Li Yin loathed Tai Xiong, yet as a vulnerable woman, she felt powerless. Cao Yang nodded in acknowledgement, mentally noting this transgression to address with Tai Xiong when the opportunity arose. By the way, what brings you here to seek me? I called my mother today, and she mentioned that you sent her 2,000 yuan. Yes, so what of it? When I asked to borrow money from you, you said you had none. I truly did not. It was all sent to my mother. But when I asked you for a loan, you had not yet sent it. That is because I was preparing to send it. Thus, I had no funds available. Do you have any money left now? None at all. It has all gone to my mother. Cao Yang gazed at her in disbelief, perceiving the evasion in her eyes. She undoubtedly had money. She simply did not wish to lend it. Yin Jia, I just saved you. Do you not intend to show your gratitude? Li Yin bit her lip. How do you wish for me to repay you? I would like you to lend me some money. I have none. You are quite uninteresting. Are you upset? Cao Yang disregarded her, rising to change into a different outfit before heading to room 213 to drink with Lei Dian and the others. Li Yin watched his retreating figure, calling out to him twice, but he paid her no mind. What a miser, she muttered to herself, then fell into contemplation. Was she being too stingy? Cao Yang had rescued her, and he was merely asking to borrow a bit of money. How could she refuse him? Over the years, she had sent money home and saved a little herself. She could certainly part with a few thousand yuan. Yet, she was indeed a hoarder, allowing only money to flow in, not out. After much deliberation, she convinced herself that refusing to lend him money was the right decision. For Cao Yang was not borrowing for a noble cause. He was likely to get into trouble with his gambling. With a sigh, she rose, shedding her clothes for a black silk nightgown. She tossed her discarded garments into the laundry basket, along with the clothes Cao Yang had changed out of, intending to wash them for him. Before doing so, she felt in the pockets and surprisingly pulled out 300 yuan bills from Cao Yang's trousers. Li Yin stared at the money, puzzled. Where could Cao Yang have procured such funds? She had only given him 10 yuan a day for living expenses. How could he possibly have 300? Was he involved in something illicit? In room 213, Cao Yang had intended to drink with his friends, only to find Lei Dian asleep, with only Liang, who had just returned from seeing Mei home, still awake. Liang asked what he was up to, but Cao Yang merely shook his head, indicating nothing was amiss. He planned to take a stroll downstairs, but as he stepped out of the room, Lian pulled him back. Where did you get this money? She demanded, brandishing the 300 yuan. Are you rummaging through my bag? Cao Yang retorted, slightly irked. Rummaging through your bag? I merely found it while helping you with your laundry, she replied. Seeing the clothes in the bucket, Cao Yang believed her, and his anger subsided. This money is what I earned myself. You must return it, he insisted, reaching for it. Li Yin, clutching the bills, hid them behind her back. You need to clarify how you earned this money. If you refuse to explain, I will not give it back. Mind your own business. Cao Yang snupped, reluctant to divulge the truth, as confessing to theft was quite humiliating. If you refuse to explain, then you shall not have your money. Li Yin, I just saved you. Is this how you repay me? I am grateful for your help, but I cannot allow you to tread down a dark path. You must tell me where this money came from, or I will call your mother. I really cannot believe you. Always threatening to call. Huh, you learned that from you. Li Yin replied with a cold laugh. With a sigh, Cao Yang felt powerless against her persistence and divulged the source of the money. Upon hearing his explanation, Li Yin was infuriated. How could you resort to theft? I warned you that those people are not good company. Stay away from them, or I will definitely inform your mother if you dare to steal again. Cao Yang nodded. Now that I've told you the truth, can I have my money back? Li Yin smiled. I will keep it safe for you. I fear you might squander it. It is for your own good. Li Yin, please have some integrity. Cao Yang was weary of her incessant lecturing. Just go to sleep. If you need money, let me know, she said, confiscating the bills. Cao Yang, this time, would not indulge her. He reached out to reclaim his money. Grasping Li Yan's left hand firmly, she swiftly transferred the cash to her right. Cao Yang secured her left hand with one hand while reaching for her right with the other. In a moment of desperation, Li Yin stuffed the money into her bosom, only to find both her hands captured by Cao Yang, who then winked at her with an air of triumph. "Get to me." "No. If you want tea, I shall take it myself." "You dare." "Cao Yang, you scoundrel." Li Yin's face flushed crimson. She had thought him too timid to act, unaware that he not only dared, but relished the challenge. Chapter 20. Borrowing money. "Cao Yang, let me go." Li Yin began to plead. "Enough of this commotion. I shall give you the money," he replied, her face reddening like a monkey's posterior. "Quick, cease your antics. I will lend you money, I promise. Just tell me how much." 3,000. "I will lend you 3,000 if you let me go." Upon hearing her request for 3,000, Cao Yang reluctantly withdrew his hand, simultaneously releasing his grip on Li Yin. As she exhaled in relief, a twinge of disappointment surfaced within her. This fellow had truly succumbed to the allure of money. Cao Yang tucked his 300 back into his bag and reached out for Li Yin once more, inquiring about the 3,000. Li Yin, in an irritable tone, adjusted her skirt. "I do not have cash on hand. I will retrieve it for you first thing tomorrow. And furthermore, you're not to treat me so rudely in the future." "How have I been rude? You grope my entire body. If the villagers were to find out, who would I marry? Would it be you?" Cao Yang fell silent. "Quickly, go sleep in your own bed. I refuse to leave. I fear that upon waking, you shall have fled with your belongings." "Flee? Nonsense. What do you wish?" "I wish to sleep beside you, to hold you close, to prevent your escape." "Are you not too old to be sleeping with your elder sister? Didn't we sleep together that one time?" Without further ado, Cao Yang seized Li Yin's waist, placing a foot upon her, just as he had done previously, treating her like a doll. Cradled in his embrace, inhaling her fragrance, Cao Yang drifted into a comfortable slumber. Though Li Yin found solace in being held by such a robust man, she felt compelled to maintain a facade of resistance, relishing the inner thrill of the moment. The confrontation between Tai Xiong and Jim ultimately concluded with the arrival of the police. The idea of 100 armed individuals clashing was absurd. Did they truly believe the police were mere bystanders? After losing territory in their last encounter, Tai Xiong deliberately instigated trouble this time to reclaim some dignity, signaling to his comrades that he had dealt with them, urging them not to perceive him as easy prey. Now back at his own territory, he reveled in laughter while embracing a beautiful woman. "Brother Xiong, what has brought you such joy?" The beauty in his arms cooed, and onlookers might have assumed he had truly eliminated Jim. "I have discovered a remarkable talent today, exceptionally skilled. Tomorrow, I shall introduce him to the Guangxi fellows to relieve my grievances. Dirección Samonet a subordinate. Call that lad and have him come to me tomorrow." "Understood, Brother Xiong." The subordinate retrieved a piece of paper bearing Cao Yang's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." The subordinate scrutinized the note and dialed again. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service." "Brother Xiong, the number left by that lad is out of service. It cannot be reached." "Damn it. Did you misremember?" "No, I distinctly remember. It is indeed this number." "Curse you. It must be your error." With a slap to the subordinate's forehead, Tai Xiong unleashed a tirade of curses. The younger brother, feeling aggrieved, checked the origin of the phone number once more, only to discover that it was neither from Guangdong nor Hunan, but rather from Shaanxi. "Brother, could it be that lad is playing tricks on you? Would he dare? Even if he had 10 lives, he wouldn't." Ironically, while he spoke confidently, doubt crept into his mind. The ease with which that lad had agreed the previous night made him consider the possibility that he might indeed be fooling him. He slammed his fist down on the coffee table. "Damn it, just wait until I catch you." The following morning, Li Yin was roused from her slumber by Cao Yang's persistent shaking. She glared at him in displeasure. "Stop sleeping. We need to go withdraw money." "Withdraw money? What money?" Li Yin's face was a picture of confusion, as if she had completely forgotten the events of the previous night. "Sister Yin, don't play games like this. I might just come again," Cao Yang threatened. Reluctantly, Li Yin got out of bed. "I'll change clothes. You close your eyes." Obediently, Cao Yang shut his eyes. But when Li Yin began to undress, he peeked, captivated by her slender, tall figure, a wave of heat washing over him. He thought to himself to hold back, focusing on getting the money first before pursuing her. When Li Yin turned around and caught him looking, she angrily punched him in the chest. She took her time getting dressed, and, as she stepped out, she insisted on having breakfast first. After breakfast, she claimed she needed to use the restroom, and once she finished, she complained of sprained ankle, declaring that they couldn't go today but could try again tomorrow. Frustrated, Cao Yang picked her up and carried her towards the bank. "Put me down. Let me go," Li Yin protested, hitting him as onlookers stared, making her feel embarrassed. Once he set her down, he urged her to hurry. "Cao Yang, I can't lend you this money." Upon hearing this, Cao Yang's temper flared, but Li Yin quickly halted him. "I pondered over this all night. If I lend you the money and you lose it, how will you repay me? Your family already owes a substantial amount. If you don't pay me back, there is nothing I can do. Rest assured, the slot machines can be manipulated. It's a guaranteed win. I know that, but I'm also concerned about you crossing the wrong people. We already have an issue with the Hunan gang. If we offend the Sichuan gang as well, we'll have to change locations again, and your safety will be at risk. I don't want to see you in trouble. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see last night? A mere 3 to 5 people couldn't even get close to me, but they could be 30 or 50. That is not a problem. If I can't fight, I can always run." To persuade her, Cao Yang suddenly dashed 100 meters away and swiftly returned. "Just look at my speed. Who could possibly catch me?" Yet, Li Yin shook her head. "It's still 1T work. If I lend you the money and you make a profit, you'll only return my principal, while I bear the risk of losses. That is not fair." Cao Yang tilted his head, questioning her. "What do you mean? Do you want high interest? Come on. If you can't return my principal, I have no leverage, let alone high interest. Then, my point is this. I'll give you the money, and if you lose, consider it a loan. You must repay me promptly. If you gain, let us treat it as my investment, and we can split the profits 50-50. What do you think?" Cao Yang gently pinched her cheek. Though it was undeniably tender and soft, her skin seemed remarkably thick-skinned. "If you disagree, then so be it. I shall not force you." "I agree. I never said I disagreed." "Then let us draft a contract." Li Yin retrieved paper and pen from her bag, squatting down to write with utmost seriousness. Cao Yang could only watch in speechless exasperation, 1,000 frustrations galloping through his mind. Li Yin first composed an IOU for Cao Yang to sign, using her lipstick in lieu of ink for her thumbprint, as no seal was available. Subsequently, she drafted a partnership agreement. When it came to delineating the profit sharing, she glanced up at Cao Yang, asking, "Is it too much to request a 50-50 split?" "Not all. It is entirely reasonable." At that moment, Cao Yang was solely focused on acquiring the money swiftly. He would agree to a 190 split if it meant hastening the process. "Let us settle on 46% for you and 54% for me, to avoid any accusations of me taking advantage of you." Chapter 21. The grand opening. Cao Yang, at long last, secured the funds under Li Yan's reluctant approval. He lamented how arduous it was to acquire this money, far more challenging than robbing 3,000. With the funds in hand, he summoned Lei Dian to accompany him in search of a shop. After inquiring about several establishments, they found the rents exorbitantly high, rendering his modest sum insufficient for any meaningful investment. Lei Dian then led him to an industrial area where a small shop was up for transfer. The original rent was 2,000 per month. However, it was now reduced to 500 due to the closure of the neighboring factory, resulting in a significant drop in foot traffic. The shopkeeper, a local Andy, engaged in a brief conversation with Cao Yang before agreeing to transfer the shop for a mere 1,000, which included an old refrigerator and 2 shelves. Subsequently, they contacted the landlord and paid 3 months' rent along with a deposit. And then, the funds were depleted, leaving no money for machinery. In desperation, Cao Yang approached Li Yin once more. Upon hearing his request for more money, Li Yin erupted in anger, insisting she was financially drained. Embracing her, he resorted to flattery and charm. "Sister Yin, my beloved Sister Yin, the best sister in the world, I implore you, please help me, won't you?" Unable to resist his plea, Li Yin retrieved another 2,000, warning him that she was truly emptying her pockets this time, and that if he failed to earn, she would take drastic measures. With the money secured, Cao Yang hastened to purchase 2 machines. Once set up, he prepared for the grand opening. The machines were set to a ratio of 37-63, meaning 3 players would win at the expense of 7. with the owner profiting from 4 players. Cao Yang adjusted the odds to 46-54, where 4 players would win and 6 would lose, allowing him to profit from 2 players. He reasoned that it was essential to generate interest through lower margins initially. On the first day of business, the revenue was a mere 100, all lost by Lei Dian. The second day yielded 50, again lost by Lei Dian. The third day saw a further decline to 30, still at the expense of Lei Dian. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Cao Yang returned the money to Lei Dian, urging him to refrain from gambling. Lei Dian adamantly refused, insisting on supporting his friend. On the fourth day, revenue plummeted to 0, as Lei Dian was absent. A sigh escaped Cao Yang as he reflected on the unfortunate location of his shop. He opened a bottle of soda, seated himself on a stool, and lit a cigarette to ease his spirits. Suddenly, he noticed Lei Dian's return, accompanied by Jiao Wei, a Liang, a Mei, and 2 girls. The group arrived bearing snacks and drinks, eager to celebrate with Cao Yang. He promptly set up a small table, and the 7 of them gathered on stools, indulging in merriment and boasting. When Lian returned from work and witnessed this scene, her irritation was palpable. Cao Yang, spotting her, beckoned her to join their revelry. Lian, however, dismissed him with a scowl, showing disfavor not only towards him but also towards his rowdy companions. Cao Yang, does it seem that your sister has taken issue with us? Lei Jian remarked. Oh, don't overthink it. She is always like this, even towards me, he added. Then, he leaned in closer to Cao Yang and whispered, we have an operation tonight. Are you in? Cao Yang shook his head, recalling Lian's stern warning that if he continued down this path, she would inform his mother of his misdeeds. Lian's warning was one aspect. The truth was that Cao Yang held a deep disdain for her actions. He chose not to attend, and Lei Dian remained indifferent as the others continued to indulge in their revelries. Lian, seated on the bed, vociferously berated Cao Yang. Feeling deceived by this scoundrel who had promised her great wealth but instead led her to deplete her savings. Not only had she failed to earn anything, but he also spent his days feasting with a motley crew of dubious characters. Ever since the last incident, she had refrained from visiting the Nightingale Club and had sought employment at a clothing store, earning a modest salary that she no longer cared about, as all her hopes were pinned on Cao Yang. Little did she know that this scoundrel had landed himself in deep trouble, and now she regretted lending him money. Today, she intended to persuade Cao Yang to sell the machines and recoup at least a fraction of her investment, but with so many people around, she found it difficult to broach the subject. Nowadays, Cao Yang no longer returned home at night. He had converted a small attic in the store, previously used for storing goods, into his living quarters. Early the next morning, she stormed over, banging on the door furiously. Cao Yang typically stayed up until 2 or 3 in the morning, rising around noon or in the afternoon. When he opened the door, bleary-eyed, he was met with Lian's fierce countenance. She unleashed a torrent of words, accusing him of deceiving her and insisting that he urgently transfer the machines. With a yawn, he dismissed her concerns. Lian, infuriated by his nonchalance, glanced around and noticed that 2 machines were still lit, prompting her to launch another tirade about the wastefulness of leaving them on, as electricity does not come free. Cao Yang lit a cigarette and smiled at her. Previously, he might have found her irritating, lacking perspective, and overly vocal in private while meek in public. However, he no longer felt that way. Lian was not unkind to him, and despite her incessant chatter, she bore no malice. Are you laughing at me? Are you even listening to what I'm saying? Her ire only intensified at his calm demeanor. Cao Yang then grasped her arm and embraced her, offering comfort. Don't be upset. It will get better. You. Lian was about to retort when a dapper young man in work attire entered. Boss, I'd like to get. His sentence trailed off as he noticed the 2 in an embrace. Am I interrupting? Lian quickly extricated herself from Cao Yang's hold, fixing her hair and stepping aside. What can I get for you? Cao Yang greeted him warmly, marking this as his small shop's first customer. The young man selected 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of soda, handing Cao Yang 10 yuan. After providing change, Cao Yang watched with keen anticipation. Many customers, upon receiving coins, would casually drop them into the slot machines for a quick game. The young man did just that, inserting 2 coins and beginning to play. Both Li Yin and Cao Yang observed him. In less than 5 minutes, he won 30 yuan, exchanged it for bills with Cao Yang, and left. Cao Yang, you scoundrel. Didn't you claim you could control this? How could you let him win? Li Yan's face darkened to the hue of a charred pot. Don't be angry. I intentionally allowed him to win. After all, one must first prepare the fishing grounds. Li Yin was unconvinced by Cao Yang's words, and after incessantly nagging for half a day, she finally left in a huff, realizing she was going to be late for work. Once she departed, Cao Yang found himself unable to sleep. He lit a cigarette and sat at the door, lost in thought. It wasn't until 4 in the afternoon that the handsome young man from the morning returned, this time accompanied by 2 others. Each exchanged 10 coins and soon began to play. Gradually, more people arrived, all of whom seemed to know the trio. They must have been from the same factory. Chapter 22. Thunderstorm. These individuals approached Cao Yang to exchange coins, gathering around to play. Despite the presence of 2 machines, the 6 or 7 of them preferred to congregate around a single one, a peculiar tendency of the locals. Before long, Lei Jin arrived, bearing food and drink, his face alight with smiles. "Oh, there's so many people today," he remarked, surprised by the unexpected business. Cao Yang chucked, recognizing from his expression that they had made some money the previous night. "Where are Liang and Jiawei? Don't mind them. Let us brothers enjoy our drinks." As Cao Yang sipped his beverage while tending to the shop, the crowd dispersed by 3 in the morning. After bidding Lei Dian farewell, he sat at the counter counting the day's earnings, totaling over 500. Elated, he yearned to share this good news with Li Yin, knowing that her reaction would be exuberant. However, without a phone and feeling disinclined to make the trip, especially since she was upset, he decided to let her stew for a couple of days. Once he earned a bit more, he would delight in revealing the news, relishing the moment when she would regret suggesting he transfer ownership. The following day, the same crowd returned. Although they had lost more than they won the previous day, they did not blame the machines, for Cao Yang's frequently dispensed jackpots had initially yielded minor victories. Their losses stemmed from their own greed. Indeed, it was true. Cao Yang's machines often delivered substantial payouts, while others merely yielded meager returns, leaving players disappointed. The inferior machines offered paltry rewards, while here, players were rewarded handsomely, with numerous significant wins. The excitement attracted passers-by, who, upon witnessing the favorable odds, felt compelled to exchange a few coins for their own play. This phenomenon, known as the crowd effect, drew more and more onlookers, filling both machines with eager players. By the evening's close, a profit of 2,001 had been made, and Cao Yang beamed with joy. On the 3rd day, business remained robust as ever, with Lei Jian casting envious glances. He had become a regular fixture at Cao Yang's establishment, often dropping by to play. "You're making quite a bit each day, aren't you?" he inquired, jealousy tinging his voice. "It's all right," Cao Yang replied modestly. "Why hasn't anyone come to collect protection fees from you?" Lei Dian questioned suspiciously, contemplating acquiring a couple of machines himself if trouble was absent. "Perhaps they are simply unaware," Cao Yang mused, knowing that Li Yan's greatest concern was this very issue. Yet, he remained unperturbed, ready to face any challenges that might arise. Suddenly, Lei Dian's phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up. Cao Yang gazed enviously at his phone. "How much did that cost you?" "Over 2,000, a Motorola, a well-known brand," Lei Jian replied with pride. "What's so special about that?" "I'll buy one tomorrow as well," Cao Yang declared, feeling the need for a phone of his own. Upon hearing this, Lei Dian's interest piqued. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" "I'll take you to buy one tomorrow. My sister sells phones." "You have a sister? Is that not allowed?" "Only you can have a sister." "Mine is a biological sister, not one of those wild sisters," he retorted, his tone tinged with suspicion regarding Cao Yang's relationship with Li Yin. At first, he thought little of it when she was referred to as his sister. Later, upon discovering that they did not share the same surname, he speculated they might be cousins, but now it seemed more akin to a romantic relationship between siblings. The following morning, Cao Yang, with over 3,000 cash in his pocket, took a taxi to the city with Lei Dian, arriving at a mobile phone store. As they entered the shop, Lei Dian greeted a fair-skinned, demurely attractive young woman. She wore a light blue blouse and had her hair styled in a simple ponytail, her face free of makeup, radiating a pure and vibrant allure. Upon spotting Lei Dian, The young woman furrowed her brows. What brings you here? She asked, her tone tinged with exasperation, suggesting that her brother had caused her no small amount of trouble. What else with the attitude? I'm here to buy a phone. Helping you boost your sales, Lei Jian retorted, gesturing toward Cao Yang. This is my brother, Cao Yang. And this is my sister, Lei Yu, or you can call her Lei Xiaoyu. Hello, sister, Cao Yang beamed, pleasantly surprised by how attractive Lei Dian's sister was. She possessed a beauty unlike that of ordinary girls, exuding an aura of a virtuous wife, as if marrying her would guarantee a blissful life ahead. Nice to meet you, Lei Yu replied with a polite smile. What model of phone are you interested in? I'm not very knowledgeable about phones. Sister, could you recommend one for me? Cao Yang admitted his ignorance. What is your budget? Around 2,000. Lei Yu retrieved a Nokia from the counter and began to explain its features to Cao Yang. However, her explanation was in vain, as he struggled to comprehend. To him, it was a reputable brand, prestigious enough for social outings, capable of making calls and sending texts. And if it included a few simple games, that would be ideal. Fortunately, this particular Nokia met all his requirements, prompting him to make an immediate purchase. After Lei Yu accompanied him to the cash register, processed the payment, issued a receipt, and arranged a phone card for him, she inquired, What is your relationship with Lei Dian? Friends. Good brothers. Cao Yang sought to convey a sense of closeness. Yet, upon hearing this, Lei Yu's expression grew noticeably colder, and she handed the items to Cao Yang without further engagement. Cao Yang, perplexed, wondered where he had gone wrong. Sister, what is your phone number? Why do you need my number? Lei Yu replied, her tone laced with suspicion. Yes, why do you need my sister's number? Lei Dian echoed, his demeanor also turning unfriendly. I just got my first phone. I thought I could ask you questions if I had any, Cao Yang explained, prompting Lei Yu to take his phone and dial her number. He completely disregarded Lei Dian's inquiry. Sister, we're leaving now, Cao Yang waved as they departed. But Lei Yu did not even glance their way. Lei Dian, it seems your sister is not particularly welcoming to us, even after we traveled so far. She didn't offer us a meal. That's quite normal. Your sister doesn't welcome me either. That's different. My sister fears you'll lead me astray. Well, my sister is equally concerned that you'll lead me astray. What can I possibly lead you astray with? Cao Yang exclaimed, suddenly realizing why Lei Yu is less than pleased with his presence. Her brother's occupation is undoubtedly clear to her. She has fancied herself a companion of the storm, a little thief as well. Alas, she finds herself a victim of public opinion, wishing she had come alone. Upon returning to the convenience store, Cao Yang opened the door for business while fondly toying with his new phone. Suddenly, a text message arrived, surprisingly from Lei Yu. Do not lead my brother astray. What do you mean by that? Cao Yang replied, thinking to himself that it is clearly your brother who has led me astray. ISNT it? After a prolonged wait, Lei Yu did not respond. He then excitedly called Li Yin to share the news of his new phone, for good moods are meant to be shared. Chapter 23. The joyful Li Yin was at work, having not visited the convenience store for 3 days. Misled by that rascal, Cao Yang, she had allowed him to transfer the business, yet he remained obstinate. Now out of sight, out of mind. Suddenly, the phone rang, and upon glancing at the unfamiliar number, she answered, Hello, who is this? Yin Jia, it's me. What do you want? Hearing Cao Yang's voice, her tone softened. Nothing much, just wanted to let you know. This is my number now, so save it. Oh, wait, your number? Did you buy a new phone? Yes, a brand new Nokia. Cost over 2,000. Wait, where did you get the money for a new phone? I transferred the store, sold the equipment, and used the money to buy the phone. Cao Yang, are you trying to get yourself killed? You better watch out. Today, it's either you or me. Li Yin was furious. She didn't even wait for the end of her shift and hurriedly asked her manager for leave before storming over. Meanwhile, Cao Yang, with a grin, hung up the phone and resumed his meal with Lei Dian. Why did you deceive your sister? Lei Dian asked, puzzled. Don't you know my sister? She's exceptionally frugal, practically obsessed with money. If I told her I bought a phone with the money I earned these past few days, she would undoubtedly explode. Why? It's just a phone, isn't it? Because the funds to start the store came from her. I should return her investment as soon as I make a profit. If I tell her I transferred the store and spent the remaining money on a phone, she would be furious, thinking her investment went down the drain. But if she sees that everything is running well, then my phone purchase will seem trivial. You're quite clever, Lei Jian remarked, just as his phone rang again. After speaking for several minutes, he hung up. Cao Yang, I need to make a trip to Shenzhen tonight for a big deal. Are you coming? Cao Yang shook his head, gesturing toward the store. I have to mind the shop. This is a significant opportunity. I guarantee you'll earn over 30,000. That much. What exactly are we doing? Cao Yang asked, astonished. Lei Dian leaned in closer to whisper, we're sneaking into Hong Kong tonight to bring back some goods to Shenzhen. What kind of goods, drugs? Cao Yang lowered his voice. Drugs? What are you thinking? Just some electronic products. Smuggling? Yes, that's the idea. If we get caught, how severe are the penalties? I don't know. I've never been caught. Who cares about the penalties as long as we can make money? Cao Yang pondered for a moment, but ultimately declined the offer. A few days prior, he would have been tempted to join, but with business thriving at the slot machine, there was no need to risk it. Seeing that he wasn't interested, Lei Dian said nothing more, packed up, and went home to gather Jiao Wei and Liang. Just as he left, Li Yin arrived. Cao Yang, you scoundrel! Li Yin rushed forward, ready to claw at Cao Yang, full of fierce determination. However, upon noticing the numerous onlookers, she wondered why the convenience store was so crowded. What is going on? Why are there so many people? Didn't you transfer it? Cao Yang lit a cigarette and smiled faintly, saying, I was just teasing you. What are these? You see, they're all guests here to have fun. And what about the money for the phone? I earned it in the last couple of days, Cao Yang boasted, pulling out his new phone. Ever since you left, business has started to improve. In just 3 days, I made over 3,000. Is that true? Li Yin exclaimed, both astonished and delighted, with a hint of disbelief. Cao Yang retrieved some cash from his bag and handed her 1,000 yuan. Here, 1,000 for you. We'll earn more together in the coming days. Li Yin accepted the money, joyfully tucking it into her bag, and corrected him. What do you mean pay back? This is merely reclaiming my principal investment. Don't forget. We are partners. Look at you. Cao Yang smirked. Li Yin pulled him aside, declaring, let me handle the exchange. You just stay put. She took his place at the counter, assisting players in exchanging their coins. As the pile of notes in her hands grew, her smile gradually transformed into laughter. She was delighted to assist, while Cao Yang, enjoying his leisure, sat back in his chair, smoking and playing with his new phone. Suddenly, a motorcycle came to a halt in front of the establishment, carrying 2 young ruffians. They dismounted and headed straight for the slot machines, pulling keys from their bags, intent on turning them on. What are you doing? Not only Cao Yang, but even Li Yin and the players looked at the pair. With a chuckle, they replied, we're just here to collect coins. It won't take long. As one of them inserted the key into the machine, they twisted it persistently, but found it wouldn't budge. Just as they were starting to question the situation, Cao Yang intervened, pulling them away. Bro, are you trying to rob us in broad daylight? The two exchanged puzzled glances with Cao Yang, then stepped outside, glancing curiously at the sign. It seems we've come to the wrong place. These aren't our machines. They left, still bewildered, asking Cao Yang, whose machines are these? Cao Yang ignored their inquiry. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, most guests had departed, leaving only 3 players still hoping to recover their losses. Brother, we're closing soon. Come back tomorrow, Cao Yang said, feeling the urge to sleep. The 3 players grumbled as they left, displeased. Why are you driving away customers? Li and questioned Cao Yang, clearly upset. Are you foolish enough to turn down money? I'm trying to sleep. Cao Yang yawned. I'm not sleeping. There's money to be made. What about you? Aren't you working tomorrow? I'm taking a day off. After a brief exchange, they began to tally their accounts. Today's net profit is 2,005. Li Yin, knowing that seeing the teeth but not the eyes meant she should take her share, pocketed 2,000, reclaiming her initial investment of 3,000. Cao Yang, what time do you open tomorrow? I want tea open in the morning. I'll open in the afternoon, he replied, sweeping up a pile of cigarette butts. What? You're opening this late? Don't you know that opening earlier would be beneficial? I can't get up in the morning. It's impossible. Besides, there's hardly any business in the morning. That's nonsense. You're just lazy. From now on, you'll open at 8 every morning. Cut out. If you want it opened, you can do it yourself. Cao Yang tossed the garbage into the bin, preparing to sleep. I'll open if I have to. Li Yin was filled with excitement, having earned the equivalent of 2 months' salary in just 1 day. She had already begun to fantasize about a future of wealth. Are you truly planning to open at 8? Cao Yang inquired, glancing at the clock, which was nearing 3 o'clock. Indeed, since I have a day off tomorrow, I shall arrive early to open the door. If business becomes stable, I will resign from my job and dedicate myself entirely to this venture. As you wish, Cao Yang replied, heading up to the attic to sleep. Li Yin began to gather her belongings in preparation to leave. It's almost 3, just 5 hours until then. Why not come up and sleep with me? I'm too lazy to run back, she suggested. Li Yin shook her head repeatedly. The conditions in Cao Yang's place were far too poor. The cramped attic was so low that one could hardly stand up. Moreover, bathing was inconvenient, as the bathroom lacked even a shower head, requiring the use of a bucket for water. However, the most pressing concern was the fear of being taken advantage of. Cao Yang had grown increasingly bold. During their last encounter, he had taken liberties with her, and she was not yet prepared to engage with him fully. Remaining there would likely lead to her being subjected to his advances. Cao Yang found her hurried retreat somewhat amusing. After taking a cold shower, he soon fell into a deep slumber. Hardly had he closed his eyes when a series of loud knocks reverberated from outside. Frustrated, he glanced at the clock and felt a surge of annoyance. They had agreed on an 8 o'clock opening, yet here he was, being disturbed at just past 5. Open the door. Chapter 24. Trouble with Thunder. Cao Yang was taken aback. That was not Li Yan's voice. He opened the door and found Thunder standing there, drenched and burdened with a large backpack. What happened to you? He inquired curiously, recalling that Thunder had been drinking with him the previous afternoon, mentioning a trip to Shenzhen before heading to Hong Kong. How could he have returned so swiftly? As Thunder entered the room, Cao Yang promptly shut the door. What on earth transpired? We're in trouble. Liang and Jiao Wei have been apprehended by the Coast Guard. Only I was fortunate enough to escape, Thunder revealed. They will undoubtedly implicate me, so I need to hide here for a while. Cao Yang sighed. One who frequently treads near the river should not be surprised to get their shoes wet. However, he hadn't anticipated their downfall would come so quickly, and he was relieved that he hadn't joined them. Are they really that disloyal? Thunder chuckled lightly. It's not about loyalty. We agreed beforehand that if anyone were to be caught, they should shift all the blame onto the other. If I had been captured, I would have turned on them as well. Cao Yang was left speechless. Yet, he suddenly realized that this prearranged understanding was somewhat admirable. Far better than those who profess loyalty yet betray their brothers when trouble arises. Thunder dropped his backpack onto the floor. You have my sister's number, right? My phone is lost. Please call her for me. Cao Yang handed him a set of his own clothes to change into and search for Thunder's sister's number on his phone. It was too early. She likely was still asleep and did not answer. No one picked up. You should go upstairs and rest for a while. Attendez sigid. I can't sleep. I'm worried about my sister. Why are you concerned about her? Even if Liang and Jiao Wei expose you, the police will only come after you. Not your sister. You don't understand. My fear isn't the police. It's the owner of the goods. I lost his cargo, and he will cause me trouble. If he cannot find me, he might harass my sister instead. Your associates have been caught, and he still seeks you out? Isn't that unreasonable? Alas, the rules of this trade are such. High rewards come with high risks. If all 3 of us were apprehended, it might not have been too dire, but since I escaped, they will demand compensation from me. Then why not turn yourself in? I considered it, but I don't wish to serve time in prison. Thunder despondently lit a cigarette, lamenting his predicament. Cao Yang glanced at the large backpack and asked, "What's inside?" Thunder unzipped it, revealing several sealed plastic containers, each filled with numerous electronic chips the size of fingernails. Cao Yang was unfamiliar with these items and their purpose. Aren't the goods in your possession? Are you returning them? Thunder shook his head. There were 3 packages in total. Now, only this one remains. How could I return it? What do you intend to do with these items? Taking a deep breath, Thunder resolved, given the circumstances, I might as well sell this package outright and take the money back home. Are these items valuable? Cao Yang opened a container and examined one of the chips closely. I'm not sure how much they're worth, but I'm certain they aren't cheap. They offered 30,000 for a single trip, and the value of the goods was at least 10 times that. Moreover, we could very well be second or third-rate dealers. Just then, the phone rang. It was Lei Yu calling. Cao Yang handed the phone to Lei Dian and went downstairs. Before long, he finished his conversation with his sister and returned to give the phone back to Cao Yang. How'd it go? What did your sister say? My sister told me to go die, Lei Jian replied, looking quite aggrieved. Cao Yang patted him on the shoulder, offering solace. It's all right. That's how sisters are. Just as he finished speaking, there came a series of knocks at the door. Lei Jian jumped in fright, fearing it might be the police or someone from the delivery. He quickly glanced at Cao Yang for help. Cao Yang gestured for him to hide upstairs. The one knocking was Li Yin, and although Cao Yang suspected it was her, he still wanted to be cautious and had Lei Jian conceal himself. Wow, you're up early today, Li Yan exclaimed, in a cheerful mood, having scarcely slept the previous night while clutching her money. Cao Yang, I must tell you, those guys in room 213 are in trouble. I saw a lot of police when I left. They broke into their room, and I heard 2 were arrested. Li Yin shuddered at the memory. I told you to stay away from those guys, but you didn't listen. Luckily, you didn't get mixed up with them this time, or it would have been disastrous. Not a chance. I always heed your advice, Sister Yin, Cao Yang replied with an innocent smile. At least you're smart enough, Li Yin said, playfully hitting him before fully opening the door and settling at the counter, awaiting customers. Cao Yang greeted her and mentioned he was going upstairs for a nap. He truly hadn't slept well, but his loft was small and cramped, and with Lei Jian still there, he found it impossible to rest. Thus, he had no choice but to stay upstairs, smoking and chatting quietly with Lei Jian, careful not to let Li Yin overhear. While it would have been a major issue if she did, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. Afternoon, customers began to arrive one after another. Li Yin was constantly exchanging coins for bills, her smile widening as she watched the cash pile grow, revealing her teeth. Just as she was reveling in her success, 2 men entered. They bore large tattoos on their arms, and their skin bore scars resembling centipedes, definitely not the appearance of upstanding citizens. One of the men, with long hair, rapped on the glass counter. Hey, are you the boss? I'm not. I'm just helping out, Li Yin stammered, instantly intimidated by their presence. She only dared to be boisterous in front of Cao Yang. Then call the boss out. We need to talk. Li Yin nodded obediently and hurried upstairs to summon Cao Yang. However, upon reaching the top, she discovered Cao Yang asleep with another man. She thought to herself, has he been cooped up with him all this time? Upon closer inspection, she recognized the man as one of those from room 213, the very one the police were still searching for. How dare Cao Yang harbor him? Had she seen this earlier, she would have surely scolded him for half the day, but now she had no time for that. Cao Yang, Li Yin called, trying to wake him. What is it? Cao Yang grumbled, a bit irritable for being roused. Someone else looking for you downstairs. They look like troublemakers, most likely here to cause a scene. Cao Yang rose and descended the stairs, encountering the 2 individuals from the underworld. The one with long hair ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply before scratching the back of his head with a hand that held the smoke, mimicking the signature gesture of Chun Haonan. Are you the boss? He inquired. Indeed. What brings you 2 brothers here? Cao Yang replied, lighting a cigarette of his own and maintaining a composed demeanor as he met their gaze. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mountain Eagle from the Hunan gang. This territory is under our jurisdiction, and if you wish to operate your machines here, you are required to notify us and pay the necessary fees. Do you understand? Cao Yang shook his head, indicating his lack of comprehension. It doesn't matter if you don't understand. I shall enlighten you now. You now know what is expected, correct? I noticed from your accent that you are also from Hunan. Since we share the same roots, I shall offer you a discount. 3,000 for each machine per month, totaling 6,000 for both. From now on, I will oversee your establishment. Can you truly handle that? Cao Yang challenged. Fei Ying chuckled. My elder brother is Tiexiong. You may inquire around to see if there exists any establishment in this area that we cannot manage. Chapter 25, Protection Fee. Today, we adopt a diplomatic approach before resorting to force, and we hope for your cooperation. Cao Yang, reluctant to comply, regarded the 2 men before him with disdain. However, if he refused to pay, they would undoubtedly resort to violent measures, leaving him in a precarious situation. He glanced at Li Yin, who gave a slight nod in response. 6,000 a month was not an insignificant sum, yet considering their current income, they could manage to pay it. So what will it be? Will you pay or not? Shanning urged. Before Cao Yang could respond, Li Yin interjected, Yes, brother, we will pay. Shanning beamed at Li Yin, saying, You are quite reasonable, unlike this boy who exhibits a bit of rebelliousness. Cao Yang shot him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Li Yin continued, "Brother, we are all fellow villagers. Of course, we intend to pay. However, we have just opened for business and currently lack the funds. Would it be possible to extend the deadline by 10 to 15 days? 10 to 15 days? Are you jesting?" Shanning retorted with displeasure. "You have 1 day to gather the money. I will return tomorrow at this time to collect. If you cannot pay, consider your establishment closed." With that, he picked up a pen and paper from the counter, scribbling down a phone number and handing it to Li Yin. "This is my number. Should you need anything, feel free to call. We are not merely taking your money." He added with a lascivious grin, "You can also call me when you feel lonely." Li Yin forced a smile, nodding while pulling Cao Yang aside, worried he might resort to violence. Satisfied, Shanning departed, leaving Cao Yang silently brooding at the counter. Li Yin gently shook him. "Don't be upset. 6,000 is just 6,000. We will earn it back in a few days." "I detest this feeling." Cao Yang frowned at the notion of being threatened. "Come now. Bear with it. If you refuse to pay, they will undoubtedly cause trouble. I know you can fight, but they outnumber us, and it will never end well. It will only hinder our business." Cao Yang replied, "I can simply have a word with Tai Xiong. If not, I can deal with him directly. Wouldn't that resolve the issue? Don't act recklessly. Just endure it for now." Li Yin reassured him as one would a child. "Seeking, Cao Yang lamented. We don't even have 6,000 at the moment." Li Yin retrieved 3,000 from her bag, counting it out. This was the money she had taken the previous day, intended for the bank, now repurposed to cover the protection fee. There remained over 1,000 in the cash register, but they were still short by over 1,000. However, judging by the current business, staying open a bit later that night should suffice to make up the difference. At that moment, Lei Dian descended from the upper floor, inquiring about the situation. Cao Yang recounted the events briefly. Lei Dian shook his head emphatically, declaring, "You must not pay them. They are merely trying to deceive you." "What do you mean?" Both Cao Yang and Li Yin asked in unison. Lei Dian explained, "The slot machine business has always been controlled by the Sichuan gang. The Hunan gang rarely interferes. Once you pay them, the Sichuan gang will inevitably come looking for trouble." Just as he spoke, 3 menacing figures entered the establishment. "Who is the owner?" One of the men bellowed, as the other 2 rushed to the slot machines, abruptly unplugging them and forcing the patrons to vacate. "What are you doing?" Li Yin, filled with indignation, questioned vehemently. "Chasing away the guests is akin to driving away my fortune." A man, glaring fiercely, retorted, "Who the hell gave you the audacity to set up machines here?" "This is our Sichuan gang." He continued menacingly, "Since this is your first offense, I shall only confiscate your machines. Should you dare to set them up again, I will break your legs." With a mere glance, he signaled to his 2 henchmen to begin moving the machines. "Do not touch them." Li Yin defended the machines, inquiring, "How much protection money do you require?" She mistakenly believed the Sichuan gang sought to collect protection fees. However, the men showed no interest in such a discussion. The slot machines in the vicinity were exclusively operated by them, leaving no room for others to conduct business, nor was there any notion of protection fees involved. "Get the hell out." They barked rudely, shoving Li Yin aside as they continued their task. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed, followed by a scream. One of the henchmen had been struck by a glass soda bottle, his fingers bent at unnatural angles, suffering a catastrophic fracture. Cao Yang intervened, feeling that these men had gone too far. At least the Hunan gang could engage in civil discourse. These ruffians had come straight to dismantling machines, which he could no longer tolerate. "You despicable fools! Seeking death!" shouted the other 2, drawing butterfly knives and lunging at Cao Yang. Li Yin shrieked in terror as Lei Dian seized a chair and swung it at one of the assailants. Yet, Cao Yang remained unfazed, calmly twisting the wrist of the attacker, causing the knife to clatter to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Dian bent down to retrieve the fallen knife and swiftly plunged it into the man he had struck, delivering 2 decisive blows. The assailant, clutching his abdomen, collapsed to the ground, a pool of blood rapidly staining the earth beneath him. Li Yin screamed once more, while Cao Yang delivered a series of fierce kicks to the remaining 2, ultimately expelling all 3 men from the convenience store. The duo stumbled to their feet, pointing at Cao Yang and Lei Dian, seemingly wishing to utter threats, but refrained. It appeared that their bravado held no sway over these two. They hastily carried their injured companion away, casting a final menacing glance that foretold their inevitable return. "Let's depart," Li Yan urged, her face pale with fear as she grasped Cao Yang's arm, ready to flee. Yet, he remained unmoved, instead settling into a rocking chair and leisurely lighting a cigarette. "Where are you going?" he retorted. "Let us hide for a while." "Hide? And what of the shop? Do you intend to forsake your investment? Do you not wish to prosper? Given the circumstances, your priority should be survival. Just hide for now. Once I resolve this matter, you may return." "How do you plan to confront such a multitude?" "If I cannot handle them, I shall visit the Nightingale Club to speak with their leader." Li Yan intended to protest further, but Cao Yang waved her off, turning to Lei Dian with a grin. "Well done. You had the audacity to stab someone." Lei Dian chuckled. "I was already planning to flee. What do I have to fear? And where do you intend to go?" "Back to my hometown in Sichuan to lay low until the storm passes." Cao Yang nodded. "Then you should depart. It may soon be too late for you." Lei Dian shook his head. "I cannot leave you behind." Cao Yang paused, intrigued by his words. "Are you not the ones who value loyalty? Look at what you're saying. Loyalty depends on whom you're speaking to. If you share with me, I shall reciprocate. If you withhold, I shall remain silent as well. I remember well the time you saved me." Cao Yang chuckled and patted his shoulder. "I appreciate your sentiment, but you should leave quickly. There are many of them, and if I find myself in trouble, I can flee, but your presence would hinder my escape and put me at risk." Lei Dian contemplated this reasoning, yet it felt somewhat awkward to him. He opened his mouth as if to speak, but the words faltered on his lips. "What's wrong?" Cao Yang inquired, observing his hesitance. Lei Dian stammered, "I'm out of money and was hoping to borrow some fare from you." Cao Yang smiled. "How much do you need?" As he spoke, he approached the counter to retrieve some cash, only to find it entirely empty, as Li Yan had collected all the money into her bag. "Perhaps 1,000? He requested. "Hand me the bag." Cao Yang extended his hand towards Li Yan for the bag, but she clutched it tightly, refusing to let go. He tugged at it, but she bit her lip, determined not to yield. This left Lei Dian feeling quite uncomfortable nearby. "Give it to me," Cao Yang insisted, pulling with force until the bag tore apart. He counted out 2,000 yuan and handed it to Lei Dian. "Here," he said. Lei Dian accepted the money, casting a profound glance at Cao Yang before turning to Li Yan. "Cao Yang's sister, please don't be like this. I swear I will repay the money." Li Yan ignored him completely, her gaze fixed intently on Cao Yang, her large eyes brimming with tears, threatening to spill over at any moment. Chapter 26. The Sichuan Gang versus the Hunan Gang. Before departing, Lei Dian left a package of electronic chips with Cao Yang, asserting their considerable value and requesting that Cao Yang safeguard them until he could find a suitable buyer, promising to share the proceeds. "Do not weep. He will repay you," he reassured. Yet, Li Yan's tears continued to flow. Repay? In Dongguan, there exists no love or friendship, only fleeting encounters that lead to a lifetime of separation. Lending him money is akin to tossing a meat bun to a dog, utterly fruitless. That is not true. I possess a keen sense of character. He is the first friend I made upon my arrival, and he has belongings here. He will not flee. Li Yan remained unconvinced, her tears unabated. Cao Yang, feeling helpless, offered, "Let us consider this money as a loan from me to you. I assure you, I will repay you tenfold or even 100-fold in the future." Yet, Li Yan continued to weep in silence. "Please, cease your crying, dear sister. Others may believe I have mistreated you," he urged. "Let's go." Li Yan wiped her tears and took Cao Yang's hand, preparing to leave. "Where to?" Cao Yang reminded un Moffet. "Shall you linger here, awaiting their return to harm you? Matters must be resolved. I fear they may set fire to the corner store if I leave." "How do you intend to resolve this alone? You are but one person against a multitude. Who says I am alone?" Cao Yang smiled as he picked up a note. "We still have Brother Shannying, do we not?" He dialed the number inscribed on the slip. "Hello, Brother Shannying, this is Cao Yang. It concerns the establishment from which you just collected protection fees." Upon revealing his identity, Brother Shannying recognized him. "Ah, young man, have you gathered the funds?" Shannying asked cheerfully, assuming Cao Yang was calling to deliver payment. "I have nearly enough. but the Sichuan gang is giving me trouble, forbidding me from operating. What should I do about this? Shanying frowned. Did you not inform them that you are under my protection? I did, but they dismissed you as insignificant, hardly worth their consideration. Brother, Shanying's anger flared. Do they truly say that? Surely you jest. Indeed, do not take my word for it. Confront them directly. Not only do they regard you as inconsequential, but they also claim you are beneath even that. Let them await my return. I shall demonstrate to them precisely who I, Shanying, am. Shanying furiously ended the call and began rallying his men, preparing for a confrontation. He thought to himself, damn it, I have yet to see a penny, and now I must offend this brat. It is quite the loss. Yet, he recognized he had no choice. How could he continue to collect protection fees if he did not intervene? Cao Yang hung up the phone, grinning at Li Yin. You may return home. My reinforcements are on their way. Li Yin remained uneasy. The Hunan gang is not composed of saints either. Cao Yang patted her shoulder. I shall manage. Do not worry for me. If I need to flee, none shall pursue. After sending Li Yin away, Cao Yang lit a cigarette and reclined comfortably in his rocking chair. Before long, 2 delivery vans halted in the alley, their doors swinging open to reveal a group of around 20 individuals, each brandishing long, newspaper-wrapped objects. This is a group from Hunan, with Eagle leading the way. You seem quite relaxed, don't you? Remarked Cao Yang, flattering him. Eagle chuckled, but quickly restrained his smile. Flattery is futile. Where's my money? He extended his hand, demanding payment. What money? Cao Yang asked, Buzlet. What do you mean, what money? Eagle's expression darkened. Realization dawned on Cao Yang. The money is ready, but it's with my sister. Once this matter is resolved, I'll have her give it to you. Eagle appeared somewhat displeased, but was not overly concerned. He doubted Cao Yang would dare to withhold payment. He added, 6,000 is merely the basic protection fee. I brought so many brothers to assist you. Each one deserves a cigarette, a meal, and perhaps a little extra. Wouldn't you agree? What do you mean? It means you need to pay more. An additional 500 per person, 22 of us. So you'll owe 11,000 more. Cao Yang shook his head. We have no money left. Eagle laughed. No worries. You can owe it for now. Pay us back once you earn it. Cao Yang still shook his head. No way. That's too expensive. I don't need your help anymore. You can go back. How dare you say no? We're already here. You must pay, regardless of whether you fight or not. Cao Yang simply replied, no money. Eagle's temper flared. The Sichuan group decided to teach Cao Yang a lesson first. Just then, a younger member restrained him. Brother Eagle, don't act impulsively. This lad seems to be the one our boss has been seeking. This younger member had been involved in the Nightingale Club incident and recognized Cao Yang, though he was uncertain due to the poor lighting that night. Eagle, bewildered, wanted to inquire further when suddenly the screeching of brakes echoed from the other side of the alley. A van blocked the exit, and 10 or so members of the Sichuan group, brandishing machetes, emerged. Damn it, Eagle. So it's you causing trouble. The leader of the Sichuan group, a burly man, shouted, indicating they were familiar with each other. You fat dragon, how dare you disturb my territory? Eagle retorted. The two factions had always been at odds, often clashing. As over 30 individuals gathered, cursing and shoving, they refrained from violence. The Sichuan group, initially seeking revenge, was outnumbered and struggled to maintain restraint. Meanwhile, the Hunan group felt confident in their numbers, but were reluctant due to the lack of payment. Observing the standoff, Cao Yang picked up a stone and hurled it at Fat Dragon's head. Bang! Blood oozed from Fat Dragon's forehead as he reached up, feeling the warm liquid. Damn it! Get him! With a rustling sound, everyone discarded their newspapers, revealing gleaming machetes, and the battle was about to erupt. Cao Yang leisurely watched the two groups clash, occasionally offering commentary and shaking his head, critiquing their techniques. Perhaps his demeanor was overly arrogant for a young member of the Sichuan group, unable to tolerate it any longer. Charged at him with a machete raised high. Upon witnessing the scene, Cao Yang delivered a swift kick, sending the young subordinate sprawling, before leaping onto the factory wall to continue observing the unfolding drama. The air was filled with the deafening cries of battle, and soon after, bodies began to fall, their blood staining the ground beneath them. The skirmish was both rapid and fleeting, lasting no more than 3 to 5 minutes. The Hunan gang, bolstered by their numbers, claimed victory albeit a Pyrrhic one, as 5 or 6 of their brothers lay lifeless on the ground. The Sichuan gang was entirely vanquished, save for Fei Long, who leaned against the wall, cursing and taunting Shan Ing to muster the courage to end his life. Shan Ing, however, chose to disregard him. In the world of gang rivalry, no one wished to escalate matters to the point of death, for it would bring trouble to both their leader and the police. He scanned the scene, searching for Cao Yang's figure, as his brothers were injured, and he needed to demand compensation for their medical expenses from the young man. Yet, despite his efforts, he could not find Cao Yang anywhere in sight. Chapter 27. Mingzhu Nightclub. In the Mingzhu Nightclub, Tai Xiong was listening to Shan Ying's report. Impatiently waving his hand, he dismissed him. There were often frictions with the Sichuan gang. As long as no lives were lost, they were merely trivial issues, and he couldn't be bothered to delve into them too deeply. Brother Xiong, that kid is the one from a Nightingale Club that night, the subordinate beside Shan Ying reminded. Upon hearing it was Cao Yang, Tai Xiong's interest was piqued. Are you saying that kid is involved with the slot machines? Are you sure you aren't mistaken? The subordinate nodded. It's definitely him. I saw him leap 3 meters high. His skills are quite impressive. Tai Xiong chuckled. Give me his address. Gather the brothers. Let's pay him a visit. I only have the address of his shop. After we finished, that kid ran away, and I don't know where he lives. But I do have his phone number, Shan Ying replied, pulling out Cao Yang's number to hand to Tai Xiong. Cao Yang was at the entrance of a factory, enjoying a plate of fried rice noodles, his phone resting on the table. He glanced at it occasionally, seemingly waiting for a call. Sure enough, a short while later, the phone rang. It was a local unfamiliar number. Hello, Cao Yang answered, wiping his mouth. Kid, do you know who I am? Hearing the voice's clarity, Cao Yang replied, it must be Brother Xiong. The voice on the other end, Tai Xiong, was taken aback. No one had ever praised him for his clear voice before, and this flattery felt rather odd. Ha ha ha, you left me a number last time, but I couldn't get through. Is that so? Perhaps I misread it, or you might have remembered incorrectly. Tai Xiong realized that this kid was playing with him, yet he didn't mind. I heard you've offended the Sichuan gang? Yes, that's true. How about I help you resolve this matter? Really? Thank you so much, Brother Xiong. Don't mention it. I'm not helping you for free. I need you to do something for me. What is it? I want to kill anyone. Don't worry. It's a simple task. Let us discuss it in person. Where are you now? I can come to you, or you can come to me. I'll come to you. Just give me an address. I'm at Mingzhu Nightclub. I'll be waiting for you. Cao Yang took a taxi to the Mingzhu Nightclub. After announcing his name at the front desk, a waitress led him to a private room on the 3rd floor. Inside, there were only 3 people. Tai Xiong was embracing 2 voluptuous women while singing. Upon seeing Cao Yang arrive, he turned off the music and burst into laughter. Brother, last time I asked you to join me, and you gave me a fake number, leaving me in the dark. Cao Yang chuckled sheepishly. I truly didn't mean to. It must have been a mistake on your part. Tai Xiong was not inclined to dwell on the issue, pointing to the 2 women in revealing dresses beside him. Brother, what do you think of these 2? I don't have much to offer as a greeting, but these 2 ladies can certainly please you. Please, don't do that. Cao Yang stood up, distancing himself from the voluptuous women. What is wrong? Are you not interested? Tai Xiong frowned in inquiry. Cao Yang thought to himself, it's not that I'm uninterested. In fact, I'm quite agitated. However, no matter how angry I am, I can't act on it in front of you. I'm not an animal. Brother Xiong, let's return to the matter at hand. Tai Xiong nodded in response. Dismissing the 2 women, he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to Cao Yang, and soon they were enveloped in clouds of smoke. I heard you acquired 2 slot machines? Indeed, your younger brother even approached me for protection fees. Tai Xiong chuckled heartily. That's quite normal. In this area, one either pays the Sichuan gang or our Hunan gang. They are unfamiliar with you, but I shall make a call to introduce you, and that should resolve the issue. However, let's consider this. How much profit can one truly make from 2 slot machines in a year? Broaden your horizons and engage in other ventures with me. What kind of ventures? Cao Yang inquired, somelhat incredulously. There are countless lucrative businesses. Anything you choose would likely yield more profit than slot machines. Tai Xiong gestured towards the door. Take those 2 girls from earlier. They charge 500 for their services here. For every transaction, I take 250, and if each engages 4 times a day, I could earn 1,000. With 80 individuals in my establishment, how much do you think I could make in a day? Cao Yang was taken aback. 500 seemed excessively high. As an urban village, it barely reaches 50. Why you take 250? It sounds rather ominous. I merely use that as an example. There are numerous ways to earn money effortlessly. It is the exploitation of their plight that truly enriches US. Moreover, it is not just about the women. Think of drugs, gambling. Aren't those far more profitable than your slot machines? But I cannot engage in those activities, can I? Do you expect me to invest for free? I would never. Tai Xiong inwardly cursed Cao Yang for his naive notions. What I mean to say is, elevate your perspective. Do not fixate on such base pursuits for profit. Tai Xiong was somewhat exasperated. He intended to impress Cao Yang with his insights, only to find that the latter was utterly oblivious to his meaning. Oh, Cao Yang nodded, appearing somewhat enlightened. Tai Xiong, weary of explaining further, felt it was akin to playing the lute to a cow. He extinguished his cigarette and lit another. If I speak to the Hunan gang, they will cease their collection of protection fees from you. However, you have now offended the Sichuan gang. How do you plan to address that? Aren't you the one to assist me? Cao Yang looked at him with confusion, thinking, didn't you say you could help me with the Sichuan gang's troubles? Am I here for your nonsense? Am I supposed to handle this myself? Tai Xiong gritted his teeth. I can help you resolve this, but it cannot be without compensation. Cao Yang nodded. What are your terms? Help me deal with someone. To defeat him or to kill him. Just to feed him will suffice. Very well. Cao Yang agreed readily. However, Tai Xiong hesitated. Aren't you curious who this individual is? What is his strength? No need. Regardless, I wouldn't know either. I will first assist you with the Sichuan gang's issues. Tai Xiong smiled as he took out his phone and dialed Jim's number. Hello, Brother Jim. What's the matter? Jim's voice was cold on the other end. He had just returned from visiting Fei Long in the hospital, and a group of his underlings lay languidly. At their level, they no longer regard the meager profits from slot machines with any interest. However, their subordinates, eager to earn extra income, are not discouraged in their pursuits. Such trivial matters often lead to violent confrontations between the Sichuan and Hunan factions. Yet as long as no lives are lost, they tend to remain indifferent. Chapter 28. Underground fighting, a fortunate turn of events. Last time, I was swindled by those from Guangxi. Do you wish to reclaim your losses? Surely you must have a plan, if you intend to recover your funds. Let us venture together tonight. Tai Xiong drove Cao Yang to the entrance of the Nightingale Club, where Jim beckoned him to join the conversation. However, he hesitated to approach. Their rivalry had been relentless, and their relationship was far from amicable. Just recently, he had led a group to besiege Jim's club, and today, their subordinates were clashing again. With only 5 or 6 of his own men accompanying him, he feared for his safety should he confront Jim directly. Yet, in the presence of a mutual adversary, such as the Guangxi gang, they could find common ground. If he remained outside, Jim would have no choice but to descend. After exchanging pleasantries with Cao Yang, Tai Xiong stood in the parking lot, conversing with Jim. The distance rendered it impossible for Cao Yang to discern their dialogue. Yet he knew it pertained to him, as Tai Xiong occasionally gestured in his direction, and Jim turned to glance at him. You are aware of this lad's capabilities. He would likely triumph against that Guangxi fellow. Jim shook his head. That Guangxi man is formidable. It is said that his ancestors were masters of southern Shaolin martial arts, and he possesses the true teachings, capable of taking on a dozen opponents at once. Our young friend only managed to face 4 previously. I believe he held back during our last encounter. When my brothers intended to confront him, he locked eyes with me, instilling a sense of dread. In my years of experience, few have evoked such fear in me. This lad must be concealing his true strength. Jim pondered in silence. What if he loses? I have no desire to funnel more money to the Guangxi gang. What nonsense! If he loses, I shall skin him alive. However, if he emerges victorious, we stand to gain, and we could harness this young man as a long-term asset for profit. With a cold smirk, Jim retorted, Did you not just claim he was formidable? Do you dare to threaten him? Pah! No matter how skilled he is, he pales in comparison to a firearm. If he dares to lose, I shall simply put a bullet in him. Very well. I shall place my trust in you this once. Jim departed with several subordinates in 2 cars, while Tai Xiong returned to his vehicle, instructing his men to follow. Did you speak with him? Cao Yang inquired, his primary concern still revolving around his small shop as slot machine. Tai Xiong reassured him, "Rest easy. Provided you secure victory tonight, he will certainly cease to trouble you." After a 30-minute drive, they arrived at an abandoned factory in the outskirts. The facility was sizable yet dormant, curiously housing numerous luxury vehicles, while a significant number of security personnel were stationed at the entrance. After verifying Jim and Tai Xiong's identities, the guards permitted their entry, indicating that they were familiar faces. Both groups disembarked and made their way to the second floor. The entirety of the second and third floors was interconnected, spanning over 5,000 square meters. Upon pushing open the grand doors, they were greeted by a cacophony of voices, the surroundings adorned with seating areas where men and women indulged in smoking, drinking, and feasting. At the center of the arena stood an octagonal cage, where two men, bare-chested and clad only in shorts, engaged in a fierce brawl. "You brought me here for underground fighting?" Cao Yang remarked, recognizing the scene from television. "What, are you afraid?" Tai Xiong teased with a smile. Cao Yang shook his head, not out of fear, but rather due to his aversion. Before he ventured out, his mother had advised him to utilize his intellect while away from home, emphasizing that one should earn through mental acuity or physical effort, rather than resorting to violence. Aware of his own lack of cleverness, he recalled his mother's words. Applying one's mind would enhance its capacity. Thus he endeavored to earn through thought, harboring a strong disdain for brutality. "Ha ha ha, Jim," Tai Xiong, a man of shorter stature and darker complexion, speaking with a distinct Guangxi accent, approached with laughter. He settled beside Jim and Tai Xiong, exuding enthusiasm. "It's been a while since you two have graced us, and the brothers' earnings have plummeted." Despite his warm demeanor, his words dripped with sarcasm, casting a shadow over Jim and Tai Xiong's expressions. "Damn you, Saida. I'm here to draw your blood this time. Prepare for a significant loss." The Guangxi man, named Saida, laughed heartily. "Tai Xiong, you say this every time, yet you always end up losing blood yourself." Tai Xiong's face twisted in anger, while Jim remained silent, smoking. At this moment, a long-legged waitress in a very short skirt approached, carrying a platter of fruits and drinks. With polite courtesy, she placed the platter on the table. "Gentlemen, the total comes to 1,980 yuan, she stated, presenting the bill, indicating it was time to settle up. In such establishments, payment is customary upon seating, without waiting for patrons to finish their meals. Cao Yang gasped. For just a fruit platter and 24 beers. The cost was 2,000 yuan, a staggering amount in an era when the average salary barely reached a few hundred. "Damn it," Saida exclaimed, slapping the waitress on the backside. Laughing, "These two are our VIPs. What do they need to pay for drinks and fruit? Go tell the manager to charge it to my account." The waitress, shyly touching her backside, scurried away. Newcomers often lack understanding. "Please don't take offense, esteemed brothers," Saida continued. However, Tai Xiong ignored him, as did Jim, while Cao Yang paid him no mind at all. Their attention was riveted on the octagonal cage at the center of the venue, where the battle was nearing its conclusion. A tall man had been knocked down by a diminutive opponent, barely standing at 1.60 meters, now unconscious on the ground. "Liang Feng! Liang Feng!" The crowd erupted in a cacophony of cheers, mingled with jeers. Tai Xiong pointed to the smaller man, addressing Cao Yang. "That fellow is Liang Feng, the top expert of the Guangxi gang. Don't be deceived by his stature. His skills are formidable. Do you think you can defeat him?" "I don't know," Cao Yang replied, shaking his head. Tai Xiong added, "I've already signed you up. Your opponent will be him. You must not lose." "Okay," Cao Yang acknowledged with a slight nod, indicating his understanding. Tai Xiong, feeling irked by his demeanor yet still reliant on him, suppressed his frustration. Jim turned to Cao Yang. "Little brother, do you have any confidence? If not, it's better to speak up now. And if I say I lack confidence, shall we just return? Will you still trouble me over the slot machines?" Cao Yang retorted. Tai Xiong scoffed. "If you say you don't, Jim will have to raid your home tonight." Cao Yang's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Jim. Jim waved his hand and chuckled. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. A loss is merely a loss. There is no need to harbor any psychological burdens. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang retracted his gaze. Yet he was acutely aware that these two individuals were merely exploiting him for financial gain. Should he suffer defeat, and caused them monetary loss, they would undoubtedly seek retribution. He cast a glance towards Liang Feng in the arena, sighed deeply, and resolved to assist them for a brief moment, knowing there would be no second chance. The staff approached their table, offering a friendly smile. The two men nodded at Cao Yang, signaling him to accompany the staff to change his attire. He donned a pair of shorts, lacking any other equipment, not even the most rudimentary boxing gloves. The staff informed him that the rules here were devoid of any formal regulations. Any underhanded tactics could be employed, with victory declared upon the opponent's surrender, incapacitation, or demise. Cao Yang nodded in understanding. Without the constraints of professional training, the absence of rules would better facilitate his abilities. Go forth, young man. The illuminated signal signifies the commencement. Chapter 29. Liang Feng. As Cao Yang stepped into the octagonal cage, his opponent, Liang Feng, was already positioned at the center, both men sizing each other up. Physically, Cao Yang towered over Liang Feng by a significant margin. In a regulated competition, they would not be deemed equals. However, in this unregulated underground fighting event, the only rule was to incapacitate the opponent, rendering any considerations of physique irrelevant. A stunningly voluptuous woman clad in minimal attire entered the ring, holding two placards that displayed the names of both fighters. She swayed her hips and turned in circles within the octagon, raising the placards high for the audience to view the fighter statistics, enticing them to wager freely. Cao Yang's record was starkly simple, featuring only his name, height, weight, and a win-loss tally of 0, an untested newcomer. In contrast, Liang Feng boasted an impressive record of 99 fights, with 92 victories and 7 defeats, marking this as a centennial bout. Rumor had it that his 7 losses were merely for commercial necessity, where he feigned defeat rather than being genuinely outmatched. This has infuriated many, particularly Iron Bear and Jim, who had been duped into betting on Liang Feng's victories, only to see him lose when they placed their bets in his favor and win when they wagered against him, an audacious display of deception. Though aware they had fallen victim to the machinations of the local gamblers, they found themselves powerless to act. While orchestrating a win for a fighter could pose challenges, orchestrating a loss proved all too simple. This sentiment echoed among other investors as well, who had sought out supposed experts to challenge Liang Feng, only to face similar fates, becoming mere fodder for the betting market. Cao Yang, give it your all. Take that scoundrel down. Iron Bear shouted fervently from the sidelines, his enthusiasm betraying his substantial wager on Cao Yang. Meanwhile, Jim maintained a more composed demeanor, leisurely smoking and sipping his drink, patiently awaiting the commencement of the bout. The surrounding audience and investors busied themselves with placing bets, the majority leaning towards Liang Feng, who had rarely tasted defeat aside from those few stage losses. As the bell tolled, signaling the cessation of betting, the arena fell silent. The alluring woman positioned herself between Cao Yang and Liang Feng and shouted, "Begin." The moment her voice faded, Cao Yang sensed impending danger. Instinctively, he turned his head to the left just as Liang Feng's fist grazed past his cheek. So it begins? Cao Yang finally comprehended what the staff meant by lighting the lamp. The spectacle was more outrageous than anything he had witnessed on television. Yet, he had no time to ponder this, as Liang Feng's relentless onslaught ensued. Missing his first punch, Liang Feng swiftly followed with a kick aimed directly at Cao Yang's groin, a blow that promised dire consequences if it connected. Cao Yang, refusing to underestimate the threat, shielded himself while retreating and simultaneously thrust his right foot forward, executing a knee strike that connected with Liang Feng's ankle, forcing him to step back to evade the attack. A smirk crept across Liang Feng's lips, as if he acknowledged a glimmer of potential in Cao Yang's abilities. Without granting Cao Yang a moment's respite, he leaped up and pounced downward, his knee aimed at Cao Yang's chest and his elbow directed toward his forehead. This maneuver could be deemed treacherous, executing simultaneous attacks from above and below. For the vast majority, it would spell certain defeat. Yet, Cao Yang was not among the majority. His reflexes were remarkably swift. As Liang Feng's elbow approached his forehead, he spun like a top, effortlessly evading the blow. At the same time, he clenched his right fist and unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Liang Feng's knee. The crowd erupted with shouts, with many clamoring for Liang Feng to vanquish him, while only Tai Xiong and a few others, betting on the underdog, urged Cao Yang to defeat Liang Feng. Standing beside the leader of the Guangxi gang, Saida, was a bodyguard who watched as Cao Yang bravely confronted Liang Feng's knee with his fist. He chuckled and shook his head, internally concluding that Cao Yang's fate was sealed. This blow would likely determine the outcome of the bout. However, events unfolded contrary to his expectations. When Cao Yang's fist collided with Liang Feng's knee, Liang Feng felt as though he had struck a steel plate rather than a mere fist. The tremendous force sent him staggering backward. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Cao Yang. Like the bodyguard beside Saida, he had assumed that hitting his knee would guarantee his victory. After all, the strength of a human leg far exceeds that of an arm, and the hardness of the patella surpasses that of the bones in one's fingers. With the combined weight of his body and the momentum of his descent, he believed no fist could withstand such an impact. In his mind, he envisioned that after this blow, Cao Yang would surely suffer a broken hand. Yet, the reality was far different. Cao Yang merely shook his hand and smiled, remarking, "Not bad." This compliment, though intended as praise from Cao Yang, who had never lost a fight nor felt genuine pain, was perceived by Liang Feng as mockery. Though seething with anger, he hesitated to launch an immediate counterattack, regarding Cao Yang with cautious curiosity. He found himself perplexed by this young man. Logic dictated that someone capable of pushing him back must be a seasoned fighter, perhaps even a master. However, if he were truly a master, he would not have employed such a foolish tactic as striking his knee directly. With a physique and strength like his, a more strategic approach would have left Liang Feng severely injured. In this exchange, the two had engaged in a mere 2.5 moves, with Cao Yang predominantly on the defensive. Now that Liang Feng refrained from attacking, Cao Yang felt no urgency. He was prepared to observe and learn. In the cage, they exchanged glances, neither making a move, and as 3 minutes elapsed, the tension in the audience mounted. They, unable to endure the standoff, erupted in a chorus of insults, urging the fighters to finish each other off. Among them, Tai Xiong's voice boomed the loudest, his enthusiasm compelling him to rise and shout, as if a megaphone were needed. Cao Yang cast an annoyed glance at him. Upon their arrival, this man had claimed Liang Feng was a disciple of the Southern Shaolin Buddhist fist. Yet now, it was evident that this was far from true. Though he had never witnessed authentic Buddhist martial arts, Liang Feng's attacks bore a striking resemblance to Muay Thai, a style Cao Yang had encountered in films. Just as his focus wavered, Liang Feng seized the opportunity and sprang into action. In this instance, both knees propelled toward Cao Yang, while the left elbow struck and the right fist delivered a blow, constituting a coordinated assault with all 4 limbs in a seamless triple attack. Swiftly bending at the waist, Cao Yang evaded the oncoming knee strike, his body resembling a fleeting shadow, and simultaneously countered with an elbow strike to his opponent's side, mirroring the very technique employed against him. Chapter 30. Victory with a resounding thud. Liang Feng's modest frame was sent flying by Cao Yang's strike, crashing heavily to the ground. Clutching his left waist, he struggled to rise. "Well done. Magnificent," roared Tai Xiong from the audience, while Jim could not contain his excitement and rose to applaud. "Finish him. Quickly. Strike while he is down." Tai Xiong frantically urged Cao Yang to pursue his advantage. Yet, Cao Yang chose not to capitalize on his success, instead opting to allow Liang Feng a moment to recover. After several seconds, Liang Feng stood up, no longer daring to underestimate Cao Yang. He circled around, hesitant to strike again. In the preceding 3 rounds, aside from the initial ambush that had thrown Cao Yang off balance, the subsequent encounters had yielded no advantage for him. Notably, all 3 instances involved his own aggressive moves, while Cao Yang had merely defended. Had Cao Yang chosen to attack, Liang Feng feared the outcome would have been far worse. "Get on with it. Move, damn it." The spectators jeered, urging Liang Feng to hasten the conclusion of the bout for the sake of their earnings. Feigning indifference to their taunts, Liang Feng remained vigilant, scrutinizing Cao Yang for any sign of weakness. In fact, Cao Yang appeared riddled with vulnerabilities, standing there like an ordinary person. Yet Liang Feng sensed that these were deliberate feints designed to entice him. Cao Yang's seemingly casual demeanor was either indicative of a masterful fighter or a mere commoner. After their earlier exchanges, Liang Feng was skeptical of Cao Yang's ordinariness, yet he could hardly believe he was a true master, given his age and fighting style. Come on, finish him off. Dai Xiang Shou Buxing Cao Yang for X Shen. Cao Yang, losing his patience, thought, does this guy intend to prolong this fight indefinitely? Hey, you fool. I'm going on the offensive, Cao Yang declared, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch toward Liang Feng. Before the fist even reached him, the force of the wind was palpable. Liang Feng, sensing the imminent threat, was cautious and crossed his arms to shield against the blow. Boom! The might of that punch exceeded Liang Feng's imagination, propelling him backward where he collided violently with the railing, collapsing to the ground. As he attempted to rise, he felt a tightening around his neck as Cao Yang seized him, lifting him effortlessly before spinning him twice and hurling him away. Bang! Another tremendous impact echoed as Liang Feng crashed against the railing, bending it under his weight. Pain coursed through his body as if his bones were shattering. Just as he tried to rise, he saw Cao Yang descending upon him like a hungry tiger, accompanied by the weight of Mount Tai. He attempted to lift his leg to kick at Cao Yang, but the pain rendered his leg unresponsive. Cao Yang easily pinned him down, pressing his knee against Liang Feng's spine while his large hand forced Liang Feng's face into the ground, rendering him completely immobile. Excellent. Impressive. The crowd erupted in applause at Cao Yang's fluid combination of moves, while Jim and Tai Xiong were exhilarated, sensing victory was near. Some spectators who had bet on Liang Feng erupted in curses, unwilling to believe he could lose, suspecting a staged fight designed to swindle their money. Will you concede? Cao Yang asked from his superior position. Liang Feng remained silent. Though he could not move, he gritted his teeth in defiance, refusing to surrender. Beat him! Beat him to a pulp! The crowd roared. Cao Yang found himself in a quandary. According to the rules, the opponent must either concede defeat, perish, or lose their combat efficacy. Although Liang Feng remained immobile before him, the moment Cao Yang released him, he would still be capable of fighting back. Could he truly bring himself to take a life? They bore no enmity towards one another, and Cao Yang had no desire to extinguish his opponent's existence. Despite the fact that such a venue might overlook fatalities, he could not reconcile with the thought of killing. Reluctantly, he released Liang Feng and took a few steps back. Since you refuse to concede, I shall grant you another opportunity. I shall not relent until you submit. You fool! Tai Xiong, witnessing Cao Yang's actions, erupted in furious exclamations. Such a splendid chance to incapacitate him, and you let him go? Your compassion is your undoing. Yet, Cao Yang was not driven by misplaced compassion. Had he perceived Liang Feng as a formidable adversary, he would have seized the moment to deliver a decisive blow. However, Liang Feng's performance led him to believe he far surpassed his opponent. Thus he opted to allow him a semblance of sport. Liang Feng rose, spitting a mouthful of blood and saliva, and bowed to Cao Yang, an acknowledgement of gratitude for the reprieve. He harbored respect for this young man, yet in the arena, surrender was not an option. Mercy was the gravest flaw within the octagonal cage. With a sudden cry, he leapt 3 meters high, executing a flying kick aimed at Cao Yang's face. Cao Yang merely observed, shaking his head gently. Clenching his fist, he countered with a powerful punch to Liang Feng's abdomen. Even in midair, Liang Feng was sent hurtling back, expelling the contents of his stomach in the process. With a resounding thud, he crashed to the ground, curled up like a shrimp, unable to rise for an extended period. Approaching him, Cao Yang calmly declared, "You are no match for me. You are simply too slow." Having uttered these words, he turned away, for Liang Feng had lost the will to continue, and he could now declare victory. At that moment, Liang Feng suddenly clasped Cao Yang's leg, opening his mouth wide to deliver a vicious bite. Pain surged through Cao Yang, igniting his fury. He had not anticipated such malice, employing the most despicable of tactics. "Let go," he bellowed. Yet, Liang Feng not only refused to relinquish his grip, but bit down even harder. Cao Yang retaliated with a fierce kick to his head, but Liang Feng remained tenacious in his hold. Gritting his teeth, Cao Yang delivered a forceful kick, propelling Liang Feng away while simultaneously experiencing a sharp pain himself. A chunk of flesh from his calf had been bitten away, leaving two of Liang Feng's teeth embedded in his flesh. Damn it! Cao Yang felt a mix of disgust and rage. This fool was courting death. Channeling all his strength, he aimed a kick at Liang Feng's face, confident that this strike would seal Liang Feng's fate. Yet, the kick ultimately halted just 3 centimeters from Liang Feng's visage. Cao Yang noticed tears streaming from Liang Feng's eyes. Though he did not sob, the glimmer of release was evident in his gaze. In that moment, Cao Yang's foot came to a halt, and he perceived a flicker of disappointment in Liang Feng's eyes. Observing him quietly, Cao Yang grappled with the enigma of this man before him. Was it true ambition that drove him to fight, or was it a yearning for death? After their initial encounters, he should have recognized that he was outmatched. Why persist in this struggle? Perhaps surrender was not an option for him. The cost of defeat may have outweighed the fear of death itself. The staff ascended the stage, lifting Cao Yang's wrist with a flourish, and proclaimed loudly, "Cao Yang is victorious." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of cheers and curses, with some celebrating while many others expressed their disdain. As Cao Yang made his way backstage, medical personnel attended to the wound on his calf. Meanwhile, Liang Feng, gravely injured, was being carried on a stretcher, prepared for transport to another location. As he passed by Cao Yang, he cast a deep glance in his direction. "Useless. Your existence is a waste of medical resources," spat Shida, the leader of the Guangxi gang, at Liang Feng. After his tirade, he turned to face Cao Yang, revealing a smile. "Young brother, you have truly opened my eyes. I am Chun Shida, the head of the Guangxi gang in this area." As he spoke, Chun Shida produced a business card and handed it to Cao Yang. "Let's be friends. Should you encounter any issues in this region, just give me a call. It's but a word." Chapter 31. Yama, before his business card could reach Cao Yang, it was snatched away by the arriving Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong tore the card into shreds, exclaiming, "Shida, refrain from plotting against my people. This is my own brother. Keep your distance." Chun Shida glared at him, ready to retaliate, when Jim patted him on the shoulder from behind. "Shida, a wager is a wager. Don't think about undermining others." Chun Shida huffed coldly and swept away in indignation. Cao Yang followed Tai Xiong and Jim out of the factory, observing that both Tai Xiong and Jim's subordinates were struggling under the weight of large bags. Cao Yang surmised they were laden with the spoils of their successful venture, though he refrained from inquiring about the specifics, as they offered no explanation. Jim extended an invitation to both Cao Yang and Tai Xiong to join him at the Nightingale Club, but Tai Xiong declined. Instead, he invited Jim to accompany him to his Pearl nightclub, to which Jim also refused. With a wave of his hand, Jim cast a lingering glance at Cao Yang as he departed in his vehicle. "Good brother, I hope your leg isn't too severely injured." Inside the car, Tai Xiong affectionately placed his hand on Cao Yang's shoulder, his demeanor suggesting a bond akin to that of true brothers. Cao Yang shook his head and glanced at his phone, noticing a plethora of missed calls from Lian. "Good brother, you've helped me today. I must treat you. Come to the nightclub with me. Whoever catches your eye, I shall cover the expenses, ensuring you enjoy the night to the fullest." Tai Xiong leered playfully. Cao Yang imagined the thrilling scene, feeling a rush of longing, yet he shook his head. "Perhaps another time. I wish to return home and recuperate." When he declined, Tai Xiong did not press further, but inquired about Cao Yang's residence to offer him a ride home. Wishing to keep Li Yan's address a secret, Cao Yang requested to be dropped off at the convenience store instead. As they parted, Tai Xiong advised him that such boxing events occurred weekly and urged Cao Yang to heal properly for the following week. Cao Yang declined, expressing his disinterest in attending. Yet Tai Xiong merely smiled and waved goodbye, disregarding his refusal. Cao Yang limped back to the inn and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Lian asked cautiously. "It's me." Upon hearing his voice, she eagerly opened the door. "Where have you been?" she inquired, her eyes red-rimmed. Aware of the impending fight at the convenience store, she had harbored fears and dared not go. Estimating the time, she stealthily ventured to the store only to find bloodstains scattered about, with no sign of Cao Yang. Rumors of numerous casualties had her worried sick about his safety. She had persistently called him, but he had not answered, For a moment, she truly feared for his life. What happened? Are you crying? Cao Yang asked curiously. Crying? Nonsense. I feared you might die and leave me without my money. Li Yan raturta stumburli, refusing to admit her concern. Stop being stubborn. If you care, just say it. Cao Yang reclined on her bed, wrapping his arms around her waist as he began to recount the events of the night. He briefly mentioned the boxing match, but elaborated on Tai Xiong's invitation to the Pearl nightclub, particularly emphasizing the striking allure of the two women he encountered. Why are you holding my waist while you speak? Li Yan mutarat. Did you indulge with those two women? Certainly not. I was thinking of you, Sister Yan. How could you possibly engage with those women so frivolously? Cao Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? I am your sister. You must not harbor such thoughts about me. She bit her lip in warning. Upon hearing this, Cao Yang released his grip. Why not touch anymore? You're so small. Damn you. Go to hell. Li Yan swung her fist to strike. She was the kind of tall and slender girl, her chest naturally not as ample as those more voluptuous ones. Amidst their playful scuffle, the phone rang. Who is it? It's Xiao Yan. Why haven't you been at work lately? A woman's voice resonated from the other end. Li Yan recognized it as Manager Sue from the Nightingale Club. I returned to my hometown. And what about your brother? He has also gone back. Xiao Yan, you can't even lie properly. Just a moment ago, your brother was with Brother Jim. Li Yan was momentarily speechless. Manager Sue chuckled. Don't worry, we mean no harm. Brother Jim said that if you wish to return to work, we could arrange a managerial position for you, with a monthly salary exceeding 4,000. Had it been before, Li Yan would have jumped at the prospect of earning over 4,000, but now she found it somewhat beneath her. Is it merely 4,000? I could easily win that back at the slot machines in just 2 days. Moreover, why should such good fortune fall upon me? She glanced at Cao Yang, who shook his head in response. Cao Yang was not foolish. Calling Li Yan back to work and offering her promotion was clearly for his own benefit. Jim wanted to curry favor with him, hoping he would assist in earning money through boxing. Cao Yang had no interest in aiding them. If he truly wished to make that money, he could just fight for himself and place his own bets rather than giving them an advantage. Li Yan politely declined Manager Sue's invitation, who bore no ill will and assured her that if they encountered any trouble in the future, they could seek help from Brother Jim at the Nightingale Club before hanging up. They speak sweetly, but surely they won't cause us trouble again? Li Yan asked with concern. Cao Yang shook his head. They shouldn't. After all, they've benefited from our assistance. The following day, Li Yan went to work early. She had yet to resign from her position at the clothing store. Cao Yang, however, slept until noon. He opened the door to glance at the empty room, 213, which had already been tidied up by old Sue and was prepared for re-rental. With a sigh, Cao Yang departed. Li, Jiang, Alion, and Jiao Wei were the first friends he made upon arriving here. Now, one had returned home, while two had been apprehended and would likely face several years of sentencing. Was he saddened by this? Not particularly. After all, his relationship with them was merely one of passing acquaintance, not as deep as with Lei, just a twinge of nostalgia. Upon arriving at the convenience store, he opened for business as usual. A few players trickled in, and business remained as prosperous as ever. Jim had already made his rounds, and there were no troubles from the Sichuan gang. However, the Hunan gang's eagle had returned, but this time not to collect protection fees. He was there to play. With a cheerful demeanor, he exchanged currency with Cao Yang, losing 500 in the process. As he left, he invited Cao Yang to dinner, which he politely declined. He turned away, his face darkening as he spat in annoyance. At 6 in the evening, Li Yan returned from work, carrying a bag containing 2 sets of men's clothing. These were the latest styles from our store, and I thought to bring you 2 sets to try on. If they don't fit, I shall exchange them. Cao Yang ascended to the attic and donned the new attire, nodding in satisfaction as he smiled. They fit quite well. Thank you, Sister Yan. What are you thanking me for? She replied, for buying me new clothes. Aside from my mother, no one has ever bought me clothes. Li Yan chuckled lightly, then henceforth, do not call me Sister Yan. Refer to me as Mother Yan instead. If I call you Mother Yan, will you nurse me? Are you out of your mind? Li Yan playfully punched him. Boss, change the currency, shouted a customer from downstairs. Li Yan swiftly pushed Cao Yang aside, wiped her mouth, adjusted her clothing, shot him a fierce glare, and hurried downstairs to assist the customer with the currency exchange. Chapter 32. The buyer in the days that followed, the small shop thrived, with no one causing any trouble. Li Yin resigned from her job at the clothing store to dedicate herself fully to managing the shop. She was displeased with Cao Yang, who opened late and closed early. She intended for them to operate the store around the clock. However, Cao Yang had no desire to keep such hours. He thought, as long as she was there, he could play. When she slept, he would close the shop. Li Yin, wielding a watermelon knife, was busy slicing watermelons. They only sold a few snacks, instant noodles, and soda, but she decided to join the trend of selling chilled watermelon. A whole watermelon was priced at 3 yuan, and when cut into pieces, it could be sold for 8, yielding a profit of 5 yuan, which she found quite appealing. She was eager to amass wealth. As Cao Yang indulged in a piece, Li Yin shot him a glance. With 2 pieces consumed, she narrowed her eyes at him. Upon devouring 3, she swung her knife in exasperation. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. We haven't even begun selling. And you've finished it all? Greedy fool. Can I pay for it? Oh, so you have money now. Feeling quite impressive, are we? She mocked sarcastically. Cao Yang chuckled. Not only do I speak confidently now, but in certain areas, I am quite robust as well. Care to give it a try? Li Yin shot him a glare. She was genuinely becoming wary of Cao Yang. His audacity had been growing, and he was not only becoming familiar with himself, but also starting to speak boldly. At this rate, she feared she would eventually succumb to his advances. It wasn't he that she was entirely opposed to it. In fact, she found herself somewhat intrigued, often dreaming about it at night. However, as childhood neighbors, there lingered an awkward tension in her heart. Amidst their playful banter, Cao Yang's phone rang. Upon seeing a Sichuan number, he immediately recognized it was from Lei Dian. Hello, it's Lei Dian. How is everything back home? Just the usual. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they got to the point. I had my sister help me find a buyer for that batch of electronic chips I want to sell. Sound good? Let your sister come and collect it. Cao Yang casually munched on watermelon. Lei Dian replied, I'll have her come over shortly to pick up some samples to show the buyer and discuss pricing. Sure thing. I'd like you to accompany her. After all, it's not very convenient for her alone. Don't worry. I'll ensure we split the proceeds once the deal is made, just as I promised. Cao Yang smiled. What are you saying? We're brothers. Your sister is like my sister. I would never let her face this alone. Images of Lei Yu's beautiful face floated through Cao Yang's mind, leading him to daydream. An hour later, Lei Yu arrived at Cao Yang's shop. She frowned at the crowd gathered around the slot machines. Sister, over here. Cao Yang greeted her with a smile and a wave. Li Yin, witnessing this, felt a pang of discontent. Cao Yang only referred to her as Sister Yin, yet he addressed this woman directly as sister? Who is she? Li Yin pointed at Lei Yu, her tone decidedly unfriendly. A friend, Cao Yang replied, donning his jacket as he prepared to leave with Lei Yu. Where did you find this friend? Stop mingling with those dubious women from outside. Li Yin grasped his arm, preventing him from following Lei Yu, who was being so unruly. Lei Yu shot a cold glare at Li Yin, who seemed to ignite with indignation upon encountering him, speaking with blatant rudeness. What's your problem? Enough, enough. Ladies, please do not quarrel. Cao Yang quickly interjected, whispering to Li Yin, she is Lei Dian's sister. I accompanied her to sell chips, and I can take half of the proceeds, which I'll share with you. With a cold smirk, Li Yin retorted, your brother steals, and you sell. And you dare call yourselves respectable people? You filthy whore, say that again. Lei Yu suddenly exploded with anger, leaving Cao Yang taken aback. He had assumed Lei Yu was the type to be demure and composed, yet here she was, unleashing a torrent of profanity. You are the shameless one, seducing my brother. Don't you have a brother of your own? As the tension escalated and it seemed they were on the verge of a brawl, Cao Yang hurriedly positioned himself between them. Please, let us focus on the task at hand. He found it incomprehensible that 2 individuals, strangers with no prior enmity, would be ready to fight upon their first encounter. Give me the items. Lei Yu extended her hand. Cao Yang rummaged through his bag and retrieved 10 chips, handing them to her. After taking them, she turned to leave, and he quickly followed. Cao Yang, come back. Li Yin stomped her foot in frustration. Cao Yang bowed to her, pleading for her to cease her commotion. The 2 arrived at the village entrance to await a taxi, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. Cao Yang sought to break the silence. Sister, Do you understand anything about these chips? How much do you think they could sell for? I don't know. Lei Yu shook her head. I only inquire with my boss, who mentioned that if we show a few to the clients, and if they meet their expectations, they could be quite valuable. Also, I'm not your sister, so refrain from calling me that. I'm a good friend of Lei Dian, which makes you my sister by extension. They arrive at a tea restaurant in the city to wait for the buyer to inspect the goods. Soon, two figures appear at the entrance. A tall, slim man wearing glasses smiled at Lei Yu. He was her boss, acting as an introducer. The buyer was a balding man in his 40s. They took their seats across from one another. Xiao Yu, Mr. Qi has arrived. Show him what you have. Lei Yu was instructed. She placed a chip on the table, and the rotund man picked it up to examine it closely, his expression turning serious. Subsequently, he produced a set of professional equipment, fiddling with it before setting it down and revealing a broad smile. How many of these chips do you have? He spoke in a pure Hong Kong accent, indicating he was not a local. How many can you buy? At what price? The more of these chips you have, the more valuable they become. If you have only a few, there is no need to purchase them. However, if you have more than 1,000, I can offer 100 per chip. Lei Yu and Cao Yang exchanged glances, realizing that they possessed 6,000 chips. At 100 each, that would amount to 600,000, a significant fortune for them. Yet, they were not naive. The rotund man had opened with a price far below their chip's actual worth. Can you increase the price a bit? We have quite a lot. Cao Yang gestured with 6 fingers. 6,000? Cao Yang nodded. The portly man chuckled. 6,000 pieces is acceptable, yet the price is 100 each. Let's ponder this further. Thunder prepared to negotiate, fully aware that the seasoned Qi, a veteran in this realm, understood the unspoken thoughts of the two young individuals. Ah, my dear brother and sister, there's no need for you to deliberate. As outsiders, you lack the insight into the intricacies of this trade. This merchandise can only be sold to me, for others would have no interest. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Isn't this batch of goods illicit? By accepting your items, I am assuming a considerable risk. Thus it is only reasonable for me to earn a modest profit. Qi pointedly remarked on the dubious origin of the merchandise, for how could such legitimate chips possibly end up in the hands of two utterly inexperienced youths? Do not entertain the notion of waiting for a better offer. The pace of technological advancement in electronic devices is swift. Should there be even a slight breakthrough in technology, the items in your possession will become obsolete. Chapter 33. The alliance. The two men exchanged glances, acknowledging the validity of the chubby man's words, and recognizing that 600,000 was indeed a substantial sum. Agreed, but we require cash, one of them asserted. That is acceptable. I will present the goods to my clients, and when the time comes, you shall bring the merchandise while I bring the money for the transaction. He left a phone number, promising to send the transaction details later. After leaving, Lei Yu provided his number and a few chips before departing with Cao Yang. Once they were gone, Qi Pengzi bid farewell to the tall, slender man and drove away. He arrived at a company and met with the owner in the office, presenting the chips for inspection. The owner, upon seeing them, was taken aback. Old Qi, where did you acquire these? He inquired. Qi Pengzi smiled. Li. That is not for you to worry about. Just tell me how much you can offer. How much do you seek? Not much, just 6,000, he replied. What do you want for them? Not too steep. 1,000 each, 6 million for the entire lot. Li, chuckling, shook his head. What is the matter? Do you think it's overpriced? This item is currently not produced domestically, and exports to China are restricted. It is in high demand, and I reached out to you first due to our acquaintance. Old Qi, it's not that I find the price exorbitant. It's just that the provenance of these items is questionable, making them rather risky. Ah, Li, where can you find goods with a legitimate background? They all originate from overseas, exported to Hong Kong, and then smuggled back to the mainland. That's the crux of the matter. Just days ago, the maritime police in Shenzhen apprehended 2 smugglers, and they were found with these very chips. It is rumored that one managed to escape, and I suspect your batch may be connected to that incident. So what? The origin is dubious regardless. Why concern ourselves with who it belongs to? Lilita Cigaretta. Laughing, Old Qi, you still fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. I do not know who the final recipient of this merchandise is, but those smugglers belong to the Alliance. They're currently searching for that escaped individual. You are aware of the Alliance. To offend them is to invite certain doom. No one can save you. At the mention of the alliance, Chi Pengzi's expression shifted, reflecting a tumult of emotions. He was reluctant to antagonize the alliance, yet equally unwilling to forfeit millions in profit. Old Li, what do you suggest we do? Though the alliance wields considerable power, if we proceed discreetly, they may remain oblivious. How about this? You sell me the goods for 2 million, and I will leverage the remaining millions to establish connections and procure a talisman for safety. 2 million? Are you jesting? At the very least, it should be 5 million. Li countered, shaking his head. Only 2 million. You will still profit. He surmised that Chi Pengzi had not acquired the goods for a high price. The smuggler likely sold them off for a mere sum. Li, you show no sincerity whatsoever. Chi Pengzi stood to take his leave. Approaching the door, he noted that Li made no attempt to retain him. Turning back, he saw Li smiling at him. Li, you wouldn't inform the alliance, would you? Ha, old Chi. How many years have we known each other? Although this transaction did not come to fruition, our bond remains intact, and I would not stoop to such actions. Chi, the portly figure, nodded and exited through the door. 10 seconds later, he re-entered, peering in with his large head to gaze at General Li. Old Chi, is there something else? General Li was in the midst of brewing tea. Chi chuckled. I fear that the moment I leave, you might betray me. Not at all. Not at all. I have no ties with Yihui. Chi fell into contemplation. He had not anticipated old Li's refusal to accept the goods, nor did he foresee the connection to Yihui. He was well aware of the nature of that organization, far superior to those local gangs, and offending them could lead to dire consequences. However, the prospect of losing the deal was unappealing, especially with profits in the millions at stake. If Old Li would not accept, surely others would. He was left with two choices. First, to contact the Dongguan chapter of Yihui and inform them, thus doing a favor. Or second, to proceed with the acquisition but alter his approach slightly, avoiding the payment of 600,000 to those two rascals, instead seeking to eliminate them directly. It was not that he was unwilling to pay. Rather, he feared that once the money exchanged hands, those two would be found by Yihui and could potentially expose him, leading to unnecessary complications. With this in mind, he dialed a number, and shortly thereafter, a van arrived, disembarking 5 or 6 tattooed men. Cao Yang and Lei Yu were oblivious to these matters and were in relatively good spirits. Cao Yang returned to retrieve the chip, instructing Lei Yu to await his update. However, Lei Yu, concerned that Cao Yang might abscond with a valuable item worth tens of thousands, insisted on accompanying him. Upon their return to Cao Yang's small shop, they acquired the goods but were uncertain about their next steps. She had promised to send details regarding the time and place, yet no message had arrived. Lei Yu sat in the store while Li Yin scrutinized her, commenting on her appearance. Lei Yu found Li Yin equally intolerable, had it not been for Cao Yang's presence. The two women might have clashed. I'm leaving. Lei Yu could no longer endure Li Yan's provocations and informed Cao Yang of her intention to return home. Make haste, but don't think you can take the items with you. Li Yin pointed at the package in Lei Yu's hand, which contained the chip. This is my brother's property. What concern is it of yours? Lei Yu retorted. What joke? Your brother initially agreed to share half with mine, and now you wish to take it all for yourself? No chance. Once sold, I will certainly ensure he receives a share, Lei Yu declared before departing. Li Yin seized her arm, insisting she leave the items behind. The two women began to grapple, on the verge of a physical altercation, when Cao Yang swiftly positioned himself between them. Enough. We are all on the same side. Let's not quarrel. Li and Yankido Yang S. You foolish boy. Do you possess no sense? This item is immensely valuable. If that woman takes it and runs, what will become of your share? Cao Yang glanced at Lei Yu. Sister Yu is not that kind of person. How infuriating. Li Yin seethed, her frustration boiling over. How can you be so gullible? Tens of thousands are at stake. You can't even trust your own relatives, but choose to believe a stranger? You must be bewitched by this vixen. She insisted on leaving her own way, insisting that her belongings must remain until you secure your share of the money. I am determined to take it with me. Lei Yu stood her ground, glaring fiercely at Li Yin. She was perplexed by the animosity this woman harbored towards her, especially since it was their first encounter, yet she felt relentlessly targeted. Just as their argument reached a stalemate, Chief Fatty's call finally came through. He informed Lei Yu of the transaction location, urging them to hurry, as he had to fly to Hong Kong the following day, exuding an air of busyness. Cao Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief, bidding farewell to Li Yin with kind words before hailing a taxi to their destination. Chapter 34. Black eating black, what sort of place is this? Cao Yang was taken aback to discover that the transaction venue was an abandoned building, a location so remote it was overrun with weeds and half-finished construction sites. Surely, he wouldn't resort to black eating black? Lei Yu, recalling scenes from certain films, instinctively edged closer to Cao Yang, a hint of apprehension in her demeanor. I don't know, but let us be cautious, she whispered. Cao Yang, audacious and skilled, strode boldly into the dilapidated structure. Upon entering, they found the place eerily empty. Just as they contemplated calling Fatty Chi, the sound of footsteps echoed from the third floor. This way, come up. Fatty Chi greeted them from above. Cao Yang led Lei Yu upstairs, though he had reservations about her presence. Bringing along an inexperienced woman to such a transaction only posed a hindrance. Yet, Lei Yu insisted on accompanying him, fearing that Cao Yang might abscond with the money, much like Li Yin had suggested. As they ascended, they discovered 6 individuals accompanying Fatty Chi, each sporting either long hair or bald heads. None appear to be of good character. Be careful. If there is trouble, hide behind me, Cao Yang cautioned in a hushed tone, to which Lei Yu nodded in agreement. Hey, brother and sister, have you brought the goods? Fatty Chi asked, grinning broadly. Cao Yang nodded, removing his backpack and patting it. Everything is inside. Have you brought the money? Of course, Fatty Chi replied, gesturing toward a bulging briefcase behind him before reaching for the backpack in Cao Yang's hands. Quick as a flash, Cao Yang withdrew the bag and replied, let us see the money first. Fatty Chi let out a hearty laugh. Money? I can burn it for you. There is plenty where that came from. With that, he signaled to the 6 thugs, who brandished their machetes with sinister grins as they approached. Boss Chi, this girl is quite attractive. We do like to have some fun. I only require the goods. The rest is up to you. Just ensure it's taken care of. In an instant, a shrill scream pierced the air. Before Fatty Chi could finish his sentence, Cao Yang launched a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the wall, incapacitated. In his mind, Fatty Chi expected Cao Yang to be paralyzed with fear, either fleeing or begging for mercy, but instead he dared to strike back. The 6 thugs, taken aback by the sight of their hefty leader being dispatched with such ease, were left astonished. How could this young man possess such strength? Kill him, shouted one of the long-haired thugs, lunging at Cao Yang with a deadly swing aimed at his neck, intent on taking his life. Cao Yang reacted with remarkable speed, seizing the thug's wrist and twisting it forcefully. With a sickening crack, the bone fractured. The thug screamed in agony as the machete slipped from his grasp. Before it could hit the ground, Cao Yang kicked it up, catching the blade deftly and plunging it into the thug's abdomen. The tip emerged from his lower back, blood oozing forth. Cao Yang had intended to strike at the heart or sever the head, but in that fleeting moment, the fierce gaze of his mother flashed before him, prompting a hasty shift in his aim. He withdrew the machete and kicked the thug away, uncertain whether he would live to see another day. The gaze shifted towards the other 5 individuals, who were equally astonished, realizing that their leader had been swiftly dispatched upon their first encounter. Kill him. Avenge Brother G, someone shouted, and the 5 surged forward. Among them, a bald man charged to the forefront, swinging his blade towards Cao Yang. Unflinching, Cao Yang raised his own machete to meet the attack. With a thunderous clash, the bald man's weapon was violently dislodged, causing his wrist to split open, blood streaming forth. Trembling in shock, he stared at Cao Yang, the force of that strike far exceeding his expectations. Cao Yang retaliated with a swift blow aimed at the bald man's forehead. Realization struck the bald man. Today would indeed be his last. With a resounding thud, he felt a jarring impact to his head before collapsing to the ground. A long gash forming on his bald scalp, swelling rapidly. This blow had been delivered with the back of the blade, and Cao Yang had tempered his strength. Otherwise, the bald man would have surely met his demise. Simultaneously, Cao Yang did not neglect the other 4. He landed a powerful kick to one of them, sending the unfortunate soul tumbling to the ground, clutching his groin in agony. The remaining three, witnessing Cao Yang's ferocity, were paralyzed with fear, exchanging glances, none daring to advance. While they hesitated, Cao Yang did not. He brandished his machete and charged the trio. My goodness! The three cried out in terror, abandoning their comrade and fleeing down the stairs. With a disdainful sneer, Cao Yang scoffed at the cowardice. He had not come for a brawl, but for a transaction. He cast a glance at the petrified Lei Yu before approaching the fallen Chimpanzee. Brother, please don't do anything rash. Killing is against the law. You must not tread the path of crime. Chimpanzee wailed, pleading for mercy, urging Cao Yang not to stray into darkness. Cao Yang responded with a kick, inquiring, Is it so difficult to conduct a proper transaction? Why must you resort to such extremes? I didn't want this. It's just that this batch of goods belongs to the Yahiwi. If I accept them, I must ensure everything is clean. Oh, so should I not also ensure you are clean? No, brother, I was wrong. Please spare me. I no longer want the goods. Consider the 600,000 in my bag as a token of goodwill. Cao Yang opened the bag, revealing a neatly arranged stack of cash. Chimpanzee had harbored two intentions. With only Cao Yang and one other present, he planned to eliminate them. But had he known Cao Yang would bring reinforcements, he would have proceeded with a standard transaction. Just as Cao Yang grasped the money, a chorus of screams erupted from below. Alarmed, he heard a flurry of footsteps and peered down to see a group of individuals clad in black suits, escorting the three fleeing rascals back upstairs. The trio was unceremoniously tossed onto the ground like discarded dogs. The newcomers surveyed the scene, their gaze settling on Cao Yang. One imposing man with a buzz cut stepped forward, inquiring, Are you Thunder? Cao Yang shook his head. The man then turned to Chimpanzee, striding towards him. You dare to take on this shipment, fully aware it belongs to the Yahiwi? Do you not regard us at all? Do not speak nonsense. I am not involved, and I am unaware, Chief Fatty vehemently denied, his protest echoing 3 times. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air as someone struck him. Chief Fatty inwardly cursed, invoking the ancestors of Li Zong in his thoughts. The appearance of the Yiha society here was undoubtedly a ploy of his doing. Otherwise, it was too fortuitous for him to arrive at this moment, even with his so-called clairvoyance. You shall accompany us back, commanded the crew cut man, bending down to retrieve Cao Yang's bag with an air of arrogance. However, Cao Yang swiftly snatched the bag back, his gaze icy as he retorted, Who are you? And why should I accompany you? Chapter 35. Money in hand, the crew cut man was taken aback, never expecting this young fellow would dare to contest him for the spoils at such a moment, his tone dripping with audacity. Did he truly fail to comprehend the gravity of the situation, or had he always possessed such boldness? Hand over the bag, he sneered, extending his hand. Cao Yang disregarded him entirely, even seizing Fat Chee's bag and taking the cash along with the goods. As he prepared to leave without so much as a nod to the man's authority, the crew cut man signaled, and his cohort of black-clad men encircled Cao Yang. Without a word, they launched their fists, and a brawl erupted instantaneously. They were unarmed, but Cao Yang showed no fear, facing 10 of them single-handedly. Cries of agony filled the air as he sent one man flying with a kick, crashing against the wall. This was merely the beginning. One after another, adversaries were hurled away by his fists and flying kicks, creating a scene of chaos. Lei Yu stood in stunned silence, having heard from Lei Dian about Cao Yang's prowess. Yet he was astonished by the sheer magnitude of it. The crew cut man was equally dumbfounded, having previously observed a few thugs lying on the ground. He had suspected that this young man possessed some skill, but he had not anticipated such extraordinary ability. The men he had brought were seasoned fighters, far beyond the caliber of these street ruffians, yet to Cao Yang, there was little distinction. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Cao Yang's scalp, the acrid scent of burnt hair filling the air. A cold sweat broke out on Cao Yang's brow. This was his first encounter with a firearm, and he truly felt the peril of the moment. He halted his movements and turned to face the crew cut man, as those he had bested began to rise unsteadily. Are you skilled in combat? The man taunted. What good is skill? In this world, power and connection speak volumes. A simple pull of the trigger, and your head will bloom. Is that so? Cao Yang replied, noticing a shard of stone near his right foot. With a swift kick, he sent the fragment hurtling toward the crew-cut man's wrist. The man was caught off guard. The stone was both swift and precise, striking his wrist painfully and causing the gun to slip from his grasp. Before the weapon could hit the ground, Cao Yang's figure flickered and appeared beside the crew-cut man. With a shoulder shove, the man was sent flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, Cao Yang picked up the gun and aimed it at the crew-cut man, pulling the trigger. Bang! 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 The relentless gunfire erupted, sending the crew-cut man scuttling for cover, cowering behind a support beam, too terrified to show his face. Though Cao Yang had never wielded a real firearm before, he possessed a remarkable aptitude. His speed, strength, reflexes, and capacity to learn were all astonishing. He was not missing his mark. Rather, he had no intention of hitting him at all. Why are you hiding? Weren't you quite arrogant a moment ago? The Iha Society is merely a band of petty thugs. He tossed the chip package to Lei Yu while clutching Fat Chi's wallet. Nodding at Lei Yu as they both made their exit from the derelict building, unimpeded by any further challengers. Let us hurry, Cao Yang urged, concerned that there might be more firearms lurking behind them, fearing a sneak attack would spell disaster. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded, though the desolate location required them to walk for over 10 minutes before they finally reached a vehicle. Are you familiar with the Iha Society? In the car, Cao Yang inquired of Lei Yu about the necessity of understanding the individuals they had offended. Lei Yu nodded, then shook her head. I have only heard of them, but do not possess specific knowledge. The Yihui, I am aware, is a formidable society in Hong Kong. If you have crossed them, you best hasten to the train station and purchase a ticket back home. The taxi driver chimed in, demonstrating his conversational prowess. Please elaborate, he urged. Cao Yang offered the driver a cigarette, disregarding Lei Yu's frown, and the two commenced their exchange amidst a cloud of smoke. The history of the Yihui is extensive, with roots tracing back over a century. Its contemporary incarnation began around 20 years ago, during the early days of reform and opening up, when numerous entrepreneurs from Hong Kong and Taiwan came to invest and establish factories in mainland China. Concurrently, several Hong Kong societies discreetly set up branches, with the Yihui emerging as one of the most successful. Presently, they boast 13 factions on the mainland, each led by a powerful figure. They far surpass the likes of He Sheng He and the 14K. Among these 13 leaders, the one I most admire is Tang Xiaojia, the chief of our Dongxing faction. He is not only handsome and youthful, but also conducts himself with principles and restraint. Many young men idolize him, considering it an honor to be his subordinate. Cao Yang scoffed. What grand aspirations does he have when his associates get arrested, and he expects them to compensate for their losses? Do you know of the Guangdong Hongmen? The driver asked. Cao Yang nodded, indicating he had heard of it. The Yihui has some connections to the Guangdong Hongmen. A century ago, a branch of the Hongmen in Hong Kong was called the San Hihui, and the Yihui is comprised of its former members. Strictly speaking, it transitioned from the mainland to Hong Kong and then back again. However, the Hongmen has since declined, with only a few overseas Chinese maintaining its presence. It is virtually invisible on the mainland now. In contrast, the Yihui continues to thrive, yet they have completely forsaken the chivalric ideals and patriotic sentiments of the Hongmen, having devolved entirely into a criminal syndicate. As the taxi driver spoke at length, Cao Yang felt increasingly burdened. They had indeed entangled themselves in a significant predicament. The vehicle delivered them to Lei Yu's residence. Cao Yang contemplated inviting Lei Yu to seek refuge with him, but given her aversion to Li Yin and the fear instilled by the taxi driver's narrative, she opted to return home for safety. Perhaps I should leave my belongings here for the time being, Lei Yu suggested, handing the chip to Cao Yang, unwilling to bear this troublesome burden any longer. Cao Yang faced a dilemma. Discarding it would be a loss, yet holding on to it felt perilous. If it were to be misplaced, they would have to retrieve it, and had he known earlier, he might have left it behind, possibly appeasing those individuals. Yet what purpose does such contemplation serve now? Should he truly consider returning it? How troublesome. Do you have any money? Cao Yang called out to Lei Yu as she prepared to depart. I have a little, I suppose, she replied hesitantly. Her faltering tone revealed her lack of funds. He opened his bag and retrieved 2 stacks of cash, presenting them to her. Take this for your fare. I. Lei Yu waved her hand in refusal, yet she was undeniably tempted by the prospect of money. After all, who does not appreciate wealth? Although they had agreed that profits from any sale would be split equally, the issue lay in the fact that the items had not been sold. Yet the money had already been received. This sum could be deemed as having been seized by Cao Yang, bearing little relation to the act of selling. She hesitated to request the money, but now that Cao Yang had offered it, she lowered her head and murmured her gratitude. Please take care on your journey, and do call me to assure me of your safety upon reaching home. Lei Yu replied, softly, nodding. Cao Yang turned to depart. Cao Yang. Lei Yu called out to him. What is it? Will we meet again in the future? Cao Yang turned back with a smile. Did you not claim that you do not like me? She stammered a couple of times before stomping her foot in frustration and walking away. Upon returning to the convenience store, Li Yin rushed over. How did it go? Did you sell it? Have you received the money? She bombarded him with questions. Snatching the bag from Cao Yang's hand and opening it to find it filled with electronic chips, her disappointment palpable. You did not sell it? Cao Yang tossed another bag to her. Managing a wry smile, the items may not have sold, but the money was secured. The money-loving Li Yin opened the bag, her eyes instantly dazzled by a radiant shimmer of gold. Chapter 36. Lei Yu's Abduction Heavens. Such a fortune. Am I dreaming? She pinched herself, confirming her consciousness before hastily zipping up her bag and carefully ascending to the attic. 56, 57, 58. She opened the bag and poured out the money, beginning to count it step by step. Why is it 58,000? Shouldn't it be 60,000 or 30,000? I allocated 20,000 to Lei Yu. Aren't you supposed to split it evenly? Li Yin questioned suspiciously, then retorted fiercely. Giving her 2,000 is generous enough, but will she be satisfied? Cao Yang regarded her with a look of incredulity. Li Yin, puzzled, then asked, You have the money, but why is the chip still in your possession? In a boastful tone, Cao Yang recounted the events, causing Li Yin's expression to sour. Are you saying this money belongs solely to you and not from a sale? You gave that wretched Lei Yu 2,000 of your own money? Why do you keep calling her wretched? She hasn't done anything to you. Huh. So quickly you defend her. You're something, Cao Yang. I've been with you every day, and when you struck it rich, you didn't even consider sharing a bit with me. Yet you generously give 2,000 to an outsider. Truly impressive. She wore a face full of grievance. All right. Stop nagging. Here, take you 2,000. Cao Yang pulled out 2 stacks of cash and stuffed them into Li Yan's embrace. Originally expecting her to be ecstatic, he was instead met with her displeasure. So, in your mind, I weigh the same as Lei Yu, is that it? No. In fact, I carry less weight than her. You're merely compensating me for giving her money. It's not out of genuine desire to give to me, just a reluctant act. You truly wish to give to her, don't you? Cao Yang felt overwhelmed. Fine, I'll add another 1,000. I don't want an extra 1,000. I want it all. Li Yin clung to the money bag, refusing to let go. What are you dreaming of? Leave the money with me. I'll safeguard it for you. Or those shameless women outside will trick you out of it. Stop messing around. I intend to send the money home to repay my mother's debts and improve her life. That is feasible, but we mustn't rush. If you send so much money at once, your mother will panic and question the source of the funds, and you want to have a clear answer. We must proceed gradually, sending a small amount at a time. Start with 10,000, then say we're doing business again, and slowly send the rest home. Cao Yang nodded, acknowledging her reasoning, yet he felt a lingering unease. This money seemed precarious. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, it was Lei Yu. Cao Yang thought to himself, she must be boarding the train now. Li Yin also noticed the incoming call, snatched the phone from Cao Yang, pressed the answer button, and began to unleash a torrent of curses. You shameless hussy, don't you dare call my brother. The voice on the other end was momentarily stunned, followed by a male voice asking, Who are you? Let that rascal Cao Yang answer the phone. And who might you be? Lei Yu's clandestine lover. I am your father. Hand the phone to Cao Yang. And I am your mother. You filthy fool. Li Yin retorted fiercely with the man on the line. Cao Yang discerned that the voice belonged to the buzzcut man. He took hold of his phone and in a deep tone, inquired, What do you intend to do? The young man replied, Your woman is in my grasp. If you wish to rescue her, bring the goods to the designated location. Delay, and I cannot assure you that uncontrollable events will not transpire. Upon hanging up, a text message promptly arrived on Cao Yang's phone, revealing the specified address from the buzzcut man. Rising to his feet, he was abruptly halted by Li Yan's firm grip. "You mustn't go," she insisted. "Am I a fool? How could I possibly go?" Cao Yang harbored a fondness for Lei Yu, yet love was a sentiment still foreign to him. They had only met twice, after all. He would not jeopardize his own life for her. The buzzcut man's entourage had suffered a humiliating defeat at his hands earlier, but that was due to their underestimation. Now they were adequately prepared, on their own turf, and armed. This time, there would undoubtedly be more than one weapon. Venturing forth would surely lead to his demise. Cao Yang expressed his thoughts to Li Yan, who, upon hearing them, felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that this young man might be so smitten by Lei Yu as to risk his life. "We must leave at once," Cao Yang declared, grabbing the money and chip in preparation to flee. "Where are we going?" Li Yan asked, perplexed. "Lei Yu's been captured. She and Lei Jian know our address. If we don't leave now, they'll come looking for us." Cao Yang held no faith that Lei Yu would remain silent under duress. Even if she did not divulge their whereabouts, Lei Jian would likely reveal everything to save his sister. He refused to gamble on such matters. Li Yan, enlightened by his words, swiftly closed the door and they departed hastily. They took a taxi, aimlessly circling around before finally checking into a hotel. "What should we do? Perhaps we should return to our hometown or change cities," Li Yan suggested, clutching the money pouch with a nervous expression. Cao Yang nodded, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. Earlier, he had left the chip at the convenience store counter. Should those individuals come looking, they would find the item readily visible. He hoped that once they obtained it, they would cease their pursuit. Before he could finish his cigarette, the phone rang again. This time, it was Lei Jian. He pleaded desperately with Cao Yang to hand over the goods, begging him to save his sister. Cao Yang informed him that the item was at the convenience store and that they could retrieve it themselves. Moments later, Lei Jian called again, insisting that Cao Yang personally deliver it. Their interest in him had exceeded their interest in the goods. What would they possibly want with him? After he had inflicted such a beating upon them, they were undoubtedly seeking revenge. Li Yan listened intently throughout, then snatched the phone from Cao Yang, scolding Lei Jian before abruptly hanging up and powering off the device. She embraced Cao Yang tightly, declaring, "You mustn't go." Cao Yang, with a wry smile, shook his head. "I told you I wouldn't go. I'm afraid you might act foolishly." She countered, "I won't." In a sudden turn, Li Yan drew closer and kissed him. "Sister Yan, what are you doing?" Cao Yang found himself bewildered, caught off guard by her unexpected advance. "Did you not wish to be with me? Come out. Let us forget our troubles." With that, she leaned in for another kiss. Cao Yang was no gentleman either, with Sister Yin in such a state. How could he not respond? Their lips met in a passionate kiss before he pressed her beneath him, his hands exploring beneath her garments with practiced ease. Under the ministrations of those large, skilled hands, Li Yin soon melted into pliant softness. Gradually, her clothing slipped away under his touch, leaving her as bare as a newborn lamb. Cao Yang, Cao Yang. She murmured his name between breaths, her own fingers now fumbling with the buckle of his belt. "Should we bathe first, Sister Yin?" he suggested, to which she shot him a reproachful glance. Since when had he become so fastidious? Rising gracefully, her nude form glided toward the bathroom. Pausing at the threshold, she peeked back with coquettish hesitation. "Would you care to join me?" As the sound of running water mingled with glimpses of her silhouette through the steam, his thoughts drifted unexpectedly to Lei Yu. That beautiful girl, now held captive by brutish men, what horrors might she be enduring? Chapter 37. Lushan International Water Conference. Li Yan emerged from the bathroom, feeling quite at ease, only to find her room utterly deserted. Cao Yang had the audacity to leave while she was bathing. "Cao Yang, you scoundrel!" she exclaimed, her anger spilling forth in a torrent of expletives. The sound of her phone chimed, and upon glancing at the screen, she saw a message from Cao Yang. "Sister Yin, I'm going to see what's happening. Don't worry about me. I can run if I can't fight. If I'm not back by dawn, take the money back home and give it to my mother. Thank you." Reading the latter part of the message, which felt like a last testament, Li Yan's fury intensified, prompting her to retaliate with a text of her own. "Go die. Die out there. After you're gone, I'll keep every penny for myself, not giving a single cent to your mother. Let her suffer in old age without children and money. Let you show off. Let you play the hero, risking your life for that wretched woman. Your mother will bear all the consequences. Having sent her message, she remained unsatisfied and attempted to call him, only to find the line engaged, leaving her wondering whom he was speaking to. Cao Yang, oblivious to her messages, either ignored them or simply deemed them unworthy of his attention, knowing they were merely the words of an angry Li Yan. Although she was known for her avarice and frugality, he was confident she would not betray him with the considerable sum entrusted to her. Besides, their hometown was a closely knit community. Where could she possibly run to? Cao Yang returned to the convenience store to retrieve a chip and was currently on the phone with Tai Xiong. Aware of the formidable numbers and weaponry his adversaries possessed, he sought assistance. Though not particularly close, he knew Tai Xiong well enough, as the latter often boasted of needing him for various matters. Today, he intended to borrow some muscle, if necessary, even firearms. "Hello, Brother Cao." Tai Xiong greeted him with enthusiasm upon answering the call. "Brother Xiong, a friend of mine has been kidnapped, and I need to rescue her. I'm hoping to borrow some men from you," Cao Yang stated directly, cutting to the chase. Upon hearing this, Tai Xiong erupted in anger. "Damn it! Who dares to lay hands on my brother's friend? Come over here. I'll personally lead the charge to deal with these scoundrels and show them that our Hunan gang is not to be trifled with." "All right, Brother Xiong. I'll come right over, and we'll go together," Cao Yang replied, a smile gracing his face as he added, "They have guns, so we should bring a few of our own for safety." "It's just guns. Who doesn't he have them?" Tai Xiong scoffed. "What kind of crew are we dealing with?" "They are from the Yihe Association." "Hey, are you even listening? What kind of crew are they?" "I said they are from the Yihe Association." Hello. Why is there no sound? Did we lose the signal?" Tai Xiong muttered before abruptly hanging up. Cao Yang was taken aback. At such a critical moment, no signal? Was he feigning? He redialed, but this time, the call went unanswered. "Damn it. Always calling me brother when it suits you, but when I need help, you vanish." The Lushan International Water Conference was lavishly decorated, resplendent in gold and grandeur. Spanning 7 floors, each level occupied over 10,000 square meters. At this moment, it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. Yet Lushan International remains brilliantly illuminated, with luxury cars frequently entering and exiting. It truly lives up to its reputation as a city that never sleeps. Cao Yang had imagined Lushan International to be a dilapidated building, a place convenient for nefarious deeds, but he never expected it to be so lavish upon arrival. The establishment, themed around water culture, serves as a leisure and entertainment venue, offering everything from hot springs, saunas, foot massages, fire therapy, and water therapy, to dining and accommodation. While this is the legitimate side, the illicit activities abound even more. The scene before him was visibly unsavory. Legitimate businesses seldom thrive to such an extent. Cao Yang strode confidently into the lobby, where a row of elegantly dressed receptionists in kipeos greeted him with a bow. "Welcome to Lushan International. We wish you a pleasant leisure experience." A female manager in a professional suit approached, smiling warmly at Cao Yang. "Sir, are you alone?" I'm looking for someone," he responded, scanning the room for the crew cut man. "Whom are you looking for? Do you have a room number?" she inquired politely. Cao Yang hesitated, unable to admit he was searching for the crew cut man. He pulled out his phone and dialed Leiyu. The call was promptly answered by the same crew cut man. "I've arrived. I'm in the lobby." "Hand the phone to the staff," came the instruction. Cao Yang handed his phone to the manager, who whispered a few words and nodded in acknowledgement. "Sir, please follow me," she said, ascending to the 7th floor. The elevator doors opened to reveal the crew cut man, surrounded by a crowd of at least 20 to 30 individuals. Cao Yang dropped his goods to the floor. "Let them go," he demanded. The crew cut man, his wrist wrapped in bandages and encased in a cast, regarded Cao Yang coldly, ignoring the fallen items. "Allô, is this the kid who took on 10 of you by himself?" Another man inquired mockingly. He was shorter than most, barely reaching 5'7", yet commanded respect from those around him, indicating his leadership role. "Let them go," Cao Yang reiterated, noticing the indifference to his plea. Sun Xiao, grinning, taunted, "If we don't let them go, what will you do?" Cao Yang sensed the gravity of the situation. His hand discreetly moved to his waist, where a watermelon knife lay, used for slicing fruit. Observing his movement, several men swiftly reached for their waists, and in an instant, multiple guns were pointed at Cao Yang's forehead. Recognizing the peril he was in, he prudently refrained from any struggle, choosing instead to clasp his hands atop his head and crouch in a corner. After all, with so many guns drawn, even the legendary Sun Wukong would find himself at a disadvantage, let alone an ordinary man like Cao Yang. Seeing this, Sun Shao burst into laughter. "Kid, you know how to play along." He squatted down, confiscating the watermelon knife from Cao Yang's waist, prompting a chorus of ridicule from a group. "You dare come to Lushan International with this rusty piece? Truly commendable bravery." "All right, get up," Sun Shao said, giving Cao Yang a kick to urge him to rise. "You arrived at the office with your belongings, awaiting the moment of release, determined solely by your conduct." Cao Yang, perplexed yet compliant, bent to retrieve the chip, and, escorted by a throng of individuals, made his way to the opulent office on the 7th floor. The office was vast and lavish, yet devoid of any company. Upon his entry, the door was firmly shut behind him. He settled onto the sofa, awaiting the arrival of others. But after a prolonged silence of several minutes, he decided to rise and light a cigarette, surveying his surroundings. Since he was there, he might as well make himself comfortable. What was there to fear? Approaching the window ledge, he gazed down, contemplating the likelihood of surviving a leap from the 7th floor. If the odds were favorable, he might simply jump and flee. Just as he wrestled with the idea of taking the plunge, the office door swung open once more, and a figure stepped inside. Upon seeing her, Cao Yang felt as if the heavens had cleared, flowers had bloomed, and the world held no beauty that could rival hers. Chapter 38. Hu Qing the visitor was a lady of remarkable beauty. If Cao Yang were to rate the girls, Li Yin would score an 8. 7. Lei Yu a 9, but the woman before him would undoubtedly surpass a 9. 5. This was perhaps attributed to her slightly older age and her attire resembling that of a young matron, possibly a mother. Otherwise, her score would have been even higher. However, it could be precisely due to her age and style that she possessed a unique charm. "Hello there, young man," she greeted, extending her hand and revealing a dazzling smile, bright as the sun, which enveloped Cao Yang in a warm, pleasant ambience, devoid of any malice. "Hello." Cao Yang, momentarily taken aback, shook her hand, only to find that her skin was as smooth as jade. "My name is Hu Qing, the general manager here. I apologize for inviting you in this manner." She spoke sweetly, her tone polite and courteous, a stark contrast to the scenario Cao Yang had anticipated, leaving him momentarily disoriented. "Please take a seat." Hu Qing invited him to sit down, personally preparing a cup of tea for him. As Cao Yang took a gentle sip, he regained his composure and remembered the purpose of his visit. "I have brought the items. You should release the person now, shouldn't you?" Hu Qing smiled charmingly, her gaze not even flickering towards the chip he had brought. She pressed a button on her desk, and the door swung open, revealing Sun Shao peeking in. "Please bring the young lady in," she instructed. Soon, Lei Yu entered the office, her eyes red with tears. She was overwhelmed with emotion, never expecting Cao Yang would truly come to rescue her. Seeing her unharmed, Cao Yang felt a wave of relief wash over him. "Sister Hu, I have brought what you asked for. May I take her away now?" he inquired. Hu Qing chuckled. "You wish to abscond with our goods after assaulting our personnel? It is not my intention. You forced my friend into this predicament. He brought you the goods, and in return, 2 of his brothers were apprehended. Should he be held accountable for damages? Can he afford that? You are the ones who coerced him." "What do you mean?" Hu Qing asked, perplexed. She had never heard of such a demand for compensation. Cao Yang recounted the events as told by Lei Dian, and Hu Qing fell into contemplation. They would not demand compensation from a smuggler, especially after capturing him. Such reasoning was absurd. Yet, she could not deny that her subordinates may have uttered harsh words to intimidate the smugglers. With a faint smile, she said, "You have misunderstood. We would never resort to such actions. However, those below might say some intimidating words, which you may consider a misunderstanding. If it is a misunderstanding, may we leave?" "Not so fast." Hu Qing shook her head. "You have injured our personnel. We must discuss this matter." Cao Yang pondered for a moment. How about I compensate you for the medical expenses? Hu Qing burst into laughter, her mirth more boisterous than that of an average man. Out of 10 of our brothers, 7 were hospitalized due to your actions, and you propose to compensate us for medical fees? Do we, the Ihi Society, lack for such funds? What do you wish to achieve, then? Cao Yang sensed impending danger, instinctively sheltering Lei Yu behind him, his gaze darting towards the window, weighing the option of either leaping out with Lei Yu or seizing this woman as a hostage. After much contemplation, he ultimately concluded that taking the woman before him as a hostage was the most reliable course of action. This was the 7th floor. He couldn't guarantee his own safety if he jumped alone, especially with Lei Yu accompanying him, which would undoubtedly spell disaster. There's no need for you to be anxious. If I truly meant to harm you, I wouldn't allow you to approach me. Hu Qing observed his unease. To be frank, our organization is in dire need of talented individuals like yourself. I wish to inquire if you might be interested in joining me. Hu Qing spoke the truth. Her days were filled with activity, and she generally dismissed trivial matters. However, she had become intrigued upon hearing that one person had single-handedly defeated 10 of their own. Join you? Cao Yang regarded her with skepticism, questioning the notion of a mere woman engaging in the underworld. What? Do you look down upon me? No. Cao Yang vehemently shook his head in denial. What benefits are there in joining you? This question momentarily rendered Hu Qing speechless. Benefits? She found herself at a loss for a response. She could claim that she would help him amass wealth. Yet her intention was merely to recruit him as an elite enforcer or bodyguard, roles that typically come with modest salaries. I can offer you a generous salary. Hu Qing stated flatly, uncertain whether his salary would entice Cao Yang. How much per month? Cao Yang inquired, harboring a hint of disdain. How high could the salary possibly be? Hu Qing held up 2 fingers, reconsidered, and added a third. 3,000? Cao Yang asked, bewildered. 30,000. At that time, 30,000 was an extraordinarily high salary, yet Cao Yang had already dismissed it. He possessed 600,000 in cash and had no immediate financial needs. Furthermore, if he truly required money, engaging in underground boxing with Tai Xiong would be more lucrative than working as a bodyguard. Most importantly, he believed that relying on violence for a living did not align with his ambition of earning through intellect. If I refuse, will you let us go? Of course, Hu Qing replied, her expression falling as she added, you might find 30,000 unsatisfactory, but joining us offers numerous other advantages. Should you prove loyal and become a trusted member of our business, your income will surpass your wildest expectations. Hu Qing hinted that the 30,000 was merely an entry point, with future rewards contingent upon his loyalty and worthiness of investment. Cao Yang, uninterested in her enticing promises, shook his head and said, may I take a few days to consider? Hu Qing paused, realizing he was stalling. After a moment's contemplation, she nodded. Very well. Can we leave now? Let's go, she replied, unfazed by his rejection, handing him a business card. Contact me once you've made your decision. Feel free to reach out if you encounter any issues. Thank you, Cao Yang said as he accepted the card and led Lei Yu out the door. A group of bodyguards clad in black coldly observed them at the entrance. At first glance, they appeared quite formidable, yet Cao Yang, recalling how he too had once stood among them, found them rather ludicrous. Big sister, are we just going to let him leave? Sun Shao entered the office, carrying 2 bags. Hu Qing nodded. What else could we do? Should we kill them or give them a beating? Sun Shao remarked at the very least, let that young man learn a lesson, so he understands the consequences of offending our brotherhood. Hu Qing chuckled and shook his head. This is a trivial matter. There's no need to escalate it. Let us promptly deliver the items to the client. Sun Shao nodded, picking up the bag left by Cao Yang, emptying its contents, and combining them with his own. If Cao Yang were still around, he would undoubtedly be intrigued. After all, weren't the other 2 batches of goods seized by the Coast Guard? How could they possibly end up in Sun Zhao's possession? What he was unaware of was the formidable influence of the Brotherhood, which enabled them to retrieve even items confiscated by the Coast Guard. You may wonder, if they possess such prowess, why send Lei Dian and his group of ruffians on an errand, when they could simply obtain the goods through legitimate means? This brings us to the matter of cost. Dispatching Lei Dian and his crew incurs only a modest expense, whereas reclaiming the goods directly from the Coast Guard would entail expenditures magnitudes greater. Chapter 39 Tang, Xiaojia. Cao Yang exhaled a sigh of relief as he stepped out of the Lushan International Gates with Lei Yu. This journey had proven to be fraught with tension, yet devoid of peril. Cao Yang, thank you, Lei Yu said, tears streaming down her cheeks. She had never anticipated Cao Yang's arrival. Previously, she held reservations about him, believing that anyone associated with her brother was unworthy. What is the fuss? Why are you crying? Cao Yang inquired, assisting her with her suitcase, which had accompanied her since her abduction on the way to the train station. While they awaited their transportation, a sleek, glossy black Mercedes-Benz glided into view. This particular vehicle stood apart from the rest, being significantly longer and exuding an air of opulence. Adorned with dual license plates from Guangdong and Hong Kong, the driver lightly tapped the horn, prompting Lei Yu to instinctively pull back with Cao Yang. The car entered the parking lot, coming to a halt in a designated VIP spot. As the door opened, the first thing that caught Cao Yang's eye was a polished black shoe, followed by tailored black trousers and a crisp white shirt. A refined man in his 30s emerged from the vehicle, casually draping his black suit jacket over his arm, exuding an undeniable charisma. Cao Yang observed as several associates approached the man, deducing that he must be Tang Xiaojia, the Dongguan leader of the Iha Society, rumored to be a formidable candidate for the next head of the organization. The woman who had just spoken with him, Hu Qing, was likely his wife. From a purely aesthetic standpoint, they indeed formed a striking couple. Cao Yang averted his gaze only after witnessing the man disappear through the entrance, contemplating that if one were to immerse oneself in this world, one should aspire to achieve the stature of Tang Xiaojia. The two then boarded their vehicle, with Cao Yang escorting Lei Yu to a hotel. While the Iha Society was unlikely to pursue them further, there lingered the threat of the rotund Qi, from whom they had taken 600,000. It was improbable that Qi would simply let the matter rest. Although it might be challenging for Qi to locate Cao Yang, it would be far easier for him to find Lei Yu, as he was a friend of her employer. Thus, Lei Yu hesitated to return to her previous residence. Fearing another abduction, Cao Yang secured a separate room adjacent to Li Yan's, wishing to avoid any potential confrontation between the two, which could lead to chaos or even violence. Rest here for a while. I'll be right next door. Call for me if you need anything, Cao Yang said, preparing to leave and return to unfinished business with Sister Yin. The thought of Li Yin in her undraped state ignited a warmth within him. Cao Yang, Skaret, can you stay with me? Lei Yu asked softly, clearly shaken from the day's events. Can you wait until Lei Dian arrives tomorrow morning? She added, recalling their earlier conversation with him, in which they assured him of their safety. Upon learning of his sister's ordeal, Lei Dian had been determined to return promptly, as she was his beloved sibling. Only after hearing that they were unharmed did he breathe a sigh of relief, informing them that he was at Shuangliu Airport and would arrive in Baoan by morning. Cao Yang checked the time. It was already 5 in the morning, and Lei Dian should have boarded his flight, arriving within 2 to 3 hours. Very well, Cao Yang nodded, opting to stay. Though an awkward silence enveloped the room as they sat side by side on the bed, neither daring to speak for an extended period. The atmosphere was unbearable for Lei Yu, prompting her to initiate a conversation. She first inquired about the relationship between Cao Yang and Li Yan. Upon learning that they were not related by blood, she deduced the reason behind Li Yan's disdain for her. That cunning vixen must have feelings for Cao Yang and feared losing him to her. As this thought crossed her mind, she carefully scrutinized Cao Yang, a boy 4 years her junior, who was undeniably handsome, tall, robust, and youthful. Most importantly, his exceptional prowess instilled a profound sense of security in those around him. She proceeded to ask several questions about Cao Yang's childhood, effectively uncovering much of his past. However, as their conversation drew to a close, the atmosphere once again turned awkward. I feel sticky. I'm going to take a shower, Lei Yu declared, breaking the silence as she rose and headed to the bathroom. Listening to the sound of the shower through the fogged glass door, Cao Yang caught a glimpse of Lei Yu's silhouette, which stirred his imagination. Cao Yang, could you please fetch my dress? Lei Yu called out. It's in my suitcase, a red nightgown. Cao Yang opened her suitcase and rummaged through it. retrieving a delightful silk red camisole nightgown, its texture exquisite. Here you go. What are you staring at? Hurry and go outside, Lei Yu gently urged. As Cao Yang exited the bathroom, a wave of frustration washed over him. He suspected Lei Yu was being deliberately provocative, and he felt an overwhelming urge to confront her passionately. Yet, a flicker of doubt made him hesitate. What if she wasn't interested? After all, she was Lei Dian's sister. If she accused him of misconduct when Lei Dian arrived, it would lead to an embarrassing situation. Lei Yu, you take your time. I'll head back now, Cao Yang said, suppressing the fire within him, intent on finding Yin Jie to vent his frustrations, knowing full well that she would be receptive. Don't go, Lei Yu exclaimed, emerging in her alluring red nightgown and grabbing his arm. We agreed to wait for Lei Dian before you leave, but I feel uncomfortable. What does it hurt? Let me take a look. Are you injured? Cao Yang pointed below, causing Lei Yu to blush fiercely. You naughty boy, she playfully scolded, retreating to the bed and pulling up the blanket. I'll take a nap. Wake me when Lei Dian arrives. As she spoke, she covered herself with the blanket, leaving her upper body exposed. 10 minutes later, seeing that she remained still, Cao Yang assumed she had fallen asleep. He quietly slipped out of bed, preparing to return to Li Yin. However, just as he moved, Lei Yu suddenly grasped his arm, her eyes opening to meet his gaze. Still awake? She asked, shaking her head, her large eyes fixed on him. Don't leave. I'm tired too. If I don't leave, I'll sleep with you. Lei Yu fell silent. Cao Yang, shedding his clothes and pulling the blanket over himself, lay down beside her. Lei Yu closed her eyes, her grip on him tightening in fear that he might escape. Observing her reaction, Cao Yang pondered whether it was cowardly to refrain from making a move. Lei Dian would arrive soon, and Lei Yu might return to her hometown, potentially marking their last encounter. With this thought, he resolved not to leave any regrets behind. Emboldening himself, Cao Yang, what are you doing? Don't be reckless. Let go of me. She whimpered softly. Chapter 40. The return of thunder. Li Yin lay in bed, her phone in hand, her mind a tempest of worries. Sleep eluded her as she fretted over Cao Yang's safety while enduring the incessant cries of the woman next door. Morning was nearly upon her, and she cursed under her breath, yet dared not knock on the door. She had previously remarked that the woman was one to bully the weak and cower before the strong, only bold in front of Cao Yang, while meek in the presence of others. As dawn approached, Cao Yang remained absent. Was she truly destined to return home with nothing but money in hand? Sighing, she sat up, her heart in turmoil. Time slipped away, and it was only when the sun fully rose that the raucous sounds from the neighboring room finally ceased. Rising from her bed, she resolved to leave, but not before calling Cao Yang. Just as she dialed his number, the doorbell rang. Startled, she rushed to answer, revealing Cao Yang standing outside. Overcome with emotion, she enveloped him in a tight embrace, chastising him with a flurry of punches. It's all right, he reassured her, gently peeling her off. You scoundrel, how did you survive out there? Li Yin exclaimed, noticing the wounds on his neck, the crimson lines stark against his skin. Did they hurt you? No, not at all. We resolved things peacefully. Then how did you get those marks? She probed, concern etched on her face. Cao Yang touched his neck, feeling a twinge of pain. It must have been from their earlier struggle during the storm. He had been so engrossed that he hadn't noticed. It's nothing, just a scratch from my own hand, he replied, dismissing her worry as he made his way to the bathroom for a shower. Standing before the bathroom mirror, he removed his shirt and discovered that the marks extended beyond his neck, covering his entire back, evidence of the tempestuous encounter. He pondered how Thunder could behave so recklessly, seemingly oblivious to the intensity of his actions that had driven her to such a state. Dressed and emerging from the bathroom, he found Li Yin lounging on the bed, beckoning him with a finger. Did you know we have a woman next door? She screamed all morning. The man was too vigorous and left her in tatters. Li Yin whispered conspiratorially, her insinuation unmistakable, testing whether Cao Yang possessed the same prowess. She was conflicted about the idea of being with him. Even if she were to indulge him, it would not be without a struggle to keep him on a string. However, Thunder's sudden appearance disrupted her plans. Fearing that Cao Yang might become involved with Thunder, leaving her in the lurch, she resolved to take the initiative. Cao Yang felt a growing apprehension. Li Yan's hints were so overt that he feared not acting would raise her suspicions. Yet if he did engage, the marks on his body would surely betray him. He was not in a romantic relationship with Li Yan, so there was no obligation to explain himself, but avoiding conflict was preferable. If she began to stir up trouble, it would be never-ending, and he could not treat her as a mere stranger. In the midst of his dilemma, a knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Li Yan flinched, fearing trouble was at hand, and instinctively clutched her purse tightly. Cao Yang opened the door to reveal Thunder, looking weary yet vibrant. "Cao Zhang, Tangzhu," Thunder exclaimed, pulling him into a warm embrace. "Where's my sister?" "She has returned to her dormitory," he replied. Cao Yang spoke with audacity, for if he were to tell Lei Dian that his sister was next door, it would undoubtedly reveal that the formidable figure next door was none other than himself. "Sister Yin, I shall accompany Lei Dian to his sister's place. You may tidy your belongings and return home, for the trouble has been resolved. The slot machine awaits your grand opening, which could yield thousands in a single day." Cao Yang was well aware of her fondness for money and deliberately reminded her that a day's delay would cost her significantly, ensuring that Li Yan would not even be able to sleep. No way. Before she could finish her sentence, Cao Yang had already closed the door and departed. Furious, she pounded her fist on the bed, but the thought of losing out on thousands of earnings spurred her to hastily change her clothes. Cao Yang and Lei Dian knocked on the door of the adjacent room, carefully observing Li Yan's door, fearful that she might emerge at any moment. With a creak, Lei Yu limped to the door, leaning against the wall for support, only to retreat back to bed. Pain coursed through her with every step, a sharp reminder of her condition. "What's going on? Aren't you supposed to be in the dormitory?" Lei Dian questioned, puzzled, yet received no response. "Sister, are you all right?" he inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Lei Yu replied, shaking her head before launching into a tirade, blaming him for the trouble he had caused. Lei Jian stood there, chastened like a scolded child, his head bowed in silence. Cao Yang observed the exchange, stifling a laugh, but before he could muster a sound, Lei Yu shot him a glare. That look chastised him for his roughness, for failing to appreciate the delicate nature of a woman's feelings. In just 2 short hours, he had utterly exhausted her. However, Lei Jian misinterpreted his sister's expression, believing she was directing her displeasure at Cao Yang. "Sister, be kinder to Cao Yang. He risked his life to save you. Mind your own business," Lei Yu retorted, cursing her foolish brother inwardly. How could he defend someone who had put her in such a predicament? All right, let us not argue over me," Cao Yang interjected, attempting to play the peacemaker. He extracted a cigarette from his bag and offered one to Lei Dian, who began to smoke, exhaling clouds of smoke into the air. "What are your plans now?" Lei Dian glanced at Lei Yu and said, "I want to take my sister back home." Cao Yang also looked at Lei Yu, reluctant to see the stunning beauty depart, still savoring the recent events. "Honestly, there's no need to return home. This matter has been resolved, and the Iha society will not trouble you further." "Is that true?" Lei Jian asked, somewhat skeptical, turning to Lei Yu. She nodded and glanced at Cao Yang. "I don't wish to go back either." Suddenly, the phone rang, and Cao Yang retrieved it to find it was Tai Xiong calling. He smirked and hung up. Soon, the phone rang again. Cao Yang answered, his tone frosty. "What do you want?" "Cao Yang, what happened last night? You suddenly lost signal." "There's signal everywhere in the world, just not for you," he replied. "What do you mean by that? Do you think I wouldn't want to help you? You Haven T even told me who's involved. Is the matter resolved? If not, I can bring people to assist you." "Thank you, but that one be necessary," Cao Yang said, preparing to hang up. "Don't rush, brother. There's a boxing match tonight. Let us go together." "I'm not going." Chapter 41. The arrival of Tai Xiong inside the small convenience store. Li Yin stifled a yawn. She had not slept a wink the previous night and was exceedingly weary. Yet, she hesitated to close the shop for a whole day, forcing herself to remain open. 3 black sedans glided into the alley and halted before the store. The door swung open, and Tai Xiong emerged, accompanied by 7 or 8 men. Upon spotting him, Li Yin felt a surge of fear. "Hello, little sister. It has been quite a while." Tai Xiong greeted her with a genial smile. "Ah, Brother Xiong," Li Yin stammered, shrinking back. "Why are you so frightened?" "I won't buy it," he chuckled, then inquired. "Where's Cao Yang? I need to see him. Call him out." Li Yin hurriedly dialed Cao Yang's number. You need to come here quickly. Tai Xiong is looking for you. It was frustrating that he couldn't come to help himself. Yet now Tai Xiong had come to their doorstep. When Cao Yang arrived, he found Tai Xiong and his gang squatting at the entrance, enjoying watermelons. Although they were polite, their menacing demeanor intimidated any customers from entering the shop. "Brother Cao Yang," Tai Xiong exclaimed with exaggerated warmth, placing a hand on Cao Yang's shoulder. "Why did you hang up on me? I really need your assistance this time. I've boasted about you, and if you don't show up, others might think I'm a coward." Cao Yang responded with a cold smirk. "What does that have to do with me?" Tai Xiong was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening, but he quickly regained his composure. "Aren't we good brothers? If I lose face, you will too, right?" "Such a brother indeed." Cao Yang chuckled. "I didn't want to help because my stomach hurts terribly, and I simply can't fight. You act so well. I can play the part too," Tai Xiong retorted. "Take some medicine, or I can take you to the hospital." Tai Xiong feigned concern, watching Cao Yang's poor acting. "I've already eaten. The doctor advised rest for a few days." "Is this about money, brother? I neglected to share last time." Tai Xiong's underling handed him a bag, and Tai Xiong retrieved 30,000 yuan in cash for Cao Yang. "This is from last time. If you win this time, I'll give you 50,000. Cao Yang shook his head. "It's not about the money. My stomach genuinely hurts." "Are you truly denying your brother even a modicum of face?" Tai Xiong's expression turned icy. Cao Yang nodded firmly, "No more." His bluntness provoked a laugh from Tai Xiong, who then stood up, patted Cao Yang on the shoulder, and departed with his entourage. Once they were gone, Li Yin rushed out. "He won't cause us trouble, will he?" "Indeed," Cao Yang replied, gazing after Tai Xiong's retreating figure. "Once one gets entangled with someone like him, it's hard to shake them off." "What should we do?" Li Yin asked, her face filled with concern. "I wish to eliminate him. That would resolve our troubles." "Don't even think about it." Li Yin covered his mouth. "If you truly killed Tai Xiong, that would be the beginning of our troubles." "Don't be anxious. I was merely jesting," Cao Yang chuckled. "Let us close the shop for the next couple of days to avoid any trouble." "Are we really closing? That's a loss of over 1,000 a day." Li Yin protested, reluctant to close. Cao Yang closed the door behind him and carried Li Yin toward the inn. As soon as they returned, Lei Jian called. He informed Cao Yang that he and his sister had recently rented a new apartment and invited Cao Yang and Li Yin over for dinner, both to express gratitude for Cao Yang's timely rescue and to celebrate their new home. Cao Yang relayed the invitation to Li Yin, who adamantly refused to go and insisted that Cao Yang should not attend either. However, Cao Yang was disobedient and decided to go alone. It was perhaps for the best that Li Yin stayed behind. Given her temperament, her presence would likely lead to a quarrel with Lei Yu. Upon arriving at the siblings' new residence, a spacious 3-bedroom apartment, it starkly contrasted the cramped living conditions of Li Yan's previous abode in the city outskirts. "Please, come in and make yourself comfortable," Lei Jian warmly invited Cao Yang inside. As Cao Yang surveyed the surroundings, he spotted Lei Yu in the kitchen, bustling about in an apron as she prepared a meal. "My sister is an exceptional cook. Today you shall savor authentic Sichuan cuisine." Lei Jian proudly boasted about Lei Yu's culinary skills. Cao Yang nodded appreciatively, his mouth watering at the enticing aroma. "You two chat for a moment. I'll step out to buy some wine," Lei Jian remarked, casting a glance at Lei Yu, signaling her to be more approachable and engage in conversation with Cao Yang. Barely had he left when Cao Yang wrapped his arms around Lei Yu's waist from behind. "Sister Yu, your cooking is delightful," he exclaimed. "Stop it. My brother will see, and it won't be good," Lei Yu replied, her cheeks flushing as she recalled their intimate moments. "So what if he sees? He's your brother, not your boyfriend," Cao Yang retorted, his hands wandering further. Since experiencing the pleasures of intimacy, he found himself longing for it, often tempted to indulge again. "Please, don't tease me. I'm cooking, and I'll end up covered in grease," she pleaded. Hearing her beseeching tone and knowing Lei Jian would return shortly, he reluctantly released her. Before long, Lei Jian returned with the wine, and the three settled down in the living room for dinner. Lei Yu had prepared several distinctive Sichuan dishes, which were delicious and to Cao Yang's liking. Throughout the meal, Lei Yu spoke little, adopting a quiet demeanor, while Cao Yang also remained mostly silent, allowing Lei Jian to dominate the conversation. He expressed his gratitude towards Cao Yang and spoke of his work aspirations. claiming he no longer wished to be a water ghost and was seeking legitimate employment. Cao Yang, aware that this was merely a ruse to impress Lei Yu, suggested that Lei Dian join him in running a slot machine business, offering him a position to oversee it. Lei Dian seemed intrigued, but a disapproving glance from his sister made him falter and retreat into silence. After the meal, Lei Dian, slightly inebriated, pulled Cao Yang close, addressing him as a brother and rambling on about various topics. Cao Yang advised him to get some rest before drinking too much, as he had little patience for those who became overly talkative under the influence. Lei Dian then mentioned that he had rented a 3-bedroom apartment with the intention of leaving one room for Cao Yang, inviting him to stay whenever he wished. He glanced at Lei Yu and added, "But you mustn't have any designs on my sister. She is my only sibling, and I wish for her to find a good partner." Cao Yang felt a pang of irritation at this, questioning whether he himself was not a good person. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, Lei Dian had already succumbed to sleep. Cao Yang gently closed the door behind him and turned to face Lei Yu. Their eyes met, and Lei Yu instinctively averted her gaze, feeling a flutter of apprehension. Cao Yang stepped forward, enveloping her in an embrace, showering her with kisses and caresses, swiftly divesting her of her garments. As Lei Dian slumbered peacefully, he was jolted awake by an unusual sound. Rising from his bed, he opened the door and, still bleary-eyed, inquired, "Sister, what are you calling out for?" I didn't call out. You must have had too much to drink and are hearing things. Just go back to sleep." Perplexed, Lei Dian surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Where's Cao Yang?" "He has left. I thought I asked him to stay the night." "Why did he leave? Did you say something to him?" "It wasn't me who said anything. Cao Yang has truly been kind to us. You shouldn't view him with a biased perspective. He even took a risk to save you this time. You ought to express your gratitude to him." Chapter 42. Home purchase. Cao Yang returned to the inn, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The thunderstorm was beautiful, yet her physical condition was lacking. He had barely exerted himself, and she was on the verge of fainting. Continuing could have led to serious consequences, prompting Cao Yang to reluctantly conclude the encounter. The room was empty, and the sound of water echoed from the bathroom. Li Yan was taking a shower. A surge of desire ignited within Cao Yang, and he boldly pushed the door open. "What are you doing? Get out!" Li Yan exclaimed, completely unclothed, holding the shower head and spraying water towards him. Aware of her feigned modesty, Cao Yang chuckled, "Sister Yan, I have come to assist you." "Don't. Hurry and leave." Li Yan feigned protest, but her body showed no resistance. The following morning, Cao Yang descended to purchase breakfast and called for Li Yan to join him, yet she ignored him, casting a forlorn glance in his direction. She had finally witnessed the extent of Cao Yang's prowess, which was beyond the endurance of an ordinary woman. "Have a bite." Cao Yang offered a steamed bun towards her lips. "I want to eat." "You little beast, you have no understanding of cherishing a delicate flower." "Not at all. I care deeply for Sister Yan. You only care for yourself. Did you consider my feelings last night? That was just a moment of passion that got out of control. You need to learn to manage it. Otherwise, I might not survive your antics." "That won't happen," Cao Yang assured her, pulling her close on the bed to discuss serious matters. "I visited Lei Dian and his new home yesterday. It's quite spacious. Our room is too small. Shall we consider moving to a larger one?" "How much larger? Is this place insufficient? With a little money, you start to get restless? This space is too confined. It hampers everything we do." Your cries last night echoed throughout the entire floor. If this continues, others will surely complain. Li Yan blushed. Was it really that exaggerated? I hardly made a sound. Don't be ridiculous. Today, when I went out, even old Sue looked at me in a peculiar way, quite suggestive. And that old woman in room 206 asked if last night was my handiwork, claiming her husband was back in his hometown and inviting me to her room for a chat. Did you go? Of course not. She is both old and unattractive. I would not lower myself. Li Yan sighed, but I too will grow old. Will you disdain me then? Not at all. When you age, I will age alongside you. But I am 4 years your senior, and women age more quickly. That matters not. When you grow old, I shall seek out the young, rather than torment you further. You scoundrel, just go die. You foolish idiot. Ha ha, don't hit me. I'm merely teasing you. I enjoy seeing your angry expression. Li Yin, undeterred, pinch him hard. Stop, or I shall retaliate. Li Yin persisted, and Cao Yang, left with no choice, counterattacked. With just a slight effort, she was defenseless, and soon began to plead for mercy. At the Mingzhu nightclub, Tai Xiong was hosting guests. Cao Yang showed him no respect, infuriating him. Had it been in the past, he would have dispatched someone to deal with the siblings. However, Cao Yang was formidable. To take action against him, one would need a weapon. Moreover, he was reluctant to confront Cao Yang, as he wished to enlist his assistance in earning money through boxing without escalating tensions. Mr. Yu, having indulged sufficiently, please feel free to express any matters at hand. I assure you, I shall fulfill what is feasible and endeavor to address what is not. A corpulent, balding middle-aged man confidently remarked. Tai Xiong chuckled. There is nothing of great consequence, merely an issue concerning a slot machine establishment. He proceeded to detail Cao Yang's circumstances to the middle-aged gentleman, who appeared quite taken aback. Mr. Yu, they are merely two young rascals. Do you truly require my intervention to deal with them? You misunderstand. I do not wish to punish them severely, merely to place them in a position where they must seek my assistance. Tai Xiong clarified. The middle-aged man, not fully comprehending, chose not to inquire further. Whatever you propose, Mr. Yu, we shall cooperate wholeheartedly. Tai Xiong felt a surge of joy and raised his glass in gratitude. The middle-aged man laughed heartily. Gratitude is unnecessary. Operating a slot machine is inherently illegal. I ought to thank you for your invaluable tip-off. He downed his drink, declaring, as for gambling, drugs, and vice, our law enforcement agencies are resolute in their crackdown. Would you not agree? His question was directed not at Tai Xiong, but rather at the two voluptuous companions beside him, as he casually caressed them, his hands slipping beneath their clothing. Officer Wang is indeed correct. Gambling and drugs are ruinous. Meanwhile, unaware of Tai Xiong's underhanded tactics, Cao Yang was viewing properties with Li Yin. Initially intending to rent a larger apartment, he soon considered purchasing one outright, given his available funds. When Li Yin learned of his intention to buy, she did not dissuade him. Instead, she provided insights about the development. Cao Yang had little interest in pre-sale properties. He desired something ready for immediate occupancy, thus limiting his options to second-hand homes. With cash in hand for a full payment, he quickly settled on a 3-bedroom unit priced at $400,000. With a grand gesture, he made the purchase. He entrusted Li Yin and the realtor with the details, specifying that the contract be registered in Li Yan's name. Li Yan's heart raced at the prospect of the contract bearing her name. Did this imply that Cao Yang intended to marry her? With this thought, she began to envision their wedding, contemplating how many children they might have, and pondering suitable names for both boys and girls. Chapter 43. Li Yan's arrest. The matter concerning the house was swiftly settled, with a cash payment of $200,000, while the remaining $200,000 would be settled upon the transfer of ownership. The couple moved into their new home that very night, initially intending to complete the transfer the following day. However, the homeowner abruptly announced a complication, claiming that the property certificate had been lost and that they would need to wait a couple of days for it to be reissued. Although they suspected he was attempting to pull a fast one, further observation revealed that his ex-wife had indeed stolen the certificate, compelling him to transfer the property to her child and forbidding him from selling it. The homeowner was unperturbed, asserting his right to sell the house, which was fully paid for and acquired before his marriage. He merely needed to have the documents reissued. Cao Yang and Li Yin had no interest in his domestic issues. They simply urged him to expedite the process. That day, upon returning to the convenience store to collect some items, Li Yin was suddenly surrounded by a group of individuals. The leader brandished identification, declaring, "We are from the Qinghe Village Police Station. You are suspected of operating a gambling house, and we require you to accompany us for questioning." With that, the officers placed handcuffs on Li Yin and escorted her to a police vehicle, seizing their 2 slot machines as evidence. Unbeknownst to Cao Yang, he only realized Li Yin was missing when he returned home that evening and attempted to call her. A man answered the phone, informing Cao Yang that Li Yin had been arrested for operating a gambling establishment and inquired about the nature of their relationship, suggesting that if they were accomplices, he should come forward and confess. Cao Yang hung up, his expression darkening. Why was it that so many slot machines were left untouched while Li Yin was arrested? Especially when she hadn't even been operating them recently? That night, he rushed to the Qinghe police station, determined to secure Li Yan's release, but the officers were unyielding, insisting on strict enforcement of the law. When Cao Yang offered a bribe, even a sum of 100,000, they remained indifferent. He seized the opportunity to detain a passing officer, forcibly slipping 2,000 yuan into the officer's pocket in an attempt to glean information. The officer glanced around to ensure no one was watching before responding. "Young man, this matter is quite serious. The chief has ordered strict action. It's likely that this young lady will face 2 years in prison. You should consult a lawyer." Cao Yang's face fell at the news. Was operating slot machines illegal? Certainly, it was, and there was no denying that. Yet, in a city brimming with such establishments, why was Li Yin singled out? Typically, police merely confiscated the machines, imposed a fine, and that was the end of it. Arrests were rare, and even those often resulted only in administrative detention. This situation, where someone was apprehended for operating a gambling house, was exceedingly uncommon, and a refusal to accept a bribe clearly indicated that Li Yin was being deliberately targeted. She bore no enmity toward them, nor had she provoked such scrutiny. It was evident that her predicament was a consequence of his own actions. "Tai Xiong, damn you!" A murderous resolve flickered within Cao Yang. His previous words to Li Yin about wanting to kill Tai Xiong had not been mere rhetoric. He truly yearned for vengeance. He understood that Tai Xiong would seek retribution, and to remain passively awaiting trouble was a foolish endeavor. At that moment, he had yet to commit fully to his decision. He knew that taking a life would leave him with no path of retreat, irrevocably binding him to a dark fate. Seated outside the Qinghe police station, he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply as his mind raced to devise a plan for the next steps. Li Yan's arrest did not cause him excessive concern. He anticipated that he might endure some hardship, but he did not fear any serious harm. As for the possibility of imprisonment, Cao Yang dismissed such notions. He understood that Tai Xiong awaited his plea, and as long as he acquiesced to Tai Xiong's demands, Li Yin would soon be liberated. Tai Xiong merely desired Cao Yang's assistance in boxing to generate profit for himself. Cao Yang's inner sentiments were not entirely averse to engaging in underground boxing. Rather, he loathed being perceived solely as a means to someone else's financial gain, and he particularly detested being coerced into actions he found distasteful. Had Tai Xiong initially shown him due respect and engaged in a calm discussion regarding profit sharing, Cao Yang might have been amenable. However, now that the opportunity to negotiate had been squandered, he resolved not to grant Tai Xiong any further chances. If Tai Xiong was ruthless, then Cao Yang would resolve to be even more cunning and merciless. He was determined to tread a path of darkness to its very end, ensuring that no one could threaten him again. Arriving at the Mingzhu nightclub by taxi, he found the establishment bustling during peak hours, with vehicles lining the entrance and an abundance of elegantly dressed women within. In the conference room, Cao Yang encountered Tai Xiong, who feigned surprise at his arrival. "Cao Yang, my young brother, what brings you here?" Tai Xiong inquired warmly. "My sister has been taken by the police," Cao Yang replied coldly. "Oh, is that so? Let me inquire about the details," Tai Xiong responded, pretending to make a phone call, while Cao Yang observed him quietly. "My young brother, this situation is quite complicated. I've spoken with some acquaintances in the department, and they mentioned that there is a crackdown on slot machines. Your sister has unfortunately been caught as a prime example. They intend to make an example of her to deter others," Tai Xiong explained. Cao Yang remained silent, merely watching him. "Brother, what is with that look? You don't suspect me of orchestrating this, do you? While our last encounter may not have been pleasant, I would not resort to such underhanded tactics. Just tell me how to get my sister released," Cao Yang interjected, wanting to cut through the charade. "This is rather challenging, but not impossible. I have a few contacts in the department, and I can facilitate matters. However, these individuals are rather greedy, so some price must be paid." Tai Xiong was aware that Cao Yang saw through his performance, yet he continued, not wishing to sever ties completely. He still needed to maintain appearances. "Gao Zhang, Shaw, you require money? How much do you propose?" Tai Xiong extended a hand. 50,000? No, 500,000. Tai Xiong believed this sum would surely intimidate Cao Yang, and indeed it did take him aback. He could scrape together 500,000 by selling his house. Yet he understood that this was not merely a matter of finances. It was just Tai Xiong's attempt to threaten him into boxing. Should he produce the 500,000, Tai Xiong would concoct yet another pretext. My young brother, I know you likely don't have this sum, but worry not. I do. After all, we are good brothers. However, the money I provide comes from the gang, which I can temporarily allocate, but I will need to replenish it later. Are you hoping I will assist you in boxing to earn it back? Yes, that is precisely the intention. The elder brother is not taking advantage of the situation. He simply believes that with your skills, it would be a pity not to capitalize on them. Cao Yang inwardly curses Tai Xiong, realizing that he is truly despicable. Last time, he promised to pay 50,000 for a fight, yet now he expects it to be entirely without compensation. Tai Xiong, meanwhile, smirks to himself, recalling how he had previously advised you against participating, and now you are the one seeking his assistance. The arrangements he made for your sister also incurred expenses, which you will undoubtedly have to cover. Very well, I agree to your request. However, you must first rescue my sister. Brother, after you save her, you won't flee, will you? Cao Yang's prompt consent catches Tai Xiong by surprise, sowing seeds of doubt within him. We won't, Cao Yang thinks, but first, I must ensure your demise. Chapter 44. Lu Yilong in the underground boxing arena. The atmosphere was electric, with a cacophony of cheers and jeers from the throngs of spectators gathered below. Cao Yang and Tai Xiong were among those watching, eagerly waiting for their turn to compete. Tai Xiong had persuaded Cao Yang to fight 10 bouts in exchange for settling his debt of 500,000 to rescue Li Yin. Cao Yang had consented, provided that Tai Xiong first extricated Li Yin from her predicament. However, Tai Xiong insisted on fighting one match first. Within the octagonal cage, two men grappled fiercely, their skills evenly matched. After over 10 minutes of relentless combat, both were bloodied, yet still unable to determine a victor. The audience watched in rapt excitement, fervently shouting for one to vanquish the other. After another 5 minutes, one fighter finally succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing on the ground, unable to rise. The alluring and voluptuous referee ascended the stage, raising the victor's arm in triumph. The crowd erupted, some in jubilation while others vented their frustrations. Reflecting the fortunes of the gamblers, those who won laughed heartily, while the losers cursed their luck. Tai Xiong patted Cao Yang on the back, prompting him to rise and head backstage. With prior experience under his belt, he approached the task with newfound confidence. After changing into his fighting attire, he sized up his opponent. The challenger was a bald man of similar height and build to Cao Yang, his muscular form appearing even more formidable. Cao Yang recognized him as Lu Yilong, hailing from Hunan and reputedly a disciple of the Shaolin school. Tai Xiong warned him that Yilong was the younger brother of the Hunan gang's leader, possessing immense strength, and that even Liang Feng was no match for him. He urged Cao Yang to exercise utmost caution. Yilong, Yilong, the crowd chanted, placing their bets on Lu Yilong. Yet, significant numbers still wagered on Cao Yang, whose previous victory over Liang Feng had left a lasting impression. Initially, many believed it was a fixed match. How could an obscure young man possibly defeat Liang Feng? Surely, it was a ruse concocted by the organizers to swindle money. However, after inquiries into Liang Feng's injuries revealed their severity, he was still bedridden in the hospital. Doubts about the legitimacy of the fight began to wane. Cao Yang, Cao Yang. Some spectators cheered for Cao Yang, rallying to support him. Jim from the Sichuan gang had somehow found his way into the stands, sitting beside Tai Xiong. You're not being very considerate, sneaking Cao Yang in for a fight without bringing your brother along? Tai Xiong shot him an annoyed glance. Cao Yang is like a brother to me. Do I need to report every little thing to you? Jim chuckled. Don't think I'm oblivious to your shady dealings. I was merely a step behind. Otherwise, I would have helped him rescue his sister. Jim, stay out of Hunan gang affairs. Tai Xiong retorted angrily, realizing Jim had designs on Cao Yang. If he were willing to assist, he could indeed help retrieve Li Yin, earning Cao Yang's gratitude, and potentially usurping this cash cow for himself. The thought of cultivating a tree only for someone else to harvest its fruits left him feeling uneasy. This was a scenario he could not allow to unfold, and he felt compelled to confront Jim about his intentions. Calm down, I was just making an offhand comment. No action has been taken yet, Jim said, patting his shoulder. Am I agitated? Tai Xiong shot back. Tai Xiong, with a rigid neck and fervent excitement, proclaimed, I merely wish to convey that you should refrain from meddling in every affair. Ha ha, let's not dwell on that. How much have you wagered on Cao Yang? I shall join in. Are you the very Cao Yang who vanquished Liang Feng? In the octagonal cage, Lu Yilong scrutinized Cao Yang. Had this been the former Cao Yang, he might have engaged in conversation discussing martial arts. However, the current Cao Yang was preoccupied, displaying a demeanor of indifference as he disregarded Lu Yilong's inquiries. Hey, I'm speaking to you, Lu Yilong exclaimed, but Cao Yang remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting the host's signal. Quite the audacity. Lu Yilong regarded him with a cold gaze, anticipating the host's announcement. Most individuals participating in underground fights are motivated by monetary gain. Yet Lu Yilong was an exception. His brother was the leader of the Hunan gang, and he possessed limitless wealth. From a young age, he had devoted himself to martial arts, harboring a profound fascination for it and an innate desire to challenge various masters. In his eyes, Liang Feng was indeed a master, and upon learning of Liang Feng's defeat, his interest was piqued in the individual who had triumphed over him. However, after that, Cao Yang did not appear again until now, when he learned of Cao Yang's presence and specifically arranged to face him. With the sound of the bell, betting ceased, and the audience fell into a hushed silence. The alluring and captivating host took the stage, placing her hands on the chests of both contestants, revealing two large explosives as per tradition. The moment the explosives were unveiled, Lu Yilong sprang into action, his fist, as large as a cooking pot, hurtling towards Cao Yang's face. This punch was imbued with immense power, and should it connect, it would undoubtedly inflict severe injury. A typical individual would evade such a blow, sidestepping its ferocity, rather than confronting it head-on. Yet, today, Cao Yang was no ordinary participant. He did not flinch or retreat, instead choosing to meet the punch with his own. Bang! The two fists collided, producing a sound akin to an explosion, as if the very air were shattering. Staggering back 3 steps, Lu Yilong's arm trembled in disbelief as he gazed at the unmoving Cao Yang. You are no match for me. Surrender, Cao Yang stated coolly, having discerned Lu Yilong's strength upon their initial exchange. While Lu Yilong was slightly stronger than Liang Feng, his movements and speed paled in comparison. In their previous encounter with Liang Feng, Cao Yang had refrained from exerting his full strength, approaching the match with a mindset of learning. This time, however, he had no desire for prolonged conflict. He sought a swift resolution. I concede that you possess some skill, yet your arrogance is unwarranted. Lu Yilong felt insulted and, with a leap, launched a kick aimed at Cao Yang's head. A martial arts enthusiast, he would not easily yield in the presence of such a formidable opponent as Cao Yang. Even if he were to be bested, he would strive with all his might, believing that only through such efforts could he gain valuable experience and insight. Seeking death, Cao Yang's demeanor shifted to one of ferocity as he swiftly evaded Lu Yilong's attack. Almost instantaneously, he retaliated with a kick to Lu Yilong's abdomen. Lu Yilong was forcefully propelled backward, crashing against the octagonal cage, clutching his abdomen as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The crowd erupted in cheers, those who had bet on Cao Yang vociferously applauding, while those who had wagered on Lu Yilong hurled curses in his direction. He. The injured Lu Yilong wiped the blood from his lips, an odd laughter escaping him. It is over. This Cao Yang is doomed, some of the audience lamented on his behalf. Why? I observe that Yilong does not seem to be a match for Cao Yang. His companion inquired in confusion. You do not understand. This Yilong is a martial artist, frequently challenging various formidable opponents. Those who have been defeated by him fare relatively well, while those who manage to best him often meet an untimely demise. Why is that? Because those who injure him find themselves facing the wrath of his brother, who does not hesitate to execute them. Cao Yang was unaware of these grim circumstances. He merely gazed coldly at Yilong, issuing one final warning: surrender or face death. Chapter 45. Lu Yilong is dead he. I have never tasted defeat. Once more, Yilong lunged at Cao Yang, but this time his steps were disordered, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. He was overly confident, believing that Cao Yang would refrain from retaliating, thus allowing him to deliver a few blows before conceding. After all, his brother's reputation was well known, and few were unaware of it. However, he failed to recognize that Cao Yang was an outsider, indifferent to the fame of the inner circle. As Yilong's fist descended, Cao Yang's gaze sharpened, channeling all his strength into his right fist. With a powerful strike, he landed a devastating blow to Lu Yilong's chest. A sickening crack echoed as Yilong's ribcage shattered, the splintered bone piercing his heart. He was propelled backward, crashing against the octagonal cage's barrier before collapsing heavily onto the ground, rendered immobile. "Get up, Yilong! Rise and defeat him!" The spectators clamored, unwilling to accept their impending loss. Yet, they remained oblivious to the grim reality that Lu Yilong would not rise again. Not in this lifetime. Only those close by could discern the deep indentation in Yilong's chest, a sight that spelled doom. The beautiful referee ascended the stage, her eyes widening at the sight of the gravely injured Lu Yilong, quickly summoning medical personnel to carry him away for urgent treatment. After Lu Yilong was removed, she approached Cao Yang, raising his wrist high to declare him the victor. The audience erupted in a chorus of curses, save for those who had wagered on Cao Yang, who erupted in laughter. After changing backstage, Cao Yang was suddenly confronted by a group of men whose expressions betrayed their ill intentions. "What do you want?" Iron Hero and Jim entered as well. "Can the Hunan gang not handle defeat?" The leader of the group glared at Cao Yang, issuing a dire warning. "If anything happens to Yilong, your fate will be sealed too." Cao Yang remained silent, merely regarding him with cold indifference. "Who do you think you're intimidating?" In the octagonal cage, life and death are determined by fate. If you can't handle the loss, then don't step into the ring. Iron Hero spat angrily, with Jim nodding in agreement. Ignoring them, the Hunan gang attempted to seize Cao Yang. Just as tensions escalated, a man entered, presumably the organizer of the boxing match. His intervention, through persuasion and caution, prevented a brawl from breaking out. Iron Hero escorted Cao Yang out of the underground boxing event, with his followers in tow, carrying 2 large bags of cash, indicating a lucrative night. "Well done, Cao Yang. You truly showcased your prowess," Iron Hero praised, clapping him on the shoulder. "You've gained notoriety in these 2 matches. Next time, many will bet on your victory. Win once more, and I assure you, the odds will be in your favor. If you lose, then we will certainly reap enormous profits." Iron Hero excitedly elaborated on his plans, his face flushed with enthusiasm. However, Cao Yang had little interest in his words. "Get my sister out," he reminded, not forgetting the promise made. "Rest assured, I keep my word," Iron Hero assured him, patting his shoulder and instructing the driver to head to the Qinghe police station. "I'll retrieve your sister, but you won't flee from Dongguan, will you?" he inquired at the police station's entrance, wary that Cao Yang might escape after securing her release. "No, I won't." "That's good to hear." Xiong, after speaking, strode into the police station, while Cao Yang remained outside, waiting. Shortly thereafter, Lian was brought out, her eyes glistening with tears. Had there not been others present, she likely would have rushed into Cao Yang's arms, weeping. "Come, I shall escort you home," Xiong said with a smile, eager to learn their current address. Cao Yang politely declined, suggesting that Xiong proceed alone, and he did not press the matter further. He is quite a decent fellow, Cao Yang thought, as Li Yin watched Xiong's vehicle vanish. She was taken aback that he was the one to rescue her. "How could you be so naive? Did you never consider he might be the one who put you in there?" Cao Yang scolded her, giving her a light smack on the backside. "What? Is he truly that wicked?" Li Yin pondered, beginning to connect the dots. "Let's go home and pack our things." "Pack for what?" "To leave this city." "But what about the house we just purchased?" "We shall leave for now, but we will return." After Li Yin finished packing, she gazed longingly at their new home. "Gulme, I have already purchased your ticket. You will return to your hometown and bring some money back for my mother." "What? You won't come with me?" Li Yin exclaimed, surprised by Cao Yang's decision. "I have some matters to attend to. Once I am done, you may return." A glint of determination flickered in Cao Yang's eyes. Having Li Yin by his side was a vulnerability. He needed to send her away first to act freely. "I refuse. If I go, we go together." "Liempota." Cao Yang sternly urged her to leave quickly. Ultimately, he accompanied her to the train station, where she hesitated, glancing back multiple times before entering. Brother Xiong, this kid Cao Yang really intends to run. He has already entered the station. Outside the train station, in a black Honda, Shannying was reporting to Tiexiong. For heaven's sake, stop him. Tiexiong cursed vehemently. I dare not. Alone, I am no match for him, Shannying lamented. Just as he finished speaking, Cao Yang knocked on the car window. Shannying, startled, awkwardly rolled down the window and greeted Brother Yang. Cao Yang ignored him and seized the phone from his hand. I am not leaving. I still have some matters regarding the boxing match to discuss with you. Brother, I did not intentionally send someone to follow you. Tiexiong felt a rare moment of awkwardness. Despite professing trust and brotherhood, he had been caught in the act of surveillance. Let us discuss this in person, Cao Yang said, uninterested in Tiexiong's excuses as he entered Shanning's car, heading back to Mingzhu nightclub. Tiexiong hung up, rubbing his nose, his thick skin allowing him to recover from the embarrassment swiftly. He was curious about Cao Yang's intentions, surmising that he was likely dissatisfied with the boxing match and perhaps sought some financial assistance. He thought to himself that as long as Cao Yang's demands were reasonable, he could comply. Just then, his phone vibrated with an incoming call. Brother Xiong, Lu Yilong is dead. Really dead? Indeed, he is truly dead. Tiexiong's emotions were conflicted. He had not anticipated that Cao Yang would actually kill Lu Yilong. Although life and death in the octagonal cage may seem indifferent, this notion only applies to the hapless fighters without connections. Lu Yilong's elder brother wields significant influence as the leader of the Hunan gang and will undoubtedly seek retribution. Tai Xiong represents the Hunan gang and harbors no fear of the Hunan faction. However, he must weigh whether it is worthwhile to confront them on behalf of Cao Yang. If matters escalate, it could very well lead to repercussions not just for Cao Yang, but also for himself. Furthermore, should he choose to engage in a conflict with the Hunan gang, without the support of his superiors, his meager forces would stand little chance against them. As he found himself in this dilemma, the phone rang again. This time, it was Shi Zhishan, the leader of the Hunan gang. Tai Xiong answered the call, his demeanor exceedingly respectful. Brother, he began, are you aware that Lu Zhenhu's brother has died? I just learned of it, Tai Xiong replied. Was it one of your men who did this? One cannot classify him as my man. He is merely a fighter. Lu Zhenhu is demanding the lives of both of you. Should we confront him then? Have you lost your mind? What era are we going to be throwing punches? Are you not content with your life? But he is demanding my life. Rest assured, his outburst is merely the result of his brother's death. You are under my protection. If he wishes to take your life, he must first seek my consent. However, you may relinquish that fighter to him. Let him vent his frustrations. Very well. Tai Xiong conceded reluctantly. Although he held great faith in Cao Yang as a lucrative asset, he realized that safeguarding him was no longer feasible. He promptly dialed Lu Zhenhu's number. Brother Hu, this is Xiao Tai. The incident concerning Yilong was truly an unfortunate accident. I had no involvement. It was that fighter who refused to heed my counsel. I informed him that this individual was your brother, yet he disregarded my warning and acted with excessive force. Alas, I am not attempting to absolve myself. My elder brother has instructed me to hand the fighter over to you. He will be arriving at my establishment shortly, so you may come and take him away. Chapter 46. The killing of Tai Xiong. Cao Yang was aware that Lu Yilong could not be saved, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly death had claimed him. He harbored no animosity towards Lu Yilong and had no intention of taking his life. It was merely unfortunate that their paths crossed on a day when Cao Yang was in a foul mood. He had intended to slay Tai Xiong, but having never taken a life before, Lu Yilong became an unwitting target for him to steal his resolve. It is often said that in the octagonal cage, life and death are dictated by fate, and one must be prepared for the possibility of death before stepping onto the stage. Thus, he felt little remorse. The car came to a halt before the Mingzhu nightclub, and Cao Yang, accompanied by the Mountain Eagle, ascended to the third floor where Tai Xiong's office was located. What do you wish to discuss? Tai Xiong inquired, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded Cao Yang. Cao Yang's gaze was icy as he replied, I recall our first encounter, when you forced my sister to kneel and apologize. Tai Xiong was momentarily taken aback, but quickly responded with a chuckle. Why bring up unpleasant memories? Allow me to introduce you to a few friends shortly. Cao Yang shook his head dismissively. I have no interest in making acquaintances. Tai Xiong continued to smile. They are quite eager to meet you. You know, I detest being coerced into actions I do not wish to undertake. The undertone of menace in Cao Yang's voice did not escape Tai Xiong's notice, and he regarded him coldly. And what of it if I do? Tai Xiong recognized that Cao Yang was resolute, and he had little desire to continue this charade. Forcing me will come at a price. Cao Yang suddenly lunged, seizing Tai Xiong by the neck. Tai Xiong, quick to react, evaded the grasp. Surprised, Cao Yang observed, I did not expect you to possess such skill. How else could I have risen to be the leader of the Hunan gang? Tai Xiong retorted with a sneer, signaling the mountain eagle to summon reinforcements. Although he was skilled, he was acutely aware that he was no match for Cao Yang. As the mountain eagle noticed Tai Xiong's signal, he snapped back to reality and hurried towards the exit. However, Cao Yang would not allow him to escape. Before he could reach the door, Cao Yang seized him from behind, lifting him off the ground before slamming him headfirst into the floor. The mountain eagle's skull met the concrete with a sickening thud. Half of his head crushed into his neck, and he perished instantly. In that brief moment of dealing with the mountain eagle, Tai Xiong hastily opened a drawer, retrieving a handgun and aiming it at Cao Yang's back, pulling the trigger. However, Cao Yang's instincts kicked in, and he swiftly dodged, moving a considerable distance away just as the gun fired. Bang! 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 Tai Xiong continued to pull the trigger relentlessly. A spray of crimson blossomed on Cao Yang's back, as the confined office offered little room for evasion. Tai Xiong's malevolent grin widened as he fired 3 more shots, expending his ammunition. Regrettably, none of these bullets struck Cao Yang. As he fumbled to reload, Cao Yang, akin to a cheetah, lunged forward with blinding speed, delivering a powerful kick to Tai Xiong's abdomen, sending his substantial frame crashing against the wall. Without pausing for breath, Cao Yang advanced, kicking the firearm from Tai Xiong's grasp and seizing him by the throat. Feeling death's cold breath upon him, Tai Xiong finally experienced a flicker of panic. Cao Yang, let us speak civilly. Should you kill me, you will not escape from watching. Tai Xiong pleaded for mercy, cursing in his heart that Cao Yang was a monster. A normal person would at least temporarily lose their combat effectiveness after being shot. Yet this fellow, despite being wounded, moved as if nothing had happened. Cao Yang sneered. If I wish to leave, no one can detain me. I'm not jesting. The Hunan gang intends to kill you. If you let me go, I can ensure your survival. Not interested. Godi. Tai Xiong's desperate attempts at persuasion fell on deaf ears. With a flicker of murderous intent, Cao Yang tightened his grip on Tai Xiong's throat, causing him to gasp for air. Simultaneously, his right fist coalesced with power, a fist the size of a cooking pot crashing down towards Tai Xiong's face. With a sickening thud, blood splattered, painting Cao Yang's face. This blow shattered Tai Xiong's nose and mouth, deforming his face into a grotesque, bloodied mask. With a decisive snap, Cao Yang severed Tai Xiong's life, wiping the blood from his face before bending down to collect the handgun and magazine, stowing them away for self-defense. Though it seemed to unfold over an extended period, the entire sequence of Cao Yang dispatching the mountain eagle and countering Tai Xiong's gunfire transpired in a mere minute. Those downstairs remained oblivious. The raucous atmosphere of the nightclub drowned out even the sound of gunfire. Even those with keen ears, should they have heard it, would not have thought twice. After all, this was the Mingzhu nightclub, where any gunfire could easily be attributed to Brother Xiong teaching some a lesson. A group of grim-faced individuals stormed into the nightclub, their expressions menacing, unmistakably not of gentle demeanor. The lobby manager, a brazen woman, hurried to greet them with feigned enthusiasm. You must be brothers from the Hunan gang? The leader nodded coolly, his demeanor icy. Where is Tai Xiong? Where is Cao Yang? In the office on the 3rd floor, the manager replied, having previously been informed by Tai Xiong to usher the Hunan gang directly upstairs without obstruction. I'll take you up. No need. The leader brusquely pushed aside the manager, leading his men up the stairs with determined strides. Just as Cao Yang prepared to leave, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He loaded the magazine into his gun and glanced towards the window. From the 3rd floor, the jump was not perilous. He could make it. The Hunan gang kicked open the door to Tai Xiong's office, only to find two lifeless bodies sprawled on the floor, drenched in blood. What happened? They exchanged bewildered looks, with one stepping forward to examine the corpses. They recognized the grotesquely disfigured face of Tai Xiong, while the other, with long hair, was an unfamiliar sight. Could it be Cao Yang? They scrutinized the slender figure, the repulsive appearance. No, it did not resemble the man who could single-handedly slay their second-in-command. At that moment, the manager, accompanied by a throng of Hunan gang subordinates, rushed in, only to be met with the grim sight of Tai Xiong and the mountain eagle lying in a pool of blood. "Brother Xiong," they cried, rushing forward. "Brother Xiong is dead." The subordinates turned to the manager, fear etched across their faces. The female manager's expression turned ashen as she glared at the Hunan gang members. The leader of the Hunan gang had just begun to articulate that the matter was unrelated to him when, upon entering, they met their demise. However, Tai Xiong's subordinates provided them no opportunity for explanation. "Damn it, let us slay them to avenge Brother Xiong." A throng of underlings drew their blades and struck. Instantly, the room descended into chaos, the air filled with the cacophony of battle, as some fell to the ground, their blood staining the floor. The Hunan gang's aggressive demeanor and abhorrent attitude left these subordinates with no room for contemplation, leading them to unequivocally believe that it was they who had slain Tai Xiong. After all, they were somewhat aware of Lu Yilong's demise. Thus the Hunan gang possessed both motive and opportunity, rendering them unable to defend themselves. As for Cao Yang, he was overlooked by them. In their eyes, Cao Yang was merely one of Brother Xiong's subordinates, a member of the Hunan gang. Chapter 47. A restless night, the wailing of sirens filled the air as police and ambulances swarmed the entrance of the Mingzhu nightclub. Numerous officers had arrived at the scene, cordoning off the area, while medical personnel carried out several injured individuals, some of whom were placed in body bags destined for the morgue. What transpired? Curious onlookers whispered amongst themselves. It was rumored that a brawl had erupted between a group from Hunan and another from Hunan, resulting in multiple casualties. The owner of the nightclub was reportedly killed. My goodness, how terrifying. We should leave quickly. A convoy of Mercedes vehicles halted at the entrance of the nightclub. Shi Jishan, the leader of the Hunan gang, disembarked, flanked by a throng of imposing brothers, each a significant figure in their own right. "Where is Tai Xiong? Where is Tai Xiong?" Shi Jishan pushed past the police line, desperate to enter and find Tai Xiong, yearning for even a final glimpse of his lifeless body. "Mr. Shi, you cannot go in. The bodies have already been taken to the morgue," an officer interjected, addressing him with respect, clearly familiar with his stature. "Is Tai Xiong truly dead?" He questioned the officer, uncertainty lacing his voice. The officer nodded, then shook his head. "It's unclear, but there are indeed several fatalities." At that moment, the lobby manager approached Shi Jishan. "Mr. Shi, Brother Xiong is really dead. He suffered a terrible fate. His face was utterly mangled." Shi Jishan shut his eyes in anguish, reflecting on the myriad memories shared with Tai Xiong. "Big brother, my name is Yutai. I wish to follow you." "Ha! Little one, do you dare kill?" "Idare. Big brother, there are too many of them. You must leave. I will hold them off." To outsiders, Tai Xiong was perceived as a villain, erratic and inscrutable. In Cao Yang's eyes, he was a manipulator, coercing Li Yin and exploiting himself. However, to Shi Jishan, Tai Xiong was undoubtedly a beloved younger brother. He had stood by Shi Jishan since his teenage years, even serving as his protector in battles and saving his life. He was one of his most trusted subordinates. Otherwise, Shi Jishan would not have entrusted the lucrative nightclub to his management. It was unfathomable that fate had so abruptly torn them apart. Lu Zhenhu, damn it! Shi Jishan transformed his sorrow into fury directed at Lu Zhenhu. An agreement had been made to hand over only the boxer, without implicating Tai Xiong. Yet, his misplaced trust had allowed this band of rogues to murder Tai Xiong. By extension, he bore some responsibility for having trusted the Hunan gang. Enhance security, summon all brothers. Tonight, we shall demolish every establishment belonging to the Hunan gang. Big or small, we will destroy them all. This is not merely a struggle for profit. It is a battle for honor. You dare to betray trust, to disregard the rules, and take the life of my man? Do you think the Hunan gang fears you? Tonight, we shall confront you. In a morgue of the hospital, beside Lu Yilong's lifeless body, stood a man and a woman. The man, in his 40s, bore a fierce countenance. He was none other than Lu Jinhu, the leader of the Hunan gang. The woman, in her 20s, was strikingly beautiful, adorned in a provocative outfit, his wife. At that moment, she wept profusely, tears streaming down her face. Big brother, you must avenge Yilong. Lu Jinhu gazed at his lively younger brother with tears in his eyes, vowing, rest assured, my dear brother and sister-in-law, I shall swiftly bring that scoundrel Yilong to justice. I will carve him into 18 pieces and eliminate his entire family. No sooner had he uttered these words than his phone rang, and upon answering, his countenance changed dramatically. Damn it, Shi Jishan, how dare you deceive me? Lu Jinhu's fury ignited. He had initially intended to spare the iron-willed Xiong, only seeking to eliminate Cao Yang. Yet the Hunan gang had ensnared him in a trap. What was supposed to be a benevolent exchange resulted in the demise of his own men. Before the anger could dissipate, the phone rang incessantly as the Hunan gang launched their assault, overrunning venues throughout the city. Damn it! Gather the brothers. We shall retaliate fiercely. They wish to fight. I shall stand my ground. That night in Guangxing was destined to be tumultuous, with numerous violent incidents erupting, overwhelming hospitals with the injured. The police were inundated with work, arresting over 200 individuals, filling detention centers to capacity. Cao Yang remained blissfully unaware of these events. After his escape from the building, he was eager to flee Guangxing, but the gunshot wound in his back was worsening. Ironically, while Iron Xiong believed him to be a monster impervious to pain, it was merely the adrenaline coursing through him at the moment of injury that had masked the agony. Now, however, he felt the pain intensifying and worried about potential internal injuries. Regardless, he needed to extract the bullet swiftly. Daring not to visit a hospital due to the nature of his injury, he sought out Lei Yu and her brother, his only friends. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Lei Yu inquired softly. It's me. Upon hearing Cao Yang's voice, she felt a surge of joy. It had been days since he last sought her out, and she feared he might abandon her. Opening the door, she noticed the pallor of Cao Yang's face. What happened? Where's Lei Dian? Cao Yang scanned the room, finding no sign of Lei Dian. He went out to have some fun. He is always gone, probably playing the slot machines. Call him back, Cao Yang urged. Why should I? I'd rather he remain oblivious to our affairs, Lei Yu replied shyly, thinking that his absence was actually a perfect opportunity for them to be together. Cao Yang gave her a curious glance. What are you thinking? Is your mind filled with inappropriate thoughts? Lei Yu's cheeks flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. Who is the one with such thoughts? How dare you accuse me? I'm injured. Quickly call Lei Dian and have him bring some medicine to tend to my wound. What? Where are you hurt? Lei Yu asked with concern. Cao Yang turned his back to her. Good heavens. You're losing so much blood. He removed his shirt, asking if she could see the bullet. I can't see it. It's too deep. You really should go to the hospital, she insisted. Going to the hospital would be a death sentence. Cao Yang resolutely replied. Before long, Lei Dian returned with the medicine. What happened? He asked, his concern evident. Cao Yang, reluctant to engage in further conversation for fear of alarming them, urged Lei Dian to expedite the treatment of his wound. My goodness, a gunshot wound, Lei Dian exclaimed, initially believing it to be a mere knife injury, only to discover it was a bullet. He promptly disinfected the area with alcohol and, with a pair of tweezers, began to probe the wound in an attempt to extract the bullet. However, his clumsiness rendered him ineffective, frustrating Lei Yu, who observed anxiously from the side. The tweezers moved back and forth over Cao Yang's wound. Though he remained silent, the pain echoed in her heart. Step aside. You truly are hopeless, she exclaimed, pushing Lei Dian away and seizing the tweezers to assist Cao Yang in removing the bullet. With a deftness typical of her gender, she managed to extract the bullet with relative ease. The moment the bullet was removed, blood began to pour from the wound, prompting them to hastily apply medication and wrap it in gauze. The injury was severe enough to necessitate a visit to the hospital. It's fine, as long as the bleeding stops, he insisted, and the siblings respected his wishes. Who inflicted this upon you? Lei Dian inquired, unwilling to accept that it could be the work of mere delinquents. Cao Yang cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a smirk. It was Tai Xiong from the Hunan gang. Do you know him? Yes, you've mentioned him before. Aren't you on relatively good terms with him? Lei Jian asked. But Cao Yang merely shook his head with a cold smile, opting for silence. Don't worry. Once you recover, I'll join you in settling the score, Lei Jian declared with bravado. What, the Hunan gang? They're just two shoulders carrying a head. Who is afraid of whom? Before he could finish, Lei Yu struck him on the head, admonishing, I told you both to focus on your work and stay away from the underworld. I have no desire to collect your bodies. Lei Jian retorted loudly, spouting his dramatic rhetoric as he argued with Lei Yu. Chapter 48. The Escaped Cao Yang. A significant event transpired last night. The Hunan gang and the Hunan gang have clashed. Early in the morning, Thunder awoke Cao Yang with news he had just learned. It was reported that the Hunan gang had killed the Hunan gang's Tai Xiong, leading to a fierce confrontation where both gangs wreaked havoc on each other's territories, resulting in numerous injuries and arrests. After sharing this, Thunder cast a peculiar glance at Cao Yang. The previous day, Tai Xiong had shot Cao Yang, and that very night, he was eliminated by the Hunan gang. Could there be a connection between Cao Yang and the Hunan gang? Cao Yang himself was perplexed. He had clearly killed Tai Xiong. So how was the blame being directed at the Hunan gang? He recalled Lu Yilong, whom he had also killed, was said to be the younger brother of the Hunan gang's leader. While life and death in the octagonal cage were indifferent, there were always those who could not bear the loss. Perhaps, in light of Lu Yilong's death, the Hunan gang sought retribution against Tai Xiong and himself. Yet, Tai Xiong had seemed unconcerned at the time, even mentioning he would introduce Cao Yang to some friends. It appeared that the friends he referred to were indeed members of the Hunan gang. Had he not killed him, Tai Xiong would have betrayed him, rendering his demise unjust. Cao Yang began to ponder the reasons behind the conflict between the Hunan gang and the Hunan gang. He recalled the footsteps he had heard upon his departure. Initially, he believed them to belong to the Hunan gang, but now it seemed they were from the Hunan gang. They had burst into Tai Xiong's office intending to capture him, only to find two corpses. Had the Hunan gang mistakenly assumed the Hunan gang was responsible for Tai Xiong's death, thus igniting the battle? It was remarkable how his musings had led him to an almost accurate conclusion. I must leave. Cao Yang abruptly stood, donning Thunder's attire as he moved towards the exit. Where are you going? You're still injured. Thunder protested, attempting to restrain him. If I stay, I will bring trouble upon you all, Cao Yang replied. What's there to fear? With Tai Xiong dead, can they still trouble you? Sighing, Cao Yang confided in Thunder. I was the one who killed Tai Xiong. Ah! Thunder gasped, utterly astonished that Cao Yang had committed murder. That is why I need to leave now. If the Hunan gang comes looking, you and your sister will be implicated. Thunder grasped him once more. Right now, everyone believes Tai Xiong was killed by the Hunan gang. They are embroiled in conflict and will not suspect you. Cao Yang shook his head, deeming Thunder's perspective naive. Although he had not anticipated this unexpected misunderstanding, he understood that the truth would soon surface. The conflict between the two gangs was a result of a miscommunication, and once they calmed down, they would inevitably suspect him. Many were aware he had visited Tai Xiong's office, and now both Shan Ying and Tai Xiong lay dead, leaving him missing. The Hunan gang would not admit to their involvement in Tai Xiong's death. Upon reflection, he would surely be identified as the culprit. By that time, he would not be contending with just one gang, but two. Cao Yang was correct in his assumptions, yet he was a step too late. The previous night had been his optimal opportunity for escape, and now the situation had escalated. He bid farewell to Thunder and descended the stairs, where he encountered Lei Yu returning from grocery shopping. Where are you going? Seeing Cao Yang prepare to leave, she appeared flustered. I'm not sure, but I must leave Guan City. Will you return? I do not know. You have taken advantage of me, and you must take responsibility. Cao Yang scratched his head, preoccupied with his own pleasure, never contemplating the notion of accountability. I will go with you. Lei Yu suddenly made a bold decision. Cao Yang was her first man, and she could not bear to part with him. Of course, she would not typically express such sentiments, always maintaining an aloof demeanor. Cao Yang shook his head in refusal. It's too dangerous. I am not afraid. Lei Yu held her head high. I am. Bringing you along would only hinder me. Upon hearing Cao Yang's words, Lei Yu fell silent. Observing her sorrowful expression, Cao Yang enveloped her in his arms. "Do not worry. I will take care of everything in return. I have not had enough of you yet." His words instantly transformed the atmosphere. Lei Yu's cheeks flushed, and she playfully punched him. "Go away. I won't let you have me." Cao Yang hurried to the train station, only to find an unusually high number of inspections that day. He prayed that these individuals were merely conducting routine checks and not targeting him specifically. "You, show me your ID." A uniformed staff member approached him. Cao Yang retrieved his ID and handed it over. The staff member's expression shifted dramatically upon examining it, yet he feigned calmness, stating, "Please follow me for a luggage check." He turned and headed toward the station office. Cao Yang glanced at his retreating figure and swiftly fled. The staff member, realizing what was happening, urgently called for backup via his radio. Cao Yang soon evaded them, only pausing to catch his breath in a narrow alley. He understood that he was now a wanted man. The moment that staff member had seen his ID, his countenance had changed, and the request to check his luggage was clearly a mistake born from Cao Yang's evident anxiety. Cao Yang arrived at the bus station, where security checks were similarly stringent, requiring identification for all passengers. He then reached the city exit, contemplating stealing a private vehicle to escape, only to find the same level of security with armed special police present. Normally, capturing a suspect would not necessitate such a show of force, even for a murderer. Clearly, the Hunan and Hunan gangs, along with higher authorities, were exerting pressure. A phone call interrupted his thoughts. It was Li Yan. "Cao Yang, what is wrong?" Her voice quivered with emotion. "I'm fine, and you? Have you made it home?" "Cao Yang Fig Ned Jiao Mess. I just arrived in Changsha. I haven't returned home yet." "You should hurry back," she urged. "My mother just called, saying the county police went to your house, claiming you were suspected of murder." Cao Yang was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated their speed, and now his mother was aware of his predicament. He felt a wave of regret wash over him, not for killing Tai Xiong, but for acting impulsively without a well-thought-out plan, allowing him to die quietly. Imagining his mother discovering that he had committed murder filled him with discomfort. "I am fine. You should return home and take care of my mother." Cao Yang ended the call, removed his SIM card, fearing the consequences of any potential tracking. He wandered aimlessly, uncertain of his destination. The only acquaintances he had were the siblings, Thunder and Lightning, yet he was reluctant to burden them. Seeking refuge with them could lead to dire consequences. If the police discovered him, they might be charged with harboring a fugitive. The ramifications of being found by the gang were even graver, potentially resulting in severe bodily harm. Should he, once again, resort to kidnapping them to force his own hand? This situation was markedly different from the last encounter with the Iha Society. Previously, it had been a mere financial gain, but now it was steeped in animosity. He was unlikely to go, fully aware that such a choice would lead to his demise. To do so would not be an act of loyalty, but rather an act of folly. If he chose not to intervene, the siblings would undoubtedly face ruin, leaving a permanent scar upon his conscience. Chapter 49. The Escape 2 in a luxurious 5-star hotel. A spacious room was filled with a haze of smoke as 7 or 8 individuals sat in a circle, indulging in their vices. Each of these individuals was a prominent figure in the underworld of Guanxing, the leaders of various local gangs. Among them were Shi Jishan and Lu Zhenhu, who were locked in a fierce rivalry, each longing for the other's demise. "Old Shi, old Lu, is it not evident what has transpired? It is that young scoundrel, Cao Yang, who has orchestrated this entire situation. Why do you continue to harbor such animosity?" Lu Chongling, the leader of the Sichuan gang, spoke with a smile. This gathering had been convened by him and the leader of the Guangxi gang, also inviting the leaders of the Jiangxi, Guizhou, and Shaanxi gangs, among others. The rest of the attendees were merely spectators, relishing the prospect of a bitter confrontation between the two rivals. Despite their fascination, it was crucial to prevent further escalation. The chaos unleashed upon the city the previous night had already drawn the ire of the authorities. Should the conflict continue, the heavy hand of the law would inevitably descend upon them all, leading to a citywide crackdown that would spare no one present. Thus, they had reluctantly convened to mediate the situation. Indeed, other gang leaders chimed in, agreeing that it was all a scheme by that young rascal, Cao Yang. who had managed to sow discord between the two. Preliminary discussions indicated that, according to a wounded subordinate of the Hunan gang, when they arrived, Tai Xiong was already deceased, and the Hunan gang attacked without hesitation. The forensic report confirmed that Tai Xiong had succumbed to blunt force trauma to the face and a forceful fracture of the neck. The Hunan gang had come armed with knives and firearms, yet none possessed a hammer, rendering the injuries on Tai Xiong inexplicable. Staff from the bar confirmed that Shan Ying had indeed accompanied Cao Yang to the third floor, but no one knew of Cao Yang's whereabouts once the Hunan gang ascended, leading to the outbreak of violence. Consequently, suspicions arose that Cao Yang had meticulously planned the entire ordeal, inciting a conflict between the Hunan and Hunan gangs. However, they had grossly underestimated Cao Yang. He lacked the cunning to foresee the Hunan gang's arrival, as it was merely a coincidence. Although the truth was becoming increasingly clear, and they recognized the misunderstandings on both sides, the reality remained that a genuine brawl had occurred the night before. Properties had been destroyed, brothers had been injured, and several lives had been lost, resulting in substantial losses. Now, the notion of reconciling and shaking hands felt exceedingly awkward. Pride prevented them from extending the olive branch. Mr. Liu, a young man dressed in a white shirt and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, interjected, his refined demeanor contrasting sharply with the hardened gang leaders around him. Known as Secretary Chen, he was treated with great courtesy by the attendees. The boss has instructed me to inform you that he has arranged for the police to exert every effort in apprehending Cao Yang. All hotels, goose houses, and rental accommodations will be meticulously scrutinized. It won't be long before he is captured. The boss has stated that Guanxing is far too intricate. With an influx of transient individuals from outside, you will need to investigate the smaller lodgings and internet cafes yourselves. Both Shi Jishan and Lu Zhenu nodded in acknowledgement, committing to exert their utmost efforts. What if he's already left Guanxing? Inquired the leader of the Sichuan gang. Secretary Chen adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and remarked with a smile, he is still in Guanxing. This morning, he appeared at the train station, but his identification was confiscated by the station police, although he managed to escape. We have notified the local police in his hometown, and they will apply pressure on his family. After speaking, Secretary Chen's countenance grew solemn as he regarded Shi Jishan and Lu Zhenhu. The boss is exceedingly displeased with your performance last night. I must convey a message to you both. Should there be a next time, you will be sent back to your hometown to toil in the fields, one to cultivate peppers, the other to sow wheat. The two men turned pale at this admonition. After years in this line of work, who would dare speak to them in such a manner? Yet, Secretary Chen had the audacity to do so, albeit as a mere messenger. Understanding the gravity of the situation, they reluctantly nodded and ordered their subordinates to exhaust all efforts in locating Cao Yang, determined to bring him back and make an example of him. Cao Yang found a small inn that did not require identification for registration. Without any luggage, but with ample funds, he was momentarily free from concerns about sustenance and rest. Lying on a stiff mattress, he listened to the sounds of passion from the neighboring room, staring blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. After finally succumbing to sleep, he was jolted awake within 2 hours by the noise outside. Hearing several voices, he became alert and cautiously opened the door a crack to peer outside. Standing at the front desk were 5 or 6 young men, their arms adorned with tattoos of dragons and tigers, their appearances menacing. "Boss, have you seen this person?" One of them asked, presenting Cao Yang's photograph. The innkeeper adjusted his glasses, recognizing the face, and instinctively glanced toward Cao Yang's room. The group followed his gaze and noticed that the door was slightly ajar, revealing an eye watching them intently. "Damn it, you startled me." The leader cursed as he approached Cao Yang's room, kicking the door open and striding inside. "You see your mother," he began, but his words caught in his throat as he realized that the very person they sought stood before him. With a resounding thud, Cao Yang kicked him, sending him flying across the room and crashing into the opposite door. 2 naked individuals inside reacted in panic, hastily pulling the covers over themselves. The remaining thugs charged in. Hood. All 6 were swiftly dispatched to the ground, groaning and unable to rise. Cao Yang regarded them coldly, bending down to examine the photograph they had shown him. To his disbelief, it was his identification photo, enlarged. How had they obtained it? A chill ran through him. It was likely the police who had provided it. Both the law and the underworld were in pursuit of him. Without hesitation, he departed, delivering a parting kick to each of them, ensuring they would be bedridden for at least 10 days. He then sought refuge in a dim internet CAF, occupying a secluded corner by the window, where he played a film and began to doze. Not long after, a group of thugs entered, some inquiring at the front desk, while others patrolled the CAF. "There he is," one of the ruffians shouted upon spotting Cao Yang. In an instant, he was sent flying out of the establishment. Immediately, chaos erupted in the internet CAF, with desks and chairs flying in every direction, as several individuals were left battered and nearly lifeless. By the time reinforcements arrived, not a single trace of Cao Yang could be found. Such occurrences were not uncommon. Those who failed to locate Cao Yang were fortunate. For those who did, invariably faced a beating, followed by a trip to the hospital. The underlings were engulfed in a state of anxiety, shifting from eager anticipation of capturing Cao Yang to fervently praying to avoid encountering that maniac. When Shi Jishan and Lu Zhenhu received reports from below, they were incensed, unleashing a torrent of curses. "A bunch of useless fools. You can't even apprehend one person despite your numbers." The performance of the two gangs over the past few days had indeed been embarrassing, but there was little they could do. 5 or 6 individuals were simply no match for Cao Yang. It was impractical to deploy teams of dozens or even hundreds, as such an approach would be inefficient and might not guarantee his capture. "Use firearms," both leaders simultaneously resolved. "You think you can fight? Can you outmatch a bullet?" They all possessed firearms, but typically refrained from using them unless absolutely necessary. However, the current situation was deemed urgent enough to warrant such measures. Chapter 50. Shaoling. During the past 3 days, Cao Yang was discovered 18 times, each encounter escalating into a violent confrontation. He encountered the police on 2 occasions, but dared not engage. He simply fled, for their uniforms transformed any altercation into a far graver matter. The gangsters he faced previously were relatively manageable, armed only with their bare fists or a couple of knives, which posed little threat to him. However, the leaders of the gang had now brandished firearms, albeit their aim was woefully poor, sparing Cao Yang from harm. Nevertheless, the fear lingered. He had not enjoyed a single restful night, and if this continued, he would inevitably be rendered incapable of fighting. After concluding yet another skirmish, he sought refuge in an urban village, purchasing some antiseptic gauze from a local pharmacy. Despite his formidable prowess, he was still human, not divine, and the relentless strain of ongoing battles had left him mentally exhausted. In a moment of carelessness, he sustained a cut on his arm. He disinfected the wound with alcohol, haphazardly applied some Yunnan Baiyao powder, and bound it with gauze. Once he had tended to his injury, he lit a cigarette, his gaze gradually hardening with resolve. "Damn it! If you wish for my demise, then you shall not escape unscathed." Cao Yang resolved to retaliate. If they desired his life, they would have to pay the price, death. And before he departed, he intended to take a few with him. He yearned to eliminate 2 gang leaders directly, but regrettably, he did not even know their names, let alone their addresses. While he could not locate them personally, he could seek out their establishments. He scavenged 2 beer bottles and a piece of plastic tubing from the roadside, stealthily opened a car's gas tank, and siphoned the gasoline into the bottles, sealing them with rags to create makeshift Molotov cocktails. Hailing a taxi, he made his way to the Bay Club, owned by the Hunan Gang, which had recently reopened after suffering vandalism at the hands of the Hunan Gang. Cao Yang entered with his 2 bottles, only to be intercepted by security at the entrance. The guard regarded him with disdain, stating, "Sir, we prohibit outside beverages." Cao Yang produced 200 yuan as a tip, and the guard, accepting the bribe, pretended not to see him as he was allowed entry. "Sir, how many in your party?" A waitress in a short skirt inquired with enthusiasm. "Just one," he replied. "Please follow me." The waitress led Cao Yang to a small booth, inquiring about his order while casting disdainful glances at the beer he had brought. He ordered a fruit platter and a round of beer, taking a sip as he turned his gaze toward the stage. On stage, 2 voluptuous female DJs were energetically spinning records, their exuberant movements almost causing them to spill out of their attire. Below, a throng of men and women danced wildly, the atmosphere electric with excitement. Cao Yang mused that tossing one Molotov cocktail onto the stage and another into the dance floor would undoubtedly incite a conflagration. With the abundance of alcohol and the leather furnishings, fire would spread rapidly in such a confined space. If a dozen or 20 souls perished in the blaze, the Hunan gang would find themselves in dire straits. By executing such a plan, the club would be irrevocably ruined, incurring significant financial losses, damage to their reputation, and hefty compensation payouts, ensuring that the owner and various associates were held accountable. Since you wish for my demise, let us perish together. Ang surged within Cao Yang, and malice took hold of him as he produced a lighter, igniting the Molotov cocktail with a sharp click. Observing his surroundings, he noted that everyone was engrossed in revelry, oblivious to his presence. He raised the bottle high, poised to cast it down, but suddenly hesitated. A sigh escaped his lips. While such an act would indeed offer him a sense of vindication and could bring harm to Lu Junhu, these guests bore him no ill will. His actions would be excessively extreme, akin to those of vengeful terrorists. He glanced at the waitress and thought of Li Yin, who had also served in the club. Should she fall victim to flames, he would never forgive the arsonist. Grievances have their origins, and debts their owners. Better not to implicate innocent bystanders. Cao Yang extinguished the Molotov cocktail and made his way to the restroom, quietly pouring the gasoline down the sink. Upon returning, he noticed the waitress tidying up his booth. "What are you doing?" Cao Yang asked, displeased, as he had not yet departed. "I apologize, sir. I thought you had left," she replied politely. He waved her off and settled back down, then called her over again. "Bring me a pack of cigarettes." "Certainly." Soon, the waitress handed him a pack of cigarettes priced at 40. "Sir, that will be 100. Cao Yang said nothing further, simply retrieving 100 and giving it to her. The waitress accepted the money with a hint of displeasure before departing. As she returned, he stopped her once more. "Is there anything else you need?" Cao Yang produced 200 yuan, inquiring, "Where are you from?" "Hunan," the waitress replied, her eyes fixating on the cash. With a smile, Cao Yang slipped the 200 into her collar. "Atip," the waitress gasped, stepping back 2 paces, expressing her gratitude before joyfully departing. Cao Yang was testing the waters, gauging whether this girl was of decent character. If she reacted angrily to his bold gesture, he would retreat. If she remained unfazed, he could proceed further. This establishment belonged to the Hunan gang, and the girl herself hailed from the same region, perhaps an insider from whom he could extract valuable information. After all, knowledge of oneself and one's adversary leads to victory in 100 battles, and he was woefully uninformed about the Hunan gang. After a while, Cao Yang beckoned the waitress again, requesting another fruit platter. "What is your name?" he asked her. "My name is Xiaoling." With the tip received, Xiaoling's demeanor had warmed considerably. Cao Yang produced 500 yuan, tucking it into her collar once more. This time, Xiaoling did not shy away, even leaning in eagerly. She had worked here for quite some time and had received tips before, but those were usually from inebriated patrons and always 100. A customer as generous as Cao Yang, remaining sober, was indeed a rarity. "Join me for a drink," he invited her. "I cannot, sir. We are not allowed to drink while on duty." Cao Yang then pulled out 1,000 yuan, slipping into her collar. "Brother, I toast to you." Xiaoling raised her glass and drank it down in one go. "Brother, you are truly charming. If it weren't for work, I would love to share a hearty drink with you. Brother, if you need company, I can call a couple of young ladies to keep you entertained." "No." Cao Yang waved his hand. "I simply wish for your company while I drink." Xiaoling felt somewhat conflicted. They weren't in sales, and it was genuinely inappropriate to drink at work. She had already made an exception earlier. "You go ahead and attend to your duties. I wouldn't want to put you in a difficult position." Noticing her predicament, Cao Yang spoke with understanding. Xiaoling cast a deep glance at him, nodded, and departed. No sooner had she left than 2 elegantly dressed young women, adorned in revealing tops, settled beside Cao Yang. "Brother, let me drink with you," one of them said eagerly, pouring herself a drink from the bottle on the table. They had witnessed Cao Yang generously tipping the server with 1,000. He was indeed quite generous. "No need. You may leave," Cao Yang replied dismissively. The 2 women, feeling slighted, turned away, grumbling as they departed. Xiaoling observed this scene and felt an intrigue towards Cao Yang. Those two women were professional companions, their looks, figures, and emotional intelligence surpassing her own, yet Cao Yang had disregarded them, choosing instead to offer a tip to her. The total sum was 1,007, nearly equivalent to her monthly salary. Biting her lip, she approached Cao Yang once more, handing him a note. He opened it to find the words, "I finish work at 4. Glancing at the time, which read 2 in the morning, a smile crept upon his lips as he leaned back on the sofa, dozing off. Chapter 51. Bozy. The environment here is quite noisy, yet Cao Yang sleeps soundly. As the saying goes, the most perilous places are often the safest. Now, with the Hunan gang searching for him worldwide, they would certainly not suspect he was peacefully slumbering in his own territory. Had it not been for Xiaoling waking him, he might have continued his repose. "Brother, wake up." Cao Yang opened his eyes to find Xiaoling had changed out of her work attire, now clad in a white t-shirt and gray jeans. Glancing around, he noticed that most of the crowd had dispersed, leaving only a few staff members dragging away the inebriated patrons. "Is it time to leave?" Cao Yang rubbed his eyes and yawned. "Yes, let us go." Outside the club, Xiaoling eagerly linked her arm with Cao Yang's. "Brother, let us head to a hotel." Xiaoling, being a considerate girl, felt a sense of obligation to reciprocate after receiving such generous tips. Cao Yang, tall, handsome, and generous, was someone she was quite fond of. "Let us skip the hotel and go to your place instead." Cao Yang hesitated at the thought of the hotel. "Brother, my place isn't convenient." Xiaoling appeared somewhat troubled. Cao Yang then pulled out 1,000 yuan and offered it to her. "Brother, please don't give me money. I'm not selling myself. I simply feel a connection with you, and this feels somewhat insulting to me." Xiaoling feigned annoyance. "Cao Yang chocolate, iman no offense. I merely empathize with you. It's not easy for a girl to earn money out here, and I can't bear to see someone I like suffer. Take it." I wouldn't he ask for anything in return. He placed the money into her bag. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoling felt a surge of happiness. "All right, brother. Let us go to my house for a bit." As they walked, she glanced at the time, contemplating her plans. Though she had a boyfriend with whom she cohabited, he had been occupied lately, searching for someone for his elder brother, returning home only at dawn or sometimes even in the afternoon. She estimated that bringing Cao Yang back would be a brief encounter, perhaps just 10 or so minutes, after which she could send him on his way. Her home was conveniently close to the club, and they arrived in under 10 minutes. Cao Yang surveyed the room. It was quite ordinary and somewhat disheveled. He noticed a few pieces of men's clothing hanging on a rack and inquired, "Do you have a boyfriend?" "Yes," Xiaoling readily admitted. "Are you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" "Of my boyfriend?" She laughed lightly. "He's involved in the underworld." "Oh, which gang?" Intrigued by her revelation, Cao Yang wondered if her boyfriend was affiliated with the Hunan gang. "Have you heard of the Hunan gang?" Cao Yang nodded. "I have. Their leader is named Lu something or other." He feigned deep thought, attempting to gather more information. However, he felt disappointed as Xiaoling revealed little, only mentioning a name, Lu Junhu, without any further details, let alone an address. Yet, he remained undeterred. If she didn't know much, her boyfriend would surely know more. And he would wait for him here. "Brother, I'm going to take a shower. Would you like to join me?" Xiaoling invited playfully, though slightly shy. "You go ahead. I'll wait for you." Cao Yang shook his head, mindful of the bandages on his arms and back, trying to avoid getting them wet. The sound of running water soon echoed from the bathroom, and through the glass door, the silhouette of Xiaoling became visible. She merely took a quick shower, not even wetting her hair, and promptly emerged wrapped in a towel. "Brother, let us begin. Let's make it swift, or my boyfriend will return and kill you. Why would he harm me when there's no grievance between us?" Xiaoling scoffed. "You've already been with his girlfriend, and you still speak of no enmity." As she spoke, she loosened the towel and stood before Cao Yang completely unclothed. Cao Yang was a man of considerable lechery, driven by strong desires. Particularly after his encounters with Lei Yu and Li Yin, he yearned for more each day. However, in recent days, he had not indulged these thoughts. Even when gazing at the bare Xiaoling, his interest was rather subdued. Initially, he contemplated refusal, but he realized that if he declined, he would have to leave. If he left, Xiaoling would undoubtedly grow curious and suspicious. Rather than allowing her to ponder, he thought it might be best to proceed. as he had nothing better to do. He wrapped his arms around Xiao Ling's waist, and they began to engage in intimate interaction. Xiao Ling had devised a plan, intending for Cao Yang to finish within 10 minutes and then to have him depart. Yet, once they united, she realized just how gravely mistaken she was. Suddenly, the sound of keys unlocking the door reached their ears, accompanied by a man's furious shouts. "Damn you! What are you doing in there?" Xiao Ling's boyfriend, Bo Zai, had returned, his face twisted in anger as he had heard the cries of his girlfriend from the hallway. Upon entering, he was confronted with the sight of the two of them, completely unclothed. "Son of A.B., Bo Zai roared. Drawing the machete he always carried and swung it toward Cao Yang's head. Cao Yang cursed inwardly at this fool who had returned at such a moment. His timing utterly disastrous. Faced with the descending blade, he was forced to separate from Xiao Ling, tilting his head to evade the strike, simultaneously delivering a kick that sent Bo Zai crashing against the wall. With a thud, Bo Zai felt as though his insides were shattering, collapsing to the ground. Unable to rise, Cao Yang approached and delivered another blow, while Bo Zai, racked with pain, pointed the knife at him in a threatening manner. Yet, this time he clearly recognized Cao Yang's face, his terror mounting. He had not only seen Cao Yang's photograph, but he had also encountered him in person. Just yesterday, their group had sought out Cao Yang, only to have their leader, armed, cause Cao Yang to evade them. Discovering him in his own home felt akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. He could not fathom how Cao Yang ended up with his girlfriend. They seemed worlds apart. Cao Yang, too, recognized Bo Zai, recalling him from the previous day's encounter. It was indeed a delivery right to his doorstep. Seizing the machete from Bo Zai's grasp, he yanked him up by his hair. "Do not kill me. Cao Yang, please spare me. I'm merely a small-time thug." Forced into this, Bo Zai pleaded loudly. Had it been anyone else, he might have dared to utter defiant words, but before Cao Yang he dared not, for he knew Cao Yang was capable of murder, having already killed Tai Xiong and Lu Yilong, let alone a lowly thug like himself. Cao Yang was in a fit of rage, feeling utterly uncomfortable, especially with this man harboring a grudge against him. He discovered a rope, as thick as a finger, within the confines of the room, binding Bo Zai and stuffing Xiao Ling's clothing into his mouth. "Brother, please do not harm him," Xiao Ling pleaded, realizing the extent of this man's cruelty. He had not only betrayed her by sleeping with her girlfriend, but also resorted to violence. And to make matters worse, he intended to continue this torment in her presence. Chapter 52. Lu Yu. After the deed was done, Cao Yang, dressed and poised, looked down at Bo Zai, who whimpered for mercy. Cao Yang bent down to remove the cloth from Bo Zai's mouth. "Weren't you quite the tough guy? Yesterday, your gang chased me relentlessly. Brother, it had nothing to do with me. I'm merely a small fry. Please let me go." "Let you go." Cao Yang chucklet, picking up a machete from the ground. He pulled over a chair, lit a cigarette, and took a leisurely drag. "If I let you go, you would seek revenge. It's far more straightforward to eliminate you." With that, he pressed the blade against Bo Zai's neck. "I won't. I promise. If you let me go, I will return to my hometown and never cross you again." Cao Yang scoffed. "I struck you and slept with your girlfriend. Do you honestly think you won't hold a grudge?" "I won't. She's just a woman. As long as you like her, you can come every day." "You bastard." Cao Yang slapped him. "You're pretty pathetic for your own survival." Bo Zai, having received the blow, dared not utter a word. "I will ask you a few questions," Cao Yang stated. "If you answer truthfully, I may spare your life. Otherwise, next year on this day will mark your memorial." Bo Zai nodded fervently. "Ask away, brother. I will speak without reservation." "Who is Lu Zhenhu?" "He is the leader of our Honan gang." "Where does he reside?" "I don't know." Cao Yang swung the knife, feigning a strike. Bo Zai recoiled in fear. "I truly don't know. As a lowly thug, I have no contact with Boss Lu." Seeing that Bo Zai appeared sincere, Cao Yang sheathed the knife. "Who was the leader of your group yesterday? Does he know Lu Zhenhu's address?" "The one with the gun was the head of that group. He undoubtedly knows more than I do. His name is Lu Yu. He is my elder brother and also a subordinate of Lu Zhenhu. He likely knows." Cao Yang nodded in satisfaction. "Do you know where he lives?" Bo Zai hesitated, prompting Cao Yang to once again place the knife at his throat. Finally, he relented and said he knew. "Then take me to him. If I find him, I shall spare you." Cao Yang untied his ropes, trusting Bo Zai would not attempt any tricks. Rising, Bo Zai felt pain coursing through his body. He trembled and spoke. "Brother, how about I just give you the address? You can go on your own. I assure you I won't tip him off. What do you think?" Bo Zai felt this notion was implausible, yet he truly did not wish to lead Cao Yang there. Regardless of the outcome, he would surely face dire consequences. Cao Yang glanced at the naked Xiao Ling on the bed and gave her rear a slap. Realizing she could no longer feign sleep, Xiao Ling opened her eyes. "Brother, this has nothing to do with me. I have no connection with them. My dear, I do not wish to put you in a difficult position, but to prevent you from alerting them, I must eliminate you. Brother, please don't kill me. I swear I won't." Xiao Ling fell to her knees on the bed, pleading desperately. "Either I kill you or bind you. Choose one. Bind me if you must. As long as you spare my life, I shall comply with your every demand." Cao Yang delivered a swift kick to Bo Zai, gesturing with his eyes for him to secure Xiao Ling obediently. Bo Zai picked up the rope and began to wind it around Xiao Ling's form. Once she was bound, Cao Yang stuffed a piece of cloth into her mouth. "Do not fear. As long as your boyfriend does not deceive me, I shall return him to you and free you." Cao Yang and Bo Zai then made their way to the White Nightclub, where Lu Yu resided in the apartment complex behind it. Ascending the stairs, Bo Zai, under Cao Yang's intimidation, knocked on the door. The occupants were asleep, and after several knocks with no response, it seemed the door might shatter before a grumbled voice emerged from within. Lu Yu, around 30 years of age, appeared at the door in nothing but shorts, bleary-eyed. A dragon tattoo snaked across his shoulder, and his back bore numerous scars from past encounters. "What the hell do you want? Can't you let a man sleep?" Upon recognizing Bo Zai, Lu Yu immediately unleashed a torrent of curses. "Why you, brother, you?" Bo Zai stammered, his lips quivering, fully aware of his impending doom. If Cao Yang were to eliminate Lu Yu today, it might be a mercy. Otherwise, Lu Yu would undoubtedly retaliate against him. For betrayal among brothers was a grave sin in their world. "What is it? You seek me for a reason?" Lu Yu inquired with annoyance, glancing at Cao Yang without concern. Although he found him familiar, he dismissed the notion, assuming Cao Yang was merely another brother whose name eluded him. "Brother Yu, he seeks you." Bo Zai trembled, pointing toward Cao Yang. Lu Yu, yawning, turned his attention to Cao Yang, his expression shifting to one of alarm as realization dawned. "Heh." Cao Yang flashed a grin before launching a fist towards Lu Yu's eye. With a resounding thud, Lu Yu was sent sprawling, his eye bruised and blood trickling from the corner. Even if his vision remained intact, it was surely compromised. With a crash, Cao Yang entered the room and locked the door behind him. "Bullseye, you traitor!" Lu Yu shouted, clutching his bleeding eye while glaring furiously at Bo Zai with his uninjured eye. Bang! Before Lu Yu could finish his sentence, Cao Yang's foot struck his face, sending him crashing onto the glass coffee table, shattering it into pieces. Bo Zai watched in horror. Lu Yu was formidable within their gang, yet before Cao Yang, he lacked even the slightest ability to retaliate. "You think you're tough? Running after me with a gun yesterday." Lu Yu spat blood in defiance. Cao Yang sidestepped the spittle, his voice cold as he interrogated, "Where does Lu Jinhu reside?" Lu Yu scoffed, "At your mother's house." Chapter 53. Brother Bo. Some individuals are consumed by a fear of death, while others exhibit a remarkable indifference to it. Bo and Lu Yu serve as stark examples of these contrasting dispositions. With just a hint of intimidation, Bo could betray his brother, whereas Lu Yu, confronted with a death threat from Cao Yang, not only refrains from betraying his brother, but also dares to insult Cao Yang. It must be acknowledged that the subordinates these brothers gather are of commendable quality. While their capabilities may vary, their loyalty is largely unwavering. Cao Yang, with a resounding slap, struck Lu Yu and then commanded Bo to bind his brother. Reluctantly, Bo complied, delivering a Japanese-style meal to Lu Yu amidst his curses. In the meantime, Cao Yang rummaged under Lu Yu's pillow, retrieving a handgun, a dagger, and a cell phone. The gun was loaded, and Cao Yang toyed with it, recalling how he had previously seized a gun from Tai Xiong, but had left it behind when he intended to take a train, temporarily placing it in Lei Dian's possession. Pointing the gun at Lu Yu's forehead, he demanded, "Tell me Lu Jinhu's address, or I shall end your life with a single shot." Lu Yu, undaunted, retorted defiantly. You can go to hell. Cao Yang retaliated by striking Lu Yu's forehead with the butt of the gun, causing blood to spatter across half of his face. I'll give you another chance. Will you speak or not? I will tell you, my brother is in your mother's bed, Lu Yu declared, inviting his own demise. In a fit of rage, Cao Yang plunged the dagger into his abdomen. Lu Yu let out a muted groan, his eyes still burning with fury as he silently vowed revenge, should he survive. Cao Yang then accessed Lu Yu's cell phone to search through his contacts. At that time, mobile phones lacked password protection, allowing anyone to use them. He quickly located Lu Zhenhu's number, pondering how to lure him out. Lacking a credible excuse, he resorted to sending a cryptic text message. Brother Hu, come to my place. I have something important to discuss. After sending the message, he clutched the phone, awaiting a response. If Lu Zhenhu were to arrive, he would be greeted with a bullet. Meanwhile, in a lavish villa, Lu Zhenhu lounged by the pool, sipping red wine, with two alluring women frolicking in the water. Frowning at the text from Lu Yu, who rarely communicated via text, preferring phone calls, he wondered, what could it be about? Upon receiving a reply, Cao Yang eagerly responded, it's a matter of great importance. It's inconvenient to discuss over the phone. Please hurry over. What could possibly be inconvenient between us? Lu Zhenhu insisted, immediately calling. Cao Yang hung up, intent on crafting another deceptive message. However, Lu Zhenhu called again, sensing something amiss. He thought, Lu Yu would never dare to ignore his calls, not even in the heat of passion. Realizing Lu Yu's unusual behavior might indicate trouble, he summoned his subordinates and instructed, gather some men and bring weapons. We need to check on Lu Yu. He may be in danger. After issuing this command, he attempted to call Lu Yu once more, wanting to confirm his suspicions. After hanging up on him twice, Cao Yang recognized that Lu Zhenhu would surely be suspicious. When the phone rang again, he knew he could not disconnect this time. He drew the knife from Lu Yu's abdomen and pressed it against his neck. I hope you cooperate with me, or I will indeed slice your throat, Cao Yang declared, pressing the answer key and placing the phone to Lu Yu's ear. Big brother, Cao Yang, is with me. Before he could finish his sentence, Cao Yang plunged the knife into his ribcage. Rage consumed Cao Yang. This fool was truly reckless. Ah! Lu Yu let out a harrowing scream, then glared bloodthirstily at Cao Yang. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenhu, alarmed, sprang to his feet, changed his clothes, and swiftly gathered his men, racing towards Lu Yu's residence. Lu Yu was one of his most loyal subordinates. He could not allow anything to happen to him. Cao Yang had resurfaced, and this time he was on the offensive. He must be eliminated. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Cao Yang fumed, delivering slap after slap to Lu Yu. Brother, we should leave quickly. Tiger Brother and his men will be here any moment, Bo Zai urged him. If it weren't for the gun pointed at him, he would have fled long ago. Cao Yang realized it was time to depart, but before leaving, he needed to dispose of Lu Yu. He admired such loyalty, but not when it was directed at himself. Lu Yu must perish swiftly. Just as he was about to strike again, a thought crossed his mind, and he tossed the knife to Bo Zai. You kill him, he commanded, aiming the gun at Bo Zai. I can't. Bo Zai trembled in fear. He had never killed anyone. Though he often bragged about having slain countless foes, in reality, he was merely a lackey from the Hunan gang. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Cao Yang pulled the trigger, the bullet striking near Bo Zai's foot, causing him to cower and tremble. In 10 seconds, if you do not kill him, I will kill you. I have little time. Do not test my patience. I. Bo Zai stuttered, shakily picking up the dagger, glancing at Cao Yang. If I kill him, will you let me go? Yes. Hurry up. I keep my word. Bo Zai turned to Lu Yu, who had always been a figure of respect and fear for him. Now, to kill him felt unbearable. Lu Yu lay in a state of near death, bloodied and glaring at Bo Zai with a fierce intensity. Seeing the look in Lu Yu's eyes, Bo Zai realized he had no choice. If he did not kill him, Lu Yu would assuredly take revenge. Brother Yu, I'm sorry. Suddenly, Bo Zai screamed, plunging the dagger into Lu Yu's neck repeatedly. Enough, enough! Cao Yang shouted as he saw Bo Zai nearly severing Lu Yu's head. Brother, can I go now? Bo Zai slumped to the ground, looking at Cao Yang, who was busy capturing the scene on his phone. The entire episode of Lu Yu's murder was recorded. What are you doing? Bozai asked, bewildered. Cao Yang did not respond, standing up and leaving the building. Bozai hurried to follow him, knowing that lingering too long could be fatal. After walking quite a distance, Bozai finally stopped, panting heavily, unable to move further. Nearby, there was a dessert shop, and Cao Yang entered, ordering 2 bowls of sweet soup. Bozai raised his cup and drank it all in one go. Brother, can I leave now? Cao Yang smiled and inquired, where are you planning to go? I intend to return home to farm, no longer aimlessly wandering about. Cao Yang shook his head, saying that won't do. You are from Hunan, and so is Lu Jinhu. Even if you return to your hometown, he will not spare you. Bozai was taken aback. Why not? Because you killed Lu Yu. Do you think he would let you off the hook? But, Bozai struggled to articulate his thoughts. Cao Yang took out his phone and showed him the photos he had just taken. If I send these pictures to Lu Jinhu, he will know. Brother, what exactly do you want? If you wish for my demise, just kill me directly. Spare me this torment. Bozai's emotions crumbled. Cao Yang laughed heartily. Why would I want to kill you? I have no desire for your death. I can help you live a good life. Bozai, taken aback, tentatively asked, you want me to join you? Cao Yang rolled his eyes, for he held no regard for someone like Bozai, who was cowardly, untrustworthy, and lacked any significant ability. Chapter 54. Cao Yang's counterattack. I do not require your companionship. I merely wish for you to remain within the Hunan gang. The matter of Lu Yu's demise is known solely to us. Aside from Shaoling, no one else is privy to our interactions. As long as we maintain our silence, your safety is assured, and there is no need for you to return home. What do you wish for me to do? Bozai inquired, aware that Cao Yang undoubtedly had conditions. I need you to ascertain Lu Jinhu's residence within a week. Once I eliminate him, this issue will be resolved. Do not entertain thoughts of deceiving me, nor should you attempt to delay. Should I fail to eliminate him, or if you do not uncover his whereabouts within a week, I will hand over the video to the Hunan gang, and you shall meet a grim fate. Realizing Cao Yang's intentions were far from altruistic, Bozai's expression fell. Cao Yang patted his chubby face, declaring, you have no choice now. Your only hope is that I succeed in killing Lu Jinhu. Return quickly. Shaoling awaits your release at home. Bozai departed, glancing back nervously, fearing Cao Yang might take a shot at him. Upon reaching home, he untied Shaoling and then sat alone on the floor, smoking in contemplation. Did he strike you? Shaoling asked cautiously, noticing the bloodstains on his clothing, worried that Bozai might lash out at her, given that her actions had precipitated this entire ordeal. Bozai was not in the mood to confront her. Instead, he pondered the consequences of revealing everything to Big Brother Lu. How would Lu respond? Imagining that scenario, he concluded he would not survive, for he had led Cao Yang to Lu and had personally slain Lu Yu. If he complied with Cao Yang's request and uncovered Lu Jinhu's address, and Cao Yang succeeded in killing him, would he be spared? Would Cao Yang eliminate him to silence him? Bozai imagined a 50% chance of being killed and a 50% chance of being spared. There was no alternative. Cao Yang was correct. He had no choice but to gamble on Cao Yang's conscience. Do not divulge the events of last night to anyone, and refrain from going to work at Bay today. He cautioned Shaoling before rising to take a shower and change into clean clothes, adjusting his demeanor in front of the mirror. Inevitably, he would soon receive news of Lu Yu's death. He needed to rush over to express his condolences, ensuring he performed the necessary act convincingly to avoid suspicion. Indeed, his phone rang shortly after, with his brothers informing him that Yu Ge had passed away and urging him to come immediately. Upon his arrival at Lu Yu's residence, the room was already filled with members of the Hunan gang, an overwhelming number of brothers crowding the space. Bozai, do not push in. A brother called out to him, reminding him that Big Brother Lu was inside. We shall wait until they depart before entering. Lu Jinhu gazed at Lu Yu's lifeless body, his face ashen. His comrade of many years had met such a tragic end. Is it necessary to stab a man so many times? He raged, his fury boiling over. Cao Yang, if I do not kill you, I shall no longer belong to this life. He bellowed, unleashing his pent-up anger. Send everyone out. I will reward 1 million to anyone who can kill Cao Yang, and 2 million for anyone who can bring him to me alive. Spread this message. I will offer the same to others in different gangs who can accomplish this. Lu Zhenhu had effectively issued a bounty on Cao Yang. Several of his underlings nodded, promptly notifying their brothers below. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. Lu Zhenhu glanced at the caller ID. Lu Yu was calling. He looked down at Lu Yu's lifeless body, then back at the phone screen and silently pressed the answer button. Neither spoke at first. After a minute of tense silence, Lu Zhenhu, suppressing his fury, broke the quiet. Cao Yang? Lu Zhenhu? The two had never met or spoken before. This was their first conversation after several days of bloodshed. Damn it, prepare to die. I will not let you escape. Even if you hide at the ends of the earth, I will find you and tear you apart. Lu Zhenhu snarled through clenched teeth. Cao Yang retorted with cold derision. How dare you? This is not about whether you can spare me. It's about me not sparing you. Don't let me find you. If you stay hidden like a coward, the day I locate you will be your last. Lu Zhenhu was furious. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to insult him so brazenly. Cao Yang ended the call, discarded his SIM card, and sought refuge in a bustling underpass to sleep. This city was predominantly inhabited by outsiders, with many vagrants scattered throughout. The parks and underpasses were filled with them, making Cao Yang inconspicuous. He slept until nightfall, shook off the dust from his clothes, enjoyed a meal at a Hunan restaurant, and then wandered onto a dimly lit street. This area was renowned as a red light district, lined with numerous salons, their vibrant lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors each evening. Some women, dressed provocatively, leaned against door frames, smoking and occasionally beckoning passers-by to come in. Hey, handsome, come in, have some fun. A woman in flip-flops and a tank top called out to Cao Yang, winking and flaunting her figure in a bid to entice him. In response, Cao Yang bent down, picked up a brick, and hurled it at her. The woman was startled. She thought if he wasn't interested, he would simply walk away, not assault her with a brick. With a loud crash, the brick missed her and shattered the glass door of a salon, sending shards scattering across the ground. Are you out of your mind? Several women were frightened, rushing out to confront Cao Yang, hurling insults at him. Sisters, don't let this punk get away. Make him pay. He won't leave without 3,000 to 5,000 today. As the women approached him, cursing, some were already on the phone, alerting their madam that trouble was brewing. Cao Yang had no personal vendetta against these women. He did not genuinely intend to harm them. If he had, his skills would have ensured he hit his target. Though he bore no grudge against the women, those behind this industry held animosity toward him. This street was protected by the Hunan gang. Even if they were not directly involved, they had collected protection fees, and Cao Yang was looking for trouble with them. He advanced relentlessly, shattering the glass doors of dozens of establishments with abandon. A few lackeys from the Hunan gang approached, intent on confronting him, but were swiftly defeated, rendered unrecognizable by the ferocity of his assault. Someone recognized Cao Yang and, struck by fear, hesitated to approach him. His notoriety had escalated dramatically in recent days. By the time their main force arrived, not a trace of Cao Yang remained. Undeterred, he proceeded to the Mingzhu nightclub, intent on wreaking havoc there as well. However, his journey proved futile, for the demise of Iron Bear had cast a significant shadow over the Mingzhu nightclub, which remained shuttered. As he turned to depart, he found himself at the small inn where he once resided with Li Yan. Spotting Lao Su taking out the trash, Cao Yang approached to greet him, offering a cigarette, and the two engaged in conversation. Chapter 55. The Memorial Service recently. The Hunan and Hunan factions have become the subject of ridicule, their disgraceful predicament transforming them into a source of amusement for rival gangs. The deaths of Lu Yilong and Tai Xiong have escalated into a farcical conflict between the two gangs. The perpetrator, identified as a young man named Cao Yang, has evaded capture despite both factions actively searching for him and even soliciting assistance from higher authorities to seal off the city. It was widely believed that the situation had reached a conclusion, with a mere 10% chance of Cao Yang escaping from Guangqing and a 90% likelihood of his apprehension, followed by a gruesome fate. However, after several fruitless days of pursuit, having located him on numerous occasions without success, Cao Yang has begun to retaliate. He first eliminated Lu Yu of the Hunan faction, subsequently wreaking havoc on their enterprises by shattering the glass of chicken shops, vandalizing KTV sound systems, robbing casinos, and tossing firecrackers into bar dance floors. He has seemingly adopted a frenzied persona, mercilessly assaulting any isolated subordinates, leaving them incapacitated. By the time reinforcements arrive, he vanishes without a trace. Like a rabid dog, he lurks in the shadows, seizing opportunities to strike before retreating swiftly. Other gangs watch with amusement, mocking the ineptitude of both factions that, despite their combined strength of over 1,000 members, are unable to subdue a mere youth. Shi Jishan and Lu Jinhu seethe with rage, shattering numerous cups in their fury. Yet, amidst their anger lies a sense of trepidation. Cao Yang surpasses their wildest expectations. Throughout their years in the underworld, they have encountered formidable individuals, but none as audacious and unpredictable as Cao Yang, especially for Lu Jinhu, who had previously dismissed Cao Yang's threat to his life as mere bluster. Given the current circumstances, however, should he find himself isolated, his demise at the hands of Cao Yang appears increasingly plausible. Upon receiving reports that another nightclub has been targeted by Cao Yang's fireworks, Lu Jinhu's hand trembles as he smokes. His anxiety is not due to the disruption of business, but rather fear that the next time, Cao Yang may replace fireworks with explosives. He resolves to eliminate him swiftly, recognizing the dire consequences of inaction. "Brother Hu, someone wishes to see you regarding Cao Yang," a subordinate announces. "Bring him in," Lu Jinhu commands. At the poolside, he meets with the visitor, who departs shortly after their discussion, leaving Lu Jinhu with 200,000 in cash. Lighting a cigar, he reflects that this is the only favorable news he has received in days. He then calls Shi Jishan, revealing he has devised a plan to lure Cao Yang to a predetermined location, inviting Shi to join him in dealing with the threat. Without hesitation, Shi Jishan agrees, acknowledging that as long as Cao Yang lives, their reputations remain tarnished, and they risk potential retaliation. In the crematorium's farewell hall, Lu Jinhu holds a memorial service for his brother Lu Yilong and Lu Yu, with a sea of faces from the Hunan faction gathered in mourning. As the service concludes, and the two are taken for cremation, Lu Jinhu emerges, holding their urns, his heart heavy with sorrow. The younger brothers sense their leader's sorrow, unsure of who initiated the loud cries of "Kill Cao Yang! Kill Cao Yang!" Others quickly joined in, raising their hands in fervent agreement. The thunderous chorus of 700 or 800 voices echoed through the streets, startling passers-by and staff who instinctively recoiled, keeping their distance. Lu Jinhu raised his hand to silence the uproar, drawing the crowd's attention towards him. "What good is merely shouting slogans? You must take action. Quickly locate him, seize him, and use his head to honor our reputation." The multitude dispersed, resuming their search for Cao Yang, though a dozen or so remained behind, Lu Yu's loyal subordinates, now awaiting new instructions after the loss of their leader. Lu Jinhu glanced at them and instructed from now on, "Follow our way. He will manage things during the night. Cooperate with him well." The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Lu Jinhu continued, "I am in need of a caretaker for my home. Who among you is willing to take on this role?" In his villa, he kept 2 large, fierce wolfhounds. "I will. Me. Pick me." The chorus of eager volunteers erupted, despite the slight embarrassment of tending to dogs. Yet, caring for Lu's dogs was a different matter altogether. It meant daily encounters with him, fostering familiarity that could lead to better positions in the future. "You, the one in the crowd," Bo Zai, Lu Jinhu pointed out. "You are plump and fair, clearly capable of taking good care of yourself. You'll surely be adept at managing dogs." Bo Zai nodded vigorously, stepping into Lu Jinhu's car amidst the envious gazes of his peers. Upon arriving at the Grand Villa, he beheld the 2 bloodthirsty wolfhounds in their iron cage. Previously, these dogs had been personally cared for by Lu Yilong, rumored to have been fed human flesh. The younger brothers whispered among themselves that to offend Lu would result in becoming minced meat for the dogs, though the truth of such tales remained uncertain. Woof! Woof! The dogs barked incessantly at the sight of the newcomer, causing Bo Zai to retreat in fright. The caretaker briefed him on necessary precautions before handing over the keys, instructing him to walk the dogs at irregular intervals. Once the caretaker departed, Bo Zai glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and then called Cao Yang, informing him of his successful infiltration into Lu Jinhu's household, promptly sending the address. Cao Yang stared at the address on his phone, perplexed. Was Bozai truly capable of such a feat? If he could obtain such information, could he have already confided in Lu Junhu and was now attempting to deceive him? Although this seemed unlikely, caution was warranted. That night, Cao Yang changed into a new outfit, donning a cap, and stealthily approached the location Bozai had mentioned. It was a villa district with Lu Junhu residing at number 76. Cao Yang feigned the demeanor of a passerby, deliberately avoiding number 76. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, he gradually inched closer, scanning the surroundings for any signs of ambush. After observing for some time and finding no anomalies, he called Bozai, inquiring whether Lu Junhu was home. Bozai replied that he did not know, having remained near the doghouse all day without the freedom to roam. Cao Yang, exasperated, scolded him for being useless. Uncertain of Lu Junhu's presence at home, he refrained from recklessly entering and instead retreated discreetly. If one were to strike, it must be without unexpected consequences. Should this individual not be at home, his entry would yield nothing but a wasted effort, potentially alarming the target. The following day, he stealthily returned to the villa district at number 76, where Bozai assured him with unwavering confidence that Lu Junhu was indeed at home, having just checked on the dog and likely enjoying himself at the swimming pool. Within the villa surveillance room, Lu Junhu observed Bozai's every action. Is everything ready? All is prepared. It now hinges on whether that young man dares to enter. Tonight, we shall ensure his demise. And what of this fellow? One of his subordinates pointed at Bozai in the surveillance room. Lu Junhu smiled. Did I not say to let him come and tend to the dog? Chapter 56. The exposure of Bozai. Upon hearing Bozai confirm that Lu Junhu was at home, Cao Yang chose not to enter, but instead turned and walked away. During his daytime reconnaissance, he had noticed several individuals whose demeanor was incongruous with the affluent villa district, their distinctly rough demeanor suggesting they were subordinates of Lu Junhu, likely laying a trap for him. He took a taxi to Bozai's residence, knocked on the door to no response, and forcefully twisted the lock open. Inside the room, Bozai's belongings remained, while those of Xiaoling were conspicuously absent. His purpose for coming was to ascertain one crucial matter, whether Bozai had betrayed him. Upon spotting that group of subordinates earlier, he had entertained a suspicion that Bozai had sold him out. However, upon reflection, it seemed implausible. If he were to send the video to the Hunan gang, Bozai would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Even if coerced, the act of murdering his elder brother remained a tangible reality, thus rendering the likelihood of Bozai's betrayal minimal. Aside from Bozai, Xiaoling was the only other possibility. She likely remained unaware of any agreement made between him and Bozai, yet she was cognizant of their interactions. Cao Yang had also learned from Bozai that Lu Junhu had placed a bounty on him, 1 million for his demise, 2 million for his capture alive. The allure of wealth could easily corrupt. Faced with temptation, Xiaoling might very well betray her boyfriend. The current situation validated his suspicions. He was indeed correct. Xiaoling had betrayed them. Bozai had advised her to refrain from work recently, prompting her to resign from Bei. Unintentionally, she overheard others discussing Cao Yang, mentioning the bounty of 1 million for his death and 2 million for his capture. Although Xiaoling lacked the capability to kill Cao Yang or apprehend him, she believed that providing some information could yield her a reward. Thus, she contacted Lu Junhu through her manager, visiting his villa to divulge the details regarding Cao Yang and Bozai. Lu Junhu did not shortchange her, promptly handing her 200,000, instructing her to feign ignorance. Now, Xiaoling had returned to her hometown, using the money to build a house for her parents, while poor Bozai remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding treachery. At this moment, Bozai was filled with anxiety. He had anticipated Cao Yang's arrival, but after waiting for an eternity, he saw no sign of him. Cao Yang sent him a text, cautioning that there might be an ambush and suggesting they postpone their plans. Disheartened, Bozai succumbed to sleep. "Brother, the sun is rising. You should rest a while." A subordinate remarked. "Why hasn't he shown up? Has he discovered our ambush?" The younger man shook his head, indicating ignorance. Lu Junhu sighed, commanding his men to come forth. From the villa, 7 or 8 dozen individuals emerged, having spent the night confined in various rooms, unable to smoke or speak loudly, which had left them quite vexed. "Everyone, go rest," Away instructed the subordinates, and then turned his attention to Bozai, who resided next to the kennel. What should we do with this fellow? Lu Zhenhu, glancing at the peacefully sleeping Bozai, felt a surge of anger. He remained unaware that Bozai had killed Lu Yu, presuming instead that Bozai had betrayed him for Cao Yang's benefit. Bring him over. Awakened from his slumber, Bozai was seized by 4 subordinates and brought before Lu Zhenhu. Kneel. A subordinate kicked Bozai to the ground. Brother, what is happening? Bozai's legs trembled, and he sensed the impending danger. What benefits did you receive from Cao Yang? Why did you betray me? Lu Zhenhu cast a disdainful gaze upon him. I received nothing. Bozai's cold sweat trickled down. He was being threatened and had not gained any advantage from Cao Yang. Not only had he received no benefits, but he had also endured a beating and the humiliation of being cuckolded. It seems you are not being honest. Lu Zhenhu signaled with his eyes, and several henchmen showered Bozai with a brutal onslaught. Stop! Please stop! Bozai cried out in agony. It was only now that he understood why his fortune had favored him enough to be chosen to feed the dogs. Lu Zhenhu had long known of his collusion with Cao Yang and had deliberately sent him to relay false information. Brother, I truly received no benefits from Cao Yang. I was threatened by him. Oh, what did he use to threaten you? Bozai faltered. If he spoke the truth, it would cost him his life. He harasses my girlfriend and says if I don't cooperate, he will keep tormenting her. That was the only excuse Bozai could muster. Do you love your girlfriend? Lu Zhenhu had met Shaoling and found her rather unremarkable, lacking the appeal to warrant such loyalty. Yes, I love her dearly, Bozai nodded fervently. How dare you betray your brother for a woman? Away unleashed a torrent of slaps upon him, landing over a dozen strikes, until Bozai's face was a bloody mess. Lu Zhenhu snatched Bozai's phone and perused the messages, discovering that Bozai had yet to delete the most recent communication from Cao Yang. This young man was quite astute. He fled at the slightest hint of danger. Upon reading the message, Lu Zhenhu was convinced that Cao Yang had indeed escaped. He looked down at Bozai, who now resembled a beaten pig, and asked, Do you wish to live or die? To live, to live. Bozai bowed in desperation, thinking to himself, Isn't that an obvious question? Who would wish for death? Then you shall cooperate with me. Tonight, you will call him as I instruct. If there is even a slight misstep, I will feed you to the dogs. Yes, yes. Bozai nodded vigorously, as if he were pounding garlic. Take him away and keep a close watch on him. Bozai was led away, while Lu Zhenhu rubbed his forehead, contemplating the night's events. Not only did Cao Yang refuse to take the bait, but he had also exposed his own villa, which was a grave error. Brother, how did he know we had set an ambush? Away was puzzled, believing they had concealed their plans well, even from Bozai. Lu Zhenhu shook his head. He did not know either. He could only conclude that this young man was exceptionally perceptive. In reality, Cao Yang was merely somewhat sharper than the average person. He had already returned to his villa, hiding in the well beneath it. Suspecting there might be an ambush, he refrained from entering hastily, waiting until dawn. Upon hearing the sound of retreating footsteps, he confirmed his suspicions were correct. He sent Bozai a message indicating he had left, deliberately ensuring that Lu Zhenhu would see it. Since Lu Zhenhu knew Bozai was a traitor, he would undoubtedly investigate his messages. Cao Yang did not inform Bozai of his exposure. He cared little for Bozai's fate. Instead, he mirrored Lu Zhenhu's tactics, seeking to lower their guard. He remained in the well until 11 o'clock, cautiously opening the cover and stealthily making his way over the wall into the villa. The group had not slept a wink last night, and they must be in the midst of a deep slumber now. Cao Yang remained vigilant, although the majority of their ambushing forces had departed. Lu Zhenhu's usual security personnel were still present. Undoubtedly someone was on duty. Woof, woof, woof. As soon as he entered, the 2 large wolves in the doghouse began to bark furiously, far more sensitive than any human. What is the mighty general barking about? One of the on-duty subordinates yawned, inquiring of the other. I don't know. You should go take a look. Why should I be the one to go? Damn it. The subordinate cursed under his breath and went to investigate, but he did not return. Chapter 57. The Inferno of Lu Zhenhu. The 2 large wolves continued to bark incessantly. Yet their companion had not returned. The other henchman furrowed his brow and stood up to investigate. As he stepped into the doghouse, he discovered his comrade lying beside it. unconscious or worse. What happened to you? He rushed forward to examine the fallen figure, completely oblivious to the presence of Cao Yang, who had silently materialized behind him. With a swift, decisive motion, Cao Yang snapped his neck from behind. Both men were Lu Zhenhu's trusted subordinates, having committed numerous misdeeds in their servitude. Thus Cao Yang felt no remorse in ending their lives. The incessant barking of the dogs persisted. Cao Yang searched the two bodies, retrieving their handguns, contemplating silencing the dogs, but hesitating for fear that the gunfire would alert those upstairs. He cast a menacing glare at the wolves, which met his gaze momentarily before whimpering and tucking their tails, retreating into silence. Adjacent to the doghouse lay a small room. Cao Yang opened the door to find Bo Zai sitting on the bed, his face smeared with blood. He was deep in thought, pondering how Lu Zhenhu had discerned his connection to Cao Yang. His first suspect was Cao Yang himself, yet he reasoned that there was no motive for betrayal. If Cao Yang had shown the video to Lu Zhenhu, he would have already been brutally dispatched. Moreover, Lu Zhenhu's tone indicated he had no knowledge of Lu Yu's demise. Bo Zai's thoughts drifted to his girlfriend, Xiao Ling, realizing that the only others aware of his connection with Cao Yang were himself and her. He clenched his teeth, vowing that if he survived, he would ensure her demise. At that moment, the door swung open, and he beheld Cao Yang entering with a handgun in hand. "What are you doing here?" Bo Zai gasped in surprise, having thought Cao Yang had departed. "Come out," Cao Yang commanded coldly, aiming the gun at him. Overwhelmed by fear, Bo Zai had no thoughts of resistance as he complied and stepped out of the room. "Where's Lu Zhenhu?" "Cao Yang inquired." "On the third floor," Bo Zai replied. "How many men does he have?" "About 10, all armed." "Let me upstairs." With the gun pressed against the back of Bo Zai's head, Cao Yang compelled him to take the lead, using him as a human shield. They approached the third-floor door stealthily, and Cao Yang gestured for Bo Zai to open it. As Bo Zai turned the doorknob and pushed the door ajar, a barrage of gunfire erupted like a torrential downpour. Cao Yang quickly shut the door and retreated, leaving Bo Zai unfortunate enough to take a bullet to both his thigh and abdomen, collapsing to the ground in agony. Damn it, an ambush! The door swung open, revealing two men clad only in their undergarments, armed and searching for Cao Yang. As they emerged, Cao Yang fired 2 shots without hesitation. Their anguished cries echoed as they were hit, yet fortunately for them, the injuries were not fatal, and they scrambled back inside. Seeing their attire, a smirk crept across Cao Yang's face. They had not been caught off guard. These individuals had been roused from their slumber, likely startled by the barking dogs. Cao Yang had prepared 2 homemade Molotov cocktails, initially intended for incinerating the Villa Post mission, but now he would deploy them prematurely. He ignited one and hurled it into the room. The bottle shattered, gasoline ignited, and flames erupted, illuminating the room with a fierce blaze. "Burn, you fools! This time it is not in a bar. They all wish to kill him, and he shows no mercy." Cao Yang, with his twin guns, aimed at the door. As these individuals, pushed by the flames, had no choice but to force their way through or leap from the building. The room was in utter chaos, and Lu Zhenhu's face was ashen, with 7 or 8 of his subordinates shielding him. "What are you all huddled together for? Do you wish to perish together in flames? Go out and finish him off." Lu Zhenhu bellowed, as 4 of his subordinates dashed out amidst the fire. Bang! 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 Cao Yang, with both hands on his guns, pulled the trigger at the sight of heads poking out. Although he had only ever used a shotgun before, his innate talent, coupled with the proximity, allowed him to hit all 4 who rushed out. However, to his dismay, he too was struck, a bullet tearing through his thigh. "Big brother, jump down." Seeing their brothers fall, the subordinates hesitated to rush out, standing by the window prepared to leap. "Worthless! A bunch of useless fools," Lu Zhenhu scolded, frustrated that so many could not handle a single opponent. Anger aside, they still had to jump. He climbed to the window and peered down, a twinge of fear gripping him. 20 years ago, Lu Zhenhu would have leapt without a second thought from this height. But now, age had taken its toll. His stamina and courage had waned. Having enjoyed a good life for too long, he had begun to value his life. "Big brother, I'll jump first. I'll catch you below," Ah Wei said as he leapt down first, only to land awkwardly and twist his ankle. Gripping his foot in pain, he took a moment to recover. He opened his arms, signaling Lu Zhenhu to jump quickly. He would be there to catch him. You two go out and hold the fort. Lu Zhenhu instructed two of his subordinates, then sent another one down first to join Wei in catching him. Reluctantly, the two subordinates ran out, but as soon as they showed their heads, they were met with bullets. It was not that they lacked skill, rather, Cao Yang was too formidable. He had heard their footsteps and anticipated their move, firing preemptively. Meanwhile, Lu Zhenhu finally mustered the courage to jump down, followed by the two others, all three tumbling to the ground. Each sustained various injuries. Big brother, hurry! Where are our people? Tell IFA to bring the others quickly. Lu Zhenhu was reluctant to flee in such a disgraceful manner. This was his territory, invaded by a single individual, and his pride was severely wounded. They were already on their way. It was best to hide for now, Wei urged. He understood his elder brother well, recognizing that Lu Zhenhu wished to escape but was held back by his pride, so he sought to provide a graceful exit. Cao Yang, observing the spreading flames within the room, knew that if anyone remained, they would surely be consumed. Not hearing any screams, he surmised Lu Zhenhu and his men had jumped. Glancing down at those sprawled on the ground, some shot in the chest, others in the head, and still more with wounds to their abdomen and legs, he felt no inclination to check their fates. The priority now was to eliminate Lu Zhenhu. Otherwise, this opportunity would slip away, and if reinforcements arrived, he would be trapped. Gritting his teeth against the pain in his injured leg, Cao Yang hastened down the stairs. Upon arriving downstairs, I beheld Wei and a subordinate assisting Lu Zhenhu in their hasty retreat. Cao Yang drew his firearm and fired, benefiting from his advantageous position from behind. However, with only 4 rounds at his disposal, he managed to strike the trio in their backs without inflicting any fatal wounds. The 3, having been shot, turned and similarly drew their weapons, firing back at him. A blossom of crimson erupted from Cao Yang's chest and abdomen as he swiftly rolled away, taking refuge at the foot of the stairs. The sound of gunfire echoed relentlessly, with the trio intent on expending every last bullet until Cao Yang was reduced to a sieve. Cease fire. We can't even see the target. Lu Zhenhu bellowed in frustration. P.S. The manuscript has been temporarily placed in a holding area as I undertake significant revisions. For now, only this chapter will be released. Chapter 58. The death of Lu Zhenhu. Have you gone to check if he is dead? Lu Zhenhu, enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, instructed a subordinate to investigate the fate of Cao Yang at the stairwell. The young man, mustering his courage, approached the stairway with a gun in hand, only to find no one there. Cao Yang had seemingly vanished. Boss, there's no one here. This guy might have gone upstairs. As he finished speaking, a warm sensation splattered across his face. Touching it, he realized it was blood, Cao Yang's blood. With both hands braced against the wall, Cao Yang fixed his hawk-like gaze upon the young man. The latter, startled, let out a terrified scream, preparing to fire. In a swift motion, Cao Yang lunged forward, snapping the subordinate's neck with one hand and seizing the gun from him. Upon hearing the cry, Lu Zhenhu and Wei exchanged anxious glances, realizing their comrade was in peril, and neither dared to approach any further. They had initially thought he was incapacitated due to his injuries and lack of ammunition. But little did they expect him to retaliate fiercely and, ironically, to be supplied with another firearm. What should we do, Tiger Brother? Wei queried, glancing towards the villa's entrance, knowing that fleeing would place them within Cao Yang's line of fire. Stay put, Lu Zhenhu responded, unwilling to take risks. The moment their reinforcements arrived, it would be the end for him. Go open the dog kennel and let the fierce generals out to finish him off. Obeying the command, Wei opened the kennel, releasing 2 large, menacing dogs whose tongues lolled out, dripping with saliva. Fierce general, go and kill him, Lu Zhenhu commanded, knowing these dogs would heed only their brother's orders. With 2 powerful barks, the dogs charged towards the stairwell. Although they had been intimidated by Cao Yang earlier, the presence of their masters emboldened them. To them, their owner was the mightiest being in the world. Upon hearing the barking, Cao Yang sensed impending danger. These beasts were not human. They lacked the capacity for evasion and would attack instinctively. With a bark, the 2 dogs lunged at Cao Yang, ready to tear him apart. Bang! Bang! Cao Yang fired, striking the head of fierce general, who whimpered and collapsed, twitching on the ground. However, the other dog, brave general, clamped down on his arm. In agony, Cao Yang struck the dog's head with the butt of his gun. The creature remained tenacious, refusing to release its grip despite the blows. With no alternative, Cao Yang aimed for the dog's forehead and fired twice. The gun held only 5 bullets, which he had intended to reserve for Lu Zhenhu and away. But circumstances left him no choice. Bang! Bang! With 2 shots, brave general fell lifeless, its teeth embedded in Cao Yang's flesh. It took a considerable effort for him to pry open the dog's jaws. Sitting at the stairway, Cao Yang appeared somewhat pale, blood seeping from his calves and abdomen. Flames continued to rage on the 3rd floor, and the neighbors had already alerted the authorities, though the sound of gunfire had sent the property management fleeing. Logically, he should have retreated, yet he was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity at hand. With 1 bullet remaining in the chamber, recklessly advancing would spell his doom. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he turned to ascend to the 3rd floor. As I turned around, I caught sight of the disheveled Bozi descending from the upper floor, resembling Cao Yang in his injuries, both having sustained gunfire to their abdomen and legs. However, Bozi appeared far more battered, with a bruised face. Cao Yang aimed his firearm at him, and Bozi raised his hands in surrender. This time, he refrained from begging for mercy, instead maintaining a surprising calmness. In his eyes, whether Cao Yang chose to end his life or not, he felt he was beyond salvation. The greatest sorrow lies in a heart that has surrendered, rendering him too weary to plead for his life. Cao Yang scrutinized him for a moment, but ultimately chose not to pull the trigger, continuing his ascent up the staircase. At the entrance of the 3rd floor, he retrieved 2 handguns from the bodies of several fallen subordinates. Suddenly, he realized one was missing and turned to look at Bozi, who had concealed a gun at his waist. Yet, Bozi made no move to aim it at him, and Cao Yang dismissed him entirely. He dashed into the engulfing flames, disregarding the risk of his hair and clothing catching fire, and leaped from the 3rd floor window. Lu Zhenhu, in a way, believing him still at the stairwell, cautiously observed with their guns drawn. Upon hearing a noise behind them, they turned around. Just as they did, Awei was struck by a bullet and collapsed. Lu Zhenhu felt 2 bursts of blood erupt from his chest, yet he still attempted to raise his weapon against Cao Yang. However, Cao Yang denied him the opportunity, seizing his wrist and twisting it with force, rendering Lu Zhenhu incapacitated and causing his firearm to fall to the ground. Cao Yang then kicked the gun away and gripped his throat. "How dare you? You must be Lu Zhenhu. I have no grievances against you. Why seek my death?" Cao Yang seethed with rage. Even in such a tense and time-sensitive moment, he refrained from killing him outright. "You insolent fool! You murder my brother. Yet you claim there are no grievances between us? Do you not know that life and death are dictated within the octagonal cage? Are you unaware of how many lives your brother has extinguished? Do others not seek vengeance for him? Damn you! You cannot bear the consequences of your actions." Cao Yang's fury escalated, and he struck Lu Zhenhu's forehead with the rifle, but causing blood to cascade down his face. In the distance, sirens began to wail, and Cao Yang seized his verbal onslaught, directing his weapon at Lu Zhenhu's forehead, firing 2 shots that extinguished his life. Rising to his feet, Cao Yang avoided the villa's front entrance, wary of encountering the police or fire brigade. Ignoring the intense pain coursing through him, he leapt, grasping the surrounding wall, and scaled over the villa's rear. Bozi, in a state of despair, sat at the staircase's edge. He heard the gunshots and the blaring sirens, but remained uncertain whether Cao Yang had slain Lu Zhenhu or vice versa. He no longer cared. After all, the connection he had with these individuals was known to all, and even if Lu Zhenhu were dead, others would not spare him. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If everyone privy to this matter were to perish, would he not have a chance at survival? Motivated by this notion, Bozi rose, limping towards Lu Zhenhu's lifeless form. Upon witnessing the bodies of Lu Zhenhu in a way, a smile crept upon his lips, and he chuckled. He then returned to the 3rd floor, where several subordinates still lay, most merely incapacitated, yet not yet dead. With a steely resolve, Bozi drew his pistol and aimed it at the foreheads of his adversaries, mercilessly delivering 2 fatal shots to each, thus extinguishing their lives. Once the grim task was completed, he discarded the firearm into the inferno and reclined on the ground, feigning death while awaiting rescue. Meanwhile, Cao Yang remained oblivious to Bozai's actions, and even if he were to learn of them, it would matter little to him. In the daylight, he staggered through the streets, his body drenched in blood, attracting considerable attention for passers-by, with some children even crying in fright at the sight. He attempted to hail a taxi, but none were willing to take him. In desperation, he stood boldly in the middle of the road, obstructing traffic. Eventually, he managed to flag down a taxi, opening the door to climb inside. "Brother, hold on tight. I'll take you to the nearest hospital," the taxi driver said warmly, eager to assist upon seeing his bloodied state. However, before the driver could finish his kind words, the barrel of Cao Yang's gun was pressed against his forehead. Chapter 59. Clinic treatment. Lu Jinhu has met his demise. This incident has stirred considerable commotion along Guanqing Road. The Hunan Gang is a formidable organization. How could their leader be so brazenly eliminated in broad daylight? Not only did he perish, but also around 10 of his underlings. With the exception of a rotund fellow who was merely feeding his dog, all of whom met a tragic fate. The Hunan Gang has been shattered. The first responders on the scene were the firefighters, followed closely by the gang leader Alpha and his brethren. Ultimately, the police arrived, with reports indicating that even the chief of police was present. The severity of this case is alarming, involving multiple fatalities, firearms, and arson. The chief has issued a crucial directive, vowing to spare no effort in apprehending the perpetrator. Simultaneously, an order was disseminated to suppress all information, forbidding any media coverage to prevent further public outrage. The city's police force has mobilized once more, dedicating themselves to the pursuit of the suspects. The taxi driver was petrified, following Cao Yang's instructions to drive to the outskirts. He assumed Cao Yang intended to rob him of money or his vehicle. However, neither occurred. Instead, Cao Yang stripped him of his clothing and even provided him with money. The bloodstains on his attire were glaringly conspicuous, so he donned the taxi driver's uniform. Though it was somewhat ill-fitting, it would not draw undue attention. Once the driver departed, Cao Yang immediately hailed another taxi. The driver inquired about his destination. Cao Yang replied nonchalantly, "Anywhere will do." He himself was uncertain of where to go. His wounds were still bleeding, though the driver's dark clothing concealed the evidence. He was in dire need of medical attention, for his life hung in the balance. Yet he dare not seek help at a hospital. Gazing vacantly out the window, he contemplated reaching out to the Lei siblings, as they were the only ones in the city he could trust to assist him, particularly Lei Yu, whom he deemed more reliable than Lei Dian. This very concern made him reluctant to involve them. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. The vehicle came to a halt. Cao Yang settled the fare and alighted. Spotting a modest clinic that had just opened its doors, he entered, finding only a young nurse and a middle-aged doctor within. "Good day. Are you here for medication or a consultation?" the young nurse inquired, noting Cao Yang's pallid complexion and surmising he was there for treatment. Without responding, Cao Yang strode directly into the inner room, seeking any other individuals present. The nurse and doctor exchanged bewildered glances. "I require medical attention," Cao Yang declared, forcefully shutting the door behind him. "What are you doing?" "There's no need to close the door for a consultation." Cao Yang drew his firearm, aiming it at the nurse and doctor. "Quickly assist me." His visage was ashen, his tone laced with an undertone of impatience. The nurse stood frozen in fear, while the doctor adjusted his glasses and rose. "Young man, please do not act impulsively. Tell me what ails you." Cao Yang, in front of them, stripped off his clothes, leaving only his undergarments. "Gunshot wounds," they gasped, their eyes widening at the gaping wounds on his abdomen and legs, before shifting their gaze to his arms, which bore 2 additional punctures that resembled dog bites rather than gun injuries. "Young man, we are merely a small clinic. We cannot treat gunshot wounds. You must go to a larger hospital. Now, immediately, right away. Help me stop the bleeding and extract the bullet. You can chatter all you want, but I will let you experience the agony of a gunshot wound. Well, then you should lie down." The doctor retrieved tweezers and medical supplies. commencing the task of treating Cao Yang's injury. "What is this?" Cao Yang inquired, eyeing the syringe in the doctor's hand. "This is an anesthetic," the doctor replied candidly. "No anesthetic, just extract it," Cao Yang insisted, unwilling to be rendered defenseless. "Young man, can you endure the procedure without anesthesia? Let's talk. Just get on with it." Cao Yang's tone was laced with impatience. He needed to project a cold, ruthless demeanor, lest they dismiss his resolve. The doctor nodded, and together with the nurse, they proceeded to tend to his wound. As the tweezers delved into his flesh, his muscles tensed, and he gritted his teeth, resolutely silent. The nurse, curious, glanced up just in time to see the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at her, prompting her to quickly lower her gaze and focus on her task. An hour later, the bullet was extracted and the wound had been stitched. "Young man, the bullet in your leg did not damage the bone, so there should be no significant issue. However, this gunshot to your abdomen has affected your large intestine. I cannot address that here. I can only stop the bleeding and stitch it up. You should visit a major hospital afterward, where you risk enduring chronic complications." Cao Yang noted in acknowledgement. The doctor then glanced at his arm and continued, "This is a dog bite, isn't it? You need to receive a rabies vaccine promptly. Otherwise, you could contract rabies. I don't have the vaccine here, so I will fetch one from the hospital." As the doctor began to remove his white coat in preparation to leave, he suddenly found the gun pointed at him. "Young man, I'm doing this for your own good," the doctor protested. "Thank you, but that's unnecessary. You all should just stay put." The doctor and nurse sat down, and the three of them remained in silence, the atmosphere decidedly peculiar. "Is there anything to eat?" Cao Yang asked, feeling famished. The nurse handed him 2 pieces of bread, which he devoured ravenously. "Slow down. There is more." The nurse kindly offered him water. The trio lingered in the clinic until nightfall. Throughout their time together, the nurses' and doctors' phones rang numerous times, yet they did not dare to answer. Cao Yang sensed that if they lingered much longer, their families would come looking for them, jeopardizing their concealment. Having regained some strength, he rose to dress, and both of them watched him nervously, fearing he might eliminate them to silence any witnesses. Their concerns were unfounded. The current Cao Yang was not a mindless killer. "Thank you both. How much do I owe you?" I don't have much." The nurse rummaged through her wallet, producing 200 yuan and offering it to Cao Yang. "I meant, how much is the medical fee?" "Huh? No." They both waved their hands, insisting that payment was unnecessary. The nurse, particularly anxious, had misheard him earlier, thinking he was inquiring about her money, fearing he might rob her. Cao Yang pulled out over 2,000 yuan from his pocket, tossing 2,000 on the hospital bed before sliding open the shutter door and departing alone. His money was stored in Li Yan's card, amounting to 200 to 300,000, which he held in his hand, ensuring he was not short of funds for the time being. As he strolled through the desolate streets in the dead of night, the sudden wail of police sirens pierced the air, causing Cao Yang's muscles to tense instantly, propelling him into a state of heightened alert. The police car whizzed past him, a mere coincidence simply passing through. Cao Yang continued his aimless journey, devoid of direction, increasingly engulfed by confusion. His future seemed to present only 2 paths. The first led to capture, followed by trial, culminating in a bullet's embrace. The second path involved seeking refuge for a few days, biding his time until the city's law enforcement relaxed before making his exit. Departing this city might liberate him from the clutches of the Hunan and Hunan gangs. Yet it would likely land him on the police's wanted list, with his visage plastered across every street corner in the nation on posters offering rewards for his capture. The thought of evading arrest left him with but one option: fleeing abroad, embarking on a life of perpetual exile, forever barred from returning home, unable to reunite with his mother, who would pass away without anyone to bid her farewell. Neither of these outcomes aligned with Cao Yang's desires. Unconsciously lifting his gaze, he noticed a brightly lit building ahead. Without realizing it, he had arrived at the Lushan International Water Club. Chapter 60 Farewell. To Hu Qing, he couldn't help but think of Hu Qing, the woman who had previously attempted to recruit him, only to be gently rebuffed. As he departed, she had handed him a business card, suggesting he reach out if he ever encountered any troubles. Should he seek her out? Perhaps for others, it was merely a courteous remark. Given the magnitude of the predicament he had created for himself, Could she truly assist him? Even if she could, what incentive would she have to help him? Was it merely because he possessed exceptional skills that others should risk antagonizing the Hunan and Hunan gangs on his behalf? Cao Yang found this highly unlikely, and his true fear lay not with the two gangs, but rather with the police. Nevertheless, having come this far, perhaps it was fate guiding him to seek her assistance, so he resolved to give it a try. He strode confidently into Lushan International Water Club, where, as before, 16 elegantly attired women in cheap house stood at the entrance. Welcome, they greeted, their beauty complemented by long legs, bowing graciously with warmth and politeness, an attitude that would leave any unsophisticated individual utterly astonished. Welcome. How many esteemed guests do we have? A staff member approached with enthusiastic hospitality. I am here to see someone. Whom are you looking for? I seek Hu Qing. Do you know General Manager Hu? Yes, I visited last time. Please hold on. I will make a call. The staff ushered Cao Yang to a sofa to rest, offering tea and snacks. On the 7th floor, in a rooftop villa, Tang Xiaojia and Hu Qing lounged in reclining chairs, enjoying the gentle breeze and sipping tea. Things have been quite chaotic lately, Tang Xiaojia remarked, gazing at the bright moon, taking a delicate sip of his tea as he spoke casually. Are you referring to the recent conflict between the Hunan and Hunan gangs? Hu Qing replied, also sipping her tea while gazing at the moon, the couple's appearances and personalities perfectly complementing each other. Not quite, Tang Xiaojia shook his head. I've just received word that Lu Jinhu, the leader of the Hunan gang, has been killed. Hu Qing's eyes widened in shock. By the Hunan gang? No, it appears it was perpetrated by a reckless youth, quite formidable, who single-handedly eliminated 10 adversaries. That is indeed impressive, Hu Qing remarked just as her phone rang. Manager Hu, someone is looking for you on the 1st floor. He claims his name is Cao Yang, and you are acquainted with him. All right, I understand, Hu Qing replied, hanging up the phone and instructing her assistant, Alu, to escort Cao Yang to her office. I'll go down to meet someone. I'll be back shortly. Hu Qing pecked Tang Xiaojia on the cheek. Who is it? Tang Savo Inquit, Gudi Siti Peak. It's the young man I mentioned last time. The one with exceptional skills who single-handedly took down 10 of Ali's men. Tang Xiaojia nodded with a smile. Previously, when Hu Qing had expressed her desire to recruit this remarkably skilled young man as a bodyguard, he had been reluctant, believing that no matter how talented one might be, without familiarity, they were of little use. He preferred to rely on those he knew well. Yet, he had not dismissed her kind intentions, only to discover that the young man had turned down the offer. After a brief wait, Cao Yang was approached by a man with a buzz cut, one of the individuals he had previously bested, known as Alu. Big brother requests your presence upstairs, Alu announced, stepping into the elevator, with Cao Yang following closely behind. Inside the elevator, Alu scrutinized Cao Yang with a sideways glance. The fellow appears quite disheveled this time. His attire is ill-fitting and evidently not his own. His complexion is notably pale, presumably due to excessive blood loss from injuries sustained. The most amusing detail is his hair, clearly singed by fire, and upon drawing closer, one can detect a distinct charred odor. What are you staring at? Cao Yang tilted his head, observing him. What's up with you? Alu retorted provocatively. Do you wish to be struck again? Cao Yang exhibited no signs of intimidation. You ought to consider your surroundings. Dare to lay a finger on me and see what happens. Cao Yang raised his hand. Alu, upon noticing, hurriedly shielded his head. Little did he know, Cao Yang merely scratched his hair. Why are you dodging? Are you frightened? Alu, feeling played, turned pale and ceased to engage with him. Cao Yang entered the office and was met once more by Hu Qing, who retained her beauty and poise. Sister Hu, he called out, lowering himself in demeanor, seeking her assistance. Hu Qing smiled. I still prefer your defiant demeanor. Cao Yang felt a tinge of embarrassment, pondering that he had not been particularly defiant last time. Ha ha ha, just joking. Pray tell, what trouble have you encountered? Hu Qing laughed heartily, exuding a rare feminine vigor. Observing Cao Yang's disheveled appearance, she surmised he was in need of her help. I have killed a man. Oh, was it an accident? No, it was deliberate. Hu Qing nodded. A life lost was not a significant matter to her, with appropriate compensation to the family and some connections. The situation could easily be mitigated. What the public does not report, the authorities do not pursue, and thus the matter would dissolve. She sipped her tea lightly. Who was the individual, and what prompted the act? Please elaborate. The individual is Lu Jinhu, the leader of the Hunan gang. He was the one who... Just then, Cao Yang's words were interrupted as Hu Qing spewed her tea in surprise. Moments earlier, she had been discussing the foolhardy youth with her husband, and now, the very youth appeared before her. Cao Yang halted his speech, gazing at her. Hu Qing wiped her mouth, her expression turning serious. Please explain in detail what transpired. Cao Yang recounted how Tai Xiong had coerced him into fighting, resulting in the death of Lu Yilong, followed by the killing of Tai Xiong, which led to both gangs pursuing him relentlessly, culminating in his quest for vengeance. He shared the entire narrative without any concealment. After listening, Hu Qing remained silent for a considerable time before finally shaking her head. I'm sorry, I cannot assist you with this. The Iha society and these local gangs have always maintained a distance from one another. The Hunan gang and the Hunan gang are both formidable forces. Their combined strength is not to be underestimated. It's not worth offending both for someone as inconsequential as you. Cao Yang felt a slight disappointment, though it was within his expectations. He wished to assert that he feared neither gang and required no assistance, only the police. However, since she had already declined, he refrained from pressing further, nodding as he took his leave. Hu Qing observed his retreating figure, noting his peculiar gait, and suspected he had sustained injuries. With a sigh, she shook her head and ascended the stairs. Did you resolve it so quickly? No. Hu Qing shook his head and sat beside Tang Xiaojia. That lad should not be called Cao Yang. He ought to be named Cao Cao. What does that imply? Because, as the saying goes, when Cao Cao is mentioned, he appears. The impetuous youth we just spoke of is indeed him. Did he kill Lu Jinhu? Tang Xiaojia was taken aback. What a coincidence. Indeed. Hu Qing nodded. Where is he now? I have no intention of assisting him, so I naturally let him go. After contemplating for a moment, Tang Xiaojia turned to a Lu beside him and said, Go see if he has walked far. If not, call him back. Are you out of your mind? Call him back for what? I've suddenly taken a bit of interest in him. Let us see if there is any chemistry. I introduced him to you last time, and you showed no desire. Why the sudden intrigue? Don't you find him rather troublesome? Generally, those who can stir up trouble can also get things done. Nonsense. Bringing in such a troublemaker will only land you in a heap of trouble. Haha, when I was young, I too had a knack for causing disturbances. Why didn't you find me bothersome? You can't even compare to him. He is far more capable in a fight. Being able to fight is certainly a plus. But it is not the key to success. At the very least, I possess more intellect than he does. I have numerous ways to handle such situations. And even my worst approach would not lead to the mess he has created. He lacks common sense. Chapter 61. Will it be an accident? Cao Yang had not ventured far. Unsure of his destination, he sat by a flower bed in the parking lot, smoking. Upon spotting him, a Lu rushed over. Come back with me. Why should I return? Our elder brother wishes to see you. Uncertain of the purpose behind this meeting, Cao Yang extinguished his cigarette and followed a Lu back to the 7th floor. In the office, besides Hu Qing, there was also Tang Xiaojia, who had never met Cao Yang before and scrutinized him with keen eyes. Cao Yang had previously caught a glimpse of Tang from afar and found him quite handsome, exuding a refined demeanor. Now, up close, he recognized that his allure was indeed striking, his poise unmistakable. Were he encountered in public without knowledge of his identity, one might easily mistake him for a doctor or a lawyer, professions associated with prestige, rather than a figure of the underworld. Yet he was precisely that, the undisputed leader of the society in Wan City. Brother Jia. Cao Yang greeted him, a semblance of acknowledgement. You know me? Tang Xiaojia inquired with a smile, finding Cao Yang rather likable. Cao Yang shook his head. I do not know you personally, but I have heard tales of your exploits. Oh, what have others said about me? Pray enlighten me. Cao Yang felt speechless, thinking it unnecessary to indulge in flattery at the moment. They say you are handsome, wealthy, influential, judicious in your dealings, and a loyal brother, destined to be the future leader of the Iha society. Cao Yang continued to praise, not entirely insincerely, for both the taxi driver and Lao Su had indeed spoken of him in such high regard. Ha ha, it seems the outside world holds a rather fair assessment of me, though it lacks completeness. My other virtues remain undiscovered. Cao Yang remained silent, while Hu Qing rolled his eyes. With a snap, Tang Xiaojia lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before his expression turned grave. I am aware of your situation. It is quite challenging, given the lives you have taken, including that of their leader. The Hunan gang will undoubtedly seek retribution. Cao Yang remained silent, sensing that Tang Xiaojia had more to say, or else why would he have summoned him back? However, if I intervene, I am confident they will grant me some respect. At the very least, they won't openly target you. At this point, Tang Xiaojia's gaze sharpened, fixating on Cao Yang. But why should I assist you? What can you offer me? Cao Yang also lit a cigarette, carefully composing his thoughts. I do not require your help to deal with the Hunan gang. I am not afraid of their vengeance. Cao Yang was assured that merely departing from Wan City would free him from the clutches of the Hunan gang. Even if he stayed, as long as he evaded their traps, they would be powerless against him. Oh, then what do you seek? I fear the police. Can you help me with them? Ensure they do not arrest me or put me on a wanted list. Cao Yang did not wish to live as a fugitive, hiding for the rest of his life. Ha ha ha. Tang Xiaojia laughed again. My young brother, you are exceedingly naive. Do you realize how heinous your actions are? 10 lives lost, involving firearms and arson. Do you truly believe it realistic that the police would not pursue you? Cao Yang furrowed his brow, recalling that he had only slain 5 individuals. The remaining 5 had not sustained fatal injuries and should have survived. Could it be that they perished in the fire? He was unaware that it was Bo Zai's gun that had contributed to their demise, and he could not be bothered to ponder it further. 5 or 10 made little difference to him. He opened his mouth, intending to say it was no matter. However, before he could utter a word, Tang Xiaojia interjected. This may sound like a fanciful tale to others, but I have the means to make it happen. His words brimmed with formidable confidence, leaving no room for doubt in Cao Yang's mind. Beside him, Hu Qing kicked him with her high heel, her eyes glaring at him. Tang Xiaojia ignored her. Fujusing on Cao Yang. I have accomplished this for you. What can you offer in return? Cao Yang remained silent for a moment, unable to conjure anything he could offer. I am but one person, though I possess decent skills. If you require assistance, I can help you with certain tasks. Tang Xiaojia smiled and nodded. Very well. You seem agreeable. In a few days, I would like you to assist me with a matter. If you perform well, I shall ensure the police are dealt with, and you may follow me thereafter. Cao Yang nodded in agreement, having not inquired about the task. After all, the worst that could happen involved taking a life, and he felt he had no other options. You still bear injuries, do you not? Your pallor reveals it. Yes, Cao Yang nodded. Have you been to the hospital? No. I only received rudimentary treatment at a clinic. Alu, take him to the infirmary and have Dr. Chen examine him. We must ensure no lingering repercussions remain. Alu nodded and led Cao Yang away. Once they departed, Hu Qing glared at Tang Xiaojia with her large eyes. Such a colossal mess. Are you certain you wish to clean up after him? Tang Xiaojia, not that. Do you believe he is? Is it worth it? It seems unwise. The Hunan gang just lost its leader. They will not grant you this favor. Let's hope you do not find yourself in a compromising situation. Qing, your vision is too narrow. You fail to grasp the current dynamics. The influence of these local gangs is expanding, especially that of the Sichuan gang, whose enterprises are encroaching upon our territory. If we allow them to continue their growth, conflict is inevitable. So what is your plan? I intend to seize this opportunity to send a message to these local gangs, reminding them whose territory Guan Cheng truly is, and to make those who consider overstepping think twice. But Tang Xiaojia waved her off, dialing a number. Director Zhang, are you awake? Ha ha, not yet. What brings you, General Tang? I heard that Lu Jinhu from the Hunan gang met his demise this morning, and I wish to understand the situation. This case is significant. Guancheng has not witnessed such violent and bloody events in many years. The perpetrator is a man from Hunan, currently on the run. Oh, so it is a homicide? I had assumed it was merely an accident. General Tang, what do you imply? Might it be possible that a group of lawless drug addicts congregated, indulged in narcotics, became delirious, and turned on each other, resulting in gunfire and a fire? There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line before a quiet voice inquired. General Tang, is the culprit one of your men? Do not speak nonsense. I have no connection to this. What do you mean by that? Are you implying that you're merely toying with the situation? Such frivolity is hardly appropriate. I merely proposed a hypothesis, boldly conjecturing while cautiously seeking validation. Mr. Tang, I am unaware of your connection to the perpetrator, yet your assertions are undoubtedly impractical. This case involves numerous lives, and I cannot afford to act recklessly. The weight of such responsibility is beyond my capacity, and the individuals from Hunan will not relent easily. I will manage matters with the Hunan group, and when the time comes, the names will remain unmentioned, and no official repercussions will follow. After all, those who perished are merely notorious criminals, and the common folk will likely deem their demise deserved. This is untenable, Mr. Tang. The implications are far too vast. First, resolve the situation with the Hunan group, and then perhaps you might inform my superior. Without his approval, I cannot assist you. Rest assured, Director Jean, my call does not necessitate immediate action on your part. I will communicate with your superior. However, do not rush to label this case. There's a strong possibility it may simply be an unfortunate accident. Chapter 62. Kai Sudong upon hanging up the phone. Hu Qing expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, "Did you not say you would assist him once he completed his tasks? It is prudent to prepare in advance. Otherwise, should they finalize their decision, altering it would become quite troublesome. Suit yourself. When the time comes, you will be the one to tidy up after him, while he departs without a second thought, leaving you with no place to lament. That will not occur. I possess a keen eye for character. This Cao Yang is not that sort of individual. He has a touch of arrogance, and is one who responds to kindness rather than force. If you treat him sincerely, he will undoubtedly reciprocate." Hu Qing rolled her eyes and turned to leave. "Where are you going?" "I intend to check on that young man." Lushan Water Club was quite expansive, despite its modest 7 stories. Each floor boasted thousands of square meters. The office location of Tang Xiaojia and his associates was but a small fraction of the total space, with the remainder allocated to various areas, primarily dormitories and a cafeteria. Additionally, there was an internal medical facility. Cao Yang, escorted by Lu, arrived at the medical room and was astonished by the professional-grade equipment, rivaling that of a top-tier hospital. Noticing Cao Yang's surprise, Lu proudly informed him that they never needed to visit a hospital for injuries, as all external wounds could be treated here. A middle-aged doctor emerged, and after a brief exchange with Lu, he instructed Cao Yang to remove his clothing for a thorough examination. Observing the wounds, he furrowed his brow. "Young man, your injury has been treated rather carelessly. I must reopen it and address it properly." Cao Yang nodded and recounted the incident involving a dog bite and the damage to his intestines to Dr. Chun. The doctor shook his head in disbelief. While they had ample supplies, including various blood plasma, they unfortunately lacked rabies vaccine. "Nevertheless, it is of no concern. I have already arranged for someone to go to the hospital. Please lie down." Cao Yang reclined on the hospital bed as Dr. Chun prepared the anesthetic. This time, he offered no resistance. If Tang Xiaojia and the others intended to harm him, they would not require such elaborate measures. At that moment, Hu Qing entered, shaking her head in disapproval at the sight of Cao Yang's injuries. "Shot, burned, and now bitten by a dog. How unfortunate. Cooperate well with Dr. Chen's treatment. For the next few days, focus on recuperating here. Your brother Jia will manage the rest. Do not fret about the police or the Hunan gang. Even if they are aware of your presence here, no one would dare to come looking for you. Rest easy and heal." Hu Qing patted his shoulder, exuding confidence. "Thank you, Sister Hu," Cao Yang replied, and soon the anesthetic took effect, lulling him into slumber. Hunan gang, conference room. A dozen leaders were seated together, enveloped in a haze of smoke, silence reigning as the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Their chief had perished, casting a pall of sorrow over them. Some mourned genuinely, while others feigned grief. Regardless of authenticity, all were compelled to display a fade of deep sorrow. A nation cannot endure a day without a sovereign, nor can a gang exist without a leader. The death of Zhen, who left me both shocked and regretful, but the immediate priority was not to seek out Cao Yang. Rather, it was to elect a new leader to stabilize the hearts of the people. An elderly man in his 50s spoke up. He was one of the founders of the Hunan gang, having long since attained financial freedom and retired to a life of leisure. In this instance, Lu Zhenhu met his demise. He was compelled to step into the fray to oversee matters, and only by selecting a new leader could he return to his former comforts. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, and suddenly a hand was raised. I propose Brother Dong as the new leader. He has served time for the gang and commands great respect among the younger members. I believe there would be no objections to his leadership. Indeed, I second the motion. Had he not been imprisoned, the position of the previous leader would surely have been his. Let us not digress. Such divisive remarks are counterproductive to our unity. I oppose. One voice chimed in. It is well known that Kai Su-dong has always been at odds with Brother Hu. I even suspect that Brother Hu's death may be linked to him. Yes, I too stand in opposition. The group erupted into chaos, while Kai Su-dong remained composed, smoking quietly, seemingly unaffected by the uproar surrounding him. Both Kai Su-dong and Lu Jinhu were second-generation leaders of the Hunan gang. In their earlier days, under the previous leader, Kai Su-dong's strength and reputation had surpassed that of Lu Jinhu. However, after serving 5 years in prison, he emerged to find Lu Jinhu had ascended to power. Naturally, he bore resentment towards Lu Jinhu, yet the situation was immutable, and he was powerless to alter it. Lu Jinhu, in turn, harbored disdain for him, constantly undermining him and using his authority to create obstacles. Kai Su-dong, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, rose in fury. And had it not been for the intervention of several founders, a civil war within the Hunan gang would have already erupted. Following this incident, he resolved to withdraw from the gang. Lu Jinhu, without a second thought, acquiesced, as retaining a rival of equal strength and influence within the gang was intolerable for him. To his surprise, many chose to follow Kai Su-dong, clamoring to establish a new Hunan gang. If this were to transpire, it would undoubtedly weaken the gang, leading to internal strife. Several elders intervened personally to mediate the conflict between Kai Su-dong and Lu Jinhu. The outcome of the mediation was that Kai Su-dong would remain, receiving several of the most lucrative venues in return. Although Lu Jinhu begrudged this arrangement, he understood that should a civil war break out, victory was uncertain. Even if he triumphed, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, resulting in mutual destruction. Should he lose, his entire family might face annihilation. Thus, he reluctantly agreed. For these reasons, Kai Su-dong held a unique position within the Hunan gang. His influence rivaled that of the actual leader, Lu Jinhu, who found himself unable to command him. The clamor among the crowd intensified, and it seemed as though violence might ensue. Enough! An elder on stage, unable to bear the discord any longer, raised a hand to signal for silence. Observing the assembly, he noted that the supporters were predominantly from Kai Su-dong's faction, while the dissenters were clearly Lu Jinhu's subordinates. With some remaining silent, Lu Jinhu's trusted confidants, Lu Yilong, Lu Yu, and Wei, had all been eliminated by Cao Yang, leaving only a few, such as Afu, whose voices of dissent were drowned out by the supporters. Afu, you claim you oppose Kai Su-dong as the leader. Do you have anyone suitable to recommend? The elder's inquiry left Afu speechless. Indeed, aside from Kai Su-dong, who could command the respect of this assembly, he was undoubtedly the rightful choice for the leader, both in strength and seniority. If the new leader were not him, it would be impossible to command respect, or he might directly lead a faction to establish a new Hunan gang, rendering the current Hunan gang a mere joke. Fa and the others fell silent, and ultimately, the elders resorted to a voting process, with Kai Su-dong triumphantly assuming the role of the new leader by an absolute majority. Dong strived diligently. We hope that under your guidance, our Hunan gang can ascend to greater heights. The elder patted him on the shoulder and advised, I am aware that you and Ahu have had your differences, but he is no longer among us. It is time to let go. You must seek vengeance for him. Eliminating that Cao Yang will serve as a resolution for those within the gang who remain discontent. I will do so. Chapter 63. A memorial service commences. Kai Su-dong held no animosity toward Cao Yang. In fact, he felt a semblance of gratitude towards him. Had it not been for the turmoil stirred by Cao, he would not have ascended to the position of the leader. Yet, gratitude aside, the necessity of eliminating him loomed large. Only by extinguishing Chao's presence could he silence Lu Jinhu's faction. Such an act would also serve to establish his authority as the new leader. However, The whereabouts of Cao Yang remained elusive, necessitating a careful search. For the moment, Kai's priority lay in managing the affairs following Lu Zhenhu's demise. Despite their past discord, respect for the deceased prevailed. Lu had been the former leader, and thus Kai, as the newly appointed leader, bore the obligation to oversee the arrangements for his memorial service. He arranged for a church to be rented, planning to hold the memorial for Lu Zhenhu 3 days hence. The day of his service saw a substantial turnout, not only from the Hunan faction, but also from numerous allies and acquaintances. Several local business people from Hunan attended, recognizing the importance of maintaining favorable relations with the Hunan faction, as even reputable enterprises might encounter unsavory characters, making such alliances prudent. In addition to them, leaders from rival gangs also paid their respects. Though competitors, they shared a common profession. Lu Zhenhu, after all, had been a significant figure in the Hunan faction, and it was only fitting to honor him with their presence. As the assembled leaders conversed idly while awaiting the commencement of the proceedings, one could not help but reflect on the irony. Just days prior, Lu had been memorializing his brother, and now the tables had turned. The leader of the Jiangxi faction remarked on the fickleness of fate, and others nodded in agreement, pondering the unpredictability of life. Who could have foreseen that a fledgling newcomer would prove so formidable? The leader of the Anhui faction echoed similar sentiments, acknowledging that Cao Yang had gained notoriety within their circle. Lu Chongling, the leader of the Sichuan faction, turned to Shi Jishan with a knowing smile and said, "Old Shi, that lad has a score to settle with you. You ought to tread carefully." His words, ostensibly a warning, were laced with a sense of amusement. Shi Jishan cast a displeased glance in his direction. Am I to fear him? If he dares to show himself, I will dismantle him piece by piece. Yet beneath his bravado, unease had begun to creep into his heart. Upon hearing of the demise of Lu Zhenhu and his entourage at the hands of Cao Yang, he had quietly bolstered his security and had refrained from venturing out in recent days. Old Shi, caution is warranted. The police have yet to locate this fellow, and you must be wary of a potential last-minute retaliation, warned the leader of the Guangxi faction, further aggravating Shi Jishan. Just as he was about to retaliate with a sharp retort, a convoy of vehicles drew the attention of the gathering outside the church. The procession consisted of 8 sleek black Mercedes-Benz S600s, each valued at over $1 million. Who could this be, flaunting such extravagance? One wondered aloud. Perhaps it's someone from the deep city or the provincial capital associated with the Hunan faction. The group of leaders turned their gazes towards the convoy, eager to discern the identity of those bold enough to outshine them. As the convoy came to a halt, the doors opened to reveal a dozen individuals clad in black suits, standing in perfect alignment. The lead vehicle's door swung open, and Tang Xiaojie emerged, impeccably dressed, surveying the surroundings before striding purposefully towards the memorial hall, flanked by a throng of subordinates. Dang Xiaozhou, what brings him here? The local gang leaders were taken aback. Many had previously extended invitations to Tang Xiaojie, yet he had consistently ignored them, maintaining a clear distance. Thus, his unexpected appearance at Lu Zhenhu's funeral was quite surprising. Did Lu have any connections with him? Could it be that the new leader, Kai Sudong, had summoned him? They murmured amongst themselves, glancing between Tang Xiaojie and Kai Sudong. Kai Sudong was equally bewildered. He had not invited Tang Xiaojie, and to his knowledge, there was no significant relationship between Tang and Lu Zhenhu. Why was he here? Nevertheless, a guest must be treated with respect, and he resolved to extend a warm welcome. As Tang Xiaojie approached the altar, he raised his gaze to Lu Zhenhu's black and white portrait, lit a stick of incense, and bowed deeply. Given his stature in the underworld, such an act was somewhat uncharacteristic. However, out of respect for the deceased, this gesture was a matter of courtesy. After placing the incense in the burner, he turned to shake hands with Lu Zhenhu's beautiful widow. My condolences. Thank you. Seeing the formalities concluded, Kai Sudong hurried over. Mr. Tang, I did not anticipate your esteemed presence. Please, allow me to guide you. Kai Sudong was exceedingly cordial. There was no denying that Tang Xiaojie held the highest position in Wan City. Not only the local gang leaders, but also figures like Bai Mao from Dongtai and Ah Hui from Wangzi Hotel would address him as Brother Jie upon encountering him. He led Tang Xiaojie to the table of the local gang leaders, who all stood to greet him with handshakes. Those older addressed him as Mr. Tang, while the younger ones referred to him as Brother Jia, exhibiting utmost politeness. Mr. Tang, I have long wished to pay you a visit. I did not expect to meet you today. Let's share a few drinks later, one of them said. Tang Xiaojie smiled and waved his hand dismissively. I have matters to attend to later. Let us save the drinking for tomorrow. I am here primarily to pay my respects to Mr. Liu and to extend an invitation to you all for dinner tomorrow. As he spoke, one of his subordinates presented him with a package. Upon opening it, he revealed it to be an invitation. He proceeded to hand out the invitations to each of the gang leaders, announcing, tomorrow at noon, at Feline Grand Hotel. I look forward to your esteemed presence. When he reached Kai Sudong and Shi Jishan, he paused momentarily. Mr. Shi, Mr. Kai, you must attend. Absolutely. Certainly. They responded. After distributing the invitations, Tang Xiaojie waved goodbye and departed, leaving the leaders exchanging puzzled glances. What was his intention? The leader of the Guangxi gang opened the invitation, which only contained the date and address, lacking any specifics about the occasion. Was it his birthday, his mother's, or perhaps a celebration for his child's first month? Or could it be an announcement of a new wife? Without further details, how could they possibly know? They would have to attend and find out. However, caution was warranted. Tang Xiaojie had always kept a distance from them, displaying an air of arrogance. His proactive invitation surely hinted at something amiss. By the way, Mr. Shi, why did he insist that you must attend, while not extending the same request to us? It appears your relationship with him is considerably closer, one of them remarked. Shi Jishan was equally perplexed. He was not well acquainted with Tang Xiaojie either, and he could not fathom why he had specifically urged him to attend. Tang Xiaojie was indeed quite audacious. While ostensibly there to pay his respects to Liu Zhonhu, he was, in reality, making a statement against the Honan gang. Liu Chongling, the leader of the Sichuan gang, held the invitation with a sardonic tone, remarking, while others are mourning a loss, he comes to distribute invitations. How is this any different from dancing on someone's grave? Laughter erupted among the crowd, yet Kai Sudong's expression darkened slightly. Liu Chongling's observation bore merit. Tang Xiaojie's actions were undeniably disrespectful. Was it a lack of manners on his part? Clearly not. He simply disregarded them, prioritizing his own desires above the sentiments of others. Kai Sudong cast a cold glance at Liu Chongling, pondering whether he was attempting to sow discord. Everyone was already aware of Tang Xiaojie's impolite behavior. Did Liu truly believe that voicing it would elevate his own standing? Chapter 64. A solitary affair. Cao Yang sat in the back seat of the Mercedes, his eyes closed in an attempt to rest. His injuries had yet to heal. Yet Tang Xiaojie had insisted that he assist with the task today. They were a convoy of 3 vehicles, 2 Mercedes and a van, led by Sun Xiao. As they exited the city, a police officer approached to inquire and inspect, but after a brief exchange, Sun Xiao was able to secure their passage without any checks. The cars sped away from Guangxi, racing towards the provincial city. Cao Yang was unaware of their destination or the nature of the task at hand. When he inquired with Tang Xiaojie, he was told that Sun Xiao would provide the details in due course. Cao Yang speculated that it must involve a murder, particularly one that would require considerable effort. Otherwise, Tang Xiaojie would not have gone to such lengths to summon him. Upon arriving in the provincial city, they halted near a villa district. Brother Xiao, can you now disclose what this is about? He asked, as the other subordinates dispersed, leaving only Sun Xiao and himself in the vehicle. Sun Xiao lit a cigarette and offered one to Cao Yang. It's nothing too complicated. We are to kidnap a girl. Is it really that simple? Cao Yang was taken aback by the apparent ease of the assignment. Indeed, it is that straightforward. Otherwise, do you think it would be so easy? Is this girl of notable background? Does she have skilled protectors? Cao Yang pressed on. Sun Xiao blinked. Well, her family has some wealth, but as for bodyguards, we have not heard of any formidable ones. Is this really a task that warrants my involvement? Cao Yang felt that Tang Xiaojie was overreacting. Sun Xiao shot him an irritated glance. Try not to be so self-assured. It's as if you believe you're the most formidable person in the world. Cao Yang smiled sheepishly and redirected the conversation. What is the motive behind this kidnapping? Surely it's not just for ransom? The girl's father is a real estate businessman who frequently visits our gambling den and owes us over 10 million without repayment. Not only has he defaulted, but he has also spread rumors that our establishment cheated him, tarnishing our reputation. Brother Jia cannot tolerate such slander, so we decided to kidnap his daughter to teach him a lesson and instill some fear. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom, prompting Sun Xiao to exit the vehicle. Cao Yang hurriedly followed. "You're injured. It's best you stay in the car," Sun Xiao advised. "Do I not need to accompany you? You're so impressive. It's best to save you for a climactic moment. If anything goes awry, you can make your entrance then," Sun Xiao teased, leaving Cao Yang feeling slightly embarrassed. Once they departed, Cao Yang sat alone in the car, smoking and waiting. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Having left Guangxing, this was his optimal chance to escape. If he left now, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea, and no one would find him. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. Not only would it betray Tang Xiaojia's trust, but more importantly, he did not wish to be hunted. If he fled, Tang Xiaojia would certainly not assist him with any subsequent issues. Meanwhile, in the security office of the villa, several guards had already been subdued, and Sun Xiao as subordinates donned their uniforms to impersonate them. Sun Xiao leisurely sat in the security room, smoking, with a large bag at his feet. Their mission had been accomplished. The girl was struggling within the confines of the bag. "Brother Xiao, we must leave quickly," the younger brother reminded him, questioning why they lingered here when the person was already bound. Sun Xiao shook his head nonchalantly, stating that they were waiting a little longer. The younger brother, perplexed and unaware of what they were anticipating, refrained from asking further, since his elder did not elaborate. Sun Zhao's gaze fixated on the vehicles in the distance. This abduction was merely a secondary objective, the primary aim being to test Cao Yang. Upon their arrival, Tang Xiaojia had instructed him to create an opportunity for Cao Yang to escape. Should he choose not to flee, they would act as if nothing had transpired. If he did choose to leave, he would be eliminated without hesitation. After a half hour of waiting, Cao Yang had yet to even open the car door. Seemingly disinclined to depart, Sun Xiao waved his hand, signaling his men to hoist the girl into the van, after which they all departed for home. "Is this it? We're just leaving?" Cao Yang asked, bewildered. He had come under the pretense of assisting Tang Xiaojia, fully prepared to commit murder, yet instead found himself involved in abduction. While abduction was acceptable, he felt entirely superfluous to the entire affair, experiencing a profound sense of solitude. "What else could it be?" Sun Xiao replied with a smile. Cao Yang opened his mouth, but remained silent. Sun Xiao patted him on the shoulder, adding, "I heard that upon your return, Brother Jia will take you under his wing as a little brother. We will be brothers, and there will be ample opportunities to serve Brother Jia in the future. Don't let this one or two instances bother you." Upon hearing Sun Xiao's words, the driver and the younger brother in the passenger seat turned to Cao Yang. Their eyes filled with envy. Cao Yang felt speechless, pondering the significance of being a subordinate to Tang Xiaojia. Sun Zhao's remarks about future opportunities to serve Brother Jia implied that he had a keen desire to assist, while in reality, he was merely seeking to repay a favor. Cao Yang had little inclination to be anyone's subordinate, including Tang Xiaojia. However, given that they had extended their assistance, he found it difficult to refuse, especially after the substantial help they had provided. After more than an hour, the group returned to Lushan International, where Cao Yang was summoned to the office by Hu Qing. "Sister Hu, you called for me?" "Indeed, you handled this matter quite well. It deserves recognition," Hu Qing affirmed, patting his shoulder. Cao Yang felt embarrassed, acknowledging he had done little more than go through the motions. Hu Qing smiled silently, her praise stemming from the fact that Cao Yang had not fled, though he remained unaware of their true intentions. She stood, tidying her belongings. "Come with me." They descended the stairs, where Lu drove them to the city's largest shopping mall. Cao Yang assumed she was there to shop, expecting to carry her bags. Hu Qing purchased 2 suits, costing several tens of thousands, and then acquired a watch worth over 100,000. "Try on the clothes and the watch," she instructed. "Huh? For me?" Cao Yang was taken aback. "Who else would it be for?" This is too extravagant. I cannot accept it." "Is it too expensive?" "Perhaps you are simply too impoverished." The remark stung, leaving Cao Yang feeling quite embarrassed. "Sister Hu, I cannot accept something I have not earned. It's for you. Just take it. Stop hesitating like a timid person. Hu Qing feigned anger and said, Tomorrow, your brother Jie will hold an initiation ceremony for you at the Fullin restaurant. If you do not dress appropriately, it would reflect poorly on us. Cao Yang felt a twinge of emotion and entered the changing room to don a new outfit, fastening his watch around his wrist. Upon emerging and gazing into the mirror, he was nearly moved to tears by his own handsomeness. Not bad at all. Hu Qing chuckled, adjusting the corners of his attire, making him appear quite presentable. Thank you, Sister Hu. Cao Yang expressed his gratitude. She was the third woman, after his mother and Li Yin, to purchase clothes for him. Do not call me Sister Hu. It feels too distant. From now on, refer to me as sister-in-law. After tomorrow, we shall be family. There are certain things your brother Jie cannot say, but I must convey them to you. He perceives you as somewhat arrogant and doubts your willingness to join his ranks willingly. Your brother Jie is not one to easily accept disciples after years of experience. He has only taken in 6. Each of these disciples was welcomed after a prolonged period of understanding and camaraderie. Once he accepts a disciple, as long as you remain loyal and do not betray him, he will treat you like his own brother. This is why many aspire to join him. Do not harbor any negative feelings. Chapter 65. The Brotherhood, how about it? I told you he wouldn't run away, Tang Xiaojie remarked as he stood before the mirror, while Hu Qing assisted him in adjusting his attire. If he hasn't fled, does that mean you've won? What is there to be so proud of? I have a keen eye for people. You still don't believe me. I believe you now. Perhaps you should head to the overpass and offer your fortune-telling services. You'd make quite a profit in a day. The couple playfully bickered in their room, and after tidying up, they departed together. Downstairs, a line of cars awaited them, and Cao Yang joined the couple in the lead vehicle. The Fuling Grand Hotel is a renowned establishment specializing in Cantonese cuisine, famous for its seafood and roasted goose. Tang Xiaojie had arranged dozens of tables here, inviting numerous guests, including local gang leaders from the previous day, as well as members from the Chaozhou and Meizhou factions. Additionally, local powers from Dongguan were present, including the most prominent nightclub owner, Bai Mao, and the leading hotelier, Liang Hui, along with 2 esteemed elders from the Yihe Association, one from mainland Shenzhen and the other from the Hong Kong headquarters. They had gathered to witness Tang Xiaojie's initiation of Cao Yang as his disciple, which would officially register Cao Yang's name with the Hong Kong headquarters. What purpose does this registration serve? In truth, it holds little practical value, merely a tradition passed down through generations. If one were to argue its significance, it would be to facilitate a smoother transition of Tang Xiaojie's legacy in the unfortunate event of his untimely demise, allowing his trusted disciples a more seamless path to inherit his status and endeavors. In this framework, one might liken Tang Xiaojie to an emperor, with his loyal disciples as princes. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for taking the time from your busy schedules to be here today. Some friends inquired yesterday about the occasion, with some suggesting it was to celebrate my mother's milestone birthday, while others presumed I was marrying a younger wife. In truth, there is no grand affair. I merely wish to gather with friends, Tang Xiaojie announced from the elevated stage, his tone laced with humor. Laughter erupted from the crowd below. Tang, isn't it said that you're taking in a new disciple? Tang Xiaojie smiled lightly. Taking in a disciple is a personal matter. It just happens to coincide with today. No worries, Tang. Since the timing aligns, why not introduce your new disciple to us? Indeed, we all know you are selective with your disciples, each capable of standing on their own. We are eager to see what talented young individual has caught your eye this time. Very well, Tang Xiaojie nodded. My new disciple has a penchant for causing trouble. I fear he may inadvertently offend some of the esteemed brothers here. Thus, I shall have him come forth to familiarize himself with everyone. And I hope you'll be lenient with him in the future. Laughter filled the room once more. Tang, you certainly have a way with humor. It is your disciple who should be showing us leniency. The waitstaff brought several chairs to the stage and prepared some tea. Sun Xiao gave Cao Yang a gentle pat, signaling that it was his turn. Adjusting his attire, Cao Yang walked toward Tang Xiaojie and his wife, akin to a star striding down a red carpet, under the attentive gaze of the audience. He had not anticipated such a grand affair for the initiation of a disciple. He had thought it would be a mere formality. You regard me as your elder brother. I see you as my disciple. You assist me in my endeavors and generate income, and in return, I shall share a portion with you, much like the relationship between an employer and an employee. At present, it appears that they are indeed not as they seem. They hold a significant regard for themselves, which has left Cao Yang feeling somewhat moved. Suddenly, a loud clap resounded as someone struck the table, capturing everyone's attention. The newly appointed leader of the Hunan gang, Kai Sudong, was seething with anger. Although he had never met Cao Yang, he recognized him from photographs. This was the very individual they had been searching for across the globe. The leader of the Hunan gang, Shi Jishan, wore a grim expression, fully aware of the animosity between them and Cao Yang. Despite this, Tang Xiaojie still intended to take him under his wing, clearly signaling a confrontation. You say you'll take him as a subordinate, but then you invite us here? It's as if we don't even matter. The leader of the Sichuan gang, Lu Chongling, initially frowned, but soon his countenance darkened as he perceived the complexity of the situation. Tang Xiaojie was clearly provoking him. Calm down, old Kai. And you too, old Shi. This is his territory. Other gang leaders interjected, urging them to exercise restraint and avoid conflict in this space. Observers quickly deduced Cao Yang's identity. He was the one who had recently stirred up trouble on Guanxing Road, eliminating the leader of the Hunan gang, Tang Xiaojie and Hu Qing. Seemingly oblivious to the reactions of Shi Jishan and Kai Sudong, disregarded them entirely. Cao Yang, too, paid them no mind. He approached the two, poured 2 cups of tea, knelt on one knee, and presented the tea to Tang Xiaojie. Brother, tea for you. Tang Xiaojie replied, smiling as he accepted the tea and took a sip. From now on, we are kin. Let us regard this as an auspicious start. He then produced a red envelope and handed it to Cao Yang. Cao Yang accepted it and placed it in his pocket. He poured another cup and offered it to Hu Qing. Sister-in-law, tea for you. Hu Qing also smiled as she received the tea, took a sip, and handed Cao Yang a red envelope. From now on, you are part of the Yihe Association. Do not act recklessly. Your every move will be perceived as directed by your elder brother. Should anything arise, inform us in advance. Naturally, no one will dare to bully you. Cao Yang nodded and accepted the envelope. Thank you, sister-in-law. Not far away. Alu spoke with a hint of jealousy to son Xiao. Brother Xiao, what makes this Cao Yang so special that brother Jie and sister-in-law value him so highly? Is it merely because he can fight? Alu recalled how they had once sworn allegiance to their elder brother, without outsiders present. Son Xiao shot him a disdainful glance. Do you truly believe that today, as centerpiece, is Cao Yang? Who else could it possibly be, you or I? Fool! Today's gathering is staged for the local gangs to observe. I understand that the Hunan and Hunan gangs are here because of Cao Yang. Can't you engage your brain? Brother Jie is targeting the leader of the Sichuan gang today. The Hunan and Hunan are merely collateral. What do you mean? I don't understand, Alu replied, puzzled. Son Xiao sighed. Alu, I have suddenly come to understand why Brother Jie decided to recruit Cao Yang. Why? Alu inquired. Because I am profoundly disappointed in you. I once believed that Cao Yang was merely a brash individual, possessing nothing but commendable skills. Yet now, I realize that you are even more reckless than he. Alu looked perplexed, eager to ask further questions. However, son Xiao chose to disregard him. As the waiter began to serve the dishes, Tang Xiaojie led Cao Yang from table to table, offering toasts and introducing him to various individuals. When they reached the 2 tables belonging to the local gang, the atmosphere turned somewhat solemn. Tang Xiaojie placed one hand on Kai Sudong's shoulder and the other on Shi Jishan's. Gentlemen, I am aware that there are some conflicts between Cao Yang and you. Let us discuss this matter in detail shortly and see if we can find a resolution. Chapter 66. Mediation. The expressions on the faces of the 2 men were decidedly grim, yet they refrained from immediate outbursts. Since he proposed a discussion, they decided to observe his approach. After the banquet concluded, Tang Xiaojie invited Kai Sudong and Shi Jishan to a private room, while Cao Yang attempted to follow, but was halted. Despite Cao Yang's earlier bravado regarding his indifference to the Hunan and Hunan gangs, resolving the issue with Lu Zhanhu necessitated the approval of the Hunan gang, ensuring that Lu Zhanhu's family would not pursue the matter with the authorities. If they were to mediate with the Hunan gang, it would be prudent to involve the Hunan gang as well, requesting Shi Jishan to overlook the death of Tai Xiong. Mr. Tang, what is your intention? Mr. Tang, your actions today appear to completely disregard both our gangs. Inside the room, the two leaders exhibited signs of agitation. Please, do not be upset. Let us first enjoy some tea. Tang Xiaojia spoke calmly. As you can see, Cao Yang has pledged himself to my protection. Does that imply you wish to instigate a conflict between our two gangs? Conflict? Is it your purpose in coming to Dongguan to instigate violence? Your actions are a slap in the face to us. Even if we desire to avoid confrontation, we are compelled to respond. Gai Sudong et Galim Basionai. You are fully aware of the animosity between Cao Yang and us, having eliminated our former leader. By taking him under your wing, you force our hand against you. I implore you to remain calm. Allow me to elucidate. You believe I am shielding Cao Yang, but in truth, I am safeguarding you. You are aware of Cao Yang's capabilities. After pursuing him for so long, what have you accomplished? The vigilance in Dongguan has waned recently. If Cao Yang truly wishes to depart, can you prevent his departure? Once he leaves, will you be able to locate him again? Thus, whether I choose to keep Cao Yang by my side is irrelevant. You would be incapable of retaining him. The two exchanged glances, and although displeased, they could not deny the veracity of his words. After attempting to capture him for so long without success, they had even suffered losses at his hands. If Cao Yang remained, and they pushed him too far, he might retaliate fiercely. He was a man with nothing to lose, while they were wealthy and surrounded by beauty. Was it worth risking everything for a confrontation with him? Permit me to be blunt. If Cao Yang were to burst in here, eliminate you both, and escape, would you be able to accept that? What do you mean by that? Shi Jishan stood, glancing apprehensively toward the door, fearing an imminent attack. Rest assured, Mr. Shi, you were invited by me. I shall ensure your safe departure. My point is simple. Engaging in a life-and-death struggle with him is not worth the risk. Gai Sudong Skop. Mr. Tang, your words seem to belittle us. When we arrived from our hometown, we had nothing. Our rise to this point is solely due to our tenacity and fighting spirit. We cannot allow ourselves to be intimidated by Cao Yang's prowess. Should word of this spread, our reputations would be tarnished. Indeed, Shi Jishan interjected, after so many years, we have encountered countless formidable foes. If I cannot avenge my brother's death, then I am unworthy of my position as leader. Tang Xiaojia chuckled lightly, stating, I am merely discussing the stakes with the two of you. As for your decision, I shall respect your opinions. Once the analysis of interest was complete, he continued, let us delve into the events leading up to this situation. Tang turned his gaze towards Shi Jishan. This matter, in essence, stems from your Hunan gang. Your subordinate coerced Cao Yang into fighting and even had his sister taken to the police station. Could you endure such a situation if it were to happen to you? Shi Jishan, smoking a cigarette, remained silent. Yet internally, he felt disdain. What was so wrong with pressuring him? Was it wrong to ask for help in making money? If the underworld does not exert pressure or bully others, can it still be called the underworld? Without your subordinate's coercion, Cao Yang would not have fought, would not have killed Lu Yilong, and, consequently, would not have crossed paths with the Hunan gang. At this point, Tang Xiaojia turned his attention to Kai Sudong. Kai, I must say, you all seem unable to accept defeat gracefully. Lu Yilong has killed no fewer than 5 men in the octagon. Did anyone seek revenge on him? He was killed, and you scour the city to dismember Cao Yang. That seems rather oppressive, does it not? Kai Sudong, also silent while smoking, shared a similar disdain. He believed that Lu Zhenhu was responsible for the incident, yet he felt indifferent. In this world, it was all about connections and strength. If I kill you, you deserve it. If you kill me, you must pay with your life. This was the nature of their world. It just so happened that this time, they had stumbled. In this entire affair, Cao Yang bore no fault. It was you who bullied him into such a state. Mr. Tang, regardless of your perspective, the fact remains that Cao Yang killed our former leader. If I do not eliminate him, I cannot justify my position to the brothers in the gang. My role as leader would be jeopardized. Tang Xiaojia laughed heartily. I understand. It all boils down to a matter of face. How about this? I can arrange for Cao Yang to come to your Hunan gang to apologize. Kai Sudong shook his head, refusing the offer. Guy, it's wise to know when to back down. You ought to thank Cao Yang. Without him, I doubt you would have ascended to the position of leader so swiftly. Mr. Tang, let's not dwell on that. I am certainly intent on taking Cao Yang's life. No one can dissuade me. Tang Xiaojie nodded. His life is within your reach. You may act whenever you wish. However, today I wish to discuss the aftermath of Lu Zhenhu's demise. I would like you to persuade his family not to hold Cao Yang accountable with the police. After all, it would be quite embarrassing for your Hunan gang if word spread that an entire leader and his entourage were taken down by a single individual. Kai Sudong scoffed, waving his sleeve as he departed, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Upon witnessing his exit, Shi Jishan also rose to take his leave. After the two men departed, Hu Qing entered with Cao Yang and Sun Xiao. So, was an agreement reached? Tang Xiaojie nodded. It should be fine. Did they agree? No. How could they possibly agree on such matters? Then why say it was fine? Their verbal disagreement stems from a desire to save face. They will find justifications upon returning. Tang Xiaojie brimmed with confidence, especially regarding Kai Sudong. He bore no animosity toward Cao Yang. It was merely a matter of pride. Having just assumed the role of leader, should he dare to offend him, their organization would undoubtedly suffer significant losses, jeopardizing his position as chief. As for Shi Jishan, he remained indifferent. Let's depart, Tang Xiaojie said, rising and patting Cao Yang on the shoulder. From now on, they will not openly confront you, but their covert intentions remain uncertain, so exercise caution. Thank you, brother, Cao Yang replied, his gratitude sincere. Since you have taken Cao Yang under your wing, do they still dare to oppose us? Questionned Alu, struggling to comprehend why anyone would challenge Jiego. Tang Xiaojie shot him a disapproving glance. Do not underestimate them. They would not hesitate to harm their own if it meant protecting their interests. Chapter 67. Cao Yang's father, it is often said that the Iha Association is formidable, yet local gangs show little regard for it. The Iha Association's Foshan branch is consistently overshadowed and assaulted by local factions. The true power lies with Tang Xiaojie, his connections, and those who support him. Were it not for these affiliations, in a straightforward confrontation, they might not even prevail against the local gangs. Shi Jishan and Kai Sudong emerged from the tavern, their expressions dark. Boss Kai, what do you propose we do about this? Surely you want simply endure it? Shi Jishan inquired as he stood before the vehicle. Endure? Absolutely not. I will arrange for someone to deal with him as soon as I return, Kai Sudong declared vehemently. However, Boss Shi, you must lend some assistance as well. This Cao Yang hails from Hunan, just as you do. Could he not send someone to his hometown? With leverage in hand, he will undoubtedly comply. Shi Jishan shook his head. According to the rules of the rivers and lakes, family members must not be harmed. I cannot engage in such actions. Kai Sudong cast a sidelong glance at him, dismissively nodding before entering the vehicle and departing. Shi Jishan took his seat in the back, reflecting on Kai Sudong's words. Despite his public stance on family protection, he had secretly dispatched someone to Cao Yang's hometown, only to return empty-handed. His men discovered that Cao Yang's father had passed away early, leaving behind only a mother. They had anticipated an easy victory, but nearly met their demise in the village. The villagers of Lang Lang were tightly knit, comprised solely of the Li and Chao families. Any outsider attempting to enter would be immediately stopped and questioned. The village, once known by a different name, had startled Shi Jishan upon revelation. He hastily recalled his men, deterred from pursuing any further aggression against the village. The former name had gained infamy in Hunan due to a violent conflict over a decade ago. That year, the province faced drought, leading the upstream village to divert a small river for irrigation, depriving Lang Lang of water. When the village chief sought discussion, he was met with hostility and violence. The men of Lang Lang could not tolerate such indignation, especially given the existing enmity between the two villages. At that time, Cao Yang's father, Cao Cao, led a group to demand justice. He forcibly reopened the diverted river and assaulted several guards, escalating the conflict to uncontrollable levels. Cao Yang was but a child, recalling only that on that fateful night, all the women and children gathered at the village committee, while the able-bodied men, under the leadership of his father and the village chief, armed themselves with hunting rifles and homemade cannons to confront the upstream village. The night was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions, with his father returning home injured at dawn. Shortly thereafter, a large contingent of police arrived to apprehend villagers, leading to a standoff. Ultimately, thousands of armed police stormed the village, arresting many, including Cao Yang's father. That night, they clashed with the upstream village, resulting in the deaths of several villagers and injuries to hundreds, drawing the attention of the capital. The case became notorious, with a number of villagers sentenced to prison, while Cao Yang's father was executed as a prime example, being one of the ringleaders and responsible for the most fatalities. Due to this incident, Cao Yang grew up without a father, and his mother frequently admonished him to avoid fights and stay in the background during conflicts. However, Cao Yang struggles to retain information, frequently engaging in fights. Each time he is involved in a brawl, his mother chastises him with her palm. Over time, he becomes desensitized to the punishment, rendering it ineffective. At the story's outset, he finds himself in trouble due to a fight, liable to pay a considerable sum to the aggrieved party. A debt partially covered by the villagers who pooled their resources, given that his father had previously contributed to the community, leading them to show kindness towards the pair. Kai Sudong returned to Hunan and convened the leaders of his gang, recounting the incidents of the day. Tang Xiaojie is exceedingly arrogant. We must retaliate. Before the other leaders could voice their opinions, Kai Sudong, filled with righteous indignation, spoke passionately. Brother, remain calm. We cannot resort to violence. One of the younger members cautioned. Tang Xiaojie's backing is formidable. I fear he may employ legitimate forces against us. Indeed, brother, this appears to be Tang Xiaojie's scheme, another chimed in. Consider, Tang Xiaojie has no ties to Cao Yang. Why would he risk offending our two major gangs for the sake of someone he barely knows? I suspect he is deliberately provoking us through this incident, inciting us to act, so that he can utilize legitimate forces to apprehend us. Once some of us are incarcerated, he will easily seize our territory and assets. Kai Sudong felt a twinge of embarrassment. This younger member's reasoning was lacking, as Tang Xiaojie would hardly covet their meager enterprises. He feigned surprise, realizing how cunningly Tang Xiaojie had orchestrated this, nearly falling into his trap. Indeed, brother, we must not be deceived. Yet, if they refrain from action, what would become of Cao Yang? Would they simply let it rest? What of Hu Ji's vendetta? Brother, a gentleman may wait a decade for revenge. Tang Xiaojie cannot remain powerful indefinitely. The day he falters will coincide with the demise of both him and Cao Yang. Yes, brother, if direct confrontation is unfeasible, we can resort to subtler methods. Kai Sudong Feigen Gontem Bitan, Inwa Li Amut. He bore no animosity toward Cao Yang and had no desire to antagonize Tang Xiaojie on his behalf. As for Lu Zhenhu's grievance, it was of no concern to him. Had it not been for the gang's reputation, he would have been indifferent. Let's decide by vote. Those in favor of striking, raise your hands. Among the dozen present, only AFA raised his hand, followed by 2 or 3 others. They were merely Lu Zhenhu's underlings, eager to avenge their leader. Upon seeing only 3 hands raised, AFA sneered and withdrew his hand, inwardly cursing Kai Sudong for his charade. If he did not wish to fight, he should simply admit it rather than orchestrate a performance to prove his willingness. Seeing that the majority did not support confrontation, Kai Sudong decided to shelve the matter for now. However, we shall avenge Hu Gu in due time. Meeting adjourned. Had Cao Yang witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly be in awe of Tang Xiaojie's foresight. As he had predicted, they would indeed fabricate excuses and seek a graceful exit. After the meeting, Kai Sudong visited Lu Zhenhu's villa, encountering his young and beautiful widow and their young son. Sister-in-law, in a few days. Hu Ji's case may be classified as an accident. Please refrain from causing a scene. Lu Zhenhu's wife widened her eyes in disbelief. Are you suggesting my husband died in vain? I shall not forget this grievance. I will eventually seek my revenge. Yet the adversary's formidable background necessitates caution for the time being. If you insist on causing a commotion, the safety of both you and the child may be jeopardized. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhenhu's wife felt a chill descend upon her, and she could not suppress her quiet sobs. Kai Sudong, observing his beautiful sister-in-law weep, was overcome with a sense of compassion. Lu Jinhu, you have targeted me at every turn in life. However, in remembrance of our past, I shall take it upon myself to care for your wife, children, and your legacy after your demise. He ushered the woman into the room, leaving the little boy to play outside alone. Half an hour later, he emerged, thoroughly satisfied. The little boy approached and inquired, "Uncle, what were you doing in there?" He gently patted the child's head, revealing a kind smile. Uncle was eating lemons from now on. You may call me Daddy. Chapter 68. The casino. It is not Kai Sudong or Shi Jishan who bear the greatest discontent in this local gang. Rather, it is Lu Chongling. He perceives that Tang Xiaojie is flexing his muscles, conveying a clear message. Cao Yang has eliminated Lu Junhu and his ilk, yet he remains unscathed. It would be wise for you to tread carefully, lest you become the next victim. This warning is directed at Lu himself, as he is the only one whose interests are on a collision course with those of the gang. The most lucrative venture of Lushan International is its underground casino. Although these local gangs operate their own casinos, their endeavors are merely trifling. The Sichuan gang excels in this arena and is currently planning an expansion, enticing numerous gamblers with promises of opportunities to partake. This, however, provokes Tang Xiaojie's ire. Should they dare to proceed, he will undoubtedly create trouble. As the vehicle halted before the Nightingale Club, Jim, aware of Lu Chongling's arrival, personally came out to greet him. "Brother, what troubles you?" Jim, having followed Lu for many years, could discern his troubled demeanor at a glance. They ascended to his office together. "How fares business at the club?" Lu inquired. "Business remains stable, and everything is normal," Jim replied. Lu sighed deeply, recounting the situation at Fulian Hotel. "This Tang Xiaojie is issuing a warning to me. What do you propose we do next?" Jim shook his head. "I will heed your counsel, brother. Whatever you decide, I shall follow." Lu managed a wry smile. "If it comes to a confrontation, I am not afraid of him. However, I fear his backing. Before we can act, the police may intervene. And then how can we fight? Is a new gambling hall still set to open? Let us hold off for now. Yet, we have already disseminated information. If we do not proceed, we shall be mocked." Lu leaned back on the sofa, let them laugh. After all, with the Hunan gang's recent debacle before us, our minor issues will hardly attract much attention. In establishing a casino, the most critical factor is the support one has. Having navigated the intricacies of Guan City for over a decade, Lu has spent considerable sums and nurtured many connections. Thus, he possesses some backing. A few eliminations would suffice to maintain order in his domain. However, when compared to Tang Xiaojie, his influence pales significantly. If he intends to confront Tang Xiaojie, he must first secure the protection of a powerful benefactor, for without such support, the police may tip the scales against him, rendering any conflict futile. Yet, finding a prominent patron is no simple task. Such magnates do not accept just anyone. They prefer individuals of substance, who understand boundaries, and ideally, those devoid of complications. To the eyes of these prominent figures, local gangs are synonymous with unpredictability and instability, evoking a reluctance to engage. They have previously interacted with leaders of local gangs. But these individuals exhibit a common flaw, a lack of attachment to the city. Once they amass their fortunes, they discreetly return to their hometowns to revel in their wealth, leaving behind a chaotic mess for their benefactors. At such moments, when a new leader emerges, there is a need to maintain connections. Yet the benefactor must reassess the individual anew. This process is deemed cumbersome, leading many benefactors to refrain from dealings with local gangs, as there are always others eager to offer their services. "By the way, do you know Cao Yang?" Lu Chongling inquired as he lit a cigarette. Jim nodded. "I have encountered him a few times." "What is your assessment of him?" Lu Chongling asked. "He is rather naive," Jim pondered before adding, "though he possesses remarkable skills." Lu Chongling shook his head in disappointment, noting that Cao Yang was somewhat more astute, as naive individuals tend to be single-minded, easily swayed by Tang Xiaojie to the point of risking their lives. If Tang Xiaojie were to order him to eliminate himself, he would likely not hesitate. "Achio! Achio!" In Hu Qing's office, Cao Yang sneezed twice. "What is the matter? Caught a cold?" "No. Perhaps someone is speaking ill of me." Cao Yang replied as he dabbed his nose with a tissue. Hu Qing shot him a look and handed him a report. The case involving Lu Zhanhu had been classified as an unfortunate accident resulting from a group of addicts. Yu Tai from the Hunan gang confirmed that it was Lu Zhanhu's subordinates from the Hunan gang who were responsible for the murder. The perpetrator has since met their demise in flames, effectively closing the case. You are now a free man, able to go wherever you please. The swift resolution of this case was largely due to Tang Xiaojie's assistance, as well as the compromise between the Hunan and Hunan gangs. Additionally, the police preferred to keep such a heinous incident under wraps, labeling it an accidental occurrence for the greater good. What? You don't believe it? You think it's otherwise? Be careful. I could accuse you of slander and have you arrested. You claim you Haven Tea spread rumors? You say the murderer is Cao Yang? Very well. Let Cao Yang confront you tonight, and we shall see if you mysteriously vanish by morning. Thank you, sister-in-law. Cao Yang expressed his gratitude, feeling a considerable weight lift from his heart. From now on, be less impulsive in your actions. Everyone outside is aware that you are one of us. Anything you do will be perceived as directed by us. Should you wish to engage in any ventures, please inform us in advance. Cao Yang nodded repeatedly. The company has assigned you a managerial position. For now, let Lu take you to familiarize yourself with the company. Cao Yang found a Lu on the first floor. A Lu, whose real name was Yang Lu, was the buzzcut man who had led the charge at the abandoned building. Though Cao Yang had previously bested him, they were now family, and the past was bygone. Cool me. Let me show you the world, a Lu said, draping his arm over Cao Yang's shoulder as he led him to the underground casino on the basement level. The underground casino was the most profitable venture of Lushan International, its entertainment facilities nearly indistinguishable from those in Macau. The casino was expansive, bustling with patrons daily, raking in over 100 million in revenue, with a substantial portion going to the house. At the front desk, Cao Yang gaped at mountains of cash, his eyes wide with disbelief. Staff members busily exchanged chips for cash, pushing carts laden with money as they catered to the customers. What do you think? Are you awestruck? Lu asked. Cao Yang nodded, indeed a bit overwhelmed. At that moment, Sun Xiao approached, inviting both men to his office for tea. Sun Xiao was the casino's manager and one of Tang Xiaojie's most trusted associates, receiving generous dividends each year. Brother Xiao, I have a matter that puzzles me. Cao Yang, with a humble demeanor, cautiously inquired, what is the matter? Sun Xiao regarded Cao Yang favorably, for those whom Brother Jie esteemed were held in high regard by all. Our city of Guanxing is not far from Macau. Why do these patrons choose to gamble here, risking potential dangers, instead of venturing to Macau? Sun Xiao burst into hearty laughter. Though Macau is nearby, it constitutes leaving the country, which entails considerable inconvenience. While gambling in Macau is legal, winnings are subject to taxation. Here, however, that is not the case. As for the risks you mention, I am unaware of any such peril. The casino has operated for a decade without incident, resulting in a steady influx of clientele. Chapter 69. Rain Sister, Don't Cry. Cao Yang departed from the casino, and Lu guided him to the first floor. The person in charge on the first floor was Chun Tai, a subordinate of Brother Jie, tasked with overseeing the hot spring and spa services. The profit margins were meager, and thus his earnings were limited. After exchanging pleasantries with Chun Tai, they made a circuit and ascended to the second floor. The second floor featured bathing, sauna, spa, foot massage, and various therapeutic services, overseen by Wang Qi, another of Brother Jie's subordinates. They then proceeded to the third floor, which housed a KTV entertainment venue. Upon their arrival, the manager was conducting a meeting with the ladies. Cao Yang surveyed the scene, which was densely populated with fair-skinned, alluring women, all adorned in high-slit cheongsams. Their heights averaging around 170 centimeters, with over 300 present. These were the in-house staff, including those not residing on-site. The total surpassed 500. As a man with a penchant for beauty, Cao Yang found himself momentarily entranced by the sight, only pulled back to reality by Li's gentle nudge. The third-floor manager was Qin Chuan, another of Brother Jie's loyal aides, who managed the ladies and received a substantial share of the profits. He and Sun Xiao were known as Brother Jie's trusted right and left hands. The fourth floor was designated as a dance hall, the fifth for private rooms, and the sixth contained standard guest accommodations. The seventh floor was allocated for employee dormitories and office spaces. Atop the building lay an illegally constructed villa, a private domain for Brother Jia and his sister-in-law, where they occasionally resided instead of returning home. "What is your responsibility?" Cao Yang inquired, having met all 6 of Brother Jia's subordinates. The first 5 had their respective duties, yet he had not discerned Li's role. Sighing, Lu replied, "I was originally responsible for the smuggling operations, but after that incident, they were halted. Now, my task is to escort you." "Is it true that the entire smuggling operation ceased because of the chip incident?" Cao Yang questioned. Lu clarified, "In truth, we had not engaged in smuggling before. We only began experimenting this year. Brother Jia and sister-in-law encouraged me to test the waters, but after a few attempts, things went awry and we had to suspend operations." "Then perhaps your abilities were lacking?" Cao Yang retorted. "How dare you speak like that? It's not a matter of my capabilities. There are forces conspiring against us." Lu exclaimed in frustration. That last batch of chips was compromised. Otherwise, such a trivial shipment would never have attracted the attention of the Coast Guard. "Are you suggesting someone is undermining you?" "Indeed. Who would be so audacious as to interfere with Brother Jia's business? Did he not retaliate?" Lu shook his head. "We can only speculate. We lack evidence. Moreover, they are from the same faction. Without proof, Brother Jia would not act rashly." "Same faction? Is it possible for one of our own to betray us?" "I don't know, dead. We suspect it may be the Shun Chung He Association, as they dominate the smuggling trade. If Brother Jia attempted to encroach on their territory, they would surely object." After conversing with Cao Yang for a while, Lu returned to his own tasks. Feeling somewhat bored, Cao Yang wandered aimlessly. Although he bore the title of manager, he found himself with little to do. As he meandered, he returned to the sister-in-law's office, sensing that Brother Jia had extended him considerable assistance and likely had tasks for him to undertake. He wished to contribute in return. Otherwise, he would feel indebted and unsettled. "Why are you here again?" Hu Qing questioned, regarding him with suspicion. Cao Yang scratched his head and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm looking for Brother Jia." "Brother Jia is asleep. What do you need him for?" "I have nothing to do. Could you arrange something for me? If there are any clandestine tasks, please let me know. I wish to contribute." Hu Qing shook her head. "The issue is, there's nothing to do. Why don't you just go outside and randomly eliminate a couple of individuals?" "Sister-in-law, please don't jest with me," Cao Yang replied awkwardly. Hu Qing chuckled. "Honestly, there's nothing for you to do. If you're feeling bored, go to the 3rd floor and find Qin Chuan. Let him arrange for a couple of girls to entertain you for a while, and just put on my tab." Cao Yang's face turned crimson. Indeed, his sister-in-law knew the ways of the world, and her words left him feeling rather embarrassed. As Hu Qing watched Cao Yang leave in a flustered state, she shook her head with a smile and entered her room. This fellow, Cao Yang, could not remain idle. Perhaps he should be tasked with igniting the ship on the high seas? Tang Xiaojie had just awakened and shook his head. How could he manage alone? Isn't he formidable enough to fight his way out even when surrounded by dozens? That was at sea. It's not the same as on land, Tang Xiaojie replied. Let him take a few brothers with him. Yet, Tang Xiaojie continued to shake his head. He is not familiar with the brothers. They need time to bond. Moreover, I have yet to decide to take action. I do not wish to escalate the situation. Cao Yang had no intention of genuinely going to the 3rd floor to indulge in frivolities at his sister-in-law's expense. He understood that she was merely teasing him. Instead, he sought out Lei Dian, for the police were not after him at present, leaving him unafraid. He knocked on Lei Dian's door. Who is it? Came the voice of Lei Yu from within. It's me, Cao Yang replied with a smile. With a loud clatter, Lei Yu opened the door, and, upon seeing Cao Yang exuberantly standing there, tears streamed down her cheeks as she embraced him tightly. I thought I would never see you again, she cried. What is going on? Cao Yang was somewhat taken aback, bewildered by her reaction. Was this truly the aloof Lei Yu? Indeed, it seemed that no woman remained indifferent after certain experiences. The news of Lu Jinhu's murder had stirred considerable commotion, reaching even Lei Dian, a minor thug. Though many were unaware of the perpetrator, Lei Dian knew it was Cao Yang. He shared this information with Lei Yu, and they both analyzed Cao Yang's predicament, concluding that he was surely in grave danger. either to be captured by the police, slain by the Hunan gang, or forced to flee abroad. Regardless of the outcome, they believed they would no longer see Cao Yang. Please don't cry. I'm here, and everything is fine, Cao Yang softly reassured her. Why did you come back? You must escape, flee abroad. She sobbed. Are you out of money? I can get some for you from my room. No need for that. I've managed everything. There's no need to run. Really? Lei Yu clung to him, her eyes brimming with tears. Indeed. That's a relief. Almost. She wept. Lei Yu continued to express her emotions through her tears, while Cao Yang began to disrobe her, swiftly leaving her bare. Sister Yu, please stop crying. There will be time for that later. He spoke, lifting Thunder Rain into the room. Thunder Rain squirmed and struggled, feeling both embarrassed and furious. Despite still shedding tears and pouring out her emotions, this fellow had the audacity to undress. Did he regard her merely as an object of desire? Upon returning home, Thunder Lightning was startled to hear the sound of meowing emanating from his sister's room. Was it possible that she was in a romantic relationship? Had she brought a man home? Impossible. His sister was not that kind of person. Could someone be tormenting her? How infuriating. In a fit of rage, Thunder Lightning seized a kitchen knife. With a forceful kick, he flung open the door. Chapter 70, Brother-in-Law, Cao Yang. I regarded you as a brother. Yet you dared to take advantage of my sister? Thunder looked at his sister being pinned down by Cao Yang, rage boiling within him. Initially relieved to see him safe, he was now appalled that this scoundrel was desecrating his sister. Cao Yang's senses were remarkably acute. The moment Thunder kicked the door open, he swiftly pulled a blanket over them, concealing their indiscretion. However, faced with Thunder's furious outburst, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although she was not his wife, it felt peculiar that his close friend was involved with his sister. Thunder, I genuinely love Sister Yu, he stammered, attempting to explain. Genuine love? My foot. Thunder observed the tear stains on his sister's cheeks, still fresh, and was convinced that Cao Yang had unleashed his baser instincts. Coercing her, just as he was about to unleash his fury, Thunder Yu interjected shyly. We are willing participants. You should leave quickly. It was undoubtedly awkward to be caught in such a situation by her younger brother, especially given her prior negative impressions of Cao Yang, often warning Thunder to steer clear of him. Now, having shared a bed with him, it felt like a slap in the face. You two better provide me with a reasonable explanation. Thunder, seething, closed the door and settled on the sofa, awaiting their emergence for a serious discussion. However, just as he sat down, he heard his sister's mewling. He was taken aback, expecting them to hastily dress and come out to clarify, yet to his astonishment, this pair of shameless individuals continued unabated. One was his own sister, and the other his dear brother. They treated him neither as an outsider nor as a human being. Thunder Yu was reluctant, but it was Cao Yang who had intentionally stirred trouble. Yet, Cao Yang was not being malicious. Feeling caught in an uncomfortable situation, he decided to resolve it swiftly, claiming it was Thunder Yu's own inability to resist that led to this. After a while, the two finally emerged, fully dressed. Thunder glutted at Cao Yang. I considered you my best friend. How could you commit such an act? Isn't this great? This makes us true brothers. From now on, I shall be your brother-in-law. Get lost, Thunder retorted. Tell me honestly, did you force my sister? Absolutely not. Cao Yang shook his head. If you don't believe me, ask your sister. Thunder turned to Thunder Yu. Sister, speak boldly. If he has wronged you, I won't fear him. Smack. Thunder Yu slapped him on the forehead. Mind your own business. Thunder felt wronged, thinking, I'm worried about you, and you hit me? Hey, why are you hitting him? He groaned. Show him some respect. Cao Yang interjected, pretending to be the peacemaker. I'm educating my brother. It's none of your concern. Thunder Yu shot him a glare. All right. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. We haven't seen each other in ages. Let us go out for a nice meal, my treat. Cao Yang pulled Thunder towards the exit. Noticing that Thunder Yu hadn't followed, he turned back with a questioning look. You two go ahead. I'm a bit tired and don't wish to join. Cao Yang led Thunder downstairs. The latter's face darkened throughout. Cao Yang, with a cheerful smile, placed a hand on his shoulder, sharing tales of his recent adventures, which were nothing short of thrilling and tumultuous. Indeed, Thunder was captivated, continuously asking questions. Cao Yang spoke incessantly, revealing that he had recently joined the Yahiwi and promised to introduce Alu to him shortly. It was Alu who had overseen the smuggling of that batch of circuit boards during the last incident, although they were not acquainted. Alu had delegated the task to his underlings, who in turn passed it on to a third party, which ultimately approached Lei Dian. There were several intermediaries in between. Lei Dian nodded, then brought up Lei Yu. Cao Yang, you should refrain from associating with my sister in the future. I disapprove of it, he stated. You're thinking too small. Your sister is a woman. Inevitably, she will marry one day. Surely, you wouldn't want her to remain single for life just because you are overprotective? What nonsense! I am not overprotective. I do not oppose her dating or marrying, but I simply do not wish it to be you. What's wrong with me? Do you harbor prejudice against me? I wish for her to marry a good man. What do you mean by that? Am I not a good man? Whether you are a good man or not, you should know in your heart. I believe I'm quite good. Go my foot. You have an unclear relationship with your wild sister, and now you are trying to pursue mine. How can you claim to be a good person? Hey, the feelings I share with your sister have reached a certain point. No one can control that. I did not intend for it to happen. Will you marry my sister then? Cao Yang had never contemplated this question, but with Lei Dian asking, he felt he needed to say something agreeable. Of course, if our feelings are mutual, we will naturally discuss marriage. Bah, you are not permitted to marry her. Why not? I fear that if she marries you, she will inevitably become a widow. Then I simply want to marry her. We could just have fun together. What the hell? Are you a beast? Only a beast would utter such words. If I want to marry her, you want to allow it. If I don't want to, you scold me? What do you want from me? You are not allowed to have any relations with her from now on. On what grounds? Whether it happens once or twice, or 100 or 200 times, what difference does it make? Lei Dian was infuriated. He found himself unable to argue with Cao Yang, and in his frustration, he pounded his fists against a tree. Don't be angry. Brother-in-law will take you to see the world. Cao Yang led Lei Dian to Lushan International, where Lei Dian was dazzled by the sights. This was merely during the day. The nightlife was even more vibrant. He arranged a room for Lei Dian, who looked utterly bewildered, not understanding the situation at all. Before long, a fair-skinned, beautiful woman with long legs entered the room and bowed to Lei Dian. Greetings, esteemed guest. My name is Xiao He, and I come from Sichuan. Lei Dian's eyes widened. A beauty like Xiao, he was undoubtedly a goddess in the eyes of a small-time thug like him. He turned to Cao Yang, whose formerly sullen expression had transformed into a grin. Brother-in-law, what does this mean? Brother-in-law is enjoying himself, and naturally, you should enjoy as well. Do well, and brother-in-law will pick up the tab. Cao Yang chuckled as he exited the room. Thank you, brother-in-law. Lei Dian eagerly sought to exchange pleasantries with his fellow countrywoman. Meanwhile, Cao Yang went to the front desk to settle the bill. Despite being a core member of the establishment now, he still had to pay. Rules are rules. Even Brother Jia would have to pay, although Brother Jia was unlikely to show up. As he was settling the bill, he encountered Qin Chuan, the manager of the establishment. Qin Chuan chuckled at Cao Yang, saying, "Your brother is looking for you. Please head to his office." Upon arriving at the 7th floor office, Cao Yang found both his brother and sister-in-law present. Tang Xiaojia, noticing his arrival, was preparing to leave with his clothes in hand. Meanwhile, Hu Qing looked at Cao Yang with a grin, teasingly commenting, "I heard from Qin Chuan that you called for a lady. Was it all over so quickly?" "It wasn't me. I was merely assisting a friend," Cao Yang hurriedly clarified. "All right, stop teasing him," Tang Xiaojia said, giving Cao Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Come with me for a moment." Chapter 71. Gao Yin. As the two descended the stairs, they found 2 Mercedes vehicles awaiting them. Alu, seated in the driver's seat, greeted Cao Yang with a cheerful smile. Just as Cao Yang was about to open the car door to enter, he was halted by Brother Jia. "You will take the car in the back. Keep an eye on that individual inside. Remove her restraints, but ensure she does not escape and do not harm her." Cao Yang nodded and opened a rear door, revealing a young woman, her hands bound and a cloth stuffed in her mouth. She appeared to be in her 20s, her large, expressive eyes wide with fear as she gazed at Cao Yang. He recognized her as the girl they had abducted from the provincial city. Last time she had been concealed in a sack, and he was surprised to find her so striking in person. "Do not be afraid," Cao Yang said as he removed the cloth from her mouth and untied her hands. "Please, what do you want from me? I beg you, let me go. My father will pay you, Just do not harm me, she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. Cao Yang chose to ignore her pleas. Whether to release her or inflict harm was not his decision to make. His sole responsibility was to keep her under surveillance. The two black Mercedes arrived at the Prince Hotel, and Brother Jia, Alu, and several other associates disembarked. Cao Yang attempted to follow, but Brother Jia stopped him. You stay here and watch her. Await further instructions. With that, he and his companions entered the hotel. As soon as they departed, the girl attempted to escape by flinging open the car door. If a frail girl could elude Cao Yang's grasp, it would be a disgrace for him. If you dare run again, I will have no choice but to restrain you, he warned, subduing her once more. Startled, she lowered her head and began to sob quietly. Cao Yang felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Lighting a cigarette, he thought of Li Yan. Women truly are a vulnerable point. If Sister Yin were to be kidnapped, he would likely hesitate to act. This was indeed a dilemma, one he needed to bear in mind moving forward. Reflecting on Li Yan, he chastised himself. He had been so preoccupied with Lei Yu that he had forgotten about Sister Yin waiting for news back home. He resolved to call her once his tasks were completed. After waiting in the car for more than half an hour, Cao Yang received a phone call from Brother Jia, instructing him to bring the girl to room 808 on the 8th floor. Let us go, he said, but the girl shook her head, terror etched on her face. Fearing he would lead her to an unspeakable fate in the hotel, Cao Yang, exasperated, patiently explained, Your father is upstairs. He has come to rescue you. Only upon hearing this did she reluctantly agree to ascend with him. However, her consent was inconsequential. Cao Yang would have compelled her if necessary. No one had informed him whether the girl's father was indeed on the same floor, yet it was easy to deduce if Brother Jia harbored ill intentions. He would not have brought her all this way. Upon reaching the 8th floor, he pushed open the door to room 808, where a dozen individuals stood, their demeanor indicating they were not to be trifled with. Inside, 3 men were seated. Brother Jia, calmly smoking a cigarette, Liang Hui, the owner of the Prince Hotel, whom Cao Yang had encountered previously, and a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s. Dad! The girl rushed to the middle-aged man, throwing herself into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Do not cry, Yin Yin. Did they hurt you? The girl spoke the truth, lamenting her situation. After being captured, she was treated well, with her needs being met, save for the restrictions on her departure and phone calls. The last time Lei Yu was taken, it was similarly benign. No harm befell her. Had it been an ordinary gang, the fate of such a beauty would have been dire. Look at what you've done. You've terrified my daughter, the middle-aged man exclaimed, visibly displeased, directing his ire at Brother Jia. Brother Jia exhaled a puff of smoke, indifferent to his outburst. Well, as long as Miss Gao is safe and sound. The hotel owner, Liang Hui, interjected, subtly advising caution, for this was Guan City, and should he provoke Tang Xiaojia, Liang Hui would be unable to shield him. Oof. Boss Gao scoffed, departing with the girl and several subordinates, leaving behind a few hefty bags. The sight of their departure left Cao Yang disheartened. He had hoped for an escalation of conflict, a chance to make a grand entrance and demonstrate his prowess before Tang Xiaojia. Though his strength had never been doubted, he felt an overwhelming need to prove himself, believing he owed them too much and yearning to return the favor, though opportunities eluded him. Once they had left, Brother Jia also rose, exchanging farewells with Liang Hui before taking his leave. Let's go, he said. Cao Yang and his companions each grabbed a bag, heavy with the promise of money. As Cao Yang placed the cash in the trunk and prepared to enter the vehicle, Tang Xiaojia called for him to join him in the same car. Seated in the back, Tang Xiaojia began. We rarely resort to kidnapping family members to exert pressure on others. Cao Yang nodded, thinking to himself that had it not been for the abduction of his sister Yu, he might have believed him. Gao Xiong, a businessman from the provincial capital, frequently visited their casino as a VIP client. His gambling losses were often substantial, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions. On his last visit, he had lost 20 million, with 12 million borrowed from their establishment. Upon returning, he likely wished to evade repayment and had spread rumors about their casino rigging games, portraying himself as the victim. While he was not pressing for repayment at the moment, the defamation of their reputation was intolerable. This time, it was merely a minor lesson. Should it happen again, He instructed Cao Yang to eliminate him. Understood. I'll follow your lead, Cao Yang replied, nodding vigorously. Tang Xiaojie patted his shoulder and offered him a cigarette. Taken aback by the gesture, Cao Yang hastily accepted with both hands. How could he allow his superior to light a cigarette for him? Yet, Tang Xiaojie seemed unbothered. After they shared a moment of smoke, he continued, Tomorrow, accompany me to Shenzhen. I'll introduce you to the mainland leader of the Iha society. All right. Upon returning to Lushan International, Cao Yang entered his modest quarters. He had not visited his newly purchased home lately, as this place was more convenient. He retrieved his phone to call Li Yin, eager to inquire about his family's well-being. His previous phone number had long been lost, leaving Li Yin and his family unable to reach him. Hello, is this Cao Yang? Li Yin's voice trembled with anticipation upon recognizing the number from Guan City. Cao Yang has been missing for so many days, and every day she worries, fearing he may have been apprehended by the police, or worse, that someone might have taken his life. It's me, Yin Jia, what's wrong? Your tone sounds off, she said. Cao Yang, ever carefree, remained oblivious to the depth of others' concern for him. Oh, how I feared for your life. I thought you were dead. Could you not wish for me to be a little better off? Please tell my mother that I am not a murderer. The last incident was a misunderstanding. Oh, just call your mother yourself, she replied. I can't. She would scold me mercilessly. You must relay the message. Cao Yang, unafraid of the world, trembled at the thought of his mother's wrath. Oh, I'm on my hometown. I'm still in Changsha. What? Why haven't you returned home? I dare not go back. The villagers believe you are out there committing murder. If I return, everyone will question me, and I wouldn't know how to respond. So I'm hiding in Changsha, awaiting news of you. All right, I'm fine now, so you needn't worry about me. Go back and check on your mother. And please convey my message to mine. I won't go back. I'm coming to find you immediately. After hanging up, Li Yin soon texted Cao Yang, informing him that she had purchased a plane ticket for a flight in an hour and would arrive shortly. Surprised, Cao Yang reflected on how Li Yin, usually so frugal that she wouldn't even splurge on a sleeper berth for a train ticket, was now so eager to see him that she had opted for a plane ticket. Ah, my wretched charm. Chapter 72. Li Yin's pretentiousness. As Li Yin emerged from the airport, she hailed a taxi and made her way directly to her new home in Dongguan. Awaiting her at home was Cao Yang. The moment they met, Li Yin tossed her luggage aside and leaped into Cao Yang's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, effectively clinging to him. Yin Jiayu, don't speak, kiss me. Before Cao Yang could utter another word, Li Yin silenced him with her lips, launching into a fervent kiss. Yin Jie is becoming increasingly passionate, he mused. Soon, the two found themselves entwined in a fervent encounter. Meow, meow, meow. Li Yin play fui tiesa. Woof, woof, woof. Cao Yang replied. An hour later, Li Yin, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, lay limply against Cao Yang. One arm around her, he lit a cigarette and recounted the events of recent days. Upon hearing that Cao Yang had become the manager at Lushan International, her spirits were immediately lifted. What does a manager do every day? She inquired. Cao Yang pondered for a moment, realizing that he bore no real responsibilities. It was merely a title with no significant duties. Is it really that easy? How much do you earn each month? Cao Yang held up 3 fingers. 3,000? 30,000. Really? Li Yin gasped in astonishment. Cao Yang nodded with pride. Why would I lie? For someone my caliber, 30,000 is actually modest. Hey, Li Yin playfully nudged him with her head. Could you possibly give me a position there as well? What'd you do there? I could work as a waitress. Waitresses earn meager wages, around 800 or 900 a month. Even so, that's not insignificant. If I earn 800 and you earn 30,000, that's 30,800 combined. Each of us would have over 15,000. Our lives would be quite splendid. Who taught you to calculate like that? Cao Yang shot her a sideways glance. 800 is yours. 30,000 is mine. Let's be clear. This statement displeased Li Yin. What do you mean? Just moments ago, we shared everything. And now, when it comes to money, it's suddenly yours and mine? Honestly, I don't even want your money. I'm merely looking out for you. With your high salary and the many temptations out there, if I don't manage your finances, you could easily be swindled in no time. Li Yin began to articulate her arguments passionately, convincing Cao Yang that not entrusting her with his money would be an act of grave folly. Rest assured, no one can deceive me out of my money. I am quite astute, she asserted. Cao Yang felt slighted, as if she were portraying him as a fool. You and your intellect. Weren't you just swindled out of 20,000 by that little vixen Lei Yu? That was willingly given, he defended Lei Yu, finding Li Yan's words rather harsh. Look at you, you fool. Even after being duped, you still defend her. Remember, aside from your mother, I am the one who cares for you the most. Other women cannot be trusted. Do you understand? Cao Yang rolled his eyes, recalling the initial encounters he had with Li Yan, bewildered at how she could speak with such audacity. By the way, our landlord has received the property certificate and has been urging me repeatedly to pay the remaining balance for the transfer. I am at a loss for how to respond. Now it's settled. Tomorrow we will go to the housing authority for the transfer. Cao Yang shook his head, stating he was unavailable as he had to accompany Brother Jia to meet the leader of the Iha Association in Shenzhen. As he opened his mouth to speak, Li Yan swiftly grasped him. Why the shake of your head? Have you run out of money? Did you squander it on that little vixen Lei Yu? No. I have matters to attend to tomorrow. You can go alone, Cao Yang replied, handing her his bank card, which contained over 300,000. Li Yan grinned as she accepted the card and tucked it into her bag. Then give me your ID. I will assist you with the process. Cao Yang shook his head again. The police confiscated my ID. I have yet to retrieve it. What shall we do? How can we process the transfer without an ID? Don't you have one? It would be the same if it's under your name. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's large eyes narrowed into a smile, and she shyly asked, Do you really want it registered in my name? If it's under my name, legally speaking, this house would be mine, correct? Cao Yang nodded. Li Yan gazed at him, her eyes sparkling with delight. Are you worried I might claim this house for myself and not allow you to stay? What would you do then? You are not that kind of person. But what if you were wrong? I mean, what if such a day comes? How would you treat me? Cao Yang pondered for a moment. If that day ever comes, you would be finished. What? Are you threatening to kill me? I want to kill you. I will deal with you. As he spoke, Cao Yang lunged at her like a fierce tiger. Please no. I'm already bruised. Li Yan exclaimed. Cao Yang disregarded her plea, intending to give her a warning that he was not jesting. Meow, meow, meow. The next day, when Li Yan awoke, Cao Yang had already departed. She got up, changed her clothes, and walked out with a slightly awkward gait. Accompanied by the landlord, she went to the housing authority. After completing the necessary procedures and receiving the property certificate, the moment she saw her name on it, she felt a moment of disorientation, as if in a dream. Sitting on the sofa, she stared at the property certificate for over an hour, unable to suppress her smile. However, soon memories of her initial arrival in this city flooded back, and she found herself in tears. Years ago, she had come with a classmate, who was also there to stay with relatives, and her classmate's relatives were also seeking refuge. At that time, her classmate's relatives had a bit of money and purchased an apartment in Guangqing. When the three of them arrived, they were met with disdain. Li Yan could never forget that scene. She had wanted to stay in a hotel, but they insisted on hosting them. But once they settled in, the disdain continued. That night, the three girls spent the entire night in the living room, and Li Yan vowed to herself that she would one day buy a house, refusing to be looked down upon. After enduring the hardships of reality, she realized how challenging it was to acquire a property in this city and gradually cast aside that aspiration. Little did she know, Cao Yang had only been here for a short time and had already purchased a house. Upon reflecting on the time when Cao Yang first arrived, she felt a pang of regret over her rather unkind demeanor towards him. Fortunately, this young man bore no grudges. Otherwise, the pleasant days they now enjoyed might never have come to pass. Henceforth, she resolved to treat him with utmost kindness. She retrieved her phone and dialed the numbers of her two former friends. Hongmei, what are you up to? Still at your relative's clothing factory? Oh, it's nothing urgent. I merely wanted to inquire if you have been in touch with Xiao Min lately. It's just that I find Xiao Min's incessant gossip rather tiresome. She has been blabbing about my recent purchase of a house, and it's driving me mad. Indeed, I bought a house. You didn't know? I assumed she had mentioned it to you. It's not particularly large, merely 160 square meters, located in the city center, and it cost 400,000, paid in full. Where did I acquire such funds? Haha, actually, it was a gift from my boyfriend. You must come over to visit sometime. Hello, Xiaomin. What are you up to? Have you been in contact with Hong Mei? Her big mouth can be quite bothersome. She has been spreading the news about my house purchase everywhere, which is truly annoying. Oh, you weren't aware? I thought she had told you. Yes, it's not particularly large, just 160 square meters, which is a mere 80 square meters larger than what Hong Mei's relative has. It's also in the city center and was acquired for 400,000, paid in full. Do come over soon. It has been far too long since we last gathered as sisters. Chapter 73. Li Kuan in Nanshan, Shenzhen, there lies an opulent villa estate. Two Mercedes-Benz vehicles approach, prompting the butler to hurriedly open the door to welcome the guests. Cao Yang descends the car with Brother Jia, surveying his surroundings. This is his first encounter with such a luxurious and grand residence. In comparison to his recently purchased abode, it seems little more than a doghouse. Ajay, come in and take a seat. A man in his 50s emerges from within, accompanied by a young woman in her 20s. Kunge, heki dute. Brother Jia greets the man with a smile before turning his attention to the girl. Xiao Lu, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. Have you graduated from university yet? Not yet. Still a year to go, the girl replies, cheerfully addressing him as Uncle Tang. Even Brother Jia refers to this man as Kuan Gu, indicating that he is indeed Li Kuan, the formidable leader of the Yahiwi on the mainland. Cao Yang had anticipated Li Kuan to be exceptionally impressive, especially given that Brother Jia was so esteemed and managed 13 equally formidable individuals. Thus, Li Kuan must be the most formidable of all. However, Lu scoffed at this notion, revealing to Cao Yang numerous insider secrets that outsiders were oblivious to. From Lu, Cao Yang learned that Li Kuan was originally from Hong Kong, having been a minor leader within the Yahiwi in his early years, but struggled to make a name for himself and faced exclusion. At that time, the mainland was undergoing reform and opening up, and various societies began to establish their presence there. Li Kuan's elder brother sent him to plant a flag as well. This task, though seemingly an important assignment, was akin to banishment. The mainland was impoverished at that time, and Hong Kong societies looked down upon it, merely adopting a hit-or-miss attitude, showing little regard. Upon arriving on the mainland, Li Kuan began recruiting members, initially targeting those who spoke Cantonese, as Hong Kong and Guangdong share cultural and linguistic ties, thus minimizing barriers. However, he soon discovered that many individuals from Sichuan and Hunan were exceptionally fierce fighters. Gradually, he relaxed his criteria, accepting anyone willing to fight and strive. At that time, the mainland populace, influenced by Hong Kong's cinematic culture, held a natural admiration for Hong Kong's apparent wealth and prowess. Upon hearing that the Yahiwi was recruiting, many from various provinces eagerly enlisted, leading to the Yahiwi's ranks swelling beyond those of other societies combined. Yet, such numbers were of little use as they were ridiculed by other societies. The Yahiwi was not turning a profit, and Li Kuan had to return to Hong Kong each month to secure funds to support his brethren. At that time, his elder brother was the leader, feeling a tinge of guilt for having sent him to the mainland and thus compensated him financially, albeit with the stipulation that he must ensure profitability within 3 years. Otherwise, he would face difficulties explaining to others. 3 years seemed an eternity, yet the Yahiwi began to generate profit by the second year under Li Kuan's leadership. Observing the promising results, Hong Kong increased their investment the following year. Li Kuan swiftly allocated funds into a variety of ventures, bars, nightclubs, dance halls, and brothels, rapidly establishing a foothold in the market. By the time rival societies caught on, it was already too late. In a fierce struggle for market dominance, numerous conflicts erupted in Shenzhen among several major societies. Unfortunately for them, the Yahiwi, with its sheer numbers and ferocity, proved to be an overwhelming opponent, causing their adversaries to suffer repeated defeats. Li Kuan, while contending with their challenges, was simultaneously orchestrating operations in other cities, as the Yahiwi rapidly expanded into Dongguan, Foshan, Zhuhai, and provincial capitals. At that time, although the mainland was still impoverished, the market was vast, and Hong Kong, despite its wealth, was merely a small territory with a limited population, competing against numerous other societies. By the early 1990s, the annual revenue of the mainland Yahiwi had already surpassed that of its Hong Kong counterpart. establishing him as the society's most significant contributor. Each time he returned to Hong Kong, the leading figure would personally host him and toast in his honor, granting him a moment of unparalleled prestige, marking the pinnacle of his life. However, within a couple of years, Li Kuan grew discontent with the Hong Kong headquarters, as 80 of the profits earned by the mainland Yihui were remitted back to Hong Kong. Initially, this was tolerable, but as their earnings surged, his willingness to comply waned. Compounding this was the fact that his former elder brother had already stepped down, and the newly appointed leader was someone with whom he had previously clashed. Thus, he directly negotiated with Hong Kong, insisting that only 20 of profits would be remitted henceforth, retaining 80 for himself. Naturally, this proposition was met with dissatisfaction from Hong Kong, leading to protracted negotiations. They ultimately conceded to a 50 share, proposing a 50-50 split moving forward. Yet, Li Kuan remained resolute, adamantly insisting on the 20 figure, declaring that if they were unwilling, he would promptly sever ties with the Yihui. Furious, Hong Kong contemplated eliminating him or appointing a successor. It was only then that they realized Li Kuan was irreplaceable, for the mainland Yihui was largely his creation, with loyal subordinates who would not support a new leader. They might even resort to violence against any replacement. Ultimately, they had no choice but to acquiesce, as 2/10 was preferable to nothing at all. Henceforth, Hong Kong lost its grip on the mainland Yihui. Yet within 2 years, Li Kuan's triumph turned to dismay as he observed that his subordinates began to outwardly comply while secretly misappropriating funds, reluctant to remit their earnings. Although Li Kuan possessed considerable capabilities, his success was primarily due to his timely decisions during a fortuitous period. As that advantageous moment faded, his subordinates matured, gradually losing their reverence for the Hong Kong Yihui, realizing its limitations. With Li Kuan as their example, they began to negotiate their own terms, transitioning from the 80 to 20 split to 70 to 30, then to 60 to 40, and eventually to a convoluted distribution until they reached a point where no profit was shared at all. Now, they symbolically remit a token fee, leaving it to Li Kuan whether to accept it or not. The current stance of the major hall leaders towards the chief leader is one of begrudging acceptance. They offer him some tribute, yet if he does not receive it, they do not hesitate to address him as Kuan or Shao Kuan. These hall leaders have the audacity to act this way because at this stage, apart from the initial assistance from Li Kuan, their development has been entirely self-reliant. The mainland differs from Hong Kong. No matter how formidable a society may be, without protection from the upper echelons, it can be dismantled with a mere word. The connections with those upper figures are forged by the hall leaders themselves. Independent of Li Kuan, their continued existence is solely due to the looming threat from rival societies. If they were to disband, they would be scattered and easily overrun by others. Jie and Li Kuan ascended to the 3rd floor, followed closely by Cao Yang and Li Lu. The two settled on the balcony, sipping tea and engaging in conversation, their words laced with Cantonese, which left Cao Yang partially bewildered. "Would you care for some fruit?" Li Lu inquired, offering him 2 lychees. "Thank you, but I shall decline," Cao Yang responded, waving his hand in refusal. "How long have you been following Uncle Tang?" Li Lu asked with curiosity. "A few days," Cao Yang replied candidly. Li Lu rolled her eyes, clearly skeptical. Given that Tang Xiaojie had brought him here and kept him by his side, he surely must be a trusted confidant, making it implausible that he had only been around for a mere few days. Chapter 74. Liao Dongxing recently. Hong Kong has once again embarked on the selection of its influential leaders, a struggle that has left many battered and bruised. Tang Xiaojie nodded, calmly sipping his tea, choosing not to engage in conversation. It is time for us on the mainland to hold our elections as well. After nearly 2 decades in this role, I believe it is time to step aside, he remarked. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Tang Xiaojie remained silent. Ajay, among this group of hall masters, I have my eyes set on you. Should you desire to take my place, I am willing to abdicate at any moment. No need. I have no interest. Jiga firmly declined. Li Kuan attempted to persuade him further, but just then, vehicles arrived downstairs, signaling the arrival of other hall masters. He patted Jiga on the shoulder and went down to greet them. Once he departed, Cao Yang leaned in and quietly inquired, "Jiga, Why are you so reluctant to take on the role of leader? Tang Xiaojia smiled, giving Cao Yang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You do not comprehend. The mainland is vastly different from Hong Kong. A leader here is but a fade, unable to truly govern and often scrutinized by higher authorities. In time, as you mature, you will understand that everything on the mainland must be approached with discretion. Those who are deemed big brothers in the eyes of some are merely disposable gloves. Once soiled, they are replaced. Once torn, they are discarded. Cao Yang nodded, somewhat grasping the sentiment. Tang Xiaojia arose to descend the stairs, and he quickly followed suit. Downstairs, a considerable number of individuals had gathered, including several hall masters from other cities, who exchanged pleasantries and engaged in various discussions with Jiga. Alu called Cao Yang away, as the older brothers were engaged in private conversations and advised the younger ones to maintain a respectful distance. The two wandered through the estate, where numerous staff and chefs were busy preparing for the evening banquet, and attractive servers glided through the grounds, carrying drinks. Small groups congregated, each holding a glass of red wine, engaged in hushed conversations reminiscent of a scene from a grand ball. Alu, clutching 2 glasses of red wine, secluded himself with Cao Yang in a corner, his eyes darting around with mischief. Look over there. That girl has quite the figure. And that one, her bosom is impressive. I'd love to get a feel for it. Cao Yang shot him a sideways glance. Haven't you seen enough beautiful women at Lushan International? What do you know? A woman is only worth what she sells for. Once her price is set, her value diminishes. These ladies are not like the common ones. They are either the companions of influential brothers or the wives of wealthy businessmen, entirely different in essence. Listening to this, Cao Yang found some merit in his argument, his gaze following Ali's observations. Suddenly, Li Lu's figure emerged before them. Arastidi Nujed Cao Yang. That is Kuan Ji's daughter, still in university. If we could win her over, our futures would be secure. Cao Yang grimaced, finding Li Lu's looks rather ordinary, preferring Li Yin instead. Did you not say that Kuan Ge is incapable? He cannot even manage these hall masters, yet there seems to be quite the turnout today. A starving camel is still larger than a horse. Regardless of his current state, he remains a nominal leader. Yet, it is true that he has fallen from grace. Had it been a few years ago during his birthday, this estate would have struggled to accommodate all the guests. Moreover, do not underestimate him. He has held the title of a true leader for several years. The fortune amassed during those years is inconceivable. Should we win his daughter upon his demise, we would attain financial freedom. In the midst of a casual conversation between 2 individuals, a convoy of vehicles entered the estate, leading with a striking Rolls-Royce adorned with an eye-catching license plate. As the doors swung open, a group of individuals emerged. Among them a man in his 40s whose demeanor exuded arrogance as he strode purposefully towards the various faction leaders. Upon sighting this individual, Alu rose to his feet, his expression darkening with unease. What is wrong? Inquired Cao Yang. This man is Liao Dongxing, the leader of the Deep City faction. He has a long-standing feud with Brother Jia, and he was the one who sabotaged my last smuggling operation. Alu replied, apprehensive about a potential confrontation between Liao and Brother Jia, prompting him to lead Cao Yang towards Tang Xiaojia. Dongxing, why have you arrived so late? Li Kuan chided with a smile, incredulous that this local lad was the last to arrive. You're getting old and forgetful. When have I ever been known for punctuality? Liao Dongxing retorted, casually pulling out a chair and sitting down with a flourish. His words left Li Kuan visibly embarrassed. Liao's behavior was increasingly outrageous. As a senior, he should at least exhibit basic courtesy. The other faction leaders either stifled their laughter in the shadows or, like Tang Xiaojia, feigned indifference. What are you all waiting for? Let us commence the feast. Surely no one can claim to have arrived later than me. Li Kuan grumbled as he took his seat, and the staff began serving the dishes. As they dined and imbibed, the atmosphere was dominated by Liao Dongxing's boisterous voice. He hurled insults at various targets, with the most venom directed at the Hunan gang, disparaging not only them but the entire populace of Hunan. While the Hunan faction in Wancheng might be slightly overshadowed by Tang Xiaojia and the Sichuan gang, their counterparts in Deep City were undoubtedly formidable. Not only the Iha society, but any gang or association that encountered the Hunan faction in Deep City would find themselves retreating. The presence of Hunan individuals here is so prevalent that there is a saying, a Hunan child's rite of passage is a train ticket to Deep City. For this is their true provincial capital, while Changsha is merely a pretender. Liao Dongxing had evidently clashed with the Hunan gang and suffered a setback, explaining the bitterness of his words. Those scoundrels from the Hunan gang think they can overstep their bounds and engage in smuggling. I will not allow it. When the time comes for me to confront them, I do not expect assistance from anyone present, but I implore you not to create any disturbances. He concluded, casting a sweeping glance around the table, lingering on Tang Xiaoji's face for several seconds. If the Hunan gang wishes to encroach on my business, that's one thing. After all, they are outsiders. If negotiations fail, then let it come to blows. But if any of our own seek to encroach upon my interests, that I cannot tolerate. The previous incident was merely a minor lesson. Should it happen again, I shall not be merciful. As his words resonated in the room, the attendees exchanged knowing glances towards Tang Xiaojia. Although Liao did not name him explicitly, it was clear to all that he was addressing Tang Xiaojia. The last smuggling incident involving chips was not monumental, yet everyone was aware that it was Tang Xiaojia who had taken on that task. Calmly lighting a cigar, Jiegu exhaled a plume of smoke and regarded Liao Dongxing with an unhurried demeanor. Since you have broached the subject so openly, I must inquire, is that gambling ship in international waters yours? Certainly not. That was orchestrated by someone from Hong Kong, and I have no connection to it. Besides, even if it were related to me, what of it? Do you wish to monopolize gambling and prevent others from participating? Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone among you who does not own at least 1 or 2 casinos? Your greed is truly excessive. Brother Jia chuckled coldly. Your establishments hold no concern for me. As long as you can attract patrons, the scale of your operations is of no consequence to me. However, should anyone dare to poach my agents or lure my clients to their casinos, that is utterly unacceptable. Ha ha. This is utterly amusing. Individuals will naturally gravitate towards where the profits are greater. Instead of worrying about others stealing your clientele, why not share a bit more of your profits? This way, others would be less inclined to whisk away your patrons. According to your logic, if someone wishes to poach customers, they should be free to do so. Why impede others in their endeavors? If you're concerned about losing your clients, it would be wiser to provide them with better deals, thereby ensuring they have no reason to seek alternatives. Haha, Tang Xiaojia, am I showing you too much respect? This is Shun City, not your territory. Mind your words. I speak this way everywhere. Only in your mother's bed do I soften my tone. How dare you? Liao Dongxing, enraged, seized a porcelain bowl from the table and hurled it at Tang Xiaojia's forehead. Chapter 75. Confrontation with Du Hao. He suddenly made his move. And by the time everyone reacted, a porcelain bowl was hurtling towards Tang Xiaojia's forehead. Just as the bowl was about to strike him, a hand appeared before him, and Cao Yang skillfully caught the bowl. Tang Xiaojia remained unfazed, calmly smoking his cigarette, not even lifting his eyelids. Cao Yang admired this composure. The ability to remain unflinching in the face of imminent danger was a quality he wished to emulate. In truth, Tang Xiaojia's heart raced with anxiety. He was relieved that Cao Yang was present, for being struck would have been utterly embarrassing and detrimental to his suave and elegant image. Brother Jia, Cao Yang's inquiring gaze fell upon him. Tang Xiaojia inclined his head slightly. Receiving the acknowledgement, Cao Yang swiftly aimed the porcelain bowl at Liao Dongxing and hurled it. Liao Dongxing, caught off guard, barely had time to react before the bowl was upon him. Fortunately, it did not result in the expected injury, for another hand appeared and deftly caught the bowl. Cao Yang observed the figure, a man in his late 20s, clad in casual athletic attire. The ability to intercept his throw indicated considerable strength. The man scrutinized Cao Yang in astonishment, recognizing the young man as formidable prowess. Only a connoisseur could appreciate the bull's force and speed. Although he had caught it, his palm throbbed with pain, a testament to the skill of the youth before him. You little brat, are you seeking death? Liao Dongxing finally reacted, unleashing a torrent of abuse at Cao Yang. Not one to back down, Cao Yang retorted fiercely. He cared little for Liao Dongxing's status. His allegiance lay solely with Tang Xiaojie. Brothers are brothers. Let us not sour our relations. At that moment, others began to intervene, attempting to mediate the escalating tension. However, Liao Dongxing dismissed their attempts, directing his ire at Cao Yang. In truth, his insults were veiled barbs aimed at Tang Xiaojie. Tang Xiaojie arose, casting a cold glance at Liao Dongxing. If you wish to fight, I am always ready. Then let us fight. Very well, let us. The two glared at each other, their respective subordinates standing behind them. The atmosphere crackling with anticipation of conflict. Calm down, both of you. Do you not realize that if you fight, you will only become a spectacle for outsiders? Li Kuan interjected, his voice laced with anger, taken aback that his birthday had devolved into such a volatile standoff. Father, please do not be angry. Li Lu interjecta, attempting to soothe Li Kuan. With a cheerful smile, she turned to Tang Xiaojie and Liao Dongxing. Uncle Tang, Uncle Liao, you must not engage in a brawl. Both of you are billionaires. Fighting is unbecoming of your stature. Instead, let your subordinates spar on your behalf. They demonstrated commendable skill in catching the bull. Let them settle this matter, regardless of the outcome. Indeed, let them exhibit their prowess. There is no need for you to fight personally, Li Kuan agreed, nodding in approval. He understood that neither party truly desired conflict. They merely needed an avenue to de-escalate. Presenting them with a solution, he anticipated a swift resolution to the tension. Liao Dongxing is currently engaged in a confrontation with the Hunan gang. If he were to clash with Tang Xiaojie again, he might find himself overwhelmed, potentially forcing Tang to ally with outsiders against him, a situation that would yield no benefits. Tang, however, is unencumbered by such concerns, yet this is Xinjiang, a territory belonging to others. Should he seriously injure Liao, escaping unscathed would prove challenging. Liao patted a man on the shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Take that little brat down." Tang glanced at Cao Yang, but said nothing, merely giving his shoulder a gentle pat. Cao Yang understood the implication behind Jieji's gesture. 2 taps signified a warning, while 3 indicated no restraint would be held back. This time, Jiege had delivered 3 taps. "Be careful," Li Lu cheerfully warned as she approached Cao Yang. "This guy is Du Hao, the provincial Sanda champion from 5 years ago. He previously worked in the Hong Kong entertainment industry, serving as a stunt double for many martial arts stars. He has been hired as a bodyguard by Uncle Liao at a high salary." Cao Yang shot her a glance, questioning her motives for sharing this information. Was it because of his striking good looks? Did she have a crush on him? Ah, this damned charm of mine. The guests had long been captivated by the unfolding conflict and were now quite excited at the prospect of a fight. Though they were not part of the underworld, they had numerous connections within it, and nothing delighted them more than a brawl, especially one representing the clash between 2 major gang leaders. The crowd dispersed, creating a large circle, and Cao Yang stood within it, sizing up Du Hao, standing a little shorter than him at just over 1.7 meters. Du Hao had a healthy bronze complexion. At that moment, he had removed his jacket, exposing a white, fitted tank top that showcased his well-developed arms and chest, though not excessively so, resembling Cao Yang's physique. Du Hao was also assessing Cao Yang. His boss had commanded him to defeat Cao Yang, yet he felt uncertain. Although the young man appeared inexperienced, their earlier exchange had revealed that he was no ordinary opponent, and Du Hao doubted his chances of victory. Li Kuan, as the host and mediator, took charge of the proceedings. His approach was straightforward as he addressed both participants. "A friendly spar, keep it light. Begin." Upon hearing the signal, neither Cao Yang nor Du Hao moved, merely locking eyes, as if waiting for the other to make the first move. "Get on with it," Liao Dongxing shouted. Dang Xiaozhou, calm and composed while puffing on his cigar, did not rush Cao Yang. His confidence in him was unwavering. Prompted by his boss, Du Hao, unable to find an opening against Cao Yang, launched a punch aimed squarely at his forehead. Cao Yang, anticipating the strike, countered with a punch of his own. The impact was jarring as their fists collided, causing Cao Yang to take a step back, a slight ache resonating in his hand. Quite impressive, he thought, acknowledging that Du Hao's strength was on par with Lu Yilong's. Du Hao staggered back 3 paces, his fist trembling, realizing he was at a disadvantage after just one exchange. An experienced fighter, he understood that his physique and strength were no match for Cao Yang's, prompting him to quickly adjust his strategy in hopes of gaining the upper hand through speed. He feigned an attack to confuse Cao Yang, and when Cao Yang prepared to respond, Du Hao retracted his strike, swiftly maneuvering to launch a surprise attack from behind. His speed was considerable, yet not fast enough. In Cao Yang's eyes, he was slower than Liang Feng. A punch aimed at the back of Cao Yang's head came rushing in. Cao Yang did not look back. Instead, he deftly seized his opponent's arm. Du Hao sneered, thinking to himself that Cao Yang had fallen into his trap. As he threw a punch, his foot simultaneously aimed a kick at Cao Yang's lower back. Anticipating the move, Cao Yang gracefully leaped, spreading his legs to ensnare Du Hao's incoming right leg. Du Hao, taken aback, had never expected that Cao Yang's reflexes and speed would surpass sheer physical strength. With both his hand and foot restrained, escape became a formidable challenge. Left with no other option, he could only swing his left fist toward Cao Yang. Yet, before his fist could reach its target, an excruciating pain surged through his arm. Is it too much for you to withstand, even as I begin to exert my strength? Chapter 76. Return to Guanxing. Cao Yang twisted his grip on the wrist, and with a sharp crack, the sound of bones breaking echoed through the air. The onlookers instinctively grimaced, feeling a pang of sympathy for the pain inflicted. Cao Yang clamped his legs around Du Hao's right leg, forcefully twisting his body, intent on forcibly snapping it. Du Hao, startled by the sudden aggression, reacted swiftly. He abandoned his standing position and fell to the ground. As Cao Yang spun, his body followed suit, and with a loosened grip, Du Hao was flung several meters away, landing heavily on the ground. Though he appeared somewhat disheveled, he had managed to save his leg. Had he not chosen to lie down, Cao Yang's maneuver could have resulted in a grievous injury. Get up, Liao Dongxing yelled, frustrated, feeling that Du Hao was weak. What kind of champion in Sanzhou are you? Letting a brat take you down? I can't believe I pay you such a high salary for this. Tang Xiaojia, with a smile on his face, leisurely puffed on a cigarette. He understood Cao Yang's prowess, but witnessing it firsthand was a different experience. Du Hao rose to his feet, still gasping for breath, when he saw Cao Yang leaping towards him. Bang, bang, bang. Cao Yang's strikes were rapid fire, his fists raining down like a torrential downpour. Du Hao attempted to retaliate, but his speed was no match for Cao Yang's, and he struggled to keep up with the rhythm. Within mere seconds, he had taken a barrage of punches. As Cao Yang continued his assault, Du Hao could only raise one arm to shield his head. Bang! Noticing that Du Hao was focused solely on his fists, Cao Yang seized the opportunity to deliver a swift kick to his chest. Du Hao was propelled backward, crashing into the crowd several meters away. The stunned spectators barely had time to react, and several were knocked to the ground by his impact. Du Hao felt as if his insides were shattering. The force of that kick was overwhelming. He marveled at how someone so young could possess such formidable strength. Having roamed the world for years, he had encountered numerous formidable opponents, all of whom were well-known figures in their 40s or 50s. Yet, here was Cao Yang, so youthful, and he sensed that with time. No, he need not wait. He was likely already more skilled than those seasoned veterans. As Du Hao continued to compare Cao Yang to those masters, Cao Yang charged at him once more. In Du Hao's eyes, Cao Yang, a mere mortal, transformed into a ferocious tiger, claws extended, ready to devour him. Cao Yang seized Du Hao by the throat with his left hand, while his right hand balled into a fist aimed at Du Hao's chest. The fist was not uniform. The middle finger protruded slightly. If it had to be named, heart-shattering fist would be most fitting for with this strike. Du Hao was destined to become the second Lu Yilong, his heart likely crushed by Cao Yang's blow. Bang! The fist connected. Wow! Du Hao gasped, expelling the remnants of his previous meal. The punch did not land on his heart, but struck his abdomen instead. Cao Yang, still possessing a semblance of mercy, refrained from delivering a lethal blow to someone without enmity. Nevertheless, the damage was significant. While Du Hao would not perish, a year or more of recuperation was inevitable. Applause erupted as Tang Xiaojia led the clapping, and others soon joined in, acknowledging what had been an impressive performance, albeit one that ended rather swiftly. Pathetic. Liao Dongxing's face darkened, berating the incapacitated Du Hao, who lay on the ground, unable to rise. Tang Xiaojia, do not take pride in your position. Should you dare to meddle in the smuggling business again, I shall not show you any mercy. I am ever ready for confrontation. Then let us wait and see. After Liao Dongxing finished speaking, he strode away, while his underlings carried the fallen Du Hao off. Alas, we are all of the same sect. Must you create such a ruckus? Li Kuan shook his head with a sigh. This young brother is the newcomer you recently recruited with much fanfare, is he not? Brother Jia nodded. Indeed, he possesses some skills. Li Kuan praised Cao Yang for a moment before changing the subject. Jia, I had originally intended for you all to stay overnight and enjoy a night out. But now that the situation has escalated, you are aware that Dongxing is vindictive. You struck his face today, and I fear he may scheme against you. It will be prudent for you to return to Guanqing. After all, this is his territory. Brother Jia suddenly smiled. Kuan-gu, is Shenzhen truly his domain? Are you unable to suppress him at all? Shenzhen is a major city, and the Iha society has 3 branches here, besides Liao Dongxing and another. Li Kuan himself oversees a primary branch, so he is not merely a figurehead. Sigh. Better to avoid unnecessary trouble. One must not harm their own. I understand. We shall take our leave then. Tang Xiaojia patted Cao Yang on the shoulder, offering him a smile without further words. 2 Mercedes-Benz cars exited the villa, and Lu accelerated. Brother Jia, do you think Liao Dongxing will truly send someone to ambush us? He will, Tang Xiaojia affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Lu quickened the pace even more. Shall we inform Kuan-gu and have him arrange for someone to escort us part of the way? Are you afraid? Tang Xiaojia asked with a grin. How could I possibly be afraid? I am merely concerned for your safety. Ha ha ha. Tang Xiaojia suddenly burst into laughter. The one who wishes for my demise the most is that old fellow. Do you expect him to escort me? This left Lu and Cao Yang somewhat perplexed, as Li Kuan appeared quite courteous towards them, often siding with Tang Xiaojia. Do not be deceived by the old man's appearance. They are both acting in concert against me. Lu and Cao Yang did not comprehend, yet feigned understanding, refraining from asking for details, lest they be deemed as lacking in intellect by Brother Jia. Damn, they are really closing in on us. Lu spotted 7 or 8 vehicles tailing them through the rearview mirror, prompting him to accelerate further. No need to worry, just drive normally. They would not dare to act against me. But if they do not dare to act against you, why are they still pursuing? This was the unspoken thought in Cao Yang's mind. Why would they not dare? Lu, being straightforward, directly inquired. Because I have a multitude standing behind me. Should they lay a hand on me, my supporters would not let them go unpunished. Lu nodded in agreement. Indeed, Brother Jia has us, his loyal brothers. If they dare to harm you, we shall dismantle the Shenzhen branch entirely. Tang Xiaojia, holding his forehead, realized conversing with Lu was akin to playing music to a cow. Glancing at Cao Yang, he thought better of it, as his intellect was not much superior to Lu's. The reason they dare not touch Tang Xiaojia is due to the formidable interest group that stands behind him. He serves as their spokesperson. As long as this group does not forsake him, anyone contemplating an assault on him must weigh their options carefully. Liao Dongxing sent someone to pursue him, merely putting on a show for others. One must acknowledge that Tang Xiaojia, despite his supposed prowess, was relentlessly chased by me, fleeing back to Dongguan like a frightened dog. In reality, even if Tang Xiaojia were to simply stop his car and remain stationary, these individuals would still lack the audacity to confront him, except for the reckless youth devoid of a car, a house, a woman, parents, or children. At the Li Kuan manor, Liao Dongxing, who had left, made his return. Kuan-gu, I apologize for earlier. Li Kuan waved his hand dismissively. Let us not indulge in empty words. I have a feeling Tang Xiaojia has sensed that we are merely playing him. No way. With my acting skills, how could he discern anything? Li Kuan shook his head. I don't know, it's just a gut feeling. We must swiftly ascertain whether Tang Xiaojia is indeed that person. If he is, even if he has the backing of deities, we must resolve the matter with utmost urgency. Chapter 77. Help me beat someone upon returning to Lushan International. Tang Xiaojia took Cao Yang to a clandestine underground casino. After a brief tour, the 2 men arrived at the office. What do you think of the casino? Tang inquired. It's excellent, Cao replied succinctly. In what way is it excellent? Tang pressed. It's high-end, grand, and sophisticated, plus there's substantial profit to be made, Cao explained. With a chuckle, Tang said, currently, the casino's daily revenue averages around 4 million. Cao was taken aback, mentally calculating the figures. 400 a day translates to a staggering amount over a year. Do you consider 400 a day to be substantial? Tang asked. Cao nodded in affirmation. Last year, we could earn 600 to 700 a day, but that's no longer feasible. Moreover, what you see is merely the surface. Out of the 400 drawn daily, half must be shared with the Diamazai, and a portion goes to the higher-ups. What remains is the gross profit. Employee salaries, services for guests, these all contribute to costs. The actual amount we take home is quite limited. Cao, perplexed by Tang's revelations, could only nod in response. If our business continues to decline, we may soon find ourselves unprofitable. When we lose our capacity to generate income, the higher-ups will no longer support us, and our prosperous days will come to an end. Previously, casinos were exclusive to Macau. The local ones were mere trifles. Now that I have elevated our establishment to a legitimate status, everyone wants to get involved. Lu Chongling from the Sichuan gang, Liao Dongxing from the Yihe Society, and others are all keen to make a move. Tang elaborated on the situation, emphasizing that while many small casinos exist in the province, his is the only mega casino that stands out due to his influence. With his establishment thriving, competitors have become envious, even launching a gambling boat in international waters, luring away many of his clientele. While operating at sea poses certain challenges, it also alleviates the burden of paying off higher-ups, resulting in significantly reduced costs. The surplus is then shared with the Diamazai, who are naturally eager to assist in attracting patrons. In essence, I wish to dismantle their operation. Do you have any sound suggestions? Tang asked. Cao scratched his head. Brother, I have some strategies on land, but I'm at a loss for the sea. I've never even seen the ocean. Tang chuckled. I merely sought your opinion. It's not imperative for you to be involved. Take some time to ponder this. If you feel confident, let me know. I could provide you with funds, personnel, and even firepower. All right, Cao nodded as he returned home. Throughout the journey, he contemplated how to tackle the situation at sea. Assisting Tang with this matter would be a means of repaying his favor. Upon arriving home, Lien was exuberant, bouncing around the living room like a jubilant monkey. Was he so joyful? Gao Yin Gui, we have a house now. We have a home in this city. Shouldn't tea that bring happiness? During his first visit to the property, Cao was thoroughly impressed. It was centrally located, with a splendid environment and exquisite design and decor. Everything was commendable. Although it was a second-hand property, the previous owner had scarcely lived there, rendering it as good as new. However, after touring a series of luxurious villas, he began to perceive his own home as rather ordinary, akin to a slum. It is merely a dilapidated house. What is there to rejoice about? Lien widened her eyes. Are you all right, Cao Yang? Is this house still considered broken? Should you return to inspect your family home? Oof. You've never encountered a truly fine residence. Cao Yang placed his hand on Lian's shoulder and began to describe the grandeur and opulence of Li Kuan's villa, detailing its numerous amenities. It boasted a cinema, a swimming pool, and enough space in the yard to host dozens of tables for parties. Lian listened with a look of yearning. That house must cost several million, right? Several million? That's merely a fraction. In Deep City, with such a vast expanse of land, it's worth at least 20 million or more. That's exorbitant. We could never afford it in our lifetime. Look at your lack of ambition. One must have dreams. You once believed you could never afford this apartment. Yet here you are living in it now. When I become successful, I shall acquire a house like that, and then I will enjoy myself in the swimming pool, the cinema, and on the garden lawn. Get lost. Your mind is filled with such sordid thoughts. Lien punched him playfully, then nestled into his embrace, changing the subject. What you're saying feels so distant. I just want to find a job now. What job? Don't you have over 100,000 in your account? I feel uneasy without working for even a day. It gives me no sense of security. Besides, that money is yours. I'm merely safeguarding it. So how could I use it freely? Sister Yin, please don't be so hypocritical. Cao Yang rolled his eyes. Despite her protestations, if he were to actually deny her access to the funds, she would surely raise a fuss. He generously offered her the freedom to use it, yet she coyly insisted. I cannot use your money. Where's the hypocrisy? I genuinely want to help you save, Li Yin teased, making a playful sound. Suddenly, the ringing of a phone interrupted her charm. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Lei Yu. I'll step outside to take this call, Cao Yang said, rising to leave. Whose call is it? Do you have to hide it from me? It wouldn't be that little vixen Lei Yu, would it? Li Yin sensed something amiss. No, it's my boss. He exited the room to answer the phone. Yujia, are you feeling itchy? Cao Yang, be serious. Oh. What is up, Yujia? Is it wrong for me to call you if there is nothing going on? Has that little wench Li Yin returned? And you've forgotten about me? That is not the case at all. I'm busy with work, and haven't even had the time to see her. Really? Of course, I wouldn't deceive you. All right, I believe you. Lei Yu's tone became slightly cheerful. Cao Yang, could you do me a favor? Certainly. Do you need to borrow money or someone? I need to borrow a person. All right, I'll be there soon. Clean up and wait for me. You scoundrel. That is not what I meant. Then what do you mean? I want you to help me beat someone up. Who has wronged you? I'll make sure to smash them to pieces. It's Lei Dian. He is not listening to me, and I can't control him now. So you help me deal with him. Huh? What on earth has he done again? He neglects his job daily, failing to engage in any respectable pursuits, and spends his time gambling in the arcade, losing every last bit of his fortune. This disgraceful scoundrel is utterly outrageous. I am coming over immediately. Take me to find him. Thunder is not only my brother, but also my brother-in-law. It is only natural for a brother-in-law to reprimand his sister's husband, is it not? Thunderstorm led Cao Yang to an arcade, which boasted a plethora of machines. Here, slot machines were not the main attraction, as players engaged in activities such as fishing games, forest dance parties, and various animal-themed games. Thunder was fervently firing at a golden dragon on the fishing machine. Witnessing this, Thunderstorm's fury reached its peak, and he approached with a swift slap. Damn it! Thunder roared, turning to see his sister, realizing chaos had ensued. Chapter 78. The arcade, how did you get here? Thunderbolt exclaimed, irritation evident in his voice. If we don't come, are you planning to perish in here? Thunderstorm retorted. I'll play for a bit and then return. Come back with me this instant. Thunderstorm commanded. Thunderbolt, dismissive, continued to focus on the game machine. Cao Yang, teach him a lesson. Do not spare my feelings. Cao Yang reached out, seizing Thunderbolt by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Hey, Cao Yang, we're brothers. You can't just forget me because of my sister. He was unafraid of Thunderstorm, but held a degree of trepidation towards Cao Yang, knowing he couldn't match him in strength. Enough chatter. Did you win or lose? I lost 500. Pathetic. Cao Yang released Thunderbolt and took his place at the game console. Attack the dragon. Attack the dragon. It's about to go down. Thunderbolt directed from his side. Thunderstorm was taken aback. He had called Cao Yang to confront Thunderbolt, not to join him in play. Damn it. After taking so many hits, it still hasn't exploded. What rubbish. The two shouted in frustration, and despite their efforts, they failed to defeat the dragon. Do you have any money left? Go recharge some. Cao Yang, unsatisfied, urged Thunderbolt to add more funds. There's 300 left. Thunderbolt took his card to the front desk to exchange credits. What are you doing, Cao Yang? Thunderstorm fumed, stamping his foot and grabbing Cao Yang. Don't be angry. I have my plans. Thunderbolt loaded another 300, and Cao Yang resumed battling, quickly losing everything, prompting a sigh from Thunderbolt. Let us go. Cao Yang stood, and the trio prepared to leave. Just as they reached the door, a small-time thug called out to them, adorned with tattoos, indicating he was part of the establishment staff. Such arcades are typically run by gangs, and it is not uncommon for their underlings to oversee operations. Brother, this money seems counterfeit. The thug presented a 100 yuan bill to Thunderbolt, his tone decidedly unfriendly. Counterfeit? I withdrew it from an ATM. Do you dare claim it's fake? Thunderbolt, already frustrated from losing, bristled at the staff's provocation. The thug's expression darkened. I don't care where your money came from. This bill is counterfeit. Exchange it. I refuse to exchange anything. Are you looking for trouble? Even if this money were fake, how can you prove this is the bill I gave you? Thunderbolt's outburst drew the attention of many onlookers, and several other thugs approached, preparing to intervene. Without fear, Thunderbolt stood firm, confident in Cao Yang's presence. As tensions escalated, a man resembling a manager approached, assessing the situation. Recognizing Thunderbolt as a frequent patron who often brought money, he deemed it unnecessary to confront him over a mere 100 and waved the thugs away. The trio later found themselves at a street-side eatery, where Thunderbolt continued to express his grievances, while Thunderstorm echoed his frustrations. "You lost 800 in a single day. Do you realize my monthly salary is only 800? Could you refrain from lecturing me? I didn't lose your money. It was all earned by me." "Earned? How exactly did you earn it?" "Day by day." Indulging in trivial pursuits, one is bound to find oneself behind bars eventually. So be it. I welcome it. The arguments between the two intensified, and in a fit of rage, Thunderstorm raised his hand and struck a blow. Thunderbolt covered his face, torn between the desire to retaliate and the fear of doing so. "How dare you? Can't you seek a respectable job? You bully me, knowing I won't retaliate. Why not direct your criticism at Cao Yang? Why not urge him to find a proper occupation? You are my brother, and it is my duty to guide you. I share no such bond with him. Isn't he your man? He dreams of being my partner, but he must first pass my test. Enough with your arrogance. You already shared a bed with him without undergoing my scrutiny. Now you deny it." Slap. Thunderbolt received another blow. Thunderstorm, fuming, wondered if this was a fitting topic for a brother to discuss with his sister. Meanwhile, onlookers gathered, intrigued by the unfolding drama. "All right, outside, give him some face." Cao Yang feigned kindness. He pulled Thunderbolt aside and asked, "Do gaming halls make money? Damn, they must be profitable. On a bad day, several thousand. On a good day, tens of thousands. Shall we start one ourselves?" Upon hearing this, Thunderbolt was instantly enthused, nodding vigorously before shaking his head. "It isn't that simple. Securing a venue, equipment, and clientele are secondary. The primary concern is dealing with trouble from rival gangs and managing relations with the police. Why worry about that?" Cao Yang retorted with pride. "I, Cao Yang, have gained some notoriety. These gang leaders know me well. They will surely give me face." Cao Yang was not exaggerating, having taken down Lu Jinhu. He had made a name for himself on the streets and subsequently aligned with Tang Xiaojie, who had many witnesses to his reputation. Even without Tang Xiaojie's backing, no one would dare provoke him. After all, he could take on 10. Who would risk inciting him over trivial matters? To confront someone like him, one would need to either eliminate him swiftly or avoid him altogether, lest one find oneself facing a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Moreover, gambling halls were not monopolized. Every gang operated one, so the worst that could happen would be a slight impact on business. No need for violent confrontations. Of course, this applied to someone like Cao Yang, who had a reputation and connections. If it were someone else, they would be lucky to escape with their teeth intact. Thunderbolt nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Cao Yang's words. "But what about the police? They do not accept just anyone's money." "Fear not, I will handle it." Cao Yang, brimming with confidence, assured him that a word to the sister-in-law would ensure everything was arranged clearly. Brother J's subordinates all had their enterprises. Even Alu owned a dance hall. It would be unreasonable to start a gaming hall. However, he felt a bit guilty about asking the sister-in-law for favors again without having repaid a previous one. "All right, it's settled then." Thunderbolt slapped his thigh in excitement. Then he scratched his head. "I don't have much money. Leave the finances to me. You just manage the day-to-day operations." "Good brother-in-law, encountering you is truly a blessing in my life." Thunder embraced Cao Yang, tears streaming down in a cascade of emotion. "Hey, have you two forgotten my presence?" Lightning exclaimed, visibly irate. Just moments ago, she had been urging her brother to seek a respectable profession. And now Cao Yang had dragged him to the gaming arcade. "Do you have any comments to make?" Thunder directed his gaze towards her. "I simply wish for you to find a legitimate career. Oh, now that I am following my brother-in-law, I will do whatever he asks. If you have any issues, you may address them with him." Thunder deflected, thinking to himself that he was powerless against her, and wondered if Cao Yang could truly manage her. Lightning turned to Cao Yang, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing. She hesitated, knowing that if she voiced her concerns, Cao Yang would feign compliance while genuinely disregarding her words. While this was somewhat tolerable, the troubling aspect was that he held grudges. In public, he would maintain a facade of respect, but in the privacy of their bed, he would take his vengeance, devising various ways to exact his retribution. Chapter 79. The pretentious Cao Yang upon returning home. Cao Yang requested Li Yin to withdraw the sum of 100,000 from a card. The mere thought of withdrawing money seemed to strike her as a matter of life and death. Without even probing for a reason, she resolutely refused to comply. Although the funds belonged to Cao Yang, her obstinacy prevailed. Cao Yang, with patience, elucidated his intentions to open an arcade with Lei Dian. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's enjeu intensifia. Her disdain for Lei Yu naturally extended to Lei Dian, and the notion of Cao Yang engaging in business with him, who would contribute not a single cent but expect him to shoulder the entire burden, struck her as a blatant deception. Absolutely not. I cannot agree to this, she asserted. I have long stated that these siblings are not of good character. They are merely drawn to you because they see you as an easy target. You must not be fooled. It was my initiative, Cao Yang clarified. This only fueled her discontent further. They have meticulously plotted this, leading you to this juncture, allowing you to unwittingly voice your participation. It is quite the clever scheme. Prejudice is a formidable mountain within the heart. Li Yin's aversion toward them rendered her impervious to Cao Yang's explanations, as she could unearth issues from every conceivable angle. Thus, Cao Yang was compelled to alter his approach. I am primarily opening this arcade for you. What do you mean? She inquired, perplexed. Since you are currently unemployed, I am establishing this arcade for you to manage the finances as the proprietress, under your supervision. How could they possibly deceive me? Hearing this, Li Yan's countenance brightened, her smile revealing more than mere joy. With me at the helm, there will certainly be no mishaps. However, there's nothing to ponder. It's you. No, I must inquire about my monthly salary. What salary? What nonsense are you speaking? What is mine is yours. We are partners. At this, Li Yan's spirit soared. Shyly, she leapt into Cao Yang's embrace, and after a tender moment, she willingly retrieved the money. Cao Yang, upon acquiring the funds, promptly handed them to Lei Dian for the purpose of securing a rental space, purchasing equipment, and hiring staff. He advised Lei Dian to find a location in close proximity to Lushan International, as this would not only facilitate his own commutes, but also attract many employees who enjoyed gaming, particularly the female staff who either abstained from playing or went all in when they did. With this connection, Cao Yang had no doubt about enticing them to his establishment. Lei Dian worked with remarkable efficiency, securing a location by the following noon. He also learned that the nearest arcade was operated by the Hubei gang, suggesting that Cao Yang should pay their leader a visit. In the arcade business, no one could monopolize. Local gangs were involved, and any new establishment without backing would inevitably attract trouble. Naturally, the ones who would cause such trouble would be the closest rivals, most affected by the new competition. Cao Yang arrived alone at the Hubei gang's arcade in the morning, where the crowd was sparse. A few disinterested thugs languidly smoked and chatted, failing to acknowledge Cao Yang's entrance. He tapped on a gaming machine to capture their attention. Hey, be careful. Don't break the machine. One of the thugs cursed. Cao Yang took a deep breath, unwilling to engage in a quarrel. Where's your boss? The manager? I need to speak with him. Who the hell are you? Go to the front desk if you want to play. If you want a refund, just scram. The young ruffian exhibited a most contemptible demeanor, frequently encountering individuals who had lost money, with their relatives coming forth to demand refunds. They mistook Cao Yang for one of those family members. I shall neither top up nor refund any money. I am merely here to inform you that in the coming days, I intend to establish a gaming hall 500 meters from here. Kindly relay this message to your boss and advise him to refrain from causing any trouble. How dare you? You are the one instigating trouble. Several thugs advanced, surrounding Cao Yang. They mused amongst themselves, pondering whether he was indeed a provocateur or simply a fool. His words sounded like a challenge, yet he stood alone, appearing more foolish than threatening. Step aside and remember my words. As Cao Yang prepared to leave, the ruffians obstructed his path. You think you can just swagger away after showing off? Do you think we, the Hubei gang, are easy to intimidate? You hail from Hubei, while I am from Hunan. The waters of Dongting Lake nourish both our regions. We are, in a sense, half-countrymen. I harbor no desire to engage in conflict with you. Kindly step aside. How audacious. This fellow is addicted to posturing. Let's teach him a lesson. The thugs readied themselves to confront the arrogant interloper. At that moment, a man emerged from the office, around 30 years of age, possessing a distinctive hooked nose. Young brother, what do they call you? This man was the overseer of the establishment, the elder brother of the ruffians. After a prolonged silence, Cao Yang finally had someone inquiring about his name. He calmly uttered, Cao Yang. Cao Yang? Have you heard of him? I have not. But I have heard of Cao Cao. I have also heard of Cao and Ima. Laughter erupted among the ruffians, their anticipation palpable as they awaited their leader's command. Yet, their elder brother furrowed his brow in contemplation, the name ringing a bell, though he could not place it immediately. Are you part of the Hunan gang? He recalled the connection between that name and the Hunan faction. Cao Yang shook his head. Brother, this lad is from Hunan. How would he be part of the Hunan gang? One of the younger thugs interjected. Upon hearing Hunan, the man recalled the Hunan gang, and as the pieces fell into place, his eyes widened in realization. You're the one who killed Lu Yilong with a single punch, Cao Yang? Indeed. Cao Yang crossed his arms, eyes closed, nodding nonchalantly. You were the one who eliminated Yu Tai of the Hunan gang? Yes. You were the one who single-handedly dispatched 10 men and took down the leader of the Hunan gang? Yes. You are the one whom Tang Xiaojie has taken notice of, hosting a grand banquet to recruit as a trusted subordinate? Yes. Once again, Cao Yang nodded. The man with the hooked nose stepped back 2 paces. Cao Yang, my brother, do you require anything? I have already conveyed the matter to your subordinate. They shall relay it to you. Cao Yang responded, striding away with purpose. The ruffians, noting their leader's reaction, refrained from obstructing him further. Exiting the gaming hall, Cao Yang felt a surge of elation. His name truly held weight. Aside from a few lowly thugs, those of a certain caliber recognized him. He was confident that the Hubei gang would not escalate matters over a mere gaming hall. It is not that the Hubei gang fears him. Rather, they are simply not entangled in significant interests that would warrant provoking him. Once the gang issues are resolved, the next step is to manage the police. In the face of law enforcement, Cao Yang finds himself at a loss. Thus, he must seek assistance from his elder sister. Why not approach Brother Jia? Because the elder sister oversees minor matters within the household, while Brother Jia handles the major affairs. Operating an arcade is a trivial matter. Hence, he naturally turns to his elder sister. Standing outside her office, he hesitates, contemplating how best to broach the subject, especially since he still owes her a favor from their last encounter and is now about to impose on her again. Pushing the door open, Hu Qing looks up and greets Cao Yang with a radiant smile. Yang, you arrived just in time. I heard from Alu about the events in Deep City. You handled them splendidly, bringing honor to your brother. If you desire any reward, just let me know. Cao Yang, unsure of how to initiate the conversation, finds that the elder sister has already taken the lead. With a smile, he nervously fidgets with his hands and admits, actually, there is something I would like your help with. Hu Qing, taken aback, replies, I was merely speaking casually. You truly wish to proceed? Chapter 80. Counterfeit currency, how can such a person exist? Hu Qing laughed heartily upon witnessing the awkward expression on Cao Yang's face. If you don't wish to give, then simply refrain from speaking. If someone truly brings it up, you merely claim it was a jest. Cao Yang disclosed his plans to open a gaming hall to his sister-in-law, hoping she could introduce him to influential individuals. After considering his request, Hu Qing agreed, recognizing that their underlings required financial support. She took out her phone and made a brief call before hanging up. I'll put in a good word for you, but you will still need to handle the necessary arrangements, she advised, extending 5 fingers and providing him with a contact number for further correspondence. Thank you, sister-in-law. Cao Yang expressed his gratitude, realizing the value of her assistance. A single call had resolved his predicament. Do you have the capital to start your gaming hall? She inquired, opening a drawer to reveal a substantial sum of cash amounting to 100,000 yuan. No. I can manage, Cao Yang replied, gesturing with his hands in modesty as he felt reluctant to accept. As he prepared to take his leave, his sister-in-law called him back just before he reached the door. Your brother is looking for you. He is at the underground casino. Go down and see him. Nodding in acknowledgement, Cao Yang made his way to the basement casino and encountered Brother Jia in the surveillance room. Alongside Brother Jia were Sun Xiao and several staff members. all gathered around the monitor, analyzing the footage. It must be these two individuals. Print their photographs. Additionally, investigate which dealer brought them in. Brother Jia instructed methodically. Spotting Cao Yang, he patted him on the shoulder. Come with me for a moment. Once in the parking lot, Cao Yang couldn't hold back his curiosity. Brother Jia, is someone cheating? He clenched his fists, prepared to confront the culprits. Brother Jia shook his head, pulling out 200 yuan from his pocket and handing it to him. Cao Yang accepted the money, puzzled. One of these notes is counterfeit. Can you discern which one? Another counterfeit? Cao Yang held the bills above his head for closer inspection, finding no discernible difference. This is the newly released version of the red 100 yuan note, and I haven't had much exposure to it, he admitted, shaking his head. Brother Jia chuckled. This batch of counterfeit currency is exceptionally convincing. Not only you, but even the cash verification machines would pass it. We spent quite a while identifying the discrepancies. After pointing out the subtle differences in the bill's gold threads and patterns, Cao Yang finally managed to spot the variations. Yesterday, a customer brought in 700,000 in counterfeit bills to exchange for chips, and we failed to notice it in time, allowing them to abscond with the money. Such audacity. Brother Jia, how should we handle this? Allow me to take care of it, Cao Yang exclaimed. Brother Jia smiled. You wish to deal with them, but we must first locate them. Cao Yang scratched his head, realizing the difficulty of the task. After acquiring the money, the perpetrators would have surely fled, making them hard to track down. This could prove challenging to find, right? Indeed, it will be difficult, but we have many who can assist us in the search. Who? The police. Not only in our vicinity, but also in the provincial capital, the deep city, and even in neighboring provinces. There has been a recent surge of counterfeit currency circulating. This syndicate is quite extensive. A special task force has been established, with several provinces and cities collaborating to oversee the investigation. Cao Yang was perplexed as to why Brother Jia was sharing this information with him. Come with me, he instructed. Tang Xiaojia refrained from offering explanations as he drove to a private club. Inside a private room sat a middle-aged man clad in a white shirt, sipping tea. Upon noticing the entrance of Tang Xiaojia and Cao Yang, he nodded at Tang, his gaze lingering on Cao Yang. Is this Cao Yang? Cao Yang was taken aback. This individual recognized him? Had his reputation grown so considerable? Indeed, it is him. You can rest assured that I have sent him, the middle-aged man smiled, pouring a cup of tea for Brother Jia. After taking a sip, Jia introduced Cao Yang. This is, upon hearing the man's name and position, Cao Yang promptly offered his greetings. Young man, your handling of the situation at Villa 76 was excessively extreme. Had it not been for your Brother Jia, I doubt anyone could have safeguarded you. In the future, exercise a bit more discretion in your actions. Cao Yang nodded repeatedly, receptive to the counsel. Very well. You may step out now. I wish to converse with your Brother Jia for a while. Exiting the room, Cao Yang awaited in the lobby, where a server brought him tea and snacks. While sipping his tea, he pondered. He had initially thought that Jia sought him to apprehend those two gamblers who had used counterfeit money, to perhaps give them a beating or even eliminate them to reclaim the lost funds. But now, what did Jia's introduction to his superior signify? Was he being groomed for something more significant? Before long, Tang Xiaojia emerged. Do you understand my intention? Cao Yang nodded. Track down those two who used counterfeit currency at the casino. I comprehend, but it may prove difficult. I suspect they have already fled from Dongguan. Even if they have left Dongguan, you must bring them to justice. But, rest assured, the police will send personnel to assist you. What does that mean? Cao Yang was somewhat bewildered. It means precisely what it states. There will be police cooperating with you, but you must ensure the safety of that officer. Wait a moment. Brother Jia, let me clarify. You expect me to search for these individuals alongside the police, and I must guarantee the officer's safety? Am I to protect the safety of a police officer as a member of the underworld? Furthermore, the police are far more adept at locating individuals than I am. Why should I be the one to find them? Upon hearing Cao Yang's confusion, Tang Xiaojia chuckled and patiently elucidated. Firstly, this case involves multiple provinces and regions. The first to solve it will gain distinction. The individual you just met seeks to claim this credit, hence the division of efforts. You serve as a covert operative. You are not alone in this endeavor. As for why it is you, it is because certain matters are more efficiently executed through your means. What matters are more conveniently handled by me. Intimidation, coercion, and violent interrogation. Thinking it over, Cao Yang realized the truth in this assertion. The police must adhere to procedures and regulations. Even if a suspect is identified, they can only conduct an interrogation, and if the individual remains tight-lipped, the investigation may stall. Do you believe they possess some extraordinary memory recovery technique? This matter is not something that can be utilized casually. If it turns out to be effective, that would be one thing. However, if after its use we discover that the individual is truly unrelated to the case, how do we resolve such a predicament? Entrusting this task to seasoned individuals alleviates many of our concerns, as they are not affiliated with our police force. Yet, why must I safeguard that officer? Tang Xiaojia shook his head, stating he hasn't disclosed his reasons, and I am equally in the dark. However, I surmise that this individual is seeking to enhance his reputation through this case, possessing a rather unique identity that necessitates protection. I still harbor question. Why must we assist the police? This cannot be articulated so simply. Did they not lend you a helping hand last time? Moreover, your assistance is not solely for the police's benefit. The influx of counterfeit currency into the market poses a grave threat, endangering both the nation and its citizens. I neglected to inform you that I am patriotic, and I hope you share that sentiment as well. Cao Yang suddenly realized that Brother Jia possessed a remarkable audacity. How could a figure entrenched in the underworld utter such words without a hint of embarrassment? At that moment, an elderly lady, carrying a basket of lychees, passed by them. Brother Jia called out to her, purchasing several pounds of lychees. Without any cash on hand, he took 100 yuan from Cao Yang's pocket to pay the lady, who returned over 90 yuan in change. He tucked the coins back into Cao Yang's pocket. As he peeled open a lychee and savored its flesh, he remarked, "Observe this elderly lady. On such a sweltering day, at her advanced age, she carries an enormous basket of lychees to sell. If counterfeit bills were to infiltrate the market and she were to receive one, her entire day's labor would be rendered futile. Thus, do you now comprehend the grave dangers posed by counterfeit currency? We must expedite the identification of these criminals. They cannot be allowed to inflict harm any longer." Cao Yang's expression turned somewhat awkward as he quietly reminded, "Brother Jia, that 100 you just handed over as counterfeit is indeed in my right pocket." Chapter 81. Xia Dongdong. The following day, Cao Yang received printed images of the two suspects. The surveillance footage from that time was rather unclear, and the printed images were equally indistinct. He felt a sense of frustration. He had yet to formulate any thoughts regarding the gambling ship incident, and now he was assigned another task involving counterfeit currency. It was not that Cao Yang was unwilling to work, but rather that he struggled with tasks that required intellectual engagement. He sensed that Brother Jia held some misconceptions about him. Aside from his physical prowess, he was rather ordinary in other respects. If it came to fighting or tackling someone, he had no issue. However, devising plans and tracing leads posed a considerable challenge for him. Fortunately, Tang Xiaojia did not exert pressure on him, allowing him to either find the leads or serve merely as a backup. Suddenly, the phone rang, revealing an unfamiliar number. "Hello." A melodious female voice resonated from the other end. Cao Yang frowned. No wonder he had to protect himself. She was a woman. BOTZHNHYO. Despite his mild dissatisfaction, he reciprocated the password. "Where are you?" "I'm at the Hualu Tea Restaurant." "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Before long, a stunning woman dressed in white casual attire appeared at the tea restaurant. She surveyed her surroundings before sitting across from Cao Yang. Both of them scrutinized each other. Cao Yang marveled at her beauty, noting that she possessed a certain charisma reminiscent of his sister-in-law. The woman was equally taken aback by Cao Yang's youth, surprised to find him looking even younger than herself. "Hello, my name is Xia Dongdong." "Hello, I am Cao Yang." They exchanged polite handshakes. "How long have you been an undercover agent?" Xia Dongdong inquired softly, glancing around as if she were a thief. Cao Yang was momentarily taken aback. "Who told you I was an undercover agent?" "No one. I deduced it myself. You are either an undercover agent or an informant. Otherwise, the leadership wouldn't assign you to assist me in the investigation." Cao Yang nodded. "I didn't expect you to guess so quickly. I am indeed an undercover agent. but my identity must remain strictly confidential. You cannot disclose it to anyone. I understand. No, you only comprehend half of it. This time, it is not me assisting you in the investigation. It is you assisting me, and I will take the lead. On what grounds? The leadership stated that you were to assist me. This is my territory. I call the shots. Haha, have you become addicted to the underworld? Your territory? Both were eager to dominate the conversation, leading to an awkward atmosphere. Cao Yang remained unperturbed, calmly sipping his morning tea. Xia Dongdong could only glare at him in frustration. For over 10 minutes, they sat in silence, neither uttering a word. Once Cao Yang finished his tea, he signaled for the bill. He exited the restaurant, with Xia Dongdong following closely behind. Why are you following me? To investigate the counterfeit currency together. Who will take the lead? I will. Then you may go alone. Gao, what do you mean by that? The higher-ups instructed you to assist me, and this is how you comply? Do you believe I won't file a complaint against you? Haha, I'm not afraid of you. Go ahead and file your complaint. He was not truly an undercover agent. What did he have to fear? Observing his arrogant demeanor, Xia Dongdong felt a surge of anger and realized she needed to teach this young man a lesson. Cao Yang was walking when he suddenly felt a gust of wind rush past him, prompting him to swiftly sidestep. Xia Dongdong, having miscalculated her step, looked at Cao Yang in surprise. Nice reflexes, she remarked. What do you mean? Why did you strike at me? Cao Yang questioned. Xia Dongdong smirked. I usually make men who defy me submit. You intend to make me submit? Cao Yang pointed at her, then at himself, amused by her bravado. What? Do you look down on me? Cao Yang nodded. Indeed, I do. Xia Dongdong, enraged, executed a high kick, nearly imprinting the sole of her shoe onto Cao Yang's face. I am a black belt in Taekwondo. Had I not halted this kick in time, you would have borne my shoe's mark on your visage. As she spoke, her ankle twisted with pride. Standing at 1.7 meters, she was quite tall among southern girls, and her high kick was undeniably impressive and stylish. A mere fade, visually appealing yet lacking substance. Oh, then do enlighten me. Firstly, should I target your left leg, you would instantly lose your balance and fall. Huh, I fear you would be kicked away before you even made a move. Ignoring her bravado, Cao Yang extended 2 fingers. Your high kick exposes your vital weakness to your opponent, a mere poke to your sensitive area, and how would you respond? Hearing this, Xia Dongdong quickly retracted her leg, stepping back in a mix of embarrassment and fury. Damn it, don't act like a rogue. Cao Yang shook his head. I am not being lewd. I am earnestly pointing out your flaws. Your confidence in showcasing this technique suggests you've triumphed over many opponents with it. They must be your friends or colleagues who, while aware of your vulnerabilities, refrain from exploiting them out of respect. Remember, we face a ruthless counterfeit currency syndicate. They will not concern themselves with notions of respect or decorum. What use is your theory? If you have the guts, let us engage in actual combat. The victor shall dictate. Ha ha! Cao Yang laughed heartily. I possess 2 strengths, agility and skill, and I have never been defeated in either. Should you truly manage to best me, I would not only concede to your leadership, but also accept you as my godmother. Then prepare to call me godmother, Xia Dongdong declared, launching a high kick aimed at Cao Yang's face. He bent low to evade, his right fist connecting with her abdomen. Ah! Xia Dongdong cried out in pain, propelled backward and crashing into the wall. Clutching her stomach, she curled up like a shrimp, unable to rise for some time. A mere cat's skill. I only exerted minimal force, Cao Yang boasted, blowing on his fist with a smug expression. Moments later, noticing Xia Dongdong still on the ground and blood seeping from the floor, he rushed over in alarm. Are you all right? Cao Yang inquired with concern. Damn it, do you think I'm fine? Alas, the police are not permitted to utter harsh words. Allow me to escort you to the hospital. Cao Yang liftet her effortlessly. And fortunately, there was a reputable tertiary hospital nearby. Upon arrival, the doctor snipped away a lock of her hair and attended to her wounds. Throughout this procedure, she glared at Cao Yang with fiery eyes. Though she uttered not a single word, he felt as if she had verbally berated his entire family. Given the sweltering heat, the doctor suggested administering some fluids to prevent infection. In a bid to increase revenue, he proceeded with several unnecessary treatments. Meanwhile, Cao Yang, succumbing to his nicotine cravings, retreated to the safety of the stairwell to indulge in a cigarette. Just as he lit it, he was taken aback to see someone descending the stairs, an unexpected encounter with a familiar face. Chapter 82. An unexpected encounter with Liang Feng. Cao Yang. Liang Feng called out, momentarily taken aback upon seeing him. He greeted Cao Yang with a smile, albeit one that appeared rather comical due to the absence of two front teeth. "What brings you here?" Cao Yang inquired, offering him a cigarette. They had previously faced off in a boxing match, yet there was no animosity between them. "I'm here for medical attention," Liang Feng replied, accepting the cigarette and thanking him. "What ailment do you suffer from?" Liang Feng glanced at him, silently attributing his current condition to Cao Yang, who had knocked out his two front teeth, rendering his speech somewhat impaired. Liang Feng handed over his medical report, and Cao Yang, upon receiving it, was taken aback. "This is absurd. You're afflicted with numerous ailments. Is this for real? If this were the case, how can you stand here so sprightly? Surely, you know how you've hurt me," Liang Feng retorted. "I've sustained only a few injuries, yet you claim responsibility for all of mine?" Silence enveloped them. Liang Feng had endured countless hidden injuries from years of boxing. While he had managed to cope before, the recent bout with Cao Yang had exacerbated his old wounds, leading to a full-blown crisis. Noticing Liang Feng's silence, Cao Yang too fell quiet, and they both smoked in contemplation. After a while, Liang Feng extinguished his cigarette and asked, "What are you doing in the hospital? Are you injured as well?" Cao Yang shook his head. "I'm here to accompany a friend. I heard you killed Lu Yilong and Lu Jinhu," Liang Feng remarked. Cao Yang nodded, confirming the rumors. "I wish I could be as carefree as you." Liang Feng sighed. "I once lost to Lu Yilong, not because I was weaker, but because I knew he couldn't afford to lose. His brother is formidable." Cao Yang agreed, recognizing the truth in his words. Having faced both men, he understood that aside from raw strength, Lu Yilong lacked the finesse that Liang Feng possessed. Indeed, even Du Hao might not stand a chance against Liang Feng, as he remained the only one to have injured Cao Yang. "Are you still boxing?" Cao Yang asked. "Not anymore. After you defeated me, I stopped. That loss cost my manager a fortune, and with my old injuries resurfacing, I may not be able to continue." "Why did you choose boxing in the first place?" Liang Feng shot him a glance. "For the money, of course." "Do you think it's for love?" "That is not what I meant. With your skills, you could easily become a leader in the Guangxi gang, earning more than in boxing." "I'm not a member of the Guangxi gang," Liang Feng responded, surprising Cao Yang, who recalled Tiexiong mentioning Liang Feng as the top fighter from that gang. "Though I am from Guangxi and have fought for them, I have never joined them," Liang Feng explained. "Why not?" "Because I refuse to oppress the weak or force the unwilling into submission." "You possess quite the sense of justice," Cao Yang remarked. "Indeed," Liang Feng affirmed. Another silence fell between them as their conversation dwindled. "I must take my leave. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again," Liang Feng said, rising and waving goodbye to Cao Yang. Cao Yang nodded, watching him depart. 2 minutes later, Liang Feng arrived again. Upon seeing Cao Yang, he feigned surprise. "What a coincidence to meet so soon again." Cao Yang stared at him in bewilderment, wondering what this young man was up to. Given this serendipitous encounter, "Might you lend me some money?" "No, my friend. Are we really that familiar? Is this all just a ruse to ask for a loan? How much do you need?" Observing Liang Feng's visibly distressed expression, Cao Yang suspected he was genuinely in a predicament. 20,000. A few days prior, he might have had the funds to lend, but now all his money had been funneled into the gaming hall for renovations. "What do you need the money for?" "Medical expenses." "What about the money you earned from boxing?" Liang Feng began to recount his tale. His father had died young, his mother had been bedridden for years, and he had a younger sister attending university. His family depended on him for their livelihood. His mother's illness was severe, requiring over 10,000 yuan for medication each month, and they had sold their home to afford her treatment. A couple of years back, he learned that treatment was available here, and with his sister's acceptance into university in Guangzhou, he brought his mother here for care. To earn money, he resorted to underground boxing, and all his earnings had gone toward his mother's treatment. After hearing his story, Cao Yang felt a sense of familiarity. A deceased father, an ill mother, and a younger sister still at home. Wasn't this the typical narrative of those who had strayed from the path? And yet, here was this grown man living it. Jokes aside, Liang Feng was certainly not fabricating his tale. Cao Yang nodded. All right, but I don't have any cash on me. Come with me to retrieve it. Thank you. Liang Feng expressed his gratitude. He had wrestled with the idea of asking for help, unsure how someone he barely knew would lend him money. A typical person would surely refuse, yet among those of the underworld, it was different. They believed in the bond of camaraderie. Even after meeting just once or twice, sharing a drink or a brawl, they became brothers. Cao Yang led Liang Feng to the gaming hall, leaving Xia Dongguan to remain at the hospital. Upon entering the establishment, they discovered that the gaming machines had indeed been purchased, a dozen brand new units. Additionally, around 10 young women, clad in short skirts revealing their long legs, were busy cleaning and polishing the machines. Upon spotting Cao Yang, Lei Jian hurried over. Who are they? Cao Yang gestured towards the group of young women, inquiring about the situation. These are my new recruits. How do you like them? Lei Jian leered, his expression lewd. I asked you to hire some young people, not specifically young women. Cao Yang thought, recruiting a gang of ruffians to surround himself, so he could strut around with a retinue of followers, exuding an air of authority. Moreover, these individuals could help oversee the premises, warding off any troublemakers. Although he had connections in both the legal and illegal realms, which should deter most trouble, players who lost money could still stir up trouble. Could he really rely on this group of girls? Ah, you don't understand. The competition in the gaming hall business is fierce, and as a new establishment, we must stand out. While other venues hire roughnecks, our establishment boasts leggy beauties. Where do you think players would prefer to spend their time? Our guests, aside from a few petty delinquents, are predominantly earnest workers. They feel apprehensive merely at the sight of those ruffians congregating in gaming halls. Yet our establishment is entirely different. Trust me, this tactic will undoubtedly prove effective. Lei Jian asserted with unwavering confidence, and Cao Yang found merit in his reasoning. However, upon noticing the lewd glint in Lei Dian's eyes, he began to suspect that this fellow might be exploiting his position to establish a harem for himself. But what if someone causes trouble? Cao Yang posed the crucial question. Aren't you here? Who would dare offend you? Cao Yang thought to himself that he couldn't rely on me, as he had no time to spend at the shop. Shifting his gaze to Liang Feng, who was eagerly awaiting his payment, an idea sparked. He smiled at Liang Feng and inquired, Have you secured any work recently? Liang Feng shook his head. This gaming hall is my venture. Would you be interested in watching over it for me? Liang Feng pondered for a moment and asked, How much would I earn in a month? Chapter 83. The Chaozhou Gang. This is a business matter. If the profits are substantial, you shall receive a larger share. If minimal, then naturally, your share will be lesser. I assure you, I shall not treat you unfairly. Are you merely indulging in empty promises? I'm not offering false hopes. I simply believe that should I allocate you a lesser amount, you would object, while a more generous share might prove unfeasible if the business falters. Liang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. In light of your sincerity, I shall acquiesce. Cao Yang, with a sense of camaraderie, patted him on the shoulder before turning to ask Lei Jian if there were any funds remaining. Lei Jian replied that after purchasing machinery and renting premises, he had expended over 50,000, leaving him with over 40,000 in liquid assets. Please hand me 20,000. Lei Jian retrieved two 10,000 yuan notes from the counter, which Cao Yang promptly passed to Liang Feng. Thank you. Liang Feng expressed his gratitude. Cao Yang waved his hand dismissively. No need for thanks. Consider an advance on your salary. Both men chuckled, while Lei Jian cast a disgruntled glance at the fellow from Guangxi. The moment Liang Feng spoke, Lei Jian detected his regional accent, and his speech, punctuated by gaps from missing front teeth, struck him as rather absurd. Do you have any water? I would like to take some medicine. Liang Feng inquired of Lei Jian. Lei Jian, visibly displeased, thought to himself that it was ill fortune for someone to seek medical aid before even opening for business. Nevertheless, he begrudgingly gestured toward the water kettle at the front desk, indicating that Liang Feng should serve himself. As Liang Feng fetched the water, Lei Jian examined his bag, which was filled with medical records and various bottles of medication. Brother-in-law, are you certain you want this Guangxi fellow to oversee the venue? Cao Yang nodded affirmatively. Just look at his diminutive stature. He appears frail. I could easily take on 10 of him. Are you mistaken in allowing him to manage? He claims to be quite skilled. And you believe him? Just look at his unfortunate appearance. Lacking front teeth, evidently lost in a fight. How could such a person be deemed skilled? You must have been deceived. He is nothing but a fraud. You present a valid point. Why not test him yourself? Absolutely. Lei Jian, eager to showcase his prowess in front of Cao Yang, approached Liang Feng with determination. He had longed to demonstrate his fighting capability, which had been overshadowed by Cao Yang, and today he would use this Guangxi fellow as a means to exhibit his strength. As Liang Feng finished taking his medicine, he noticed Lei Jian approaching him with an unfriendly demeanor. Without uttering a word, Lei Jian swung his fist towards Liang Feng. Bang! A resounding crash echoed, accompanied by a cry of pain and the sight of a body soaring through the air. Lei Jian crashed against the wall, rolling onto the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. A group of onlookers, particularly the young women nearby, stood in shock, witnessing the unexpected spectacle of manager Lei suddenly airborne. Xia Dongguan was infuriated. She had never encountered such a despicable person before. Not only did he attempt to usurp control, but he also assaulted someone on their very first meeting, and that someone was a girl. As if that weren't enough. The most appalling part was that after sending her to the hospital, he had the audacity to flee. Cao Yang, where on earth have you gone? She yelled into her phone, her fury palpable. Just as she finished her tirade, Cao Yang appeared before her. Why are you shouting so loudly? You're disturbing the other patients. Where have you been? I had some personal matters to attend to. Given your current state, are you fit to work? Or should you take a couple of days off? Cao Yang pointed at the white bandage on the back of her head and inquired, Is it necessary? No. This minor injury is inconsequential. Let us hasten to commence our investigation. How shall we conduct this inquiry? Please indicate a direction. Are you not the one in charge now? Why are you asking me? Xia Dongdong had no clear direction and was eager to shift the responsibility onto him. Cao Yang chuckled. So now you acknowledge that I am the leader? As he spoke, he produced 2 sheets of A4 paper. These 2 individuals exchanged 700,000 in cash at the Lushan International Casino, lost 50,000, and successfully redeemed 650,000. Our immediate goal is to locate these 2, recover the stolen funds, and uncover the source of their counterfeit currency. Xia Dongdong nodded. Where shall we search for these individuals? At the Chaozhou Gang's casino. After declaring this, Cao Yang took the lead and departed. He had received a tip from Brother Jia that these 2 were clients lured from a small casino by the Chaozhou Gang, and he intended to inquire with them directly. The Chaozhou Gang is a distinctive organization. In the last century, many Chaozhou individuals fled to Hong Kong, causing quite a stir and rising to become one of the 5 major factions in the underworld. Wasn't it 4? Why has it become 5? The Yiha Association is merely a figment of my imagination. Do not take it seriously. Among the most emblematic figures was the limping Hao of Yichun, who eventually fell, leaving Yichun severely weakened, with many members defecting to other factions. Currently, the Chaozhou Gang operates from the mainland, with little connection to Hong Kong. Yet recent rumors suggest they have been engaging frequently, hinting at a resurgence. The 2 arrived at the small casino of the Chaozhou Gang, which appeared to be an ordinary mahjong parlor from the outside. They would have to walk a considerable distance to reach the actual casino, navigating through the cluttered alleyways. Cao Yang spotted 2 men guarding the entrance. As he approached, they instinctively blocked his way. In such establishments, outsiders cannot enter without an acquaintance. I was introduced by a Hua, Cao Yang stated, referring to the chip dealer. One of the men shook his head, his expression unfriendly. Have a Hua come personally to escort you. They would not admit a stranger based on mere words. That is of no consequence. I am not here to gamble. Please summon your superior. I have matters to discuss. The other man pointed at Cao Yang and spoke. Pomyama, who are you? Cao Yang was taken aback. He could now comprehend most of the spoken dialect, but this expression in Chaozhou dialect eluded him. He turned to Xia Dongdong. You're a local, right? Can you decipher what he is saying? A slight smile graced Xia Dongdong's lips. I am not local. I am from Chaos Han. How unfortunate. They're also from Chaos Han. Could you assist me by translating? Chao and Ima, who the hell are you? I merely asked for a translation. Is it necessary to curse at me? I did not insult you. I was merely translating. That is precisely what he meant. Are you deceiving me? Cao Yang's expression darkened. Xia Dongdong shook her head. I'm not. Enraged, Cao Yang acted swiftly. Before the man could react, he struck him with a resounding slap, sending him flying. Upon witnessing the scene, another individual drew a watermelon knife from his waist and charged towards Cao Yang, simultaneously calling for assistance. This commotion swiftly roused several individuals from within, who poured out, numbering around 7 or 8. As they emerged, the man wielding the watermelon knife fell at their feet, groaning in agony. The group was struck with both shock and fury. How dare a man and a woman come to Chaozhou to disrupt their territory? Xia Dongdong, equally astonished and enraged, had not anticipated Cao Yang's impulsiveness. A mere insult had prompted him to resort to violence. Did he not consider the location? This was someone else's domain, truly thoughtless. She instinctively reached for her handgun at her waist, prepared to reveal her identity as a police officer, if necessary. Though he was bothersome, she could not bear to witness him being beaten to death. Moreover, she had come here with him, and these individuals might turn their aggression toward her as well. Just as she hesitated over whether to draw her weapon, Cao Yang had already concluded the altercation, leaving 7 or 8 individuals sprawled across the ground in disarray. Xia Dongdong stood in stunned silence. When Cao Yang had struck her, he claimed to have only used a fraction of his strength. She had initially thought he was merely boasting, but it was evident now that he had indeed been modest. Chapter 84. I remained composed in truth. Cao Yang had a more effective solution at hand. He could simply place a call to the leader of the Chaozhou gang, having previously met the gang leader over drinks. He knew that a mere phone call from Jiegu would suffice to resolve this trifling matter. Yet, Jiegu chose not to involve himself, and Cao Yang felt it inappropriate to burden him with every little issue. With a sudden clamor, a throng of individuals burst forth from the casino, brandishing machetes as they rushed towards Cao Yang and his companion. Xia Dongdong, frightened, turned to flee but soon noticed that Cao Yang had not followed. She glanced back to find him standing calmly, seemingly unfazed by the impending threat. Cautiously, she retraced her steps and observed Cao Yang engaging in conversation with a man who appeared to be the casino's overseer. I've seen you at the Feline restaurant. You are one of Tang Xiaojia's men, the overseer remarked, recalling the banquet where Cao Yang had pledged his allegiance to Tang Xiaojia. A fact well known due to Cao Yang's decisive defeat of the Hunan gang's leader. Cao Yang nodded in acknowledgement. It's good that you recognize me. I bear no ill intentions. I merely wish to inquire about 2 individuals. Casting a glance at the brother lying on the ground, the overseer thought to himself, you call this no ill intent? Had it been anyone else, he would have ordered their execution without hesitation. However, given that Cao Yang was not only affiliated with Tang Xiaojia, but also formidable in his own right, having dispatched Lu Zhenhu and his crew, it was prudent to avoid antagonizing him. Whom do you wish to inquire about? The overseer asked, his demeanor icy. Cao Yang produced printed images, presenting them to the overseer. Upon seeing the faces, the overseer erupted in fury. Damn it! I'm also searching for these 2 scoundrels. He vented his frustration to Cao Yang, explaining that the duo had exchanged 200,000 in counterfeit currency, resulting in a reprimand from his boss. Have you located them? Cao Yang inquired. Certainly not. If I had found them, they would already be dead. The overseer snapped. Cao Yang frowned. Do you have no leads? Who was the bookie that brought them here? Was there no investigation? The bookie has fled as well. I suspect they are all in cahoots. Do you have any information on that bookie? None, except that his name is Bai Wei from the Shantai region. We usually call him Wei. With a name, surname, and address, it should be easier to track him down. Cao Yang pressed further. How old is he? Not sure, but approximately 25 or 26. Thank you. Cao Yang patted the overseer on the shoulder. Let us share a drink someday. The overseer grimaced, thinking, drink with you? If it weren't for your formidable reputation and Tang Xiaojia's influence, I would have ended you already. Cao Yang strode away, with Xia Dongdong trotting closely behind. Hey, don't walk so fast, she called out. Cao Yang halted, glancing at her as she jogged, her chest rising and falling rhythmically, leaving him to imagine the beauty concealed within. What are you staring at? Remove your filthy gaze, she scolded, zipping up her tracksuit. Yet, just as she secured it, A breath of frustration caused it to burst open once more. This is infuriating. I'll have it cut off eventually. Cao Yang turned his gaze away, addressing her. You lack loyalty. Earlier, you fled like a rabbit, leaving me to confront all those people alone. I expected you to follow suit, yet you stood there, seemingly dazed. Moreover, your impulsiveness is concerning. You resort to violence far too readily. We ought to proceed with caution, observing discreetly and exploring carefully, ensuring a steady and meticulous approach. Silence. Cao Yang found her rather bothersome. According to your assessment, it seems we would be investigating until the year of the monkey. My methods, although straightforward and somewhat blunt, yield results. Upon finishing his statement, Cao Yang fixed his gaze upon her. What are you doing? Xia Dongdong instinctively took 2 steps back, nervously adjusting her zipper. I've already gathered the leads. Now it's your turn, he instructed, urging her to employ police resources to investigate Bai Wei's information. Having an officer nearby proved advantageous. She provided the name, address, and approximate age of Bai Wei, and with a simple phone call, the investigation commenced efficiently. Before long, Bai Wei's information arrived on her phone. He resided in Shanwei Xiangtua village. We shall seek out this Bai Wei tomorrow. Only by finding him can we locate the other 2, Xia Dongdong affirmed, then inquired with curiosity. Why did that gang of thugs refrain from acting? The leader seemed to recognize you. Do you not know me? Cao Yang retorted. Are you well known? You aren't from the Guangxing police, are you? I am from the provincial department, Xia Dongdong responded, puffing out her chest in a proud, yet somewhat defensive manner, quickly retracting as if fearing his gaze might betray impure intentions. Cao Yang nodded. It was only the out-of-town officers who would not recognize him. Given the uproar he had caused recently, the entire city's police force was on the lookout for him, and even if they did not know his face, his name had surely echoed in their ears. It was peculiar that Xia Dongdong displayed no surprise upon hearing it. The 2 arrived at a bustling eatery, where Cao Yang observed Xia Dongdong with keen interest. She was undeniably beautiful. Despite her modest attire, her figure was striking, suggesting she would have no trouble providing for a family. Had it not been for Brother Jia's prior warning, he might have assumed this woman had angered a superior and was thus assigned the task of investigating the counterfeit money ring as a form of punishment. He imagined a scenario in which such a stunning beauty would attract unwanted attention from her superiors, leading to her being assigned this perilous task as a form of retribution. However, Brother Jia had indicated that she likely sought to enhance her own reputation, which implied she hailed from an impressive background. As for why she was sent alone to Guangxing for this investigation, Cao Yang speculated that perhaps other teams were hesitant to take her on, fearing for her safety, thus assigning her to a solo operation merely as a formality. Regardless of which team ultimately solved the case, her name would certainly appear on the list of accolades. Brother Jia had requested that he accompany her, partly out of genuine interest in uncovering the counterfeit operation, and should any significant discoveries arise, he could relay the information to the gentleman in the white shirt, allowing him to gain merit as a way of repaying the favor of having his back covered. If nothing substantial surfaced, it mattered little. The priority was to ensure Xia Dongdong's safety. If anything were to happen to her, the gentleman in the white shirt would undoubtedly encounter troubles of his own. Are you a second-generation official? Cao Yang, straightforward and candid, directly posed his question. Xia Dongdong paused, setting down her chopsticks, and mumbled indistinctly. Who told you that? No one informed me. I merely guessed. I am not a second-generation individual. I gained my position in the police force through my own merit. Oh, I was just casually inquiring. Why are you so agitated? I'm not agitated. Rise from my mouth sprayed on a Cao Yang's face. Yet she insists she is not agitated. Yes, yes. You are not agitated. It is I who am stirred. Let's change the subject. Cao Yang brushed the rice off her face, attempting to divert the conversation. We shall go to the mountains, and tomorrow. Where will you stay tonight? I have no place to stay. I will just find a hotel. Very well. I shall accompany you. What do you intend to do? Xia Dongdong became wary. Being new to this place and having nowhere to stay, she opted for a hotel. But Cao Yang, an undercover operative, surely has a place to reside. This fellow appears rather lecherous. One ought to be cautious. Chapter 85. Impersonating my girlfriend, you, a girl, are not safe. I must ensure your protection. What nonsense! I am a police officer, armed and capable. I do not require your safeguarding. Very well, then. I shall retire for the night and contact you in the morning. With that, Cao Yang bid farewell and departed. Shortly after his exit, Xia Dongdong sought out a fine hotel and secured a room before ascending to her floor. Just as she approached her door, preparing to unlock it, she sensed a disturbance behind her. Turning around, she was astonished to find Cao Yang. "You shameless stalker! Are you following me? Do not speak so recklessly. I'm not that lewd. Then why are you trailing me?" After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I thought it would be more convenient for us to stay together." Xia Dongdong was skeptical of Cao Yang's explanation, and as she was about to voice her doubts, he had already entered the adjoining room. Closing the door with a resounding thud that left her momentarily stunned, pondering if he was indeed upset, Cao Yang had initially left but returned halfway. Feeling the weight of a dual task assigned by Jiegu and his superiors, he wished to avoid any unforeseen incidents, yet he found himself labeled a stalker, which left him feeling somewhat aggrieved. Though I, Cao Yang, may have my vices, I possess my principles. Upon entering her room, Xia Dongdong locked the door and secured it with a chain. After testing its sturdiness, she felt reassured and reclined on the bed. After a while, she rose to undress and shower. A nearly flawless figure emerged within the confines of her room, so perfect it seemed unreal, as though a character from a comic book had materialized. The specifics of her perfection were too daunting for me to articulate. Suffice it to say, even Cao Yang, with his lecherous tendencies, would find it hard to contain himself. If there were any flaw to mention, perhaps it was that her proportions were a tad excessive. If only they were slightly diminished, she would indeed be flawless. She bore an injury on her head and donned a head wrap while showering, grumbling to herself. "Other girls can see their toes when they look down, yet I cannot see anything." She contemplated undergoing a reduction surgery, but her mother forbade it, citing the associated risks. The next day, the two encountered one another in the lobby of the hotel, where Cao Yang had summoned a sleek black Honda. Despite the abundance of vehicles at Lushan International, including the option of an S600, he deemed it wiser to maintain a low profile for their mission. Handing the keys to Xia Dongdong, he stated, "Here, what for? You can't drive?" Cao Yang felt a bit embarrassed, admitting, "I could drive, but I lack a license. My sister-in-law promised to get one for me, but it has yet to materialize. The license is secondary. I am simply unfamiliar with the roads." Seeing his flustered expression brought a smile to Xia Dongdong's face as she took the keys, started the engine, and headed straight for Shanwei. "What is your current identity?" Cao Yang suddenly inquired from the passenger seat. Xia Dongdong found his question rather perplexing. "I'm a police officer. Let me ask again, what is your current identity?" Xia Dongdong hesitated, replying, "Police. Investigator?" Cao Yang shot her an incredulous look. "This time, we're conducting a covert investigation. My assumed identity is that of a member of Lushan International Casino, and you're my girlfriend." "I'm your girlfriend? Have you lost your mind?" Xia Dongdong's eyes widened in exaggerated disbelief. Sighing, Cao Yang leaned back in his seat. "I believed I was the most foolish until I met you, which has restored my confidence." "What do you mean by that?" "It is often said that women with ample bosoms lack intellect. And this sentiment seems to hold true in your case, as your thoughts seem to be lodged in your chest. Speak plainly. Do not meander or engage in flirtation. You mentioned that during our visit, we would locate by way, but what then? Naturally, we would inquire about the whereabouts of those two individuals. And once we find them, we shall escort them back to the Public Security Bureau and interrogate them regarding the source of the counterfeit money. And after that, we would continue to follow this lead step by step. However, by the time you locate them, the opportunity may have passed. Do you have any sound suggestions? This counterfeit currency syndicate is extensive, having swiftly disseminated fake notes throughout the province and beyond, indicating a substantial number of operatives. The two individuals we are pursuing may not even be part of the syndicate. They could merely be individuals who exchange some counterfeit notes for cash. The true identity of the counterfeit group remains a mystery. If they are operating domestically, that is manageable. If they are overseas, however, we might face complications. What complications could arise? If they are abroad, we sever their supply lines and inform the local authorities. If they are within the country, we dismantle their stronghold. While your reasoning is sound, how do we locate their lair? Xia Dongdong fell silent. aware that Cao Yang had a plan and was merely waiting for her to inquire further, allowing him to display his cleverness. Ah, I shall refrain from asking, preventing you from basking in your own cleverness. Let us see if you choose to speak. Why have you fallen silent? Cao Yang waited patiently, feeling somewhat uncomfortable due to her reticence. There is nothing to discuss, Xia Dongdong replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Cao Yang cleared his throat twice. My plan is to utilize my identity as a FAAD. Currently, I am affiliated with the Lushan Group, which is widely known for its grand casino. After we locate them, we will have them reach out to their connections. I will pose as the casino manager and inform them that I wish to purchase a batch of counterfeit currency for circulation within the casino. They will not suspect my identity, and at that point, we can approach them and trace the source back to their lair. Xia Dongdong found this reasoning compelling and nodded, inquiring, this plan is feasible, but I find myself superfluous. Must I contribute in some way? You are indeed redundant. I could accomplish this more swiftly without you. However, since you are here, to avoid arousing suspicion, you will masquerade as my girlfriend. Absolutely not. Why not? You are unworthy of me. What nonsense. Am I not tall enough? Am I not handsome enough? Is my physical prowess lacking? Why then, do you deem me unworthy? You are far too lascivious. Cao Yang was infuriated, nearly choking on his indignation. He pointed at Xia Dongdong, exclaiming, do you believe yourself to be exceptional? I have encountered many women like you, voluptuous yet lacking in intellect. Why would I find you remarkable? Whether or not I am remarkable is uncertain, but I know some individuals are becoming increasingly agitated. With a snap, Cao Yang lit a cigarette, suppressing his anger. Do not smoke in the car. Xia Dongdong admonished with a frown. What of it? This is my vehicle. Xia Dongdong silently rolled down the window, choosing to ignore him. Cao Yang took 2 deep breaths, his anger subsiding just a fraction. If you refuse to cooperate, then you may as well leave. I can handle this alone, Xia Dongdong retorted. Must I really pretend to be your girlfriend? Can't I pose as a subordinate instead? Cao Yang chuckled. Who would choose such a foolish and feeble subordinate? I am not weak, Xia Dongdong protested, asserting her strength, claiming that most men were no match for her. Yet, in front of Cao Yang, her words lacked conviction. Regardless of your strength, it is more plausible for someone of your appearance to impersonate my girlfriend, which would also alleviate their suspicions. What does that mean? Chapter 86. The search for Bai Wei the vehicle came to a halt at the entrance of Shadowo village, unable to proceed further, as the roads had yet to be fully developed. The two disembarked and made their way directly into the village. Following the address, they arrived at Bai Wei's ancestral home, only to find it in a state of ruin, teetering on the brink of collapse, devoid of any occupants. Disappointment washed over them as they noticed an elderly woman toiling in a nearby field. Cao Yang approached her with a question. Excuse me, do you know where this family has gone? The old woman spoke a few words, but Cao Yang could not comprehend her dialect, casting a pleading glance towards Xia Dongdong. With a smirk, Xia Dongdong replied coolly, Didn't you say I was unnecessary? That I was of no use? Cao Yang raised his hand, intending to give her a playful slap, but halted mid-air. She was neither Lei Yu nor Li Yin. Teasing them was one thing, but treating Xia Dongdong in such a manner felt inappropriate. The case was pressing. Banter was not the priority. With a disdainful huff, Xia Dongdong began conversing with the old woman in her native tongue. Before long, she turned to Cao Yang and relayed. The old woman says Bai Wei's parents have long since passed away, and he's been working elsewhere. She doesn't know anything more specific. Though Cao Yang could not grasp the dialect, he noticed a flicker of evasion in the old woman's eyes, leading him to suspect she was withholding the truth. After all, if outsiders were inquiring about Bai Wei's circumstances, the neighbors would likely refrain from divulging too much information. Cao Yang retrieved 200 yuan from his bag and instructed Xia Dongdong to offer it to the old woman in exchange for further inquiries. Upon seeing the money, the old woman's demeanor shifted considerably. She tucked the cash in her pocket, glanced around to ensure no one was watching, and whispered a few more details. What did she say? She mentioned that Bai Wei returned a few days ago, dined at his uncle's house, and then left. It seems he spends his days at a bar in the county, suggesting we search for him there. Which bar? The old woman was unable to provide that information. They drove to the county and, while dining, inquired with the restaurant owner about local bars. The owner informed them that the small town had only one establishment, known as the Black Panther. He kindly warned them that the place could be quite unruly and advised them to avoid unnecessary trouble. After settling the bill, they left. With only one bar to seek out, finding it might prove challenging. At 9 o'clock that evening, they arrived at the bar's entrance. Just as Xia Dongdong was about to enter, Cao Yang stopped her. "You should wait in the car." "Why?" Cao Yang gestured towards her. "You are far too beautiful, and your figure is striking. In a place like this, your presence would undoubtedly draw attention, potentially leading to unwanted complications." Though initially annoyed by his insistence, Xia Dongdong found his reasoning compelling, acknowledging that her allure might indeed attract undue attention. With a smile, she conceded, "Very well, I shall wait for you in the car." Cao Yang nodded and ventured into the bar alone. The establishment, though modest compared to those in larger cities, was lively, perhaps even more extravagant in its allure. Unlike the stages in metropolitan venues adorned with curtains, here everything was laid bare. Regret washed over Cao Yang. Had he known it would be like this, he would have invited Xia Dongdong inside, curious to see her reaction to the scene. A server led him to a booth, and he casually ordered a drink, generously tipping the server 200 yuan, which immediately garnered him favorable attention. Cao Yang waved his hand to dismiss her, his gaze beginning to wander. Indeed, in such a small place, the atmosphere was quite liberated. Not only were there scantily clad women on stage, but also in some booths below. Men and women were indulging in drinks and playful games. Some women had their lingerie torn away, laughing merrily, while others were stripped bare. The dim lighting obscured faces, and even if Bai Wei stood before him, he might not recognize him. He contemplated asking someone for information, but such an overt action might raise suspicion. As the old woman had mentioned, he frequently frequented bars. Surely he was a well-known figure here, and someone might have already alerted others. With a snap of his fingers, a waiter who had been attentively observing him rushed over. "Brother, how can I assist you?" Cao Yang replied. "Drinking alone is rather dull." The waiter understood instantly and promptly arranged for assistance. Within a minute, he returned with 2 young women clad in revealing tank tops. "Brother, how about these 2? Cao Yang assessed them. Though they were not particularly striking, they were quite youthful. He nodded, "Just one will suffice." He pointed to the girl with fairer skin. "Let it be her." The girl chuckled and comfortably nestled beside him, leaning against him naturally. "Brother, your accent suggests you're not a local, are you?" Cao Yang took the opportunity to wrap his arm around her, nodding, "And from your accent, I gather you're not a local either." As they chatted, they shared a drink. "I'm from Hunan, and I just arrived not long ago." The girl thought to herself, "Of course, I'm not local. Who would dare to behave like this in their hometown?" Cao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then laughed. "I'm also from Hunan. We're fellow townsfolk." "Really?" she exclaimed, her surprise evident, and began to converse in their native dialect. Cao Yang responded fluently, and the connection between them deepened significantly. Leaning against him, the girl whispered, "Brother, though we share the same hometown, you still need to pay." "What are you saying? I never take advantage of anyone," Cao Yang retorted, retrieving 200 yuan and slipping it into her neckline, while discreetly taking a quick feel. Though he intended to act this way, it was a necessity for maintaining his persona. The girl giggled and resumed drinking, her excitement growing. It was rare to encounter a handsome patron who was so generous with his money. She nearly wished to whisk him away for more intimate services. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Cao Yang shifted the conversation towards the bar's business and clientele. The girl shook her head, informing him that she had only been there for 2 months and was unfamiliar with the regulars. She pointed to a nearby table, saying, "That table over there with a Bai surname has been coming often, just as generous as you. The others are quite stingy." Cao Yang raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the table, which was occupied by the very men who had stripped the girl moments before. The girl mentioned that they were surnamed Bai and had been frequenting the place, confirming his suspicions. Cao Yang pinpointed his target and rose to exit. He preferred not to act within the bar, intending to follow them outside and interrogate them about the whereabouts of the 2 men. As he stepped out into the fresh air and glanced back, he noticed that the girl had followed him. "What are you doing following me?" he asked. "Brother, I can't just take your money for nothing. Let us find a hotel," she replied. Cao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "No need. You may leave. The girl looked at him with a peculiar expression and softly remarked, Brother, are you unable? Don't worry. I have studied in Guanxing and can certainly help you stand up again. Get lost, Cao Yang retorted, feeling somewhat irritated by her persistence. He pointed at her and scolded. At your young age, why do you choose this path? There are so many better options, yet you choose to sell yourself, and then you go around claiming to be from Hunan. You are bringing disgrace upon all of us from Hunan. Cao Yang's sudden outburst left the girl bewildered. She thought to herself, so, it's shameful for me to sell myself and bring disgrace to my hometown. But you think it's commendable to patronize such services? Chapter 87. Finding Bai Wei, who was that woman? Asked Xia Dongdong as Cao Yang got into the car. She had witnessed the scene outside, but had been unable to hear their conversation. A lady of the evening. What? You sought the services of a prostitute? I was merely making a necessary sacrifice in my quest to find someone. Cao Yang explained, though her skepticism was evident. Did you find a person? Yes, he is inside. Let us wait quietly for him to emerge, Cao Yang replied, lighting a cigarette and reclining back to await the outcome. At midnight, Bai Wei finally appeared, accompanied by 2 men and 4 women. Cao Yang perked up, nudging Xia Dongdong and pointing at the group. That's them. Let us follow closely. Xia Dongdong nodded, feeling a twinge of anxiety, momentarily disregarding Cao Yang's incessant poking. The 7 individuals split into 2 taxis and departed, with Xia Dongdong starting their vehicle to tail them. They arrived at a hotel where the group entered to book a room and ascend the stairs. Curiously, they had only secured a single room, suggesting that a tumultuous night lay ahead. Cao Yang and Xia Dongdong followed suit, but due to their distance, they were unaware of the specific room occupied by Bai Wei. Cao Yang instructed Xia Dongdong to investigata. How do I do that? She inquired. Press your ear against the door and listen for the room with the most activity, he suggested. Xia Dongdong found the idea rather dubious and unseemly, fearing potential embarrassment if caught. She shook her head in refusal, suggesting that he should do it instead. We'll do it together. You listen on the left, and I'll listen on the right to maximize our efficiency, Cao Yang insisted. With that, he pressed his ear to the door, straining to catch any sounds within. It's eerily quiet. They are either asleep or absent, he noted. Seeing Cao Yang take action, Xia Dongdong hesitated for a moment before mimicking him. As soon as her ear made contact, she was startled by a woman's cry, her face flushing as she quickly withdrew. What did you hear? There was a woman screaming. She murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. How many? Just 1. Then continue listening. Xia Dongdong approached another door, leaning in to eavesdrop. Just as she pressed her ear against it, the door swung open with a creak. A man in a bathrobe stood before her, questioning her presence. What are you doing? Startled, Xia Dongdong stepped back, stammering an explanation. The man, captivated by her beauty and figure, misinterpreted her presence, a grin spreading across his face. Beautiful lady, what are your rates? Taken aback, Xia Dongdong realized he had mistaken her for a prostitute, and her expression darkened as she turned to leave. Sensing her departure, the man reached out to grab her. In response, Xia Dongdong delivered a swift kick, her Taekwondo black belt skills proving more than adequate to fend him off. The man was sent sprawling, rising to unleash a tirade of curses. Just then, Cao Yang approached, brandishing a handgun aimed at the man. Silence, or I'll put a bullet in you. The man, struck dumb by fear, was left speechless. Cao Yang had no time to waste on him and pulled Xia Dongdong towards the door of room 2218, indicating its significance. This is the one. What are your intentions? My method is straightforward and effective. Simply abduct them. Xia Dongdong nodded and drew her handgun, remaining vigilant. With a loud crash, Cao Yang kicked open the door to room 2218. Inside, 7 individuals, 3 men and 3 women, were stark naked, with 1 female assisting them. The sudden entrance of Cao Yang and Xia Dongdong startled the group. Upon witnessing the scene, Xia Dongdong quickly covered her eyes and stepped back, exiting the room. I'll leave this to you, she declared, confident in Cao Yang's capability to handle the situation. What the hell are you doing? One of the men glared at Cao Yang as the others regained their composure. Cao Yang responded with a swift kick, sending the man crashing against the wall. Police raid. Everyone, hands on your heads, crouch in the corner, Cao Yang shouted while raising his firearm. Upon realizing they were dealing with the police and seeing the weapon, the 7 individuals complied, much more subdued. Brother, could I have something to wear? A woman pleaded. Or what? Get down. Cao Yang snapped. Did you feel no shame before? And now you do? The 7 complied, crouching with their hands on their heads in the corner. Cao Yang kicked one of the men. What is your name? Chun Fatsai. He replied. And you? Cao Yang kicked another, shorter man. Bai Wei. Cao Yang nodded. You're the one. Get up and put on some clothes. Bai Wei, though confused, complied. After donning his attire, he stared intently at Cao Yang, likely pondering malicious thoughts. Yet, the sight of the gun rendered him submissive. Being apprehended was one thing. After all, it could only lead to a charge of gathering in a public place. He could find someone to bail him out. Once Bai Wei was dressed, Cao Yang addressed the remaining 6. You stay put. My colleagues will arrive shortly to take your statements. With that, he seized Bai Wei and led him away, indifferent to the others' compliance. As Bai Wei was pulled downstairs, he began to sense something amiss. In their small locality, the police spoke the local dialect. There was no room for outsiders who spoke Mandarin. He longed to question them, but the reality of the gun's authenticity quelled his curiosity. His years in the gambling scene had sharpened his instincts. As they reached the ground floor, Xia Dongdong started the vehicle. Cao Yang attempted to usher Bai Wei into the car, but he began to resist violently. You aren't police. You're from the Chaozhou gang, aren't you? His suspicions had grown. The black Honda's license plate bore the markings of Guanxing, instantly triggering thoughts of the Chaozhou gang. Having swindled them out of 200,000, he knew they would come for him. He feared the police, but the Chaozhou gang? He wouldn't merely be in trouble. It could be fatal, prompting his fierce resistance. Help! The mafia is killing people. He screamed, hoping to attract the attention of passers-by. But the late hour left the streets deserted. Seeing his defiance and hearing his cries, Cao Yang swiftly delivered 2 resounding slaps. Bai Wei fell silent. Xia Dongdong observed as his mouth bled, teeth knocked out. She frowned, troubled by Cao Yang's brutality. Was such a violent individual truly of police origin? Cao Yang was indifferent to the notions of violence. All that mattered to him was efficacy. As the esteemed Jiegu often stated, it was simply his way. Bai Wei, having been escorted into the vehicle, ceased his loud protests and began to plead for mercy. Cao Yang, with a smile, patted him on the shoulder and reassured him, Do not worry, I am not affiliated with the Chaozhou gang. After a brief pause, he added, I am associated with Lushan International. Upon hearing this, Bai Wei was not only gripped by fear, but trembled uncontrollably. If you wish to live, take me to those 2, he implored, nodding fervently. Brother, I only led them to the Chaozhou gang. I have no knowledge of their subsequent dealings with Lushan International. This matter does not concern me. Cao Yang nodded in agreement. Indeed, it does not concern you. As long as we locate those 2, I shall grant you your freedom. Chapter 88. To speak or not to speak, Cao Yang escorted Bai Wei to a modest inn, securing him to a chair with a rope. You will call them now, using any means necessary to lure them here before dawn. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your demise. Recently, Cao Yang had cultivated an aura of lethal intent, his fierce words carrying an imposing weight that few could withstand. Bai Wei nodded vigorously, assuring his compliance. Cao Yang produced his mobile phone, opened the contact list, and instructed him to specify whom to call. Call Lao Zhuang, Bai Wei suggested. Cao Yang nodded, dialing while issuing a stern warning. If you reveal even the slightest hint of deception and they catch wind of it, your death will not be a gentle one. Bai Wei nodded repeatedly. Hello, little brother, came a feminine giggle from the other end of the line, indicating that they were likely engaged in frivolous activities. Surang Yi, Bai Wei called out before rapidly speaking in dialect. Cao Yang could not fully comprehend, but felt no fear of trickery, for Xia Dongdong was present and could understand. A minute later, the call ended. Bai Wei turned to Cao Yang. Brother, I told them I had contacted 2 casinos in Foshan and asked them to bring counterfeit money. They said they had run out of the fake bills and were in the process of acquiring new ones, inviting me to come over tonight to collect the goods and head to Foshan together in the morning. Cao Yang glanced at Xia Dongdong, who nodded, affirming that Bai Wei was not lying. Where are they? He inquired. They're in Feng County, quite nearby. Then let us proceed. Cao Yang desired to lure them in under the best circumstances, but given the current situation, insisting they come might raise suspicions. The three descended the stairs, and Cao Yang tossed Bai Wei into the car. As he prepared to enter, Xiao Dongdong pulled him aside. We must exercise caution. What is it? I am familiar with Feng County. Although it is a small place, its inhabitants are notoriously fierce, and clan influences run deep. Often, the county chief's word holds less weight than that of a village leader. Then we shall not go. How can we investigate if we do not? Why waste words then? Drive quickly. Aye. Xiao Dongdong clenched her fists in frustration. Am I wrong for warning you? Cao Yang placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. As long as you follow my lead and refrain from acting impulsively, we will depart unscathed. You have gone too far, initially claiming I was unnecessary, and now I am a burden? Cao Yang chuckled lightly. Television often depicts such scenarios. What begins as innocuous can escalate due to foolish individuals ignoring commands, resulting in calamity. I hope you're not one of those fools. Heh, without me, you would struggle to communicate with them. Without you, I would simply instruct them to speak Mandarin. Xiao Dongdong pressed the accelerator toward Feng County. Upon arrival at 3 in the morning, the county was eerily quiet, save for a few drunken souls. Following Bai Wei's directions, they parked beneath an 80s-era apartment building. Cao Yang forced Bai Wei out of the vehicle, a handgun pressed firmly against his waist. Which floor? The 3rd. Lead the way. The trio ascended the stairs, and Bai Wei knocked on the door. Who is it? A voice inquired from within. Zhuangge, it's me. Upon hearing Bai Wei's voice, the occupant inside lowered their guard and opened the door. As the door swung open, he was met with the sight of Bai Wei's battered visage. Upon noticing Cao Yang behind him, he quickly grasped the gravity of the situation and attempted to shut the door, but it was too late. Cao Yang delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling, and swiftly entered the room. Another individual inside was similarly subdued by Cao Yang with ease. Damn it, Bai Wei. I trusted you so much. And you had the audacity to bring the police here. Lao Zhuang and his companion found themselves ensnared just like Bai Wei. Brother Zhuang, they are not police officers. They are from the Lushan International Brotherhood. Bai Wei's voice quivered with distress. The police were a lesser concern for them, as they typically adhered to protocols in minor cases. But the Brotherhood was an entirely different matter. Indeed, upon hearing that Cao Yang was affiliated with the Brotherhood, Lao Zhuang felt a wave of dread wash over him. This was far worse than being apprehended by the police. Cao Yang paid them no mind as he and Xiao Dongdong rummaged through the house, ultimately uncovering a substantial sum of cash hidden within a wardrobe. After counting, they discovered a total of 950,000 yuan, entirely legitimate money. Cao Yang procured a bag, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he began to stow away the money. What are you doing? Xiao Dongdong whispered urgently in his ear. This is evidence related to the case. It must be turned over to the authorities. Cao Yang rolled his eyes. This is money they swindled in Lushan International. I intend to take it back to my elder brother. What nonsense about an elder brother? Are you so deeply immersed in your undercover role that you've lost sight of reality? Ignoring her, Cao Yang continued packing the cash. Xiao Dongdong ceased her objections, realizing that his actions were likely aimed at impressing Tang Xiaojia to secure his favor, thereby enabling him to better grasp their criminal evidence. Once the money was secured, Cao Yang shifted his focus to more pressing matters. He drew a dagger and approached Lao Zhuang. Now, speak. Where did you obtain the counterfeit currency? I don't know, Lao Zhuang stubbornly replied. Cao Yang's smile turned predatory as he seized Lao Zhuang's hand, pressing it against the coffee table. His hand lifted, yet the blade remained poised above. Xiao Dongdong intervened, pulling him aside. Cao Yang, you cannot resort to such violence. Remember your role as a police officer. You must not let your undercover position lead you to adopt the ways of the underworld. Cao Yang shot her an exasperated glance. If I don't inflict a little pain, he won't cooperate. Efficiency in our work is paramount. Interrogating a suspect doesn't necessitate such brutality. You should appeal to his emotions, reason with him, and highlight the implications of his actions. Make him think of his family, his parents, wife, and children. Playing the emotional card will likely lead him to confess. Cao Yang gestured for her to proceed. Then by all means, go ahead. I look forward to your performance. While Xia Dongdong interrogated Lao Zhuang, Cao Yang stood at the door, smoking. Previously, Bai Wei had deceived Lao Zhuang into believing he had connections to 2 casinos in Foshan, leading Lao Zhuang to trust him and agree to leave together the following morning. However, they did not possess any counterfeit currency, indicating that they would likely be retrieving goods early or engaging in transactions during the night. He allowed Xia Dongdong, the naive girl, to conduct the interrogation for a while, to avoid her incessant complaints about his methods and doubts regarding her identity. In truth, he was indifferent to Xia Dongdong discovering his true identity. He had never intended to impersonate an undercover agent. It was merely a figment of her imagination, to which he had casually acquiesced, finding amusement in the situation. The revelation of his identity held no significant consequence for him. Damn it, will you speak or not? The force of Xia Dongdong's furious outburst broke through as she relentlessly kicked Lao Zhuang's head. Cao Yang found himself entertained by her antics. Just a moment ago, he had been attempting to appeal to her reason, and now she was taking matters into her own hands. What a capricious woman she was. Cao Yang, I believe you are right. When dealing with such criminals, extraordinary measures should indeed be employed. Perhaps you should pose the questions, and I shall keep watch. Chapter 89. The bald man Cao Yang's propensity for violence far surpasses that of Xia Dongdong. Despite her impressive demeanor, she inherently lacks the ruthlessness that instills fear. In stark contrast, Cao Yang is a man who has taken lives, and his capability to enact harm is palpable, causing old Zhuang to divulge information even before any force was exerted. According to old Zhuang, their counterfeit currency was procured from a young man named Chun Hao at the price of 30 for 100. Each transaction involved a sum of 1 million, and due to the volume, they received a discounted rate of 250,000. Cao Yang was taken aback by the exorbitant price of the fakes. Old Zhuang eagerly explained that the cost was justified by the superior quality of the counterfeit, which far exceeded the inferior products of Ur, where one could acquire 100 for merely 5. Cao Yang nodded in agreement, acknowledging that he could hardly distinguish this batch of counterfeit bills upon first encounter. Even professionals at the casino, aided by counterfeit detection machines, had been deceived, underscoring the authenticity of the fakes. Where does Chun Hao typically operate? Provide me with his contact information. We truly do not know. He always reaches out to us, and each time, he uses a different phone number. Cao Yang's expression darkened as he grasped the knife, casting a menacing glance at the bloodied old Zhuang. Brother, we are not deceiving you. We genuinely have no idea. Old Zhuang, sensing the impending violence in Cao Yang's demeanor, hastily reassured him, but rest assured his associate will arrive shortly to deliver the goods, and you will be able to contact him then. Cao Yang nodded, realizing that his intuition was correct. They had yet to finalize any transaction, confirming his own shrewdness. The wait was tedious, and he began counting the money from his bag. Ah, old Zhuang, we bear no animosity towards one another. We are both engaged in illicit dealings. After all, however, you erred gravely by attempting to use counterfeit currency at Lushan International. The 70,000 is a trifling matter for my brother, but it is a matter of face. I will retrieve this 70,000 for my brother. You have no objections, I trust? No objections, no objections. My ability to locate you all stem from assistance provided by Bai Wei. My connection to Bai Wei was facilitated by the brothers from Chaozhou. You deceived them out of 200,000, which they entrusted me to recover. Thus, I shall take that sum. And you have no objections, do you? No objections. No objections. Cao Yang nodded, tossing 50,000 onto the table. This is your own money. I shall not take a single cent. Thank you, thank you. Cao Yang smiled. Though his true intention was to seize all the money and incapacitate old Zhuang and his associates, delivering a lesson that would serve as a deterrent to others who dared to disturb Lushan International. However, he abandoned this notion, as he still wished to communicate with Chun Hao and was not prepared to leave just yet. To eliminate someone on another's turf would likely invite retaliation. Fearing such consequences, he could either kill them or, with great reluctance, let them go. Cao Yang preferred to avoid further bloodshed, opting for the latter. At 4 a.m, a knock sounded at old Zhuang's door. Cao Yang and Xia Dongdong both sprang to attention. With a decisive click, Cao Yang opened the door to reveal two men in their 30s, each carrying a large box. In contrast to the cinematic portrayals we often envision, where counterfeiters don tailored suits, ties, sunglasses, and brandish firearms menacingly, the reality reveals that these two individuals from the counterfeiting ring bore no distinction from ordinary laborers. One of them, a balding man, could easily pass unnoticed on the street. Upon encountering the unfamiliar figure of Cao Yang, they momentarily froze. But their gaze quickly fell upon the grim fate of Lao Zhuang and the others within the room, prompting them to flee. Their reactions were swift, yet Cao Yang was swifter. He seized the collar of the balding man and yanked him back, with a glint of malice in his eyes. The balding man drew a knife and lunged at Cao Yang, but his efforts were futile as Cao Yang deftly grasped his wrist and twisted it gently. With a cry of pain, the knife clattered to the ground, and the balding man was pulled into the room. The other assailant managed to escape, but Xia Dongdong's instinct was to pursue him, though Cao Yang held her back. "Are you Chen Hao?" Cao Yang inquired, observing that this man was no longer youthful. "Are you a policeman?" The balding man retorted without answering. Cao Yang erupted into laughter. "I'm just a humble cop." "Then who are you?" the balding man asked, perplexed. Cao Yang patted him on the shoulder. "No need to be anxious. We are not foes and might even become friends." He maintained a courteous demeanor, refraining from resorting to violence. The balding man glanced at Lao Zhuang and the others, then cast a questioning look back at Cao Yang. "Who I am?" "You may inquire with him," Cao Yang replied, settling beside Xia Dongdong and wrapping an arm around her slender waist. Xia Dongdong tensed visibly, feeling uncomfortable yet refraining from resistance. Cao Yang had previously assured her that when they encountered the counterfeiters, their performance would commence with him portraying her boyfriend, thus making such gestures entirely ordinary. Lao Zhuang began to elucidate Cao Yang's identity to the balding man and the circumstances that had led them here. Upon hearing Lao Zhuang's account, the balding man grasped the situation. "Brother, the counterfeit bills in your shop were exchanged by Lao Zhuang and his crew. I have no involvement in this matter, so there is no need to make things difficult for me," he pleaded. "Brother, as I mentioned, we are friends, so why would I trouble you?" Cao Yang replied, opening the suitcase he had brought, revealing a neatly arranged 1 million in counterfeit bills. He extracted a note and held it up to the light, praising, "This batch of yours is exquisite. I'd like to acquire some for myself." "Ah, so you wish to procure goods?" The balding man responded. "What else could it be? I've gone through all this trouble waiting for you. Surely, it's not just to meet you." "Brother, my services are not for sale." "Damn it, you old pervert." This jest lightened the atmosphere considerably. "I'm curious, how many do you desire?" "My order is substantial. Let your superiors negotiate with me." Ah. Brother, I can make decisions for amounts up to 5 million. Cao Yang shook his head, extending a single finger. "I want this much. 10 million? 100 million. The balding man gasped in astonishment, then shook his head. "Brother, if you're genuinely interested in purchasing, we can discuss it. If you are merely jesting, then this is pointless. I have no time for games. Let your superiors speak with me. Can you handle 100 million? Cao Yang chuckled and shook his head. "Brother, you must have spent years in this small place. It's high time you ventured out, explored the world beyond, and perhaps gained some insight into the capabilities of our EHE Association. You might inquire whether 100 million could yield even a few drops of wealth within our ranks." Cao Yang's observation struck a chord. The bald man seldom ventured outside and was quite unfamiliar with the EHE Association. If all else fails, consult Xiao Wei. He frequently frequents the gambling houses in Dongguan. Ask him about the strength of our EHE Association and the stature of my elder brother, Tang Xiaojia. I am here representing my brother in this discussion, and I expect to be treated with equal respect. Indeed, the bald man approached Xiao Wei, who, without hesitation, extolled the virtues of the EHE Association and the prowess of Tang Xiaojia, elevating their reputation to extraordinary heights. Cao Yang felt a twinge of embarrassment at the exaggeration. "Brother, I need to make a call." The bald man retrieved his phone, stepped into another room, and emerged 2 minutes later. "At 7 o'clock, my boss invites you both to enjoy some herbal tea at the South Mansion restaurant." Chapter 90. Chun Hao morning tea is an integral part of the local culture. And the morning tea business at the Southern Mansion restaurant is the finest in Feng County. Cao Yang and Xia Dongdong ascended to the second floor of the restaurant, where they beheld a balding man standing behind a young gentleman. This individual, in his 20s, donned a meticulously tailored white suit and was sipping tea at that moment. Upon noticing the arrival of Cao Yang and his companion, he swiftly rose, displaying a warm smile. "Welcome, my friend from afar. Please take a seat." "Are you Chen Hao?" Cao Yang inquired as he pulled out a chair and sat down. Chen Hao nodded. "May I ask how to address you, brother?" I am Cao Yang." "And this lady?" Chen Hao's gaze shifted to Xia Dongdong, whose beauty effortlessly captivated the attention of men. "She is undoubtedly my girlfriend," Cao Yang remarked while wrapping an arm around Xia Dongdong. Hearing this, Chen Hao's expression turned peculiar. "Brother Cao Yang, you bring your girlfriend along for business discussions?" "I had no choice. The quality in your small town is rather poor, and she is rather clingy, so I brought her along to relieve some tension," Cao Yang replied, his words laced with crudeness. Xia Dongdong remained expressionless, yet her hand was firmly pinching Cao Yang's thigh. Cao Yang feigned ignorance, internally rebuking her for lacking understanding, as he had mentioned beforehand that he would adopt a more brazen demeanor to suit his persona. Chen Hao chuckled, rising to pour them each a cup of oolong tea, while also requesting the waiter to bring a selection of traditional Cantonese delicacies before delving into the main topic. "I hear that you, Brother Cao Yang, are looking to place a substantial order?" Cao Yang nodded, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke with an air of arrogance. Chen Hao inwardly cursed him for being an insufferable show-off. However, as he was the client, he bore with it. "Can you handle such a large order?" Cao Yang waved his hand dismissively. "Whether I can handle it is my concern. Just confirm if you have the goods." Chen Hao also lit a cigarette, his smile fading. "There are indeed goods available, but time is required, and I have yet to see your sincerity." "Sincerity? What do you mean by sincerity?" "I have gone to great lengths to find you. Is that not enough?" "Brother Cao Yang, why the agitation? Let's speak more civilly. I am straightforward. I dislike dilly-dallying. You provide the goods, I provide the payment. It should be a simple transaction without unnecessary complications." "Fine, but your request is substantial. We will need some time." "How long at the earliest?" "1 week. We could deliver in 1 week."